Chapter 341 Trust or Not. Marquis Alk was the 10th Marquis of the Empire. He was the youngest and shortest-serving Marquis, and the grandfather of the night girl Alyssa. The news announced by the Imperial family was that he disappeared after exploring the Forbidden Zone of life. But according to the private intelligence sources of these marquises, Alk did not take the initiative to explore the Forbidden Zone of life, but was chased by a strongman and was forced into it because he had no way to escape. You know, no matter how weak the Marquis of the Empire is, he is a 9th-level strongman who has mastered the rules. A mysterious strongman who is strong enough to hunt down Marquis Alk is also strong enough to hunt down him. As for the true identity of the mysterious strongman, many marquises have long speculated, but no one dared to speak out. The current situation he faces involves a very delicate issue, in the face of the interests of the ruins. Are the 4 major families trustworthy? Marquis Winter has thought about taking the initiative to test the tone of the 4 major families to see what they think. But after some thought, he finally gave up this choice. According to the secret information he obtained from a high-level prophet at a huge cost, this time, the things hidden in the ruins are secrets related to surpassing the 9th level limit. The authenticity of this news has been verified by special magic and is indeed true. And if even he can get this news, the 4 major families and the Imperial family, which are more powerful than him, must also receive this news. It has been too long since there have been legends on this continent. In the face of the temptation to break through the 9th level natural chasm, even if the people of the 4 major families clearly told him, they will not take action against him. Nor will they take action against any Marquis. But does he dare to believe it? And conversely, the same is true for the 4 major families. Marquis Winter asked himself, if he stood in the position of the 4 major families, he would not really do what the Zero said, and take action against them. But he would definitely keep a close eye on these unstable factors, and secretly intervene when necessary to prevent them from getting the secrets hidden in the ruins first. In other words, the probability of the 4 major families attacking him is not high. But if there is any unexpected discovery in the ruins, it is probably not his turn. And the 9th level of the Enoch family pays attention to him, also to monitor him, and to make trouble for him at critical moments. The more Marquis Winter analyzed, the more he felt that this should be the real fact. Humph! Glancing at the 9th level spellcaster of the Enoch family in the distance, Marquis Winter snorted in his heart. After all, he is also a 9th level. As long as he does not make any unusual moves, Marquis Winter believes that the 4 major families will not tear their faces with him. But this involves another question. The temptation of breaking through the 9th level. Is he willing to give up just like that? Does he have to watch the 4 major families and the royal family obtain the secret of the ruins, and then break through the 9th level, forever weighing on their heads? Thinking in his mind, a trace of haze flashed across the dark red eyes of Marquis Winter. Like most 9th level professionals, he also has blood, and is a rare 9th level ocean monster blood-eyed mosasaur, famous for his ability to control thunderstorms and ocean whirlpools. But at the same time, the powerful monster blood is also subtly influencing his character, making his character cold and stubborn, and not allowing any offense. It seems that relying on personal strength, there is no hope of getting involved in the ruins. Then, it is time to contact those colleagues. Maybe the relationship is ordinary, but now, they have a common enemy. Thinking of this, Marquis Winter couldn't help but touch the inconspicuous ring on his little finger with his left hand behind his back. This ring was sent by Marquis Draka's people, which can communicate with each other over a long distance without being discovered by outsiders. However, the person who sent him the ring was also a stranger, although he was not in the same camp as the Zero who was stirring up discord. Marquis Winter still didn't like these strangers, although they came from a distant continent that sank in the endless sea. He always felt that these people were like 2 completely different races from them. Finally, after glancing at the 9th level of the Idle family, who was secretly paying attention to his movements in the distance, Marquis Winter turned and left. At the same time, his fingers gently rubbed the ring at a specific frequency, sending out a special signal. At the same time, in a tavern in a small city on the edge of the crater, Zero, who was dressed in a black robe, suddenly paused with his glass in his hand and looked at the panel beside him. At the top of the panel task menu, the status of a certain S-level task to be completed, which was listed at the top, suddenly updated again. The number of people who have been recruited below changed from 0 to 1, compared to what others tell directly. People are always more willing to believe the conclusions they have drawn through rational analysis. However, the so-called analysis can also be guided. Glancing at the status bar of the panel, a long list of various hidden surveillance effect states. Zero's face showed a meaningless smile mixed with a bit of contempt. During this period of time, he lingered among many nobles and their descendants in the Empire. Although no one really took action against him, it was inevitable that some surveillance magic would be left on him secretly. However, this was meaningless to him. Not to mention that he could not monitor the game panel. If he really needed to clear these states, he only needed to die once and revive again. Putting down the wine glass casually, he called out the pigeon system and simply sorted out the task and plot progress report for this time, preparing to send it to those people in the club. The task of winning over the Marquis has just made progress. The panel does not show which Marquis it is, but judging from the personality models of several Marquises, 70% is Marquis Winter and 20% is Marquis Reg. Next, if more than 5 Marquises have a tacit alliance, it will be enough to pose a real threat to the 4 major families. The Gate of the Eye will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. And the situation in the ruins is already turbulent. While the ruins are attracting the attention of most of the high-level people, arrange personnel as soon as possible to join the rebel camp. And pay attention to choosing the regular rebels. Taking advantage of this good opportunity at the beginning. Try to concentrate resources on one person. Gain a higher status in the rebel army. And strive to obtain the authority to lead troops independently, which will be very useful in the future. I will continue to guide the situation here at the Gate of the Eyes. With these achievements, the leader will definitely value me more. Next, I should be able to initially call on the resources of the Gate of the Eyes, and try to further influence the internal situation of the Empire. After writing the content of the letter, Zero relaxed his body and leaned back on the chair. He casually folded the virtual letter of the system and put it into the container on the pigeon's leg. I am delivering information in front of you. Can you see it? Then, Zero's mind moved slightly, and the high-level pigeon quickly sank into the void with the written letter. Boss, another glass of God's dream. Putting 2 gold coins on the table casually, Zero picked up the wine glass again, shook the light blue wine in the glass with a hazy look, and then drank it all. To be honest, he likes this world more and more. Although it was just a virtual world, it was also very real. However, Zero, who was in a good mood, did not think of anything. He was under someone's surveillance spell, and he could indeed see the game panel. Chapter 342 Hidden Vine Stone Gate. Inside the ruins, after reading Zero's report in full, Avis was distracted by controlling the metal cube while thinking about how to deal with it next. He now vaguely understood that Zero's purpose of informing him of the news was to make the 4 major families more vigilant and further stimulate the Marquises. According to the information revealed in Zero's report, when Claire or some other lucky person triggers the hidden conditions of the ruins and reveals the true secret of this half of the ruins, I am afraid that these 9th-level people in the Empire will be in chaos first. However, Avis believes that the Duke and others cannot be unprepared for foreign enemies. The current situation is just equivalent to adding half an enemy. The reason why it is said to be half is that when facing foreign enemies, the attitude of the Marquises is also external. According to Avis's memory in his previous life, perhaps 1 or 2 Marquises really surrendered to the foreign enemy, but most of the Marquises still maintained their loyalty to the Empire even on the eve of the full outbreak of the war and the use of the wishing ball by little Avis. Indeed, he has made many changes to the fate line in this life. But the things he did not affect the situation of the Empire, and would not change the judgment of the 9th-level strongman. While analyzing the situation, Avis began to consider how to deal with the unstable factor of Zero. Although there is an undercover in the enemy camp, and it is an undercover in the management, it feels good. However, this guy's ability to stir up trouble and lead the rhythm is too strong. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Brother, come and see. I seem to have discovered a brand new underground passage just now. At this time, Fiona's voice floated over from afar. A brand new passage? Hearing this voice, Avis looked over with some surprise, only to find that the girl had walked down an old rock staircase and sank into the underground layer of the ruins. They are currently in the original magic tower of the city. It was Fiona's idea to explore here. She felt that this huge white gold spire was very conspicuous, and the probability of finding golden runes should be greater. This view is not wrong, but is one of the landmark buildings of this ruined city. Many other students have the same idea. It is not an easy task to find a new passage here. Avis followed the sound and walked down the stone steps, and found that the girl was now next to a strange stone door. The stone door was a rare perfect circle, and the door frame was embossed with a pattern of black vines with thorns and blood orchids intertwined. At this time, the two halves of the stone door that were originally tightly closed had opened, revealing a dark corridor behind it that led to nowhere. Seeing this scene, Avis's eyes were a little dignified. In the culture of the High Elves, blood orchid is regarded as an ominous flower, just like the blue star symbolizes the number of the devil. Except for some special circumstances, it is often avoided. The round stone door has the meaning of the moon and the seal. This round door engraved with blood orchid probably symbolizes that something very dangerous was once sealed inside the door. Brother, look! There was no such door here just now. Kate helped to find it. When I entered this basement, she suddenly pointed in the direction of the wall. I touched the bricks on the wall, and the door appeared with a pop. Is this the hidden structure that my father mentioned that we need to pay attention to? Seeing Avis coming over, the girl was extremely excited without him asking, and she told the whole process of discovering this strange door like a bamboo tube pouring beans. She also used the crystal staff in her hand as a stick and pointed at the stone brick on the wall that she had just touched. Wait a minute. Faye, let me check it. Following the direction pointed by the girl, Avis checked the surrounding environment. The yellowed stone brick had only a light decorative pattern on its surface, and there was no magical fluctuation, so it was not clear whether it had anything to do with the opening of the door. In addition, there were fresh traces of exploration all around this basement, and it must have been explored by more than one group of students before. After thinking about it, he took out the three-dimensional topographic map of the ruins stored in the crystal ball and compared it with the terrain above. Yes, from Duke Carrot, Avis had already obtained the topographic map of the ruins explored by the Duke himself, and Fiona also had a copy, which was also part of the student's own equipment. Perhaps it was not fair to other students who did not have a topographic map, but who made him have a 9th-level father. After comparing the records, Avis found that the map structure recorded in the crystal ball did not have this door and the passage behind it. In other words, this was exactly the hidden structure that the Duke and others hoped to trigger. Everything behind the door was unknown, and there might be opportunities, but it was also accompanied by huge risks. I think you are right. Faye, you did find a new hidden passage. Well done. After realizing this, Avis praised the girl. Hee hee. It's just luck. Brother, should we go in? After receiving Avis' praise, the girl was in a good mood and her tone became much lighter. No. The risk of exploring this passage is too high. The special shape and pattern of the door represent that there were some dangerous things sealed inside. I'm afraid Father would not want to see you go in. Avis shook his head at the girl's question and briefly explained to the girl the meaning of the pattern on the door. Do you know, Faye? The reason why we came here for this competition is that after many 9th-rank crowns explored the ruins, there are still some very important things that have not been discovered. In order to trigger the hidden conditions of the ruins, the Academy agreed to let us come here. Just like you just found this door. And all students are looked after by 9th rank throughout the process to avoid accidents. I think my father was probably watching us all the time, including when you found this hidden passage. Is that so? My father has been watching us. After listening to Avis's explanation, Fiona nodded clearly. Then what should we do now? Don't do anything. Just leave here and explore other places. My father should explore here himself. Avis spread his hands slightly and made a gesture to leave directly. As he spoke, new footsteps suddenly came from the steps behind the two. A team of students with an average rank of 2nd or 3rd level walked down the steps, seeing the strange round door on the wall of the basement, and Avis and Fiona standing beside the door. The team was also a little surprised. Hello. We accidentally triggered the passage over there. It may be dangerous inside. Please be careful if you want to explore. Seeing the newcomers, Fiona kindly reminded them to prevent them from getting into danger. Hello. Did you also find this kind of door? However, a red-haired girl in the team looked at the door and was not surprised, but asked back with some doubts. Chapter 343, The Night Calling Stone Bell. Also? Fiona asked in confusion after keenly catching the key words in the girl's words. Yes. When we were exploring the underground of the ruins of the magic library, Vivian accidentally found a strange stone door that was exactly the same as this one. We felt it was a bit dangerous, And after a discussion and voting within the team, we finally chose not to explore inside. Several Pamir students in the team looked at each other, and a boy who was at the high level of the third stage and temporarily served as the team leader stood up and explained the current situation to the girl. The door you found also suddenly appeared on the wall. Right? You too? Fiona slightly widened her lake blue eyes and nodded in agreement. Me too. Just now. As she said this, the girl instinctively glanced at Avis, and seeing that he did not stop her, she continued to speak with confidence. Just now when we were checking this wall, this door suddenly appeared and opened automatically. It seems that we have encountered the same situation. The blonde boy nodded in understanding. I think we should leave this place to those teams above level 4 to explore. We don't plan to take the risk of special areas. Just look for some equipment and rune stones in ordinary areas. Several members of the team nodded in agreement with his words. Unlike other students of ordinary professional academies, they will try their best to find and trigger adventures. The concept of most Pamir students is to ensure their own safety as the top priority for them, as long as their lives are still there. The worst thing they can do is to go home and inherit the family property. Therefore, their style is often conservative and steady, and they rarely gamble their lives on an adventure. Then, if you two have nothing else to do, we'll take our leave first. After greeting Avis and Fiona, the boy returned to the team and prepared to leave in another direction. Please wait a moment. At this time, Avis, who had been silent before, suddenly spoke to keep him. Anything else? The members of the team and Fiona looked at him strangely, not knowing what he was going to do. Only one person suddenly looked flustered and his eyes were a little evasive. That was a girl at the end of the team with long silver curly hair and a petite figure. She held a milky white light-attributed staff in her hand. She seemed to be the profession responsible for treatment and enhancement in the team. Vivian? Staring at the silver-haired girl, Avis slowly said the name her teammates had just called her, because her game panel was not kept open. He failed to recognize her identity at the first time. Unlike professional players and most first-tier players, some casual players who focus on immersion often prefer to keep the panel closed at ordinary times, and only open the panel to take a look when needed. And Wazy. Hello. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at her, the girl had no choice but to greet Wazy with a forced smile. Vivian. Do you know each other? The boy who was the captain looked at the two of them and was a little confused. I do know him. He even owed 17,000 gold coins. Taking a deep breath, Firefly and Summer Night nodded resignedly and walked out of the team. She didn't expect to meet her novice guide NPC in such an occasion. At this time, she only hoped that Avis would not expose her identity as a non-Pamir student in front of everyone, which would be very embarrassing. After more than a month of real-time gaming, she has understood how special her gaming experience is. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the chosen one. After several months of research by the old wizard, she did not receive any reward, because those rewards have been paid to her in advance in the form of various permanent attribute-increasing potions. This is also the reason why she can always dominate the combat power list even though she only sleeps 8 hours a day in the game. After the research, the old wizard wanted to accept her as a student, so she quickly became his apprentice. And there was another seemingly powerful relationship in the role relationship. Mentor, Secret Star Scholar Star Seeker, Vice President of the Gloria Royal Magic Academy. She now appears in this ruins, and also slightly adjusts her hair color and appearance, which is also the task assigned to her by her chief teacher. Let her pretend to be a student of Pamir College, freely explore the ruins, and see if she can get any unexpected gains. Speaking of which, she has never met Avis since he visited her once in the institute half a year ago. But his face is still so charming. Drool? Sorry. Everyone. Can you lend her to me for a while? It only takes a few minutes. When Xia Yinghuo was thinking about all kinds of things in her heart, Avis smiled elegantly, turned his blue eyes to the team, and asked politely, Of course. Please go ahead. Sir Avis. He asked Vivian's opinion, and when she nodded, the captain naturally wouldn't stop them. Under everyone's gaze, the two just stood aside for a while, and then Vivian nodded and walked back again. It was obvious that the two had just been talking using their mental power. Brother, what were you talking about just now? Watching everyone leave, Fiona looked at Avis curiously. Nothing. Remember what I told you about the mysterious island I explored in the new moon last year? She was a pretty good friend I met when I was exploring the island. She recently became a student of Secret Star Scholar. I just talked to her about life in the Institute. By the way, I also took a look at her task panel and gave her a task to explore the ruins. I left an observation mark on her to see if there would be any other unexpected gains. Avis smiled and vaguely told what had just happened. On the other side, Claire and Avis's clones had already entered the round door. Since he was right next to Claire, Avis could see clearly this time. When Claire touched a brick on the wall, ripples like waterways appeared on one side of the wall. The strange door emerged directly from the ripples, and then opened by itself. Unlike ordinary Pamir students, Claire had rich experience in encountering unexpected things in the ruins. She had seen a lot of these strange things and loved adventure. Avis was completely prepared to be cannon fodder for Claire, thinking that it would not be a loss if his clone died, and there was a chance that he would live to trigger the adventure. In his memory, the secrets in the ruins in his previous life seemed to be triggered by the child of destiny named Ryan. He was the original owner of the golden scepter that Andis got. After a series of epic adventures in the Empire, Ryan met many teammates during his travels, including the innocent and lovely girl elementalist, the mature and charming royal sister summoner, the sexy and gentle night sister, the mysterious prophet girl, etc. Because several teammates were favored by the dandy son of an earl, Ryan accidentally killed the guy during the quarrel, and then broke into the ruins while being chased by the earl's people, and accidentally touched the secret treasure night calling stone bell deep in the ruins. Andis didn't know whether it was that thing that was valued by many 9th level people at this time. After all, he only heard of it in his previous life, but didn't know its real use. Andis had received the latest news from the Duke. The ruins contained secrets beyond the 9th level, but he was not sure whether the night calling stone bell had any connection with the secret of breaking through the 9th level. Chapter 344 Ancient Murals. However, the exploration of the ruins in this life is probably much more complicated than in the previous life. In the previous life, at least only Ryan, the child of destiny, broke in, and he was being hunted. In this life, a large number of people gathered here directly, and even under the guidance of the rules of the college competition, they dug 3 feet into the entire ruins. It would be outrageous if there were no accidents. Of course, Avis actually knew in his heart that the source of this situation was probably from himself, due to a series of chain reactions caused by his actions. Stargazer and other 8th level peak predictors temporarily intervened and interfered with the direction of fate. But even if he knew that he would confront these high-level predictors sooner or later, he could not do nothing, but could only say that his position was different. Shaking his head secretly, Avis held the magic amulet on the chest of the clone, chanted a Gumani spell in a low voice, and pointed 3 points in a regular triangle on his chest with his right hand. Avis, what are you doing? Noticing Avis's actions, Claire checked the environment on both sides of the corridor with the light of the magic lantern. After confirming that there was no danger around, she asked curiously, although Avis claimed to be a clone. After a careful sense, Claire found that she could not detect anything wrong with Avis. This is a simple but very ancient mysterious ritual, which is used to pray for better luck in the future. Avis smiled and explained to the confused girl. Really? This is the first time I have heard of this ritual. How effective is it? Hearing this, Claire looked at Avis with a hint of surprise. The mysterious ritual that she had never heard of must be the precious secret magic knowledge of the 4 major families. The effect must be very powerful. This sincerity is effective, as long as you believe it is useful. It will work to some extent. Avis smiled awkwardly under the gaze of the girl's blue eyes. It's not the secret knowledge you think. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. In fact, this is a mysterious ritual that once circulated among the player community. I don't know where it originated from, but it suddenly became popular one day. As for its effect, let's put it this way. The effect of using this ritual in this world is no different from using it in Blue Star. Hold the pendant in front of your chest. Chant May the Glory Be Eternal in Gumani, and then tap 3 times in a regular triangle on your chest. If you want, after chanting the spell, think about what you hope to happen in your heart, and then tap 3 times again. After briefly explaining the whole process of the ceremony to the girl, Avis added a sentence at the end. Like this? Claire nodded seriously, and did it the same way Avis just did. In this relic that obviously hides danger, even if this mysterious school ritual with unknown principles only increases a little luck, it is better than doing nothing. At this time, the passage in front of the 2 suddenly changed. Under the warm yellow light of the lantern, The corridors on both sides suddenly began to widen, and some silver-white lines gradually appeared on the gray-white rock walls that were originally plain. If you look closely, you can see that the lines seem to be a series of very simple murals. Is this the effect of the ritual? It's really good. As he spoke, Claire carefully brought the light close to the wall and tried to interpret the content of the murals. Most of the time, the murals in the ruins are very valuable information. They often record the purpose of the ruins, the specific structure, the identity of the original owner of the ruins, history, culture, etc. Like the carvings on the surface, the murals here have simple lines, but still have the elegant and gorgeous style unique to the High Elves. As the two continued to move forward, more murals appeared in their eyes. The first mural depicted many High Elf wizards wearing robes and holding long-handled staffs, fighting against some strange creatures. Those creatures have a completely different appearance from ordinary surface creatures, and there are many kinds, but they usually have a huge mass-like body, wrinkled skin, multiple tentacles of varying lengths, with the tips opening like flowers, and some strange star-shaped and dot-shaped protrusions. The strange posture does not seem to exist for survival on the ground, but more like a biological structure from the deep sea. The second mural is a magnificent floating city floating in the clouds, with a thick magic column bursting out from the bottom of its shield, bombarding an equally huge strange creature. The third mural has a farther view, with a large group of floating cities forming an array, fighting against the strange creature that almost covered the entire sky. The fourth mural returns to the individual. A female High Elf wizard, holding a huge unknown eyeball, walks into the laboratory with another wizard. When they reached the fifth mural, the situation was strangely completely dark. Then the sixth mural, the lines depicting the content suddenly turned into an ominous dark red, and only a high-level elf wizard with a strange look was depicted on it. When the light of the lantern dimly illuminated the sixth mural, the mage's scarlet eyes in the mural suddenly turned. With strong malice, he looked straight at the two of them. Scare! This sudden change startled the two of them instantly. Avis instinctively raised his hand to perform a high-level expulsion of evil spirits, and Claire instantly cast a protection against evil. But the next moment, the spell effect gave feedback that there was no target, and when the two looked carefully again, the mural had returned to its original state. Illusion magic? Avis became alert and activated a ring again, casting a high-level dispelling illusion. But it was also ineffective. No. I'm afraid there are some terrible things that have already set their sights on us. Claire shook her head solemnly, and she seemed to have some experience in this situation. These murals should be the history of this city. After a terrible war in ancient times, this city was separated from the team for some reason and eventually fell here. As the two explored, new murals appeared in front of them again. It was an open round door, the style of which was very familiar to the two. Several mages were adding seals to it, and at the same time using magic to block the darkness inside the door that was like a living thing. The two finally stopped their steps when they saw the murals. In the corridor not far in front of the two, traces of space distortion were looming in the air. Even if you just stand in the distance and watch, your mental power will feed back a feeling of extreme danger. Space-time ripple isolation layer. After carefully distinguishing it, Avis accurately called out the scientific name of the obstacle in front. It was a highly mysterious protective layer, usually used to isolate certain extremely dangerous things to prevent accidental leakage. Chapter 345. Shocking Change. Looking at the completely blocked passage ahead, Claire tried to control an empty alchemical flask and slowly approached the blocked area. In the eyes of the two, the front end of the empty flask was instantly sucked into the distorted time and space, and then disappeared without a trace. The other part directly turned into white sand, which fell one after another. Avis, do you have a way to get through here? No longer trying. Claire shook her head, and turned her blue eyes to Avis, indicating that she was powerless. If we want to crack it, it will be difficult to rely on our strength alone. Staring at the time and space isolation in front of him, Avis also felt a little tricky. And, Claire, this passage seems to have a problem too. After carefully looking at the walls of the corridor on both sides, he raised his right hand and cast a third-level ground-cracking spell. But when the magic light shone, the spell that was originally enough to open a large crack in an ordinary stone wall had no effect on the walls on both sides that seemed to be just ordinary rocks. Although the wall looks like stone, it doesn't seem to be real rock, but something like a subspace mirror. The method of digging holes in the walls on both sides like last time doesn't work here either. Not surprised by this result, Avis finally made a summary. In other words, we are not in the real world now, but in an area similar to a mirror space? After hearing what Avis said, Claire immediately understood what he meant. Let's do this. Avis, let's look around to see if there is a magic circle that can close this defense. If we can find it, then we will continue to move forward. If not, then we can only go back. Of course, there is actually another uncontrollable way. That is to rely on Claire's legendary explorer characteristics, and try to create some accidents to stop the isolation layer from working. Well, let fate decide our future. Mage shrugged, with a double meaning. So, the two searched carefully in the vicinity for a while. But today, fate does not seem to be on their side, and they found nothing. Let's go back first. After a while, at Claire's suggestion, the two returned the same way, but not far away. The girl noticed a creepy detail. Mage, look! Following the direction of Claire's finger, the location where the sixth mural was originally located. Now there is only a blank wall. Needless to say, the hearts of the two suddenly lifted up, and they clenched the staffs in their hands at the same time. In the distance of the tunnel, beyond the range illuminated by the lantern light, the deep and thick darkness seemed to be surging with unimaginable malice. In Onway, when C and Claire explored the corridor that was accidentally opened, many ninth-level people who were observing outside the ruins had already begun to carefully study this newly appeared stone door. According to the feedback from the ninth-level people who were monitoring the situation of the ruins, dozens of such doors have appeared in the entire ruins, and their internal structures are highly consistent. A ninth-level person has already entered to explore in person, and tried to rely on his strength to forcibly break through the isolation layer and explore the things hidden behind it. But in the end, he did not gain anything at all. Behind the seal layer, there is nothing but more chaotic time and space. After walking for about 30 minutes, the 9th rank master gave up this futile behavior and withdrew from it again. After 3 magic hours appeared in the stone gate. The mages of the Royal Magic Academy gave an analysis conclusion. The dozens of stone gates that have appeared now are just the mirror space of the original stone gate corridor. And there is only a part in front of the isolation layer, and there is nothing behind it. According to their specific calculations, there is actually only one real stone gate, and it is not included in these open passages. At present, they are using a special detection ceremony to urgently calculate the coordinates of the stone gate body according to the positions of all newly discovered stone gate mirrors in the city ruins. After learning about these strange stone gates, the marquises and the 9th rank masters of the 4 major families also gathered here, waiting for the results. How is it? Is there a result? On the side, watching many magicians of the Imperial Academy surrounding a huge magic circle and nervously calculating the results, Premier Vice Dean Shios asked. Although most students did not enter the door, there are still some students who are confident that they are strong enough, and those who are simply brave and fearless choose to explore inside. Not all students can resist the temptation of such a heroic adventure. Maybe many people died on the road to find adventures. But I am different. At some point, everyone will have this thought. After all, this strange round door that suddenly appeared does look like the beginning of an adventure. The college did not stop these students who chose to explore inside. They already have the right to choose. And since they have made the choice, they must be responsible for their choice. It's almost there, and the real coordinates can be locked in about 1 magic hour at most. After looking at him, one of the mages nodded and reported the latest progress. Gradually, with the joint work of many academicians of the Royal Magic Academy, the real location of the stone gate was finally determined. Found it. On the wall on the left side of the underground laboratory, in the 4th underground area of the Platinum Tower of the ruins. Finally, in the mini ruin stereogram suspended in the center of the formation, a dark red light spot appeared in the lower corner of the model. When the real location of the gate was determined, how to make it appear would not be difficult for a group of 9th level people. However, before going to the underground laboratory, several marquises exchanged glances in an extremely hidden way. Soon, everyone came to the laboratory. Wait a minute. In order to prevent accidents, I will notify those students who enter the mirror channel to explore to come out first. Suddenly thinking of a question, Vice Dean Shios spoke quickly. Others had no objection to this. So Shios spread out his 9th order spiritual power and prepared to temporarily notify all the students in the corridor. Wait, Something is wrong. They are not real people. But when he really started to notify, Xiao suddenly noticed something unusual. In his spiritual power, the students who were exploring the corridor were not their real bodies, but the same spatial mirror image as the corridor. After discovering this, Xiao was shocked. Don't worry. The disappearance of the students must be related to this door. Open it as soon as possible, and maybe some of them can be saved. Facing the wall that seemed to be empty, an old wizard from the Research Institute came out. A symbol representing the royal family of the High Elves was drawn on the wall, and then an unknown ancient Mani spell was recited. Then, an unknown force began to move. The wall was covered with lines, and a new door appeared and slowly opened in front of everyone. Unlike other doors, the carved blood orchid petals on the door frame of this stone door showed a rich crimson, as if soaked in thick blood. Chapter 346 Darkness. A few minutes before the real passage door opened, in another mirror passage, a team of students who were trying to return had already discovered that something was wrong. That happened to be the team of female knight Alyssa, the son of Destiny Roche and Matt. Unlike the combination of Claire and Avis, they did not encounter the mutated murals, but they also could not pass through the space-time turbulence zone at the end of the corridor. After trying various methods to no avail, they could only choose to return the same way. But after walking for a long time, they still could not see the stone door exit when they came. At this time, their position had left the area depicting the murals, and entered the narrow rock corridor when they came. According to the walking time, they had almost walked twice the distance they came. But the corridor in front was still pitch black. The exit that should have been reached long ago was nowhere to be seen. The cold white halo of the magic lantern illuminated nothing but darkness. The monotonous footsteps of the crowd echoed in the narrow corridor, and then gradually swallowed by the darkness. No one spoke, and a faint atmosphere of depression quietly spread in the team. Captain Mondolo. Everyone. Have you noticed that the length of this corridor seems to have changed? After noticing this, Roche spoke decisively and broke the atmosphere in the team. Have you found anything, Roche? When he spoke, the team member stopped immediately. In front of the left side of the team, a tall and strong boy with brown hair and red eyes, wearing magic light armor and holding a long-handled staff, looked over. He was Mondolo, a student of the transformation school with the strength of the middle stage of the 3rd level, and the son of a brown-haired and blue-eyed mercenary group leader. What few people know is that he is also a secret member of the new resistance organization Spark. In fact, the strongest person in the team is Alyssa. But because Alyssa was unwilling to take the position of commander, the position of captain fell on his head. It is said that before Mondolo was born, his mother dreamed that a giant dragon with red eyes fell into her belly. And then, he was born. And his father was also very good to him, and did not abuse him, because he did not look like himself. Mondolo was also very competitive, and showed a strong talent. After growing to the right age, he was selected by the college guide to enter Premier College, and has been enrolled for 7 years. It is expected to break through the 4th level before the 15th year, and meet the graduation conditions. No. But I think we may have fallen into some kind of magic effect. Even if we keep going like this, I am afraid we can't escape. Roche shook his head, and expressed his judgment. What can we do? Our powerful Lord Roche? But before he could continue, a weird voice sounded from the side. A young man with light green hair and strength at the beginning of the 3rd stage was looking at him provocatively. In the previous battle, Luo Qi had used his own strength at the peak of the 2nd stage to forcefully cross the level and defeat a student of the beginning of the 3rd stage on the opposite side, winning a crucial round for the team. You know, this is not an ordinary professional outside, but an elite talent from Premier College. Under this premise, although his current strength is only at the peak of the 2nd stage, most members of the team currently attach great importance to his opinions. However, there was also a new teammate who didn't like him, thinking that he was just lucky and met a weak student. So he won unfairly. His name is Pez, and he also came from a non-noble family, and entered the school 4 years earlier than Roche. In Premier Academy, students of humble origins usually choose to stick together. There are many kinds of magic effects that can cause this phenomenon, such as spatial confusion, illusion corridors, and dream world syncing. We must first distinguish which situation is currently in order to systematically find a solution. Ignoring Pez's provocation, Roche turned directly to others and expressed his thoughts. Sometimes he would wonder why there were always people who would forcefully jump out and provoke him regardless of the facts. Don't embarrass Roche. Pez. He is a freshman who has been enrolled for less than a year. On the side, Matt also spoke up for Roche. Being ignored by Roche made Pez's face look very ugly. Matt's words sounded more like invisible ridicule to Pez. Less than a year after entering school, his strength has reached the peak of the second level. It took him 5 years to reach the peak and break through the second level. Isn't he a waste? Humph. Just as he was about to say something, the whole corridor suddenly began to vibrate slightly without any warning. And as time went by, this vibration was getting stronger and stronger. What happened? Michael go? Kaiser? Along with this vibration, the 3 teammates in the team, who had just said nothing, suddenly disappeared silently in the air. Seeing this strange scene in front of them, everyone was a little panicked. At this time, it was the moment when the real body of the gate was opened. With the opening of the real gate, the environment of all the corridors in the mirror image trembled at the same time, and the environment began to change abnormally. Some students who were exploring in it suddenly found something wrong, and from time to time some people were surprised that some of their teammates had disappeared. It was not their teammates who followed them all the way, but something else. Look! What is that? As the vibration intensified, everyone noticed that along the direction they originally came from, an extremely deep darkness gradually spread from the corridor. It was not an ordinary darkness that could be illuminated by lights, but a completely dark mass, like an endless void. Footprints, rocks, air, everything was swallowed up by the surging darkness. Some people threw magic and objects into the darkness to test, but everything eventually disappeared silently in the darkness. Seeing this horrible scene, everyone began to flee forward frantically. Even though they knew there was an insurmountable obstacle ahead, no one wanted to experience the feeling of being swept into darkness right now. In this situation, everyone quickly ran out of the narrow corridor and entered the area depicting the murals. To everyone's surprise, and calling for the gods' blessing, the chaotic space-time isolation zone that originally stretched across the front had disappeared at some point. Without time to think about it, many students hurriedly continued to move forward to avoid being caught up by the darkness that was rapidly coming from behind. If they were more careful in their panic, they would find that the number of strange figures depicted on the mural that was originally ranked 6 corresponded exactly to the number of people who had just disappeared in the team. As everyone moved forward quickly, finally, a circular exit that looked like the one they entered appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 347 Unexpected End. Seeing the light at the exit, the frantically fleeing crowd was like a drowning dying person who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. A strong hope suddenly appeared in their eyes, and the speed of escape could not help but increase a little bit. Soon, before the darkness behind them caught up, all the students who could still escape rushed out of the corridor. Luckily, behind them, the darkness in the corridor did not surge out, but stopped moving forward after engulfing the entire corridor. As if blocked by an invisible wall, a vague circular black spot was left on the stone wall behind them. Everyone, are you okay? Looking at the darkness behind her, Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief and began to check the status of her teammates. Fortunately, just some magic power was consumed. Mondolo, Roche, Matt and others responded one after another, but the number of people in the team was 3 less than when they came, and only 6 people were left. After observing for a while and confirming that they were truly out of danger, everyone finally had some free time to look around. They were now in a vast underground hall. Unlike the surface environment of the ruins, there were not many traces of artificial carvings here. Instead, it was more like a huge natural cave. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with a strange smell similar to moist soil in the air. A faint blue glow emanated from the top of the cave, which seemed to come from a strange luminous moss. The door behind them was not opened on the wall on one side of the hall, as everyone imagined, but opened on the surface of an extremely huge black stone pillar. The shape of the stone pillars is somewhat similar to stalactites, but the volume is hundreds of times larger. The round door before was 4 or 5 meters high, and the surface of the stone pillars was not crowded at all. Looking around, there are hundreds of stone pillars of the same size in this hall. Some of the stone pillars have been broken, and there is still a trace of terrifying magic breath and huge traces of monster claws at the broken ends. Obviously, when the dark beast tide was raging before, this secret place might have been entered by many powerful monsters. At this time, at the roots of other stone pillars, including Claire and Avis, some scattered students also appeared. When they saw each other, they were surprised at first, and then more or less disappointed. I thought that only I had discovered this secret passage. But I found that there was more than one secret passage leading to the final destination. It's like hearing your beloved boyfriend/girlfriend say, "You are my only one." Later I learned that the so-called only one is the name of a group. But soon, everyone's attention was attracted by a huge structure in the center of the hall that looked like an altar and had a diameter of hundreds of meters. The material of the altar was similar to the cave wall, also a dark rock structure, but with a slight obsidian-like glass luster. On the top of the altar, a huge black ancient stone bell with a rough surface was lying on the altar, like a toy abandoned by a giant. Neither the altar nor the stone bell emitted any magical fluctuations. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Shios, the vice president of the college who presided over this competition, was standing on the altar, facing the stone bell. In fact, there was more than one 9th level person in the cave at this moment. But the other 9th level people hid their bodies and were not discovered by many students. Is the exit of that passage leading to here? Frowning slightly, they looked at the stone bell and were a little confused. Although the location of this hall is indeed very hidden, it is not a real secret room, but has a normal main passage that leads to other parts of the ruins. Those dark creatures rushed into this huge hall through that passage. Their last traces also disappeared here. But those traces did not rush to the altar, but seemed to evaporate directly in this cave. Many 9th level people looked at each other, and they were all a little hesitant. Then, it was the vice president of the college who spoke and told the many students in the hall about the current situation. Students, you have entered an unexpected place. Before that, those passages had not actually been discovered by explorers, and the traps in the passages were not triggered, which greatly increased the danger of exploration. I am sorry to see that there are casualties among you. As compensation and reward for arriving here, the scores of all teams will be increased by 500 points. After saying something that cheered up everyone present, the vice president raised his staff lightly, and a ball of light suddenly condensed and floated to one side of the cave. You now have two choices. 1. Leave here from the main passage marked by the ball of light over there. 2. Explore here first. There may be dangers, but all the gains still belong to the discoverer. As his words fell, many students quickly made their choices with actions. Exploring the cave, with a 9th rank Vice-Dean watching over. It would be an unforgivable waste if we didn't take the opportunity to explore this cave that seemed to be related to the adventure. Soon, everyone dispersed and began to search all over the cave. Of course, the huge altar in the center, which was obviously extraordinary, attracted the most attention. Many students climbed the altar as soon as possible to see if they could try their luck and accidentally trigger something. However, Claire and Avis did not choose to investigate the altar, but first began to study the surrounding environment to see if there was any information related to this rock hall. Just now in the corridor, an unknown thing tried to attack Avis, but was frightened away by the faint breath of the old secret scripture on him. On the contrary, the old secret scripture seemed to be very interested in that kind of thing. But because the main body was not here, the breath of the old secret scripture jumped in vain, and then it could only be unwilling to be quiet again. However, Avis felt that it seemed to remember the breath of that thing just now. While observing the cave environment, Avis was also looking at the students in the cave. It has to be said that as the top professional academy in the Empire, the quality of students in Pamir is unmatched by any other academy in the Empire. There are 5 or 6 children of destiny alone. With a glance, Avis even saw the figure of a silver-haired girl Firefly in the summer night in the crowd. Although she said no, her body still came in honestly. While looking at the people in the cave, Avis's eyes gradually locked on one of the boys with blonde hair and green eyes. That was the child of destiny who triggered the secret here in the previous life. Ryan. As if it was destined, he came here decades earlier than in the previous life. After a little sensing, Avis immediately judged Ryan's current strength. His real strength is only about the 2nd level, and the only 2 teammates around him are male. Chapter 348 Midnight Crystal and Relics Transmission. However, although the scepter was taken away by Avis in advance, judging from the calmness in Ryan's eyes, he seemed to have obtained some new adventures before. This is a very interesting feature of the Child of Destiny. If the adventure they should have obtained is lost due to some accidents, the Web of Destiny will rearrange new adventures for them after adjustment. Then, over a long period of time, try to correct their fate line to its original trajectory. This correction takes different forms, and sometimes some high-level prophet will take the initiative to arrange it. In this process, the power originally consumed by the web of destiny to correct the fate line will be converted into a proportional fate feedback to the prophet. Avis, look here. The inner core of these stone pillars seems to be a little different from the surface. At this time, Claire suddenly exclaimed and pointed to a stone pillar on the side. There was a huge tearing claw mark at the root of the stone pillar, and the tip was deeply immersed in the center of the stone pillar. Under the illumination of the candlelight, the black rock at the bottom of the claw mark groove flickered with a crystal-like light, and there was a clear dividing line with the surrounding rock on the outer layer of the stone pillar. Avis casually threw a magic light ball over, but after the white light ball attached to it, it dimmed at a very fast speed. In contrast, some tiny white stars suddenly appeared in the dark color of the crystal stone, emitting a faint light and magic breath. That is midnight crystal, a special high-level dark attribute material. There is no magic breath on the surface, but it can absorb magic power at the highest level of the 7th level. It will only be generated in an environment that is dark enough and has natural crystal veins. It can be used as a spellcasting material to assist in casting some special dark magic, or as a magic item that absorbs and weakens light element attacks. Because its use is relatively unpopular, although it is rare, its value is very average among high-level materials, and the market price is about 5,000 gold coins per unit. After a simple test, Avis immediately roughly confirmed the true appearance of the crystal. However, it is still relatively rare to have such a large and complete midnight crystal column like this one. If this whole one is full of them, the market price may reach nearly 1 million gold coins. Of course, it might be for us. Taping the stone pillar gently with his staff, Avis casually evaluated the crystal in the stone pillar based on his knowledge. However, when he saw the light in the girl's blue eyes, he instinctively swallowed the word not much use back. Forgot that Claire is not him. Nearly 1 million gold coins? Hearing this number that sounded like gold, Claire's eyes suddenly lit up. Although she was not short of money at ordinary times, it was very expensive to replenish various high-level exploration equipment, alchemical vehicles, portable houses, etc. What's more, sometimes she also needed to bid for some ancient relics she liked at the auction house, which was a huge expense. In order to raise these funds, she not only sold most of the treasure she had obtained in the previous expedition, but even in order to save money, the food she brought during the expedition was mostly ordinary low-level monster jerky and wild mushrooms. Then, are there more of these stone pillars around? After calming down a little, the half-elf girl did not dig it out immediately, but immediately looked at the hundreds of other stone pillars in the hall. Is this a midnight crystal mine? It's possible. But senior sister Claire, it's not easy to get them out. Anvis shook his head and threw one away. This black rock is very hard and has a certain repulsion to magic. If you want to use magic to dig out the crystal in this stone pillar completely, even a real 4th level professional will consume a lot of energy. Besides, the probability of crystals existing in these stone pillars is actually not high. As he said, Anvis pointed to the other 2 stone pillars that were also torn by huge claw marks. But no black crystals were exposed. So, we just need to dig out the crystal in this pillar. In this kind of ruins with unknown future, even if there is a 9th level protection temporarily, it is better to save enough mana to prevent accidents. Okay, Avis, you make sense. Nodding with some regret, Claire herself understood that the current situation was not suitable for large-scale mining. Pressing her left hand on the rock, Claire's magic power emanated, gradually softening the rock and pushing it aside. Avis was doing the same thing. After a while, after consuming a lot of magic power, the two worked together to dig out a complete huge black crystal pillar. The core of the entire crystal pillar was nearly half a meter thick and crystal clear, but the height was much shorter than previously guessed. Only 3 or 4 meters long. Claire suggested that they each take half, but Avis used the excuse that it would be a waste to split the complete material, and paid 410,000 gold coins to buy the half that belonged to the girl. At the same time, Avis's eyes swept over the 2 teams in the distance, who were also digging something. Judging from their actions, they should have also discovered the crystal in the stone pillar. One of the teams was the team that Roche, Alyssa and others were in. However, their speed was much slower than that of Avis. After all, the students who choose to enter here are usually of low birth or are not favored in the family, so they choose to take risks to explore the corridor. and those children of destiny more or less concealed their strength, resulting in their overall strength being still low. And the child of destiny, Ryan, who was particularly concerned by Avis, and the player girl Xia Yinghua. At this time, all rushed to the surface of the altar with others, curiously studying the big clock. When Avis looked over, Xia Yinghua was talking to Ryan, who was standing beside her. At this time, the panel of summer night fireflies suddenly popped up without any warning, attracting Avis's attention. At the top of the panel, a new task prompt appeared. You have triggered the special plot task The End of Bomia. Avis, what are you looking at? Claire's slightly puzzled voice came from the side. And for some reason, the voice was a little unreal and distorted. I'm looking at... Avis opened his mouth and wanted to turn his head. But he felt that the air seemed to solidify, and he couldn't move at all. At the same time, the huge stone bell on the altar, which was originally like an ordinary craft, suddenly emitted a faint white light. This light was like a source of infection. Under its reflection, the interior of the entire huge cave hall also began to emit white light. And this kind of brilliance also began to spread rapidly to other parts of the ruins. Wait! Look! Outside the city, a yawning wizard accidentally noticed this scene. He couldn't help but keep his mouth wide open and pointed his finger in the direction of the ruins to signal his colleagues nearby. At this time, it was almost dusk. Under the warm golden sunset, this ancient ruins lying tilted in a huge crater suddenly began to glow on its own. Sky Clock Tower, Magic Library, Platinum Tower, Magic Research Institute. All the buildings in the ruins were now shrouded in a layer of hazy white light. The next moment, the brightness of this white light suddenly increased countless times. In a violent flash, the entire ruins disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Seeing this shocking scene, the 9th level and many academy mages who stayed outside the ruins were shocked. Especially many middle and low-level college mages. They were so shocked that their faces turned pale. This year's Premier College competition was held in the ruins, and most of the Premier students are currently in the ruins. This even includes the descendants of the royal family and the 4 major families of the empire, and the marquises. If something goes wrong in this competition, causing thousands of students to lose contact, the royal family will probably be the first to not let them go. Relocate the ruins immediately. Many mages began to locate the ruins in an emergency, but the final location made everyone feel a little cold. The location of the ruins is in the Endless Sea. Chapter 349 Race Against Time. You know, the role of these spellcasters guarding outside the ruins is to ensure the safety of the ruins and deal with various accidents that may occur during the competition. And now, right under their noses, such a large ruins and all the students, snap, are gone. This has even exceeded the scope of accidents and turned into a complete disaster. The mages didn't even dare to imagine what punishment the royal family and the 4 major families would impose on them in anger if there were large-scale casualties among the students. Don't panic. Everyone, stay calm. The vice president and the royal family's worshippers are still in the ruins. They will definitely find a way. Seeing that the emotions of the people in the field were a little flustered, the leader of the 9th level academy hurriedly spoke up to appease the many spellcasters. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the space inside the crater suddenly produced an unstable distortion, as a hollow spherical twisted space ripple spread out. Dozens of figures covered with suppressed magic fluctuations appeared from the center of the ripple in a slightly embarrassed manner, including Vice President Xios. All the professionals above the 9th level who had entered before were now teleported out by this seemingly irresistible space ripple. In fact, at the moment when the whole city suddenly glowed, they were briefly exiled to the deep space with chaotic spacetime constants. It was not until the ruined city was teleported away that the coordinates of the surface space were reconnected. However, the 9th level people who had escaped from the chaotic spacetime did not immediately come to trouble the guarding mages outside. There were 12 9th rank masters who appeared at this moment, while there were only about 9 9th rank masters from the Empire who had entered the ruins before. After a brief pause, 3 9th rank masters disappeared in a flash, and 6 9th rank masters from the Empire chased after them. The remaining 3 9th rank masters flew towards the direction of the 9th rank mage leader from the outside world. What happened here? Jaeger? Where are the ruins? Looking around with some doubt, Premier Vice Dean Xios looked at the head of the college in front of him, hoping that he could give an explanation. We are currently facing a serious accident. Xios. The ruins were suddenly teleported away. Although our people have tried hard to interfere, they did not succeed in the end. The head named Jaeger shook his head with a sad expression. However, under the emergency positioning of our caster team, the current location of the ruins has been locked. As he said this, he walked aside and pointed to the positioning array in the center of many casters, in the lower left corner of the sea on an illusory map of the Yar continent. In an area very close to the life-forbidden zone, a bright red dot was flickering slightly. Wait, that place is located in the possible landing point of the other half of the ruins. Right? After seeing the location of the red dot, the faces of several 9th level warriors became solemn. In other words, due to some reasons, the mechanism of automatic recovery of the ruins was triggered. Shiozi spoke with a serious face and said the biggest possibility. Although the subspace exile just now was suspected of a sneak attack, its power was real. At that moment, all the space-related trigger spells and protective magic items attached to him were triggered. But he was still exiled into the deep space without any resistance. That was not a very sophisticated exile spell, but a pure, vast torrent of space magic power. Like the ocean and sky, the spell on him did have an effect, but it was like a ship trying to anchor itself in a tsunami. Meaningless. Damn it. This college competition is urgently suspended. Jaeger. Immediately. Ask for help from the royal family immediately. You must report the current critical situation truthfully. Request as many 9th level as possible to support. And apply for the use of limit-breaking power. The disappearance of the ruins cannot be concealed from anyone. The top priority now is to bring all students back to the Empire safely as much as possible. After quickly confirming the current situation, Shioz made a prompt decision and immediately made the best possible remedy to the situation. After copying a positioning map, 3 9th level empires immediately set off and rushed to the endless sea. Now, the 9th level rescuers from the Empire are facing the most difficult problem. The current location of the ruins is in the high seas. Unlike the half of the ruins that fell directly into the Empire, the other 2 countries can only quietly send the 9th level to sneak into the Empire to try to obtain the secrets of the ruins, but dare not send people to enter openly. The reason why the 3 major forces can maintain the situation of the 3-legged tripod on the continent is that each empire has a trump card with a lethality that exceeds the limit of the 9th level. Thousands of years ago, after the collapse of the ancient magic empire, at the end of the bloody turmoil, the 3 emerging forces on the continent signed a ceasefire agreement due to mutual fear. The agreement clearly stipulates that any country is prohibited from using its trump card power in the territory of the other 2 countries. Otherwise it will be regarded as a declaration of war. But if it were in the high seas, there would be no such problem. Especially at this moment, when all the students of Pamir Academy were trapped in the ruins. If they could be kept at the bottom of the sea forever, it would inevitably cause an extremely heavy blow to the Glory Empire. Therefore, several 9th level people knew that this rescue operation would most likely become a big melee of trump cards. At this time, they could only pray that the other 2 empires would know this information later. And later. At this moment, inside the ruins, in the underground cave hall, at the source of the change, the abnormality just now seemed to be just a moment, and the solidified air resumed flowing. I'm looking at that stone clock. Avis opened and closed his lips, continuing to say what he had not finished before. Just now. Did you feel it? Avis? Claire's voice also returned to normal, and Avis turned his head and looked at the half-elf girl with a solemn face. Something has changed, and the source is the clock on the altar. Avis nodded solemnly and pointed to the stone clock, although the description seemed long. The moment when the stone clock emitted light and illuminated the entire ruins was actually only a very short moment. It just flashed suddenly, and it is not yet clear what has changed. But as he spoke, he suddenly paused, as if he suddenly knew something. There are 2 things. First, the vice president disappeared and no one knew where he went. Second, the sky outside the ruins changed and became completely dark. Is your real body now on the surface of the ruins? Upon hearing the news, Claire's blue eyes turned slightly and glanced at Avis. Yes, I think we might have triggered something extraordinary. Looking at Ryan, who was still confused and didn't know what happened on the side of the altar, Avis shook his head helplessly. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong people, but gathered the right triggering conditions? The power of fate is really amazing. In the previous life, according to the news that Avis learned, after Ryan and his party triggered the mechanism in the ruins, they were only teleported into the underwater ruins. not the entire ruins. Chapter 350 Undercurrents. Anyway, the most important thing now is to confirm what kind of accident happened in the ruins. Taking out a magic crystal ball from the ring, Avis tried to communicate with the outside world. Fortunately, the light of the crystal ball flickered for a while, and then remained stable, indicating that it was connected to the outside world. Avis, is your crystal ball still usable? On the side, Claire looked at Avis with some doubts. She also held a crystal ball in her hand, but its light was very dim, indicating that the remote magic link was completely invalid. And it was not just her. There were also people in other teams nearby who reacted quickly. But except for Avis, everyone's crystal balls were all invalid. Is yours no longer usable? Glancing at the crystal ball in her hand, Avis roughly understood the situation of the ruins at this time. This is a secret crystal ball specially made by Olivindi. The connection method is different from that of ordinary communication crystal balls. It is connected through the mode of subspace information entanglement, and can only be transmitted one-to-one with another matching crystal ball. But the information it transmits is almost impossible to be intercepted, which is very suitable for transmitting messages in such special occasions. While explaining to the girl, Avis sent a communication request. After a while, the old-fashioned and serious face of Butler Leonard appeared in the crystal ball. Sir Avis? Please wait. I will notify the Duke immediately. Seeing Avis, Leonard was surprised and immediately transferred to Duke Carrot. The clone of Avis carried a spare crystal ball leading to the special transfer room of Moon Castle, which was directly taken care of by Butler Leonard. Avis, how are you now? Is Fiona by your side? What's the situation inside the ruins? Is there any danger? After the call was connected, Duke Carrot's slightly hurried voice came out immediately, and he quickly glanced at the environment around Avis. We are safe for the time being. Father, Fiona is with my original body, and the one who is talking to you now is my clone. There have been many unknown passages inside the ruins before. For safety reasons, I controlled the clone to explore inside. While quickly explaining the situation to the Duke, Avis raised the crystal ball and shone it in all directions of the cave hall. There is such a hall at the other end of the passage, with a structure similar to an altar in the center, and a large stone bell on top. No need to explain. I was there just now. It was just when the ruins changed. I was transferred out of the ruins with other 9th level people. But before Avis finished speaking, the Duke interrupted him anxiously. Listen, Avis, the ruins you are in now have been teleported to the Endless Sea. It is highly likely that some special recovery mechanism has been triggered, causing it to reunite with the other half of the ruins. The entire ruins are now covered by some special self-disciplined protective magic shield, and the outside world cannot be teleported in. The royal family is urgently trying to find a way to crack it. When Duke Carrot was speaking, the picture in the crystal ball suddenly became a little unstable. The Duke also noticed this, and couldn't help but speed up again. You are now in the high seas. The Saint Messiah Empire and the Kingdom Federation have news that the ruins are about to be attacked with great intensity. Take fuel immediately, and enter the underground of the explored ruins. Remember, never enter another ruins. But as he spoke, the instability of the crystal ball quickly began to worsen, and finally flashed, and then extinguished instantly like other ordinary crystal balls. It seems that the magic circle discovered this loophole that can transmit messages, so it temporarily added a patch. Putting away the crystal ball, Avis felt a little heavy. Although the Duke's last words had become a little intermittent, the general idea was still understandable. The news of the ruins transmission had been leaked, and being located in the high seas meant that the other two major forces could openly send the 9th level attack and remove the upper limit of combat power. Putting himself in the shoes of others, if he was a senior official of the other two major forces, he would definitely think of taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to nip the future of the Gloria Empire in the bud. Even if the Gloria Empire held them responsible afterwards, they could say that it was an accidental injury caused by the aftermath of the battle. As long as the Empire did not want to start a full-scale war immediately, it had to swallow its anger. The Duke's last sentence was very clear. Take Fiona to hide underground in the explored part of the ruins, and never enter the unexplored part of the ruins. The huge risks in the unexplored ruins were not something they could bear. Stay on the surface of the ruins would be courting death. Once the protective shield of the ruins was cracked, they would definitely face a 9th level covering attack from the enemy. At that time, if they still stayed on the surface, they would only have one way to die. After briefly explaining the situation to Claire, Avis looked around the situation in the cave. Some students became very alert and carefully paid attention to the surrounding environment, while others were at a loss and did not understand what was happening. After being alert for a while, the other part found that there were no subsequent abnormal changes. So they relaxed again and continued to do their previous work. Those who should mine were mining, and those who should study the altar were studying the altar. The only difference was that the figure of the vice president disappeared again. Let's go to the altar to take a look. After observing for a while, Avis whispered, Okay, but I feel that there is something wrong with the bell. Be careful when checking. Claire nodded and whispered her opinion. On the other side, the surface of the ruins. Unlike the scattered and chaotic state of the people in the underground hall, after discovering that they had completely lost contact with the outside world, the few remaining 7th level Academy mages who maintained order immediately announced the temporary suspension of the competition in accordance with the emergency system. At the same time, the descendants of the royal family and the 4 major families, as well as a small number of senior students with ranks higher than the 4th level, also began to spontaneously call on many students to gather urgently to prevent accidents. Like Avis, they also learned more or less about the current status of the ruins and the current dangerous situation through their own channels at the first time. As a member of the 4 major families, Avis and Fiona also helped to gather students. At the request of the Duke, Avis never separated from Fiona. The terrain of the ruins is very complicated, but fortunately, after discovering that the ruins were abnormal, many students also spontaneously went to the surface to find out what happened. After the basic gathering was completed, the Academy spellcaster counted the number of people. At the same time, after exchanging information temporarily, everyone immediately decided to let several 7th level spellcasters of the Academy lead the team to protect many students to take refuge underground. At the same time, the news that the ruins were transported into the high seas spread quickly and reached the ears of other forces on the continent. Saint Messiah Empire, Holy City of Gons of Erin. The Pope in a white robe prayed silently to the gods and issued an edict. The chief judge and the divine punishment agent of the Inquisition were dispatched, and the 2 major knights of the Judgment and the Temple, as well as 3 of the 7 archbishops, were allowed to go to explore the underwater ruins together, and 3 divine punishment crystals were allowed to be brought. Idle Federation, the Palace of Kings. In the rare case of the 3 speakers agreeing, many members of the Parliament urgently passed a resolution within 1 day to make the exact location of the ruins public, and all the 9th level federations could go to the ruins to explore on their own, and at the same time allow the use of the final level weapons. Chapter 351, Strong Attack. Deep in the center of the ruins, Avis and Claire walked up to the altar. At this time, there were already many students on the huge black stone altar, especially after the stone bell on the altar flickered for unknown reasons. It attracted everyone's attention. The 2 people's actions on the altar were not conspicuous in the crowd, but people nearby still noticed Avis. Previously, when he took the stage as a representative of the 4 major families at the end of the big competition, many people knew his identity. Looking at the huge black stone bell from a close distance, Avis raised his hand to touch the surface of the stone bell, and then knocked on its surface with his staff. Unlike the texture that looks like glass, the echo of the stone bell is a little dull, and the hardness and toughness are amazingly high. Avis's knocking did not even leave a white spot. At the same time, he also determined that he did not seem to meet the activation conditions of this stone bell. For example, just now, the stone bell suddenly flickered, and it was probably that Ryan or other children of destiny accidentally triggered a certain condition, which led to the change in the ruins. After thinking about it, Avis glanced at Claire, who was also studying the stone bell, and then stood up and floated above the altar. At the same time, a soft white light appeared on his body, and he looked at the students in various parts of the cave. Everyone, I am Avis. Avis Lo Olivendi. Regarding the phenomenon just now, I now have some urgent news to announce to you. The voice with the amplification spell quickly spread in the cave, and then a series of echoes were stirred up among countless giant pillars. Hearing his words, including Claire, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Avis, who was floating in the air and as dazzling as a star, with some surprise. First, due to unknown reasons, the entire ruins have been teleported into the high seas of the Endless Sea, and it is suspected that it has merged with the other half of the ruins. You should all know the significance of the high seas. The other 2 empires will never miss this opportunity. They will most likely send 9th level warriors, with limit-breaking armed props to compete with the Empire for the ruins' resources. Secondly, due to the previous unexpected changes, some new dangers are likely to appear in the ruins, and the competition has been temporarily terminated. The spellcasters of the Academy are urgently gathering all students to avoid more unnecessary casualties. As he said, Avis took out another crystal ball and projected the changes in the surface of the ruins and the current image of the Academy team into the air. Since there are no Academy spellcasters here, as a member of the Olivendi family, I have the obligation to temporarily guide you and ensure your safety and reunion with the Academy team. After hearing his words, everyone in the cave suddenly had a restless commotion. After learning about the current dangerous situation, many students had the intention to retreat. Excuse me, Mr. Avis. Can I choose to stay here temporarily and return to the team later? However, some people don't want to leave just like that. Such as a child of destiny on the altar. Of course, it's not mandatory. Those who want to follow me voluntarily can gather in front of the altar now. Avis glanced at Ryan, who looked a little unnatural, and nodded. If he was still unsure just now, then when Ryan jumped out by himself, Avis was almost certain that he must have triggered something. After a while, most of the students gathered together and prepared to follow Avis to leave. What was special was that none of them, including Claire, Roche, Alyssa, Xia Yingwo and others, chose to leave immediately. Okay, follow me now. Finally, after looking at the people who chose to stay temporarily, Avis held up the crystal ball and led the team to the exit passage. At this time, the 9th level people of the Imperial family and the 4 major families, who were the first to learn the news, had already arrived above the coordinates of the Sea of Relics, where the ruins were located. In order to prevent accidents, several 9th level people joined forces to expel all the high-level deep-sea monsters nearby, and directly separated the seawater within a radius of dozens of miles, so that the ruins that fell to the bottom of the sea were exposed to the sun again. This time, what appeared in front of everyone was not the half-damaged ruins before, but a complete, beautiful city with a small part tilted and sunk into the seabed. The remains of the unified city showed obvious signs of recovery, except for the central tower, which remained collapsed. The rest of the buildings that had been damaged before were restored to their original state to varying degrees. A thin, translucent spherical protective force field shield enveloped the entire city, blocking everyone from entering. After observing this protective shield, several 9th level warriors began to test the specific properties of the shield and try to find weak points. The first 3 Imperial 9th level warriors who arrived had already tested it on the seabed. It was almost impossible to violently break the shield by relying solely on the 9th level attack methods. Several later 9th level warriors tried it themselves, and the result was the same. It was not a simple force field shield, but also mixed with special blocking rule power. The magic power of the protective shield was so abundant that it seemed endless. It was also impossible to rely on long-term attacks to gradually wear down the strength of the passport. Moreover, the current tense situation obviously did not give them time to slowly wear down their shields. The other 2 major forces could get the news at any time, and then come with trump cards. The severity of this incident was not trivial. The descendants of the royal family and the 4 major families were all trapped in it. Not to mention the countless talented people with the most outstanding potential who were strictly selected from the people of the Empire. Moreover, it was not just a single class of students participating in the competition, but all the freshmen and old students of more than 10 classes of the entire academy participated together. If it dragged on for a long time and caused them to have an accident, it would be enough to make the Gloria Empire unable to breathe for decades in the future. So, after a group of 9th level people studied it, they decided to take the final plan, use the power of breaking the limit. After the decision was passed, the royal family's worshipper carefully took out a magic-hating metal box from the ring, and the surface of the box was covered with high-level sealing magic patterns. After using his own blood to unlock the seal, he opened the box and took out a piece of pure wind element crystal that was nearly 1 meter in size. Everyone could see that inside the crystal-clear elemental crystal, there was an ancient scroll with dark golden secret patterns flowing on the surface. Seeing this scroll, everyone present looked serious. It was a legacy of the royal family of the ancient magic empire. A legendary single spell scroll dimensional cutting excavated from the ruins of the High Elves. Yes, you heard it right. The foundation of the ancient magic empire actually came entirely from the legacy of the High Elves. Because the highest strength ever achieved by human professionals is the 9th level limit. There seemed to be an invisible wall ahead, completely blocking everyone's way forward. The ancient magic empire, which started out by relying on archaeology, has excavated all the relics found on the continent, especially the High Elf civilization with legendary records, and even older relics. All the things that humans currently have that exceed the Ninth Order limit are all related to that era. As a trace of Ninth Order spiritual power was injected into the crystal, the scroll slowly opened in the wind element crystal like an intangible phantom. When the scroll was completely unfolded, a half-moon-shaped space distortion mark about 3 meters long appeared silently in the air, even if it was just suspended in the air. The normal space nearby could not bear its sharpness. The next moment, the distortion mark flashed and disappeared. And when it appeared again, it had already hit the huge shield in front of it. Chapter 352 Brave. Buzz. When the two came into contact, a short and extremely sharp magic buzzing sound was heard instantly. The fierce consumption of the dimensional cutting and the force field shield caused a large area of instability in the space near the collision point. The former has a much higher attack level, but because it has been stored for more than millions of years, and the user is not a true legend, so although its power exceeds the limit of the 9th level, it has not reached the true legendary level. The shield, with the support of a steady stream of magic, managed to maintain a relative static state for a short moment. But as time went on, the protection of the shield could not resist the power of the dimensional cutting. Snap! With a crisp sound, part of the barrier shattered like a film, and the dimensional cutting instantly penetrated through it. Due to the angle of attack, it went directly out from the other side of the barrier. But what no one expected was that the barrier did not completely disappear due to the shattering, but only broke 2 round holes that penetrated each other. In fact, the 2 holes were still slowly repairing themselves. Seeing this, Vice Dean Shios and another 9th level warrior no longer hesitated and immediately went in to rescue people. But when they just arrived at the breach, a terrifying huge white gold magic column shot out from the inside of the breach and instantly hit the two who could not dodge in time. It was an attack from a defense tower inside the city. Because the magic source was reconnected, the semi-scrapped autonomous defense array resumed operation. On one side of the protective shield, Shios and another person appeared in a slightly embarrassed state. From the different degrees of weakened aura of the two people, they were both injured in this sudden attack. The space inside the ruins is extremely stable. It is impossible to teleport. We can only force our way in. Helplessly shaking his head, Shios told the result he had just sensed. Looking at the slowly shrinking protective shield, everyone was speechless. They could all sense the power of the white gold magic column, which was very close to the 9th order limit. Perhaps they could resist it for a short time. But since the shield of the ruins was still being gradually repaired, and no one was sure whether there were other defense devices in the ruins, no one dared to risk having no way out and rushed in under the attack. This time, a total of 1 person from my Alfred family was trapped in the ruins. Sir Carrot, I wonder what the situation of the Olivendi family is like. Looking at the direction of the ruins from afar, a middle-aged man with short light golden curly hair and amethyst-like eyes beside Duke Carrot asked casually. Olivendi's situation is even worse, Sir Jylan. My 2 children, who are studying in Pamir, are currently in the ruins. Caro shook his head with a frown and answered the question of the man beside him casually. Are they all in there? After thoroughly confirming this, Jylan's expression became a little serious. At the same time, he secretly sent a mental message to Caro. You shouldn't have agreed to let her participate. This is a joke with our only achievement. The royal family seems to have discovered something. In order to prevent more suspicion, I agreed to let her participate in the competition. This is indeed my mistake. But no one could have expected that such an accident would happen in the ruins. Also looking in the direction of the ruins, Caro replied without looking away. The reason why they agreed to change the location of the competition to the meteorite ruins was that they had already explored it and basically eliminated all dangers. And there would not be too many students who triggered the adventure. Only a few at most. Even if all of them died due to some accidents in the adventure, it would be completely bearable compared to the huge discoveries that might be brought. But at that time, no one could have imagined that a ruin that had been basically explored could actually have such a strange situation that the entire ruins were packaged and transported. And all the 9th level professionals inside were expelled at the same time. Humph. Some people are finally here. They really have a dog-like keen sense of smell. Suddenly, Jylan snorted coldly. At the same time, another slightly indifferent voice suddenly echoed throughout the world. It's very lively here. Everyone, may the light of God shine on you. With this voice, many figures in red and black robes appeared on one side of the ruins. The leader was a middle-aged man with a solemn face, wearing a deep red solemn robe, and his whole body was shrouded in a faint light. It was Holy Judge Jorgsen, one of the 7 archbishops of the Holy See. As he spoke, a fist-sized milky white irregular crystal appeared in his palm. The words that His Holiness said to him before leaving echoed in his heart again. For the sake of light, keep as many of them as possible in the seabed. At this time, underground in the ruins, after sending many students to meet up with the main force, Avis reappeared in the cave hall. Noticing his return, everyone was somewhat surprised, except Claire, who glanced at him thoughtfully. Sir Avis, are you going to send them to meet up with the rest of the academy? Have they arrived? With a forced smile, Ryan asked in a slightly unnatural tone. Of course not. I'm guiding them to join up with the academy team. The one who's back here now is just one of my clones. Glancing at him, Avis spoke in a calm tone. Guiding those students who want to join up with the main force to return to the team and minimize casualties is my duty as a member of the Olivendi family. And it's also for the benefit of the Empire. But for me personally, I also want to continue exploring the mysteries here, just as I respect everyone's opinions and won't force anyone who doesn't want to leave. Is this a clone? After hearing Avis's words, Ryan felt a little puzzled, but didn't say anything else. No one continued to say anything, and Avis returned to Claire's side and waved to a silver-haired girl in the crowd. In this kind of ruins where all information is unknown, having a player by your side can play a very important role, especially when this player is silly and obedient. Avis, is there anything I can help you with? Seeing his actions, Xia Yingwo walked to his side with a forced smile and greeted him habitually. Her teammates had long left with Avis's other clone, and she was the only one left here again. You are very brave. Glancing at the girl who was walking over, Claire nodded to her after remembering who she was, and spoke in her usual cold tone. Thank you for your compliment. Looking at the latest assistance and investigation task in the taskbar, Xia Yingwo wanted to cry but had no tears, because she still owed Avis 17,000 gold coins. This task did not support rejection. Chapter 353 Mirror of Illusion. Thank you very much for your help. Lovely Miss Vivian. Looking at the reluctant girl, Avis smiled and stared at her eyes, which were now intertwined with gold and purple, and formally performed a noble salute to thank her. Staring at the boy's eyes as deep as the night sky, Xia Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Even though he had seen it many times, he could never get enough of the boy's charming smile. In fact, since the release of Mysterious Era, there have been private customization of in-game character posters and figures offline. As long as you provide screenshots and videos in the game, you can make a finished product. There are even people who list a list of the most popular game characters in the game forum, which is divided into 3 specific lists by gender, male/female/unlimited. Due to his identity as the son of a duke and his high charm, Avis relied on the character resume published by the White Light Club and a screenshot of his profile to rank 26th on the list, even though his current contact difficulty is too high. As a face control, Xia Yingwo also customized the posters and figures of her own novice guide NPC. However, no matter how fine the figures are, they are not as exquisite as the NPC in the game. Ah! I really want to feel the touch of a real person. It would be perfect if there was no anti-harmony system. In all kinds of random thoughts, the girl's previous unhappiness due to Avis's mandatory task has been unconsciously thrown behind her mind. So, I wonder how Miss Rona is doing recently. Seeing that his tool man had regained his spirits, Avis smiled and changed the subject. Rona, she said she was very grateful for your help to us, but there were too many people she didn't know here, so she didn't want to come out. Hearing Avis's question, Xia Yingwo conveyed Rona's words. My mentor made a talisman for me that can prevent those bad guys from finding Rona. As she spoke, the player girl showed a magic talisman pinned to her collar. It was a secret magic item specially made for her by her mentor Secret Star Scholar-sized Star Chaser. When worn, it can completely cover up Rona's strange breath attached to her, preventing her from being used as a moving experimental material as before. By the way, Avis, there is one more thing. As she spoke, Xia Yingwo suddenly remembered something. Rona just told me that there is something wrong with this black clock, and it is getting more and more wrong. Maybe we should leave quickly. When she said the last sentence, the girl's voice became softer, and she secretly glanced at Avis, fearing that he would be dissatisfied with her suggestion. After a long time of playing games, she would always unconsciously substitute the identity of this world. So she felt a little restrained when facing Avis. The clock is wrong? Are you sure, Miss Vivian? After a quick glance with Claire, Avis's expression became serious. Both of them knew Rona's true identity as an active monster. At present, the magic world does not know much about active monsters. But one thing is certain. Active monsters can sense some things that ordinary spellcasters cannot perceive. It will make Rona feel something is wrong. Really? Avis. Oh, Rona said. It seems like something is coming out. Nodding. The player girl paused, and then her tone suddenly became a little panic. Hearing this, the first instinctive reaction of the two was to jump away from the altar quickly. When Avis left, he did not forget to take the girl who was standing still with him to prevent her from dying suddenly due to an accident. As the two jumped, including Ryan, the others seemed to have discovered something and jumped up at the same time as the two. When everyone just left the top of the altar, a turbid rainbow color suddenly overflowed from the bell body. The color was like an oil film flashing with a strange color in the sun, and it was like a bucket of paint with multiple colors was overturned and splashed together in a mess. The few other students who were still on the altar also noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. A student wanted to escape with a look of horror, but found that his body was suddenly out of control, and he could only watch the strange color gradually climb up his body. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he melted into a ball of more intense color and merged into the river of 7 colors. Avis remembered that this student was one of Ryan's 2 male companions before. This gorgeous and terrifying scene was happening repeatedly on the altar at this time. Many students who failed to escape were turned into rich colored fluids and merged into the altar. When the color spread throughout the altar, it seemed to trigger some mechanism and stopped spreading further. Then, all the colors began to slowly shrink toward the center, and gradually gathered at the opening at the bottom of the bell, forming a circular colored mirror. The moment the mirror was formed, Ryan, who was originally under the altar, suddenly moved, rushed to the mirror quickly, and then sank into it. Seeing this scene, the others were surprised and hesitated whether to rush in. Of course, Avis, who had been paying attention to him, did not hesitate. As the child of destiny related to this relic, Ryan must have felt something. Avis can now vaguely feel a familiar breath coming from behind the mirror. That is the breath of the dream world. Claire, Vivian, I'm going to explore the things inside the colored mirror. If you don't want to go, you can wait outside. No, Avis, I think there should be some interesting discoveries inside. For explorers, an opportunity to explore such a relic is definitely not to be missed. Claire shook her head and did not intend to stay outside for fear of danger. What about Vivian? Are you willing to go with me? Nodding, Avis glanced at a certain player girl. I don't know. Of course, I'm willing to go with you. Being stared at by Avis, the extremely fearful girl spoke somewhat reluctantly, with a happy face. In that case, Senior Claire, can you do me a favor? As he spoke, Avis took off a space ring from his hand and handed it to Claire. Since I'm not the real body here, I'm not sure if the clone can pass through the mirror normally. If you can successfully enter the exploration, then give me this ring after you get inside. If you lose the connection completely, then you can use the supplies inside by yourself. Okay, Avis. Claire nodded, took the ring, and did not refuse. Rumble, rumble. At this time, the entire cave hall suddenly shook without warning. It seems to be coming from the outside world. Let's go in together. Feeling the vibration of the hall with some doubts, the three of them no longer hesitated, just like Ryan before, and rushed into the mirror together. When the figures of the three disappeared, the color of the mirror faded a little. This situation startled the remaining students in the cave hall, and then they instantly figured out the key. The number of people who can pass through the mirror is limited, including Roche and others. Some students immediately made up their minds and rushed into it. As everyone entered, the color of the mirror quickly faded and finally disappeared completely. Chapter 354 Guidance of Destiny. After entering the colorful mirror, Avis only felt a flash of colorful brilliant colors in front of his eyes. But when these colors disappeared, he almost thought that he was sent back the same way because he did not meet the conditions. The scene that appeared in front of him was a cave space that was almost the same as when he entered. However, When he looked closely, he found the difference. The most obvious difference was that the other students, who were originally scattered in the cave, had disappeared. At the same time, there were many more traces of various huge monsters in the cave on this side of the mirror than in the cave outside the mirror. And, for some reason, here, the traces left by those monsters were all filled with a layer of light black mist. And it was unclear what the specific composition was. Fortunately, after entering here, this clone still did not lose connection with him. The figure of Ryan, who entered first, could no longer be seen, and no one knew where he went. At the same time, Claire and Summer Night Firefly also appeared beside him one after another. Something is not right here. It doesn't look like a normal space. After returning the ring to Avis, Claire took out a special magic amulet from her chest. Somewhat strangely, the amulet was glowing at this time, but the brightness was very unstable. The space here is a little special, somewhat similar to the level of the dream world, but not completely. It's more like the overlap of the dream world and the real world. Avis nodded and expressed his feelings, while glancing at the fireflies on the summer night beside him. The player girl was looking at her panel. When she just left the mirror, the system sent a prompt for the task progress update. At the top of the panel, the progress of the special plot mission The End of Bomia has been updated, and the completion rate has risen to 5%. Unlike general missions, the special plot missions in Mystical Era are equivalent to the dungeon missions in other games. The mission location is not in the surface world, but in an independent space on other levels. Most dungeons are one-time, but there are some that can be repeated. But the latter are very rare, and are usually controlled by people from a large guild or club. Avis noticed that in the mission prompt, this mission did not recommend a challenge level. This situation means that if the operation is proper, in theory, ordinary people also have a certain chance to complete this dungeon. While thinking, Avis tried to control the spell to float in the air and observe the environment inside the cave eye. The overall terrain is no different from the outside world. But directly behind the altar, facing the main entrance, a huge black stone door appeared. The stone door has no door panel, and the frame is carved with simple spiral patterns. According to Avis's observation, the height of the stone gate is tens of meters, no less than the huge corridor at the entrance. At the same time, in front of this stone gate, there are many dense traces of monsters passing through. In the Duke's intelligence before, the final whereabouts of many mysteriously disappeared dark monsters are now very clear. And, in Avis's perception, the direction where Ryan's breath disappeared last was exactly the huge gate. Avis, did you find anything? Below, two girls looked up at his figure. There are indeed some new discoveries. There is a new gate on the rock wall behind this altar. There are many traces of large dark creatures entering the door. After landing again, Avis nodded and told his discovery. At this time, the colored mirror behind the three people was rippling again. Noticing this, Avis and his companions moved away cautiously. At the same time, several new Pamir students walked out of the mirror. Avis keenly noticed that when these students walked out of the mirror, the color of the mirror was also fading. Finally, when the ninth new student walked out, the colored mirror fluctuated for a while, and then disappeared completely, and the whole stone bell returned to its original normal appearance. The last 9 people to enter the cave were the 6 people in the team where Roche and others were, and the other 3 students, who were closest to the altar at that time. Thinking of the number of people in the Ryan team in the previous life, Avis noticed an interesting fact. The number of students entering this space in this life is 13 in total. In the previous life, the number of people in the Ryan team was 5. And there were a total of 8 students, who were assimilated by the overflowing colors on the altar. 8 plus 5. Exactly 13 people. Since it was not convenient to greet Avis proactively, the young knight Alyssa winked at him, and nodded slightly when Avis looked over. Avis briefly explained the situation of the cave to everyone. The students who came later looked at each other, and then dispersed on their own, because the door was not very safe at first glance. Not everyone was willing to explore the direction that was obviously dangerous. Some students wanted to explore the surrounding area to see if there were any other high-level mineral deposits hidden in the stone pillars of the cave. Some students also wanted to explore the corridor on the other side to see if there were any high-level equipment and strange objects left in the underground area of the ruins at this level that had not yet been discovered. In the end, only Avis and his 2 companions chose to enter the giant gate to explore. Only Avis could feel a weak attraction coming from the direction of the gate. That was the attraction of fate. On the other side, another clone of Avis, who led dozens of Pamir students, was carefully avoiding a passage that was obviously problematic. In the process of searching for the large group, many students were worried about the dangers along the way. While they were afraid, they were also very grateful to Avis for taking the initiative to guide them. After the two halves of the ruins were combined into one, not only were some buildings on the surface repaired, but some defense systems in the underground part were also restored. In this ruins, even the protection of ordinary living areas has a lethality exceeding the 7th level. If they were to explore on their own, the result would be a real life or death struggle. Fortunately, some areas have been completely wiped out by the 9th level strongmen with the power of rules and cannot be restored. Relying on the ruins map and his own perception close to that of a high-level professional, Avis can always lead the team to avoid those extremely dangerous areas and advance and choose a safe path. Finally, after everyone left the corner of a corridor, they finally saw the Pamir Academy team that had been waiting there for a long time in the hall ahead. Thanks to Avis's reminder, several leading mages had already learned about the student team and stayed here temporarily to wait for them to return. At this time, seeing the many figures gradually appearing in the corridor, the people in the hall also made a commotion, and many students looked at Avis in surprise. After experiencing the dangers along the way, everyone knew how difficult it was to safely lead so many low-level students to this place in the ruins at this time. After counting the number of people, one of the academy mages walked up to Avis solemnly performed a mage salute. "Thank you for what you have done, Avis. Pamir Academy will remember your contribution. Everything for the Empire." Avis smiled lightly, clenched his right fist lightly, and returned the courtesy of an ordinary Pamir student to his mentor. Rumble. At this time, the entire ruins trembled slightly again. Chapter 355 Divine Punishment. It's coming again. I don't know why. Looking up with some worry, several leading mages discussed and decided to camp in this large underground hall and wait for rescue. On the way here, they have left special secret marks. As long as a student arrives at a certain distance nearby, their Pamir identity card will automatically read the message in the mark and send a wave reminder. In this way, the remaining surviving students can be gathered to the maximum extent. After the students led by Ambus return to the team, the total number of students gathered together has exceeded 93% of the total number. And those students with the most distinguished status have all gathered here, and they can quickly lead all students to evacuate as long as the Empire mobilizes the 9th level strongmen for rescue. But until now, he still cannot get in touch with the college leaders outside. What happened in the outside world? Could it be that even the 9th rank His Majesties could not shake the protective shield of the ruins? Was the previous vibration caused by the attacks of His Majesties? What should be done? While the leader mage was secretly worried, many students were still optimistic, due to the lack of understanding of the situation. In the minds of most students, given their importance, the Empire would never give up on them, and it was only a matter of time before rescue arrived. However, what they did not know was that it was precisely because of their importance that the other two empires also targeted them. If one thing went wrong, including several leader mages, everyone's chance of survival would be the same. For a 9th level professional, if he casts a random rule spell, everyone present will understand what equality means. Oh! Except for the royal family, the descendants of several other nobles, and several children of destiny. Everyone else is equal. However, a small number of people who have received enough information and can really see the situation clearly have remained silent. Telling these students the truth will not only not help the situation, but will easily cause large-scale panic. It is better to let them maintain their naive and optimistic mentality. Sitting casually on one side of the hall, Avis did not choose to enter the portable alchemy house, but simply sat on a protruding rock, sensing the situation on his clone's side from a distance. This place seems to be an underground square in ancient times, part of the living area. The top of the square simulates natural light with magic, and the space has been greatly expanded, enough to easily accommodate thousands of people. Fiona sat beside him, holding a kitten in her arms, looking at the many students present with some worry. As a member of Olivendi, she also knew the current situation, and Avis did not hide anything from her. "Brother, will we be in danger?" Fiona pulled Avis's hand with some uneasiness, and looked at Avis with her big lake blue eyes, like some insecure little animal. "Don't worry, Faye. Our situation is not particularly dangerous." Shaking her head gently, Avis comforted her with a calm expression. The calmness in his tone calmed the girl's emotions unconsciously. At present, the ruins are protected by a protective shield. This prevented my father from coming to rescue us. But it also prevented the enemy from entering here. Once the defense is destroyed, my father will definitely teleport here as soon as possible and lead us away. So, what if the enemy directly destroys the entire part of the ruins where we are with a super strong attack? However, as soon as Avis finished speaking, someone nearby suddenly interrupted. Both the brother and sister turned their heads and found that the person coming was Shilin from the Idle family. Although she knew that the current situation was very dangerous, she didn't seem to care on the surface. That's impossible. Please don't make some exaggerated assumptions at will. Miss Shilin. Avis shook his head and gently pinched Fiona's little hand wrapped in lace gloves to calm her down again. This ruins can block the 9th level for so long. Even if the outer protective shield is cracked, the interior will never be defenseless when facing attacks. As long as you wait patiently, you will be rescued. Hee hee. Do you really think so, Lord Avis? Helen smiled with her hands covering her mouth, her silver eyes staring at Avis' face, and suddenly changed the subject. You have a good secret method of clones. But I don't know. Is the you standing in front of me now your real body, or your clone? Of course it's your real body. Avis glanced at the silver-eyed girl with a fox-like smile, and his expression did not change. Also, I believe in the Empire. What about you, Miss Helen? Boom boom. At this time, the entire ruins hall trembled again, and the tremor was obviously stronger than the previous 2 times. The light on the top of the hall suddenly dimmed at this moment, and after flickering violently for several times, it stabilized again. Avis. Helen. After staring at each other in silence for a moment, Helen felt Avis's flawless aura, and suddenly, she was a little unsure of his true situation. Okay, Mr. Avis. I hope to borrow your good words. After looking at him deeply, Helen walked away slowly. At this moment, on the surface of the ruined sea, the people of the 3 major forces have entered a state of tension. The cause of everything originated from the second arrival of the Holy See. After seeing the current situation clearly, Holy Judge Jorgson said nothing and directly targeted the center of the ruined shield and activated a divine punishment crystal. Unlike the extreme penetrating destructive power of dimensional cutting, the effect of divine punishment is to assimilate everything at the landing point into pure light. It was recorded in the Holy Scripture that God sent the angel of judgment to the earth, and that angel held the holy spear of light to purify the darkness of the world. Using holy light to purify all the filth in the world is quite in line with the concept of the Holy Light Church. At the landing point, a starlight suddenly lit up, and then quickly spread, assimilating everything into a world of pure light. There was a faint holy sound in the air, as if it was the place where the gods descended as recorded in the myth. The entire ruins trembled violently, and the extremely amazing magic power overflowed from the depths of the ruins. Madly, and the power of divine punishment were consumed. When all the glory faded, the ruins seemed to be bitten by some giant creature, and a huge semicircular gap appeared. But right in front of everyone, a large number of dark blue magic crystals suddenly grew in the gap. They were like flesh and blood tissue growing out of a wound, reconstructing the city structure at an astonishing speed. Do you really want to start a war now, Jorgson? For Jorgson's sudden attack, everyone on the side of the Empire was immediately furious. Chapter 356 Black Cocoon. The 9th level limit of the royal team this time. Crystal Door Bear stood up and looked at Jorgson coldly. It's just a normal test. Didn't you just do the same thing? Jorgson didn't care about the anger of the Empire, but just lowered his head slightly with his hands behind his back, staring at the holy book in his hand. What about you in the Parliament? What do you think? As Jorgson's voice fell, another group of professionals, wearing various robes, also appeared on the other side of the sea. Somewhat strange is that there is also a huge rectangular metal cabinet floating among them. The cabinet is dark gold and the surface is covered with sealed magic runes. Your Majesty Jorgson. Your Majesty Bear. I am very honored to see you here. A young man with black hair and silver eyes, wearing a robe that seemed to be woven with stars and the sky, stood out from the crowd and stood at the head of many mages. Facing the strong men of the 2 empires, he performed a standard mage ceremony. The gentle magical wind carried his words and echoed over the entire sea. Mystery Seeker Alvani. You're here too? Seeing him, Jorgson's expression became slightly serious. There's nothing I can do. This is the request of His Excellency Stargazer. I have to come here in person. Of course, from my personal point of view, I am also very curious about this ruin from the outside of the sky wall. But when I think about having to fight you, I always feel discouraged. Showing a slightly helpless expression, Alvani shrugged and spoke in a negotiating tone. So, I have a suggestion. Can you please leave quietly? It will be good for everyone. Your style is still so irritating. Orvani, I am going to return your proposal intact to you. The people on the Vatican side did not react to his words. But Bayer snorted. Seeing the many ninth-level people from the Parliament and the Federation appear, the Empire also calmed down at this time. There is no doubt that the metal cabinet that emits special fluctuations and cannot be stored in the space ring is the limit-breaking trump card of the Federation. Just now, they have confirmed through the magic props in the Academy that there has been no large-scale death of students in Pamir. The divine punishment has no other effect except testing the city's self-repair ability. And everyone has not even been able to enter the scope of the ruins at this time. It is unwise to start fighting each other now. Well, everyone, since you don't agree with my first proposal, then why don't we temporarily join forces to study how to crack the city's protective device? Alvani, who originally had no hope for his first suggestion, spread his hands and proposed a compromise. Everyone was used to his style, and this was indeed the best solution at the moment. The three parties sent representatives to discuss briefly before deciding to temporarily join forces. Before breaking the shield and entering the ruins, it was strictly forbidden to attack each other. At this time, deep underground, Avis and the other two followed the passage inside the huge stone gate and gradually explored the deepest part. The corridor was full of traces of collisions by huge dark creatures, and a few blue crystals occasionally emerged from the rock walls on both sides. Avis and Claire knocked down a few of them and found that they were just ordinary fluorescent magic crystals, so they threw them to Xia Ying what to play with. What was a little strange was that after the passage inside the stone gate extended forward for a while, it gradually began to tilt upwards, and the slope became steeper and steeper. The three of them moved forward very cautiously. But there was no danger in this tall passage. At the end of the corridor, there was a tightly closed tall stone door with many twisted and strange patterns carved on it, and it was impossible to understand what was carved. Ryan, who had disappeared before, also appeared in front of the door at this moment, facing the eye-shaped symbol in the center of the door and thinking hard. Hearing the footsteps of the three people, he just raised his head slightly, and then turned around and looked at the door. When he climbed up the altar before, Ryan suddenly felt a faint sense of calling in his heart. Following this feeling, he came to the front of this door, but unfortunately stopped there. At this point, he could clearly feel that the thing that attracted him was hidden behind this door. But he couldn't open the door. Ryan felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. As a result, he didn't care much even when he saw Avis and the other two coming. After his eyes paused for a moment on Claire and Summer Night Firefly, he looked at the stone door again. After looking at Ryan, Avis walked forward and gently touched the stone door, thinking in his heart. Obviously, Mr. Ryan was blocked by this stone door. Forcible destruction obviously didn't work. He had already tested that although this stone door looked like an ordinary stone, its magic resistance coefficient was surprisingly high, and its texture was extremely hard and difficult to shake. He didn't know how Ryan opened the door in his previous life, but it was nothing more than authority, token, blood, or something else. Since the original trajectory of fate had been completely changed by him, he had to rely on his own ability to find a way to unlock the door in front of him. Wait, that scepter. Thinking about it, Avis's heart suddenly moved. Although it was the authority key to control ancient weapons, it was related to Ryan after all, and it might be used to unlock this door, because some areas were not convenient for him to explore by himself. He always let his clone carry the golden scepter with him. Sure enough, when the golden scepter appeared, the eye symbol on the door suddenly closed, and then stood up, and the two doors slowly opened. After looking at Avis in surprise, Ryan quickly rushed into the door. The confidence of the child of destiny is different from that of ordinary people. Looking at Ryan, who was not vigilant, Avis followed Claire in speechlessly. Just after entering the door, something that almost filled the entire room attracted the attention of several people. It was a huge black cocoon. The dark cocoon shell was shining with a metallic black light, and circles of circular edges and dark purple protrusions were all over the cocoon, which looked very oppressive. When he just entered this room, Avis felt the invisible pressure surging from the giant cocoon. It was the pressure from the life level, which could only be felt when facing a professional with a much higher rank than himself. The dark beast tide that rushed into the ruins and disappeared before was probably already part of this giant cocoon. To be honest, the existence of this cocoon made Avis feel very uncomfortable. But at the same time, the old secret book once again conveyed a feeling of extreme desire. Chapter 357 Altar and Stone Egg. Looking at the huge black cocoon carefully. After the initial vigilance, Avis also temporarily put his mind at ease. Although it exudes a strong oppressive force, the breath fluctuations emitted by the black cocoon are very stable, and it does not seem that it can break out of the cocoon in a short time. However, there is a small problem at present. The old secret book is located on the other side of the main body. How to send it over in the ruins that cannot be teleported at present is a problem. At the same time, when he just opened the door, his fate feedback increased by about 5 units again. These feedbacks seemed to come from Ryan. And the reason was that he used the scepter to help Ryan open the door. Taking the scepter, he can also grab another handful of fate feedback with his backhand, which is great. Speaking of Ryan, Avis looked over the black cocoon, and with a sweep of his mental power, he noticed his figure. At this time, Ryan had bypassed the cocoon and rushed to a small stone altar behind the giant cocoon. The altar was engraved with a circle of pale silver ancient dragon language, with a gray-black stone egg about the size of a human head in the center, and several scattered blood-red gem crystals scattered around. After entering here, Ryan could clearly feel that the source of the attraction that always lingered in his heart came from that egg. Although it might arouse the suspicion of Avis and others, he no longer cared about many things. He must get that egg. After taking a look at the egg, Avis lost interest. Although he couldn't tell what the stone egg was, Ryan in his previous life was not a super powerful child of destiny. Until the time when little Anvis made a wish, there was no amazing record. The children of destiny are also divided into different levels, and their adventures are also the same. Just like the protagonists of different heroic biographies, the final ending depends entirely on the mood of the creator. At the end of the story, perhaps some protagonists can burn mountains and boil seas, and travel across the continent. But some are just the ones who defeat the monsters that are causing trouble to one side, and even sacrifice themselves to achieve their destiny. Ryan should be a mixture of the former and the latter. He was chased by the 8th level Count Kai's and fled into the ruins, and then accidentally entered the underwater ruins and activated the Themis Colossus. Count Kai's was naturally vulnerable in front of the Colossus. But at that time, a terrible war broke out in the underwater ruins area. After the war, the Colossus exploded and was damaged, and the unidentified other party also disappeared in the explosion. Ryan and his team eventually disappeared. Now it seems that it is probably related to the huge black cocoon. But now they have found this place decades in advance, and it is likely that the plot will not develop as in the previous life. Don't touch it. It may be dangerous. At this time, Claire also noticed Ryan's actions and warned him. She had seen many adventurers who were blinded by the treasures in the ruins and rushed forward impatiently, triggering the trap and dying. Hearing her voice, Ryan, who had already rushed to the front of the altar, stopped and hesitated. He actually knew that this hall, with an obviously strange black cocoon standing in it, might be very dangerous. But under the temptation of the constant attraction in his heart, he had already thrown this vigilance behind his mind. Ryan is still a student who has not yet graduated, and is far from mature decades later. His understanding of the dangers in these ruins is still completely on paper, and he did not encounter any danger along the way. After calming down, he ignored Claire's warning and went straight forward to pick up the egg. Rumble, rumble. But when the egg left the surface of the altar, the whole hall suddenly shook, as if something was triggered. Avis and Claire looked at the black cocoon reflexively, and Xia Yinghua, who had not figured out the situation, was searching the room to see what could be taken away. However, as Avis had expected before, they might have come too early, and the fluctuations of the black cocoon did not change. My classmate, what did you just do? His attention turned back to Ryan, and Avis's tone became slightly serious. Although it didn't seem to have any serious consequences, it would be a bit strange if he acted like he wasn't worried. I'm sorry. I just noticed something on this altar. Ryan also came to his senses at this time, and a thin layer of sweat oozed out of his back in fear. But his hands were tightly holding the stone egg. What is that thing in your hand? Bring it here for me to see. Avis didn't stop, but went a step further, and in a somewhat skeptical tone, he made a request that made Ryan anxious. I'm sorry, Lord Avis, but I really like this stone egg. I don't need those gems. Just this one. As soon as these words came out, Claire couldn't help but turn her head slightly, not wanting to look at them again. Although she didn't care much about the egg, Ryan's words were almost equivalent to telling others clearly that this stone egg might be more valuable than those gems. Really? Walking behind the black cocoon, Avis looked at Ryan with a tense face meaningfully, when his body was so tense that he almost cramped. He said something that made him relax suddenly. Well, if you really like it, then take it. As he said that, Avis passed by Ryan, climbed to the top of the altar, and put away the gems. Those were dragon blood crystal diamonds, a very rare high-level magic gem, usually only associated with the deepest part of some super-large magic veins. The ones on the altar that were close to the size of a fist were even more extremely rare. Perhaps in the era of high elves millions of years ago, these things were more common. But in modern times, they are hard to come by. Avis had sufficient reason to suspect that Ryan might not recognize them at all. There are 5 dragon blood crystal diamonds in total. Just enough for Ryan and his harem in the previous life. Thank you very much for your generosity, Lord Avis. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Avis's back as he just put away the gems and left, with a complicated look in his eyes. Originally, he was always worried that Avis would embarrass him because he took the stone egg. With his current hidden strength of barely the 3rd level, if Avis really took action, he would definitely not be able to keep the egg. Leaving the altar with Ryan's eyes, Avis began to look for the whereabouts of the summer night firefly. For him, forcibly taking the egg from Ryan was not the best choice. No matter what could be hatched from the egg, it would not be able to bring him any help in decades. The 3 cursed plutonium dragons he had hatched before had been raised with various cursed ores for more than 2 years. But the strongest one had just been upgraded to the 6th level. And this was the speed of their rapid growth. The most important thing was that if he really wanted to take the egg by force, there would probably be some twists and turns. Although he could use the prophecy's secret art to resolve it. Given the current tense situation in the ruins, there was no need to make trouble for a useless egg. A moment later, Avis saw the figure of Summer Night Firefly next to a silver-white obelisk on the side of the hall. Chapter 358 Stairway to Heaven. Unlike the original black rock style of the entire hall, this obelisk is made of a silver metal, but a small part of it connected to the ground has been assimilated into the same black rock material as the cave. From this detail, this hall was probably not originally a black rock cave, but some other structure. The player girl stood in front of the obelisk, seemingly reading the content on it. But after Avis walked over, he found that she was actually using the system screenshot function to take a picture of the content on the obelisk, and then posted it to the ancient text section of the forum's troubleshooting area. Most of the text on the obelisk is written in High Elven script, occasionally interspersed with some special ancient many nouns. Curious about the records on it, Miss Vivian? Walking to her side, Avis chuckled and said, Well, yes, Lord Avis. Suddenly hearing Avis's voice next to her, the player girl who was concentrating on taking pictures was startled and turned around quickly. At this time, Claire also walked over and took a look at the records on the metal obelisk. This is the language of the High Elf, and the content recorded seems to be the origin of this city. Claire's ocean-like blue eyes moved slightly, and she read the words on the monument attentively, and explained its contents to the player girl. Bomia. The name of this city is Bomia. Stairway to Heaven? It fits the aesthetic style of the High Elf quite well. Wise nodded, and pointed out the meaning of the name in a natural tone. According to the records on the obelisk, this city was completed in April 1735 of the High Elf calendar, and is the 12th Silver Moon class floating city. After the construction was completed, this floating city, as one of the main forces, participated in the war between the High Elves and the legendary dragons and titans. It has a record of severely damaging a legendary golden dragon, a legendary crystal dragon, and a silver thunder titan. When the purple moon Amos descended, a large number of unknown creatures came with the purple moon. Their appearances were varied, and all strange and terrifying. The High Elves uniformly named the moon beasts. Afterwards, the High Elves fought together with dragons, titans, and all other native creatures of the Yar continent. As the vanguard of the array, the floating city Bomia once killed a legendary moon beast, 12 9th level extreme moon beasts, 31 9th level moon beasts, and countless moon beasts below the 9th level. At the end of the Purple Moon War, The High Elves decided to evacuate because the battle situation was very unfavorable. At this point, the content recorded on the obelisk ended. After listening to Claire's story, the panel of Summer Night Firefly automatically jumped out. The progress of the end of Bomia at the top of the task menu was refreshed, and the completion rate increased to 20%. Thank you for explaining it to me, Sister Claire. The silver-haired girl hurriedly thanked her. She knew very well that from the previous conversation, both Avis and Claire could understand the text on the obelisk, and Claire read it once specifically only to take care of herself. No need. Looking at her equally pointed ears, the half-elf girl shook her head, but her expression softened slightly. Then, Vivian, I need your help with something. At this time, Avis suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of Summer Night Firefly. As he spoke, he took out a blood-red diamond that he had taken from the altar and shook it, letting the reflection of the gem dazzle the player girl's eyes. Do you see the black cocoon in the center of the hall? If you can help eliminate the things inside the cocoon, I will give you this gem as a reward. As Avis finished speaking, the player girl's panel suddenly popped up a task trigger prompt. System prompt: you have triggered the SSS level task eliminate the unknown black cocoon. Task introduction: Avis hopes that you will eliminate the unknown black cocoon in front of you. Of course, this is more like a joke. Task goal: eliminate the black cocoon. Task reward: 1 experience value. Top grade Dragon Blood Crystal Diamond *1. Recommended challenge level 96+. After staring blankly at the huge black cocoon in the center of the hall, Xia Yinghua turned her head again, her face full of question marks. The upper limit of the version is only 96. Right? How can there be such an outrageous task? Avis, are you serious? Claire also looked at him strangely, not understanding what he wanted to do. Nothing. Just a joke. After laughing, Avis glanced at the panel of Summer Night Firefly, and casually brushed off the matter, while giving up the idea of taking a peek at the cocoon from the perspective of fate. He had always doubted whether the prophecy of the old secret book, the darkness from the distant stars, sleeping in the eternal palace, was referring to this black cocoon. It's not that the aura of this cocoon is not strong, but it is still much worse than the pitch-black seal he absorbed last time. But at this moment, Ava's heart suddenly moved, and his eyes quickly turned to the direction of the gate. In the direction they came from, there were some unusual sounds and breaths approaching rapidly. A few minutes before Ryan picked up the stone egg, the 4 members of Roche's team were trying to excavate the surrounding stone pillars in the huge cave with the black stone bell. Their team had a disagreement before. The classmate Pez, who had always disliked Roche, and another person in the team chose to explore other areas of the ruins, hoping to find some lost high-level equipment. In the case of ineffective persuasion, the 4 people in the team could only let them leave. Got it, Captain Mondolo. There seems to be a special ore in this one. After spending magic power to open a crack with difficulty, Roche looked at the unique luster of the magic ore in the crack and exclaimed excitedly, "Let me see." Hearing his voice, the 3 teammates gathered. The temporary brown-haired Captain Mondolo summoned a ball of light and checked the dark golden material of the ore in the crack. Good ore. Although the specific type cannot be seen yet, it is definitely a high-level magic mineral. After receiving the confirmation from the well-informed captain, Roche could not hide his joy and immediately began to use magic to dig with great energy. Matt also helped. According to the previous agreement of the team, the discoverer of an ore like this discovered by a team member can get 60%. The remaining 40% will be converted into gold coins according to the value and divided equally among the whole team afterwards. Watching Roche and Matt digging with a smile, Mondolo leaned on a stone pillar and suddenly spoke after glancing at Alyssa, who seemed relaxed but always kept alert. Hey, 3 of you. What do you think of the Spark organization that has been circulating in the Empire recently? Spark? I heard that it is a civilian resistance army that aims to resist the rule of the Empire's high-level nobles. Roche and Matt paused in their digging, but did not answer immediately. On the contrary, Alyssa thought about it and told what she knew. To be honest, I think the dream of this force is a little unrealistic. Just like a child holding a wooden sword and challenging a giant. At the end, Alyssa made her own conclusion. Chapter 359, Fighting with an Egg Against a Rock. Is it out of touch with reality? I really can't deny it. Nodding gently, Mondolo sighed. What about you? Roche? Matt? What do you think? We Don't know much about this Spark organization. Captain, why do you ask? The two who had dug halfway turned their heads and looked at the captain with pretended doubt. Since the mysterious man who claimed to be from the Spark organization invited them to join the Spark organization, he has never contacted them again. While this puzzled the two, they gradually put it behind their minds, thinking that the other party might not contact them again before they graduated. Mondolo keenly noticed that when the night girl talked about resisting the rule of the high-ranking nobles of the empire, Matt's expression suddenly became a little strange. And the deep eyes. Although the boy immediately concealed it, he would never mistake that look. Only the most unforgettable hatred can make a person reveal that kind of beast-like eyes. Nothing. As Miss Alyssa said, the Spark organization is an organization founded by professionals from civilian backgrounds, with the goal of resisting the rule of the imperial aristocracy. As far as I know, you too, like me, seem to be from the civilian class. With a strange smile, Mondolo looked around, suddenly blinked his scarlet eyes, and spoke slowly. So, as a member of the Spark organization, I sincerely hope that you three can join us. When Mondolo said this, both of them were shocked. Captain Mondolo, it turns out that you are also. Matt immediately looked around vigilantly, fearing that their rebellious conversation at this time would be heard by outsiders. Also, seeing the reactions of the two, Mondolo was also stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. So that's it. I should have guessed it earlier. Don't worry, Matt. I just saw the last person leaving the cave except us. As he said, he shook his head, eliminating Matt's worries. Captain, has the organization sent any instructions? What do we need to do next? Roche couldn't help asking. No, there are no instructions. In fact, until we graduate, I'm afraid there will be nothing we need to do. This is the organization's special protection for us. The invitation to you just now is completely my personal behavior. Mondolo waved his hand, denying Roche's guess. Captain, you didn't even know our identities before, and you just revealed your identity to us so simply. Aren't you afraid that someone among us will report you to the top? Thinking about this, Roche was a little surprised. Of course I am afraid. But if I just let the three possible future backbones of the Spark slip away in front of my eyes because of the risk, wouldn't it be a pity? With a slight smile, Mondolo shook his head. What's more, I have observed you for a long time on the way here. You are not the kind of people who put profit above all else. Nor are you the kind of people who fanatically support the rule of the Empire. For the development of the Resistance Army, what can we do even if we take some risks? Can it be more dangerous than those companions who are being hunted by the lackeys of the Empire? From ancient times to the present. Change. Where is there no bloodless? As Mondolo's voice fell, Roche and Matt couldn't help but feel a little respect. Wait. So you are all. But why? At this time, Alyssa, who was left aside by the three, was a little confused, and hurriedly interrupted the three people. After hearing so much that she should and shouldn't hear, she began to worry that if she didn't want to join next, she would be killed directly. Why do you want to join the resistance? Mondolo glanced at the somewhat nervous Alyssa and gently spread his hands. I understand that perhaps in the eyes of most nobles and smart people, we are just a few people who cannot be understood by common sense. Maybe they don't understand why we make such a choice. Why we do some futile attempts to hit stones with bird eggs, the results of which can be seen at a glance. Shaking his head gently, Mondolo showed a helpless look and smiled a little self-deprecatingly. This empire has oppressed us for too long. Emperor Gloria is indeed great, but she has been gone for more than 2,000 years. How did those nobles treat us during these 2,000 years? Miss Alyssa, I understand, but it may be difficult to imagine those scenes without seeing them. But as the son of a mercenary leader, I have seen too many injustices and tragedies before entering Pamir Academy. As he spoke, Mondolo took a deep breath, as if he couldn't bear to recall those memories. I come from a small city called Mail in the province of Fry in the northwest of the empire, where the ruler is Baron Mail. When I was 12 years old, I passed by the city gate with my father, and saw Uncle Ken of the caravan arguing with the city guards at the city gate. Because my father was a famous mercenary leader nearby at that time, he had cooperated with Ken's caravan many times. I knew that Uncle Ken had a daughter named Bessie. We used to play together. She was very beautiful with big brown beautiful eyes. But the dispute at the city gate eventually alarmed Baron Meyer, accompanied by his guards. He looked at Ken and his caravan from a distance, and then left. From beginning to end, the Baron did not say a word. Speaking of this, Mondolo sighed. Later, Uncle Ken's caravan never appeared again. But in an accident, I saw Bessie again in the red light district of the city. She was wearing heavy makeup, revealing clothes, and stood on the corner of the street with dead eyes and numbness. Like most other women there, it only cost 10 silver coins a night. The owner behind the red light district was Baron Mail himself. But this is impossible. If the caravans from afar are treated like this, which caravan will dare to pass through this town in the future? After hearing this cruel story, Alyssa couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth, her golden red eyes full of disbelief. This is completely contrary to what she learned in the academy about how to govern the territory. Oh, yes. So, there are fewer and fewer caravans there, and the city has become very poor. But Baron Mail is getting richer and richer. Not only did he pay the annual taxes to the upper rulers, but his own strength is getting stronger and stronger. As the business got worse and worse, my father finally led the mercenary group away from there and became a mobile mercenary group, accepting missions throughout the northwest province of the empire. But it was precisely because we had passed through more cities that we saw more such, even more tragic facts. With a sarcastic sneer, Mondolo leaned on the stone pillar with a mocking expression. The nobles who were high above could not see all this because they were standing too far away. Just like a person seeing an ant pressed by fallen leaves. Even if he noticed it accidentally, he would not take it to heart. At most, when he was in a good mood, he would move the fallen leaves away and release the ants. But for more ants that have never been seen, the fallen leaves in the eyes of humans are an unbearable mountain in their lives. Chapter 360. Surprise and Sneak Attack. Miss Alyssa, although you come from a noble family, based on your style of doing things along the way, I can feel that you are a rare true knight who always upholds the principles of justice in your heart. Gazing at the somewhat shaken young knight, Mondolo slowly stood up from the stone pillar with a sincere look. Then, I wonder if you are willing to temporarily put aside your noble status and see the other side of this empire with your own eyes. I don't know, but you can't win. You don't understand how powerful the empire is. The young knight's heart was a little confused at this time. Although she knew that the few people in front of her were dangerous rebels, she suddenly began to waver after listening to Mondolo's words. Not fearing the powerful and protecting the weak. This is the way of justice that Alyssa has always followed. But at this moment, this conflicted with her identity. On the contrary, Miss Alyssa, we know very well what we are facing. The empire is indeed very powerful, but it is not as powerful and invincible as imagined. Mentioning this, Mondolo waved his hand gently. Those corrupt nobles have already hollowed out the foundation of this empire. Like a giant who is sick and aging, the mighty and strong on the surface is just a layer of fog covering his eyes. I have seen the descendants of small nobles relying on their power to seize the treasures and lovers of civilian professionals. And I have also seen the city guards pretending to be robbers and robbing merchants and travelers. Even in the black market, I have seen the border garrison secretly reselling city defense armaments and supplies. The top leaders of the empire never noticed what was happening at the bottom. I know you might want to say that facing a 9th level strongman, no matter how many low-level professionals there are, they are useless. As he said this, Mondolo suddenly blinked. But since we dare to stand up, we naturally have ways to deal with high-level professionals. As for the specific details, I won't disclose them. I understand that the enemy we are facing is very powerful. So powerful that it can easily destroy our resistance. But Miss Alyssa, in the chivalry you follow, do you have to retreat when you encounter a tough and powerful enemy? Facing the bumps and thorns ahead, some people must stand up to pave the way for those who come later and leave a fire. Even if we fail in the end, our successors can learn from our failure and move forward on the right path. But his words made Alyssa even more shaken. However, at this time, a burst of violent running sounds and some strange sounds, like a giant soft-bodied creature crawling, suddenly sounded at the main entrance of the cave. Help! Is anyone there? Help! After a while, the figure of Pez, who was running alone with a panicked face, appeared at the entrance of the cave. The aura effect of some low-level wind spells wrapped around him, increasing his running speed. In the cave behind him, a huge swollen wall with a sticky surface and a black-green flesh wall with a luster similar to grease and metal followed closely, blocking the entire passage tightly. Seeing the 4 people still staying in the cave, Pez's eyes suddenly rose with a strong desire to survive. Help me! It's catching up with me! Pez was tripped and almost fell down, and his speed inevitably slowed down for a moment, which made him close to the meat wall behind him. At the same time, a long tentacle suddenly stretched out from the meat wall and quickly wrapped around Pez. Pez? What is that? Where is X? Seeing this thrilling scene, the four people were shocked and immediately stopped the previous conversation. Alyssa and Mondoro worked together to use force field magic to pull him to the crowd and temporarily stay away from the meat wall behind. I don't know. It suddenly appeared. X. He is in that. He was swallowed by it. After being rescued, Pez desperately pointed at the meat wall behind him, and his words were already a little incoherent. After pouring into the hall, the speed of the wall of flesh slowed down a little. The material that made up its body spread out, pouring into the cave hall like a wave of black-green mud, sliding past the sides of the stone pillars. Everyone could clearly see that it was actually something like a giant amoeba. It was just because the passage was too narrow for its body that it appeared like a flesh wall. Alyssa tried to mobilize her blood power and set a huge half-moon slash burning with golden red flames. But this magic slash, which was close to the peak of the 3rd level, only punctured a bubble on its body and then quietly sank into its body, not even delaying it. And judging from the bubbles that kept appearing on its body, it was probably not a damage at all. Seeing this result, everyone ran away. The only entrance to the cave had been blocked by the amoeba, and the only direction to escape was the black stone door that they had never been willing to explore before. But now, they had no choice. They rushed into the gate one after another, and all 5 of them used their best escape methods. At this time, the overall strength of everyone can be seen. The one who rushed to the front was undoubtedly Alyssa, and Roche's speed was comparable to Mondoro. Matt was slightly slower than them, and Pez was still at the end, seeing that he was gradually pulling away from the people in front. Especially Roche, who he had looked down on before, was now on par with the captain. Pez couldn't help but flash a trace of jealousy in his eyes. How could a freshman who was less than the 3rd level run faster than him? He must have used some high-level magic equipment, and he was stronger than that lucky guy in terms of talent and strength. But because his equipment was not as good as his, he had to take the blame for him. Thinking of this, Pez's eyes couldn't help but become sinister. In the previous escape, he actually fled with Axe. But Axe accidentally tripped at a corner and was caught up by the monster. He remembered very clearly that the moment Axe was swallowed, the monster behind him would pause for a short time. At this time, as everyone ran at full speed, the gate at the other end of the corridor was already vaguely visible in the distance. At this time, Avis and others inside the door also discovered the abnormal sound in the passage. Those are the people just now, and there is some strange creature that fills the entire passage chasing them. Seeing the scene in the corridor, Avis' heart sank. The thing chasing behind everyone reminded him instinctively of the huge amoeba he had seen in the images of history. That thing, even the purification light of the High Elves could not kill it at once. Not good. The space here is blocked, and there is no other exit in this hall. If we let it come, we can't escape. Claire also realized the urgency of the situation, and her eyes turned quickly, and her eyes quickly fixed on the 2 doors at the door. This door looks solid. It should buy us some time. Avis, can your scepter control the door to close? I'll try. Without further ado, Avis took out the scepter again, concentrating on closing the door. This method is indeed effective. With his thoughts, the 2 doors began to close slowly, leaving only a gap large enough for one person to pass through, so that everyone could escape into the door and close the door as quickly as possible. Seeing Avis controlling the gate at the entrance, the people in the corridor thought for a moment and understood his intention. They suddenly accelerated again, preparing to rush through this distance as quickly as possible. But as everyone burst out, Pez was once again left behind by everyone, and was about to be caught up by the flesh wall behind. Seeing the changes in the gate in the distance, he was worried that he would be abandoned as a pawn. While Pez was anxious, he no longer hesitated and directly pointed a ring on his left hand at Roche's back. Chapter 361 Paralysis Ring. As Pez's thoughts moved, a hole suddenly opened at the tip of the ring, ejecting a tiny black metal flying needle. It was a prop specially made for mages, made of a special magic-breaking alloy. When fired at an extremely high initial velocity, it could easily break through ordinary light armor and the low-level magic armor that mages wear daily. It was attached with the paralysis venom of a famous third-level rare venomous snake, the Black King Cobra. Since its venom is not fatal, it can even be effective against 4th-level professionals. Yes, it is the legendary paralysis ring, and its biggest advantage is that the magic fluctuations when it is activated are extremely weak. Without defense, it is easy to be attacked by surprise, especially at this time when there is a huge unknown monster chasing behind. The chaotic atmosphere in the environment makes its launch even more concealed. Whoosh! Accompanied by an almost imperceptible sound, Roche suddenly felt a numbness in his lower back while running, and his whole body quickly became stiff and uncontrollable. What happened? Due to this accident, his aura suddenly became chaotic, and the magic effect of the speed-enhancing spell that was being guided collapsed instantly. Under the effect of inertia, the confused Roche fell to the ground fiercely. Mondoro and Matt immediately noticed Roche's abnormality, and hurriedly used magic to condense a rope to pull him, forcibly dragging him forward. But their speed was inevitably slowed down. With one increase and one decrease, Pez quickly closed the distance with the 3 people and quickly passed the 3 people. At this time, the group was only more than 10 seconds away from the front door. Alyssa, who was rushing in the front, could already vaguely see the pattern on the door. Gurgle, gurgle, as if sensing that its prey was about to escape. The sticky flesh wall behind it made a strange sound, and its speed suddenly increased again. At the same time, a thick tentacle suddenly ejected from the surface, and its target was exactly the fallen Roche. At the critical moment, Mondolo suddenly pulled hard and pulled him out of the attack range of the tentacle. But he paused again due to the reaction force, and instantly fell behind Matt. At the same time, a ring on Roche's hand ejected a force field shield, although it was broken in an instant after only resisting for a moment. It bought a very critical time, so that the tentacle was almost rolled up. Then, an emerald green light flashed, and immediately eliminated his paralysis. At this moment, in the distant gate, Avis suddenly felt that his fate feedback increased by more than a dozen units. A little confused, but Avis did not delve into it at this moment. He stretched out his right hand to Alyssa, who had approached within a few hundred steps, and activated the newly mastered force field control power. A huge gravitational force acted on Alyssa, and the young knight felt her body suddenly lighten, and then she was pulled into the gate by a huge force. Then, Pez, who was far behind her, was also pulled into the gate by Avis. He did not fail to notice Pez's actions just now, but after all, it was the villain attracted by Roche's halo of the Child of Destiny, so it would be better to let Roche deal with it himself. Quick! Close the door! After entering the door, Pez gasped in shock, and then frantically pushed the 2 doors, trying to close the door. Wait! Pez! Roche and the others are still outside. Claire and Summer Night Firefly couldn't stand his actions, and Alyssa was in a hurry to stop him. It's too late to wait any longer. Close the door. If it's too late, we won't survive. With a crazy howl, Pez's expression was twisted and ferocious, and he pushed the door desperately, even using his shoulders to hit it hard. But the 2 doors that seemed to be just ordinary rocks remained motionless. Don't be so panic, classmate. There's still time. Avis also shook his head at Pez's behavior. As he said that, he held the scepter in one hand, controlled gravity again, and pulled Ma over. At this time, Roche had stood up and was pulled by Mondolo to run desperately. However, because the spell effect on Roche had dissipated, at their current escape speed, they inevitably got closer to the meat wall behind them. When they were about to enter the control range of Avis's force field, the meat wall behind them suddenly ejected a tentacle again. Noticing this attack, Mondolo suddenly pushed Roche aside, and also used the reaction force to dodge to the other side, avoiding the tentacle's attack. But what Mondolo didn't expect was that at the moment of dodging, the tip of the tentacle suddenly rolled up and instantly entangled him. At this time, Roche had entered the control range of Avis. At the moment when Avis was pulled by the force field, he suddenly stretched out the magic rope and pulled Mondolo's lower body. A huge force came, almost pulling Avis's clone over, and Roche's magic rope was stretched straight and about to break. At the critical moment, Claire raised the exquisite female one-handed sword in her hand and swung it quickly. A white mirror condensed under her sword, and a tentacle appeared in it, and then it was cut in half by the sword. In the distance, the black-green tentacles that bound Mondolo suddenly broke, and the broken ends were as smooth as mirrors. 4th level Mystic School spell mirror slashing technique. With this, Avis pulled the two in with all his strength, and then quickly ordered the door to close. The flesh wall in the passage unwillingly ejected its tentacles into the door. But just as it probed into the door, it was instantly clamped off by the two tightly closed doors. Bang! A muffled sound came from the outside of the closed door, which seemed to be the sound of the flesh wall hitting the door. Everyone waited for a moment, but finally found that except for that small section of the tentacle, the black-green flesh wall outside seemed to be unable to pass through this door for the time being. After escaping from the monster's pursuit, several people gasped in shock while looking at the indoor environment, looking for an escape exit. Miss Alyssa, Roche, and the other two. We meet again. After everyone calmed down a little, Avis politely greeted them. Sir Avis? You are here too. Thank you very much for your help. Also, thank you for the gift you gave me before. You are a good person. Finally noticing that Avis was here, Roche was surprised and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your compliment. But let's find a way to leave here first. Seeing the ring on Roche's hand and thinking of the scene just now, Avis looked a little strange, and suddenly understood the source of the fate feedback. The ring that was given to Roche to make him give up on Fiona should have saved Roche's life from the tentacles just now. I am such a kind person. Glancing at the small section of the tentacles in the room that were separated from the main body, but still squirming with uneven surfaces, Avis's eyes suddenly became deep. If it happens again, will he be able to harvest some fate feedback again? What if Roche is fixed in one place, and the tentacles are tied every 5 seconds, and then bounced off by the ring? His eyes returned to Roche, and when Roche felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him, Avis gave up the idea with some regret. The web of fate should not have such obvious loopholes. Otherwise there should have been a prophet who would have been in perpetual motion, and there would be records in the family's database. Then the next step is to find a way to solve the current dangerous situation. Not only are they blocked in this hall by monsters, but also the people of Pamir Academy, who are blocked in this ruins by foreign enemies. Chapter 362 Going deep into the core. Due to the two solid doors, the monster was temporarily blocked outside. But there was no other exit in this hall. Logically speaking, the current situation of the group should be very critical. If the monster breaks in, then the people in the hall will have no place to escape. But after Ambus glanced at the people in the room, he was not panicked at all, and was very calm. Roche, Ryan, Claire, and Summer Night Firefly. Although it looks like a secret room, there are now 4 children of destiny gathered in this hall. There must be a way to solve the current problem. Maybe the amoeba outside will leave after a while. Of course, before that, he may need to give Roche and the others some time to solve a certain unstable factor in the team. At this moment, the people in Roche's team have surrounded Pez. I'm sorry. I was scared just now. Roche, who was thought to be dead in the corridor, actually entered the hall alive at this moment. Pez shrank back in fear and was afraid to look at everyone. To be honest, you are disgusting. Alyssa was very disgusted with his performance, and turned her head away with disgust, as if she felt disgusted even by seeing him. Are you scared out of your mind? Pez? But why do I feel that you are very sober? Looking at him coldly, Roche slowly opened his hand, and a black needle suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Can you explain to me what this is? He was not a fool. After falling, he immediately suspected that he was being plotted against. Matt, who was slightly behind him at the time, had a good relationship with him, and after he fell, he rescued him without thinking. So the one who was most suspected was Pez. You took it out yourself. How do I know what it is? Seeing the needle, a trace of panic flashed in Pez's eyes, and he instinctively hid his right hand behind his back. And then his expression quickly turned into anger. Heh. You said? You don't know? Roche laughed in anger, almost spitting out this sentence word by word. When they saw the needle, the faces of the other 3 people also changed suddenly, and the look they gave Pez directly changed from the previous disgust to vigilance and coldness. To plot against a companion at the critical moment of life and death is the most unforgivable taboo, and no one dares to turn their backs to such a person. Similarly, for such a person, any team has only one way to deal with it, and execute him on the spot. What? You want to attack me by relying on your numbers? Sir Avis, during the exploration of the ruins, it is forbidden to attack other students. Right. Seeing that the situation was not good, Pez's forehead was already sweating, and he desperately asked Avis for help. Hearing what Pez said, several people were slightly startled and looked at Avis, somewhat worried that he would intervene. Claire and others who were watching the show were also attracted at this time. You are right. According to the rules of the college competition, it is strictly forbidden to maliciously attack other students directly or indirectly in non-combat projects. In the eyes of everyone, Avis nodded slowly, but hope suddenly rose in Pez's eyes. Under the gaze of others who were somewhat disappointed, he suddenly changed his tone. However, long before entering the Black Clock, I had already notified that the moment the ruins changed, this college competition had been terminated. Ugh. Hope was suddenly shattered, and Pez let out a short breath like a duck whose throat was suddenly pinched. Your name is Pez, right? I saw your actions in the cave just now very clearly. If you are still in the college competition, then you have already violated the rules. In that case, I will personally capture you and hand you over to the college for processing. Of course, that may not be worse than now. After showing a standard social smile to the desperate Pez, Avis's eyes moved to Roche and others. Everyone, no matter what you want to do, please do it as quickly as possible. We still need to find a way to escape from here. After saying that, he turned around and seemed not to care about what happened next. You bastards! Go to hell! Just as several people were about to capture Pez first, the latter suddenly took out a dark red scroll from his arms, with a distorted look, and pulled it open. A huge 4th-level fire explosion suddenly appeared and flew towards Roche quickly. At the critical moment, Roche instinctively dodged and moved past the flame explosion like a leaf. But at this moment, Xia Ying's panicked cry suddenly rang in his ears. Not good. He did dodge the attack, but the end point of the flight trajectory of the huge flame explosion fireball was the huge black cocoon in the center of the hall. This sudden attack made even Claire's heart sink. The distance was too close, and she didn't have time to use the mirror/slash technique again. Moreover, if the flame explosion exploded at this distance, the explosion radius would also be enough to engulf the black cocoon. One can only hope that the creature in the cocoon is sleeping deeply enough that even the fire blast is not enough to wake it up. But when everyone was panicking, the fire blast suddenly flew slower and slower in front of everyone's eyes, and finally stopped strangely in the air not far from the black cocoon. Like a miniature sun, a trace of horror flashed in Pez's eyes. The fire blast is one of the most unstable 4th-level spells. He has never heard of such a method of directly stopping it in the air. This is ugly, Mr. Pez. Although it is regrettable to be a loser, it is better to leave some grace for yourself. As he spoke, Avis raised his left hand with pure white gloves, and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. As a result, the fireball in the air shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a miniature flame and dissipated silently. A series of actions made Roche and others stunned, and they looked at Avis with a little more awe. There was nothing much to say next. Roche and the others directly destroyed Pez's spiritual sea. However, since none of them had really killed anyone, after some discussion, they decided to take him back to the academy for processing. Avis narrowed his eyes slightly, followed the induction in the dark, and walked to the side of the cave, in front of the altar, when he just tried to wipe out the fire explosion. The violent fluctuation of the magic power in the space suddenly made him aware of some abnormalities. To be more precise, the golden scepter in his hand suddenly had a momentary induction to a certain position in the cave. Yes, so that's it. Standing in the sensing position, Avis seemed to have discovered something suddenly, and a smile appeared on his face. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the environment around him had changed. The dream atmosphere that loomed in the space had disappeared, and the surroundings were metal walls that flashed with cold silver light. The extremely slender and precise inscription lines were densely covered on the walls, and from time to time, a stream of dark blue magic light flashed. In the center of the room, the position where the black cocoon was originally located was replaced by a huge silver-white metal device. On top of this precise metal device, a proportional miniature floating city projection slowly floated, and there were even damages in various parts of the city on it. At this moment, the strength of some areas of the city shield has been seriously urgent, and a corner of the city in the projection has been replaced by countless crystals representing emergency reconstruction. On the outside of the projection, there are even some bright red dots of different brightness, which seem to represent enemies from the outside world. In the farther area, there is also a green dot, and it is unclear what it means. As if sensing the scepter in Avis's hand, the metal ceiling in the room emitted a soft and bright white light, as if welcoming his arrival. Staring at the scenes in the room, Avis smiled silently. He returned to the ruins of the real world, and he was now in the core control room of the former Silver Moon-class floating city Bamia. This was exactly what he was looking for. Chapter 363 The Four Girls. After confirming the location of the environment at the moment, Avis observed the indoor environment for a while, then held the dark golden scepter in his hand, concentrated his mind, and returned to the special space layer just now. At this time, everyone in the cave hall was still confused by Avis's sudden disappearance, thinking that some new danger had appeared. Avis, where did you go just now? Seeing his figure reappear, Claire looked at Avis with a slightly nervous expression, making sure that there was nothing wrong with him. Don't worry, Senior Sister Claire. I just suddenly found a way to leave here. Looking around, Avis smiled and said something that made everyone overjoyed. There is a special unstable point here. By passing through this space point, we can leave this dream space and return to the normal world. And those monsters do not exist in the real world. They only exist in the level of this dream. Avis, then can you take us away? The most excited person to hear this news was Xia Yinghua. She always felt that this dark hall made her feel a little creepy. When she heard that there was hope to leave, she immediately asked, "It is indeed possible. So please stand within 3 meters of me." Nodding, Avis said the way to leave, and everyone followed suit. But after coming over, Xia Yinghua made a very bold move. In the eyes of everyone's surprise and envy, she suddenly hugged Avis from behind and stuck to him. "Please respect yourself, Miss Vivian." Feeling a soft and hard squeezing feeling behind him, Avis' eyelids twitched. In Mysterious Era, if you want to have a closer contact with NPCs, you need to reach a certain level of character favorability. This girl started to get carried away because she had completed several of his tasks, and her character favorability was high enough. He knew the psychology of players very well. She was definitely holding him as a proportional figure now. On the side, Claire's blue eyes also narrowed slightly, and she felt a little unhappy. But the next moment she reacted and wondered why she had such a feeling. Probably, she was worried that Avis would be ambushed. After thinking for a moment, the half-elf girl used this reason to convince herself. "I'm sorry." Quickly letting go of her hand, Xia Yinghua apologized at the speed of light. "Forget it. Senior Sister Claire, please stand behind me. We will leave here first." Shaking his head, Avis raised his scepter, and the figures of everyone disappeared in the dark cave. When he reappeared, the surroundings had become a magical silver hall. "Wow! Avis, where is this?" Observing the surroundings in amazement, Xia Yinghua ran to the center of the hall with great interest, trying to touch the magic projection of the floating city suspended in the air. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the core control room of the former Sky City, Bamia. And judging from the equipment here, it still has at least some functions and can operate normally." Avis opened his hand and generously answered the doubts of the player girl. "Wait, you just said the Sky City? Are we now in the ruins of an ancient floating city?" After hearing what Avis said, Xia Yinghua had no reaction. But Alyssa was shocked. She knew very well what a new floating city that was still functioning meant. One of the most important reasons why the Continental Magic Council was able to gain a transcendent position between the three major forces was that the Magic Council controlled the only well-preserved floating city of mankind. It was a super war weapon that could withstand multiple 9th-level extreme attacks, and even kill a 9th-level super war weapon instantly, if it could be controlled in the hands. Thinking of this, Alyssa shook her head suddenly. No, it's probably not her turn, or even anyone in the ruins at this time. That should be something that only the 9th-level crowns outside are qualified to compete for. "Avis, then, what should we do now?" Watching the array of inscriptions on the wall in a trance, Claire came back to her senses at this time and asked a question that made everyone present's heartbeats speed up a little. For some reason, after entering here, the half-elf girl was always a little absent-minded. Amid the vague expectation of the crowd, Avis smiled slightly. "Since we are here, why don't we think of a way to try to gain control of this floating city?" As his voice fell, everyone's heartbeats suddenly accelerated. "Sir Avis, can we explore here at will?" After thinking for a while, Ryan carefully asked a question. From the series of changes just now, It can be seen that among the people in the hall at this time, Avis's strength is undoubtedly the strongest, and his own background is even more overwhelming. If he explores on his own without asking for his consent, if he is thrown back to the cave just now by Avis, it will really be a disaster. Okay. As long as you don't destroy the things here. Looking at him, Avis nodded in the eyes of everyone who was excited and a little unbelievable. In fact, he was also secretly observing everyone at this moment. In the short exploration just now, Avis found that although this hall did respond to the scepter, he could not use it to control the equipment in the hall. In other words, he still lacked some key things. Leading everyone in here is also hoping to use the power of several children of destiny to help him make up for the final missing link of the floating city authority. It seems that due to the inertia of fate, the people in the hall can still barely make up the Ryan team in the previous life. Sexy and gentle night girl Alyssa, not mature and charming, nor a summoner of a queen. Xia Yinghua, Claire, the girl elementalist who brought disaster. The mysterious prophet girl. Ahem, since fate has been changed, it doesn't necessarily have to be a girl. Anyway, it's right to gather the professions of several former teammates of Ryan. After a while, Xia Yinghua was the first to find the problem. I don't know what she did. A black obelisk about 1 meter high, with the upper surface tilted at a 45-degree angle with the monument body, and a mysterious diamond rune engraved on it, suddenly grew out of the ground like a hole. Of course, she could only do this step. And then the system panel prompted that her high elf knowledge level was not enough to meet the event-triggering conditions. The moment she saw the rune, Claire suddenly hugged her head. A look of pain appeared in her blue eyes, and a layer of sweat oozed from her forehead. But in the next moment, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in the depths of the girl's eyes, as if she suddenly recalled something that was sealed in the corner of her memory. Chapter 364 Return to the Sky. Senior Claire? What's wrong with you? Immediately noticing that something was wrong with her, Avis raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Wait. Avis. I seem to have some impression of this place. Still covering her head, Claire suddenly stood up shakily, walked to the obelisk, gently cut her fingertips, and pressed the bleeding finger on the diamond rune. When the dim inscription was stained by the girl's blood, a soft silver light suddenly lit up from the depths of the pattern, and gradually flowed, overflowing the entire rune. Avis. Here. Hold my hand. Use your scepter to establish a connection with it. I understand. Nodding, Avis thought for a while, gently took off the glove on his left hand, and held the girl's slender hand in his palm. The touch from the palm was damp and cold. The next moment, a soft but lifeless synthetic sound suddenly sounded in his spiritual sea. This is Bomia. Comprehensive self-inspection has been completed. After 7,623,000 years, you are welcome to come again. Your Majesty the Controller. At the same time, a detailed three-dimensional image of the Sky City suddenly appeared in his mind sea, with much more details than the projection in the center of the hall, including the hall where everyone in the academy gathered at the moment, the various defense devices inside the ruins, the specific damaged parts of the ruins, and the many ninth levels outside the ruins. All the details of things were transmitted to Ambus's spiritual space in real time in the form of miniature three-dimensional images, as if he had opened a god's perspective. Moreover, when Avis's mind was focused on various parts of the projection, he could also magnify and observe them separately, and perceive what his authority could do. In order to test the authority, Avis's mind moved slightly. At the same time, a strange figure covered in a dark cloak, with his face covered by a hood, and without a trace of breath, suddenly appeared in a corner of the control room. When this figure appeared, he immediately pointed at Avis and sent out a pale green ray. In an instant, Avis collapsed silently into a pile of ashes, and the dark golden scepter was directly sucked into the hand of the strange figure. This short change made the faces of the people in the hall change drastically. Even as strong as Avis was wiped out without any ability to fight back, so they were even less likely to have a good end. However, after being shocked, Roche, Matt and Alyssa showed hatred directly, and took a fighting stance at the same time. Mondolo and Ryan's eyes flashed, and they were a little hesitant. But the next moment, they no longer had to worry about what to do. The unidentified figure raised his hand slightly, and several huge black tentacles suddenly entangled everyone present. When the tentacles touched them, a strange and discordant whisper suddenly murmured in everyone's heart. Slowness, paralysis, darkness, dizziness, hallucinations, mental weakness, divergent thinking. If you use the player panel to detect, you will find that a large number of negative buffs of various types are directly stacked on everyone. Not to mention fighting. They can't even maintain consciousness. And they fall to the ground very simply. However, there were two exceptions in the midst of the crowd. Although Claire and Firefly's Summer Night were also wrapped in tentacles, they were unharmed. The next moment, the figure floated over and held Claire's hand again. So, except for Claire and Firefly's Summer Night, everyone else disappeared in an instant. When they appeared again, they were already in the hall where everyone in the academy was camping. Seeing several students appear in a space-crossing manner, several leading mages were startled and thought that their 9th-level strongmen had come in, although they came in lying down. After waking up several people and asking them carefully, they learned the truth about the ruins and looked at Avis sitting in a corner of the hall with some surprise. At the same time, after listening to the stories of several students, the descendants of the royal family and the other 3 major families also looked at Avis with some surprise. Although they knew that Avis's clone was exploring a mysterious place, they didn't expect it to be so powerful that it almost took control of the floating city. Fortunately, someone stopped Avis in the end. Otherwise, if the floating city fell into the hands of the Olivendi family, the situation in the Empire would probably really change. However, while secretly celebrating Avis's success, they were also secretly guessing the true identity of the mysterious man. According to the descriptions of several people, the mysterious man had the ability to forcibly shuttle into the main control room. It is very likely that he is the 9th-level extreme crown of an unknown force. And according to his action of teleporting several people back to the hall, it can be seen that he seems to have goodwill towards the Gloria Empire or Pamir Academy. At this time, in the floating city control room that everyone in the academy was worried about, Avis's body held Claire's hand and really began to try to control the city. When he was testing the authority before, he had already informed Claire of the truth and advanced through the authority of the floating city. As for the reason why Xia Yinghuo did not move, it seemed that he was simply scared. This performance of pretending to kill his own clone was completely for the sake of showing it to outsiders, to prevent others from focusing their attention on him and the Olivendi family too early, so that he could do things secretly. The cloak was the good thing he got from the treasure of the Power Dragon, which could isolate all the information emitted by the wearer from the outside world except for physical reflection. At this moment, he still had the effects of Old Majesty, flesh manipulation and dark side of the moon on him. So Avis was not worried that anyone would see through him. At this moment, after temporarily controlling the floating city, he finally had enough power to control the situation. First of all, many students of Pamir College must be saved. Otherwise, the future of the Empire will be severely damaged. Then, it was time to feed the black cocoon that the old secret scripture was interested in. Third, the many enemy Ninth Orders outside may take advantage of this opportunity to temporarily control the floating city and leave some of them forever, weakening future enemies while interfering with the direction of fate again. Looking at the many Ninth Order figures outside, there are several hostile Ninth Orders that I have remembered in my previous life. Anvis smiled silently, and with the help of the highest authority of the floating city, his mental power suddenly spread to the extreme, instantly covering the entire ruins. At this moment, with the vicissitudes of history and the glory of the past, return to the sky in this final battlefield that is about to erupt. Bomia, the ladder to heaven. Under Avis's will, the entire ruins trembled. Boom! On the top of the tall altar in the cave hall of the ruins, the stone bell lying on the altar suddenly rang a slightly illusory bell. The bell sounded ancient and desolate, and it lingered for a long time, as if it had sounded since the ancient Golden Age, and then came through endless years. The moment the bell rang, Avis felt his whole body suddenly lighten, as if some invisible shackles were opened. The prophet level that was originally locked in the 6th level limit was quietly broken. The web of fate produced a faint ripple, as if celebrating the birth of a new high-level prophet. But at this moment, Avis did not care about his own strength improvement. He felt as if he had suddenly become this glorious city and experienced everything it saw. Chapter 365 Accident. When Avis's mind controlled the floating city, many 9th level warriors outside the city discovered the abnormality at the same time. They were just trying to disintegrate the city's shield structure through special high-frequency force field magic. But at a certain moment, the aura of this ruin suddenly changed. It was a vague, but extremely clear feeling, as if the whole city suddenly came to life. Wait! Something seems wrong. As soon as a 9th level warrior opened his mouth, a low bell suddenly sounded from the depths of the city ruins. Hearing this strange bell that suddenly hummed, the 9th level extremes led by the three parties reacted differently. Holy Judge Jorgson frowned. And this bell reminded him of the bell of the Tower of Destiny. Crystal Door Bayer tightened the scepter in his hand, somewhat worried about the many Pamir students trapped in the ruins. Mystery Seeker Alvani's expression moved, and a hint of expectation suddenly rose in his eyes. Under the confused and shocked gazes of many 9th level masters from three parties, the entire city trembled violently, and then its height suddenly began to rise slowly. Since the surrounding seawater had been separated, everyone could clearly see at this moment that this huge city ruins with a diameter of tens of kilometers, with a twisted magic shield, slowly floated up as if weightless. The sea sand and silt deposited on the seabed slid off the shield at the bottom of the ruins, leaving a huge pit with slightly irregular edges. In the golden afterglow of the setting sun, the metal spires at the four corners of the city shone with dazzling golden light, and the beautiful buildings with elegant textures gave people a glimpse of a corner of the brilliant ancient golden age. That's a floating city. A well-preserved floating city. Although they had guessed it beforehand, many 9th level warriors still felt a little unreal when they saw the huge ruins slowly floating up in front of them. But the next moment, most of the 9th level warriors had a strong passion and greed in their eyes. There was no need to explain too much. Everyone present knew very well what a new floating city that could rise represented. It was a treasure of cutting-edge magic knowledge of countless ancient high elves, and an unrepeatable miracle creation eternal core that symbolized the highest attainments of magic. At this moment, staring at the ruined city that was gradually rising, the three 9th level leaders all had the same idea in their hearts. Even if it was completely destroyed, it must not fall into the hands of other forces. In the floating city, Avis was adapting to this new state at the moment. In this wonderful state of synchronization, Avis could clearly see himself and Claire standing in the control room, holding hands. And the firefly next to him wanted to reach out and touch it but didn't dare to, with a cowardly expression on his face. When he completely controlled the authority of the floating city and ordered the floating city to rise again, the progress of the end of Bomia task on this guy's panel increased to 45%. After a small punishment for her sudden attack, Avis also told her his identity. However, he did not tell the player girl the real situation, but told her that he was Avis's friend, and the situation just now was a play that he and Avis had colluded in advance and performed for the outside world. Rona also ran out at this time, and visited the control room of the Sky City with some novelty. But after noticing Avis, who was dressed strangely, she became a little alert. After the explanation of the player girl, she relaxed. As Avis's perspective zoomed out, he could see the subtle expressions on the faces of everyone in the Pamir Academy in his body. The confusion of not knowing what to do. The optimism that the Empire would definitely come to rescue. The worry about the future fate. The sadness of losing a close partner. At this time, the descendants of the other three major families were talking to his clones left in the hall, hoping to learn about the specific information of the city. And Avis was dividing a thought to deal with him. Fiona stood aside, holding the kitten and listening to her brother's deeds, her big lake blue eyes full of surprise and admiration. However, in the current synchronization state, Avis also found a little bit of surprise that he had not discovered before. When his huge thought at this moment swept across a corner in the center of the floating city, a figure of unknown identity suddenly appeared there. It was a green-haired natural elf holding a staff and wearing a robe. For some reason, the defense facilities inside the city did not attack him. According to his current position, he was very close to the core energy room of the floating city, but he could not go any further for unknown reasons. The importance of the energy room is self-evident. The core energy room is protected behind the layered space-time turbulence protection belt. Except for those with high-level authority, no idle elves are allowed to approach. When Avis's thoughts swept over him, a triangular magic amulet on his chest suddenly lit up with a rapidly flashing blood-red light. When the light came on, the elf's face changed drastically, and he suddenly crushed a stone engraved with silver high-level elf runes, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in another living area of the city, in an ordinary room. Interestingly, his teleportation this time also relied on the authority of this floating city, but the authority level was much lower than that of Avis. After discovering this, Avis had an idea and directly ordered Bomia to freeze his authority, and at the same time mobilized the golem guards in the city that were still intact to capture the elf. He was not sure which side this guy was from. But there was a very simple way to distinguish him. Throw this guy out, and someone among the many 9th level waiting outside will definitely recognize him. When many golems went to capture him, the elf also broke out a small resistance. He seemed to be an 8th level professional. However, facing the many floating city defense golems that were enough to fight against the 9th level, his counterattack seemed quite weak. After capturing this accident, there were no other special situations in the city. Temporarily ordering the golem to imprison the elf in the city's prison, Avis looked at the many 9th level elves outside the city, and did not launch an attack immediately. After all, he was not the high-level elf legend who once controlled the city. And he was not even a 9th level elf. Because he had not mastered the power of rules, he could not fully exert the strongest power of the city. Moreover, before he controlled the floating city, the city was far from intact. First, it was directly split into 2 halves during the fall, although it seemed to have been restored. In fact, there were still a lot of areas that could not be repaired. Then, due to the 2 limit-breaking attacks, the overall inscription structure of the city was damaged to a certain extent. Relying solely on Bomia's own emergency repair mechanism, it could not fully achieve the degree of recovery. Moreover, among the 3 major forces, the limit-breaking attack of the Federation has not yet appeared. At this moment, many 9th level elves from the outside world have not entered the floating city, just because they are afraid of each other and do not want to be the first to show their cards. If he directly launched an attack, under the strong attack of many 9th level elves regardless of the cost, this floating city might not be able to withstand the strong attack of many 9th level elves. He needed to figure out a way. Try some other approach. Chapter 366 Dilemma and Salvation. Of course, before that, we can throw the elf out first to test the positions of many 9th level people outside, which can buy some time. With a thought, Avis's will was instantly displayed in the city. So, at a point below the bottom of the floating city, the space suddenly produced unknown fluctuations. At this moment, the height of the floating city is broken through the clouds in the sky, hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and slowly rotating at this height. Many 9th level vigilant eyes immediately cast at that point, suspecting that it was some unknown attack. However, when the figure of the elf appeared in everyone's eyes, Mystery Seeker Alvani's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. Holy Judge Jorgson's eyes flashed, and suddenly raised his hand to the elf, and shook it slightly. A holy halo suddenly appeared, and was about to be tied to the elf. But at this time, a transparent magic barrier suddenly appeared on the surface of the elf, blocking Jorgson's attack. Alvani? So he's your man. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood what was going on with this elf. Jorgson sneered, watching Alvani transfer the elf to the team, and did not continue to stop him. We need to share the information inside the floating city. Alvani, the 9th level limit of the Empire's leader. Crystal Gate Bayer also looked at Alvani with caution and made a request. It is obvious that the Magic Council, relying on its advantage of owning a floating city, has studied how to avoid being attacked by the city's defense system, and tried to use it to secretly control the city, or take away the Eternal Core in advance. But now the result is obvious. Due to some unknown reasons, he failed. Seeing this scene, Avis knew that if he had not come here with the scepter and Claire in advance, the Eternal Core would have fallen into the hands of the Continental Magic Council again. His actions at this moment directly destroyed the arrangements of the Magic Council. Thinking of the Stargazer of the Magic Council, Avis's mouth curled up slightly. Due to the many 9th level extremes gathered outside the city, and the existence of the unknown black cocoon, the fate here has been completely messed up. Even the only 9th level prophet on the continent cannot accurately predict the changes here now. When he successfully broke through the high-level prophet, all the high-level prophet who were connected to the web of fate could sense that they had a new companion again, but they could not confirm the specific identity. Of course, after destroying the enemy's plan, it was now his turn to think about how to get the most benefit from this incident. It was absolutely impossible to take this floating city away intact. Avis knew that the floating city, the ultimate war weapon, was a hot potato and a big trouble for the Ollivendi family, not to mention him personally. If they didn't want to start a full-scale civil war directly, the only way was to give it to the royal family. But in the long run, it would not be a good thing for the 4 major families if the royal family controlled the floating city. After thinking about it, Avis finally realized that the best option at the moment was to settle for the second best, and let all parties not get the floating city. After making the decision, Avis moved his mind, and prepared to start hollowing out the city from the inside. Although it seems to be extremely large, there are actually only two things that are truly irreplaceable in the entire floating city. The Intelligent Control Center and core database of the floating city record the central control tower spirit Bamia of the complete structure of the city, and the endless source of magic power of Miracle's eternal core. As long as he takes these two things away, he can try to rebuild this floating city in the future. At the same time, in several secret warehouses and laboratories in the city, there are still a small number of top magic materials, ores, unique experimental products, and other precious materials that are still well preserved, as well as various high-level equipment, golems, and other things. Bamia, gather all valuable materials in the city to the transmission hall, and build a temporary tower spirit at the same time, ready to execute the final escape plan at any time. The Eternal Core cannot be moved for the time being, and can only be taken away at the last moment. But other items can be prepared to start packing now. Your will, Your Majesty the Controller. Following Avis's instructions, the entire city immediately began to operate at full capacity. Several secret vaults and top-secret laboratories that were originally well protected were opened one after another, and several specially made Eternal Gold Carrier Golems entered them, storing rows of time-space constant boxes on the shelves into their internal storage spaces. At the same time, more ordinary Mithril Golems began to recycle the ore and metal materials in the warehouse, and began to move through space teleportation to collect high-level equipment and strange objects scattered in private rooms throughout the city. The spare high-level golems that had not yet been awakened were also activated. Under the command of the tower spirit Bamia, they shuttled through space and entered the teleportation area of the floating city to wait. When he finally escapes, most of these things will eventually become smoke screens to confuse the enemy. After arranging the procedures of looting and running away very skillfully, Avis's attention returned to the current situation. There are many 9th level people in the outside world who are eyeing them, and direct transmission will definitely be intercepted. We must find a way to prevent these 9th level people from paying attention to the transmission fluctuations. Before all this, he must first find a way to let the 9th level people of the Empire rescue the people of Pamir Academy in the ruins. In his plan, this place is about to become a battlefield of super high intensity. When the war at the 9th level is set off, he dare not guarantee that he can protect the people of Pamir Academy. Then, let's experience the feeling of a savior once in a while. Staring at the many Pamir students gathered in the hall, Avis's will focused on the stone bell in the underground hall. According to the information provided by the floating city's main control tower spirit Bamia, the black stone bell and the huge altar in the underground cave hall were not originally facilities inside the floating city. It is a device that Bamia temporarily added after the end of the Purple Moon War. Its effect is to transform the spatial form of the floating city, forcibly call the dream world to cover the reality, and form a special spatial state where the dream and reality merge. Everything in the fusion area exists in parallel with the outside world. Even if a big hole is opened in the floating city in the dream world, there will be no problem in the floating city in the real world, and vice versa. Like a mirror with two sides, when the mirror is turned over, the inside and outside are exchanged, and the original outer layer becomes the inner layer, which will also provide an additional protection effect for the residents of the city. Because of this characteristic, the dream world is the best battlefield for fighting against powerful foreign enemies. With a slight movement of his mind, Avis activated the effect of the stone bell. Chapter 367 The Moon Without Light. The huge bell body trembled slightly, and a wave of spherical ripples with a faint colorful sheen quickly spread out from the altar, and soon completely covered the space area inside the city, and even affected the nearby celestial phenomena. In the eyes of many 9th level people, a purple full moon suddenly appeared in the sky, and the starry sky also seemed deeper and clearer. Many 9th level people knew something about the dream world. While the three parties were alert to accidents, they also wondered whether the floating city was preparing to escape through the dream world. In order to avoid accidents, several 9th level people immediately took action and interfered with the dream space on a large scale. At this moment, the elf that Anvist had specially sent out had also awakened under the healing magic. What happened inside? Eller? Tell me about your exploration process in detail. Seeing him awake again, a 9th level person immediately stepped forward to ask, and the 9th level people from the other two nearby parties also cast a concerned look at him. Your Majesty. Kalis. That's right. According to the original plan, I used the rune stone to enter the floating city. At first, everything was the same as the situation deduced in advance. But strangely, no matter what method I used, I couldn't find the location of the main control room. When I went to the energy core area of the floating city according to the backup plan, the alarm amulet suddenly lit up. When I teleported away, I was besieged by a large number of high-level golems, and the rune stone's teleportation ability suddenly failed. I couldn't resist, and was eventually concentrated by the golem spell, and lost consciousness. After listening to Eller's report, Orvani and several other 9th level extremes looked at each other, and felt a little tricky. Based on the experience told by the elves, it can be basically confirmed that an unknown existence has mastered the high-level authority of the floating city. After confirming this, many 9th rank masters in the outside world directly blocked the nearby space due to the fear that the mysterious man would teleport away after getting the key items. At the same time, they stopped holding back and began to intensify the cracking of the city shield. The integrity of the outer protective wall rapidly decreased, and it had been torn in half at this time. Noticing the reactions of many 9th rank masters at this moment, after opening the dream world, Avis cast his eyes on the Magic Council. When he officially stepped into the ranks of high-level prophet, part of the power of the Web of Fate was finally open to him. At the same time, with a huge increase brought by the floating city, he also vaguely sensed the hand of the Stargazer. It was a very clever operation. With the help of the second wave of the Web of Fate, he moved along with the trend and involved the fate of many premier students in the trend through the hands of several 9th rank masters of the Empire. During the whole process, he did not directly interfere with the fate of any 9th rank master. The ruins that sealed the hope of breaking through the 9th rank plus all the premier students in school, without him having to plan anything. This combination was enough to make the 9th rank masters of all forces on the continent gather here spontaneously for their respective goals. Moreover, as long as the arrangement is proper, even if most of the premier students died due to his interference, most of this wave of fate backlash can be distributed to several 9th level people who arranged students to explore the ruins through the prophecy secrets. After seeing some of the arrangements of the Stargazers, Avis couldn't help but feel a little tricky. Although he was not sure about the true goal of the Stargazers for the time being, it was 80% in conflict with his goal. In other words, his current enemies include not only the many 9th level people outside, but also the Stargazers who are deployed in the distance. To be honest, if it weren't for the entire Continental Magic Council and the floating city as a turtle shell, even if he was a 9th level extreme prophet, he would have been dragged out and beaten to death long ago. He obviously just wanted to change his own destiny. Why did so many people come to stop him? Thinking of this, Avis's mind locked onto a veteran 9th level from the council. Bamia switched to the floating city attack mode, gradually reduced the shield power output, and removed the core weapon system restrictions. Before letting them in, let's choose a lucky audience. Controller authority confirmed. Warning: the final weapon system is activated. The lightless moon begins to fill. As Avis's order was issued, Bamia's originally gentle female high elf tone suddenly turned into a cold metallic sound, as if reminding the orderer to make a careful decision. In an instant, the floating city suddenly shone brightly, and countless magic attacks of all kinds shot at the many 9th level outsiders, who were caught off guard like raindrops. At the same time, in a huge cabin at the bottom of the floating city, huge streams of magic power were input into 4 black obelisks with their tips tilted toward the center and covered with complex inscriptions. After a large amount of magic power was injected, the inscriptions at the bottom of the obelisk gradually began to turn silver-white, and a tiny black sphere with a sense of death condensed in the center of the 4 obelisks. As time passed, the height of the silver inscription began to increase. The diameter of the sphere gradually expanded, and the sense of death became more and more obvious. Finally, when the 4 obelisks turned completely silver, the huge black sphere disappeared instantly in a wave of space fluctuations. At this moment, outside the city, the 9-level limit leaders of the 3 parties suddenly felt creepy. No! It's a limit-breaking attack. Get out of the way! While warning, Orvani swung his staff violently, instantly adding multiple protections and deflection fields to all of his people. But at this moment, it was too late. A black ball about several meters in size appeared silently near the people of the Federation and the Parliament, and then expanded rapidly at an astonishing speed. When the black ball appeared, The rules of the entire spacetime produced strong interference, making it impossible to transmit. Even if it flew directly, the flight trajectory that should have been a straight line would become seriously distorted. The old 9 level, who was locked by Ambus's thoughts, only had time to urgently open the rule defense, and then was directly swallowed by the black ball. Seymour, not caring about his companions, at the critical moment, Orvani forcibly opened the super magic field, stabilized the spacetime rules of a small area next to him, and barely escaped before being swallowed by the weird black ball. From a distance, in the deep blue night sky, beside the rising silver moon and purple moon, it seemed as if a huge black full moon suddenly appeared. When it expanded to almost 1/10 of the size of the floating city, the black ball suddenly shrank towards the center as it appeared, and finally turned into a black dot and disappeared without a trace, leaving a permanent fragile area of space and time in its original place. Under this lightless moon, the parliamentary team directly lost 3 9th level members. Even if the 9th level has all kinds of strange and bizarre life-saving secrets, it will take hundreds of years for them to revive after their bodies are completely annihilated. However, it seems that due to the launch of the lightless moon, the shield of the floating city disappeared temporarily. The shield disappeared. Let's go in. Many 9th levels were a little scared of the terrifying attack just now on the floating city. If there is another similar attack, except for a few 9th level extremes, no one dares to guarantee that they can escape from that terrifying attack. At this moment, seeing that the city shield disappeared on its own, except for a few 9th levels who were responsible for staying behind and dispersed far away, the vast majority of the rest of the 9th levels quickly rushed into the city, preparing to paralyze the entire city's defense system as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Plan and Separation. It's already in. Unfortunately, there's not enough time for the second shot. Sensing the large area of the city that was rapidly darkening, Avis shook his head in his heart. As Bomia's ultimate weapon, the moon without light is terrifyingly powerful, but it takes about 10 minutes to recharge and cool down. In order to maximize the attack effect, he did not choose any 9th level extreme, but took a step back and chose those old-fashioned 9th level as targets. Due to the limitations of the 9th level natural chasm, the 9th level extremes could never go further, so almost all their skills were focused on life-saving abilities. 2 old-fashioned 9th levels, and 1 ordinary 9th level. I'm not sure if they can split, but it's okay. The next step is to guide the 9th level professionals of the Empire to take the premier students away. After confirming the results of the attack, Avis temporarily stopped paying attention to the actions of several 9th level professionals outside the floating city, but focused all his attention on the many 9th level professionals who rushed into his body. Although the many 9th level professionals were reflected in his mind, they were almost all pitch black, but he could still clearly perceive the difference between the 3 parties. The church was divided into several teams, destroying a large area as they went, but they had no clear target. Wherever they went, large areas of blackness would appear. The Parliament and the Federation were also destroying, but they were divided into 2 groups, with a very clear direction, almost moving towards the core energy room and control area at the shortest distance. In order to stop them, Avis mobilized the most guards. The Empire was divided into 3 teams, but because they were worried that an unintentional attack would affect the people of Premier Academy, the 9th level attacks were somewhat restrained. Even if Ambus deliberately transferred some of the guard golems, their exploration speed was the slowest. According to the current situation, the 9th level of the Parliament can still reach the key area first, but it will take at least 15 minutes. After confirming the situation, Ambus locked his mind on Duke Carrot, who also entered the ruins and was currently in a team with 2 other dukes and 2 marquises. The defense system in the city can delay many 9th levels for a certain period of time, but it cannot delay for too long. And some 9th levels are already looking for ways to break through the dream layer. He needs to finish what he wants to do before the defense of the transmission room and the energy room is broken. Bomia, pack the current picture in the central square of the 16th living area, the specific structure diagram of the ruins, and their current location, and send it to this. After saying this, Ambus suddenly paused, not knowing what to say. In ancient times, there was no such creature as human beings, and there was no word for human beings in Bomia's database, an ancient elven language. Fortunately, since the information was transmitted by thought, even if Avis hadn't finished speaking, Bomia understood his instructions. Sent. Your Majesty the Controller. Disassemble the components of the lightless moon system and pack them into multiple transport golems. And also go to the transmission hall to wait. Execute the final separation plan. Switch to the temporary tower spirit to take over the city. And the main body enters the separation state. After the information was transmitted, Avis immediately issued the final separation order, and at the same time did not forget to dismantle the city's core weapon system. Although Avis was not sure whether the lightless moon could still be used without the power supply of the Eternal Core, he did not want it to fall into the hands of the enemy. Controller authority confirmed. Confirmed. Start the disengagement process. Bamia's voice returned to the previous high elf female voice. At the same time, Avis' eyes slowly darkened and his perspective returned to the hall. And is it over? Claire almost called out Avis' name, and temporarily changed her words. At the same time, she released her hand pressing the diamond rune and looked at Avis, who had opened his eyes again. It's over. The 9th level of the Empire has entered the city. I have just passed the location of the premier students to them. After confirming that the students are safe and rescued, it's time for us to disengage. Nodding gently, Avis let go of Claire's hand and looked at the center of the control room. The originally slowly rotating miniature floating city projection has become somewhat incomplete at this time. A large number of black gaps representing damage, like scars, penetrate deeply into the city. And just above the projection, a hexagonal hole suddenly opened in the silver ceiling. A hexagonal crystal about 1 meter long and half a meter thick, with countless colors on its surface, slowly descended from the cave and floated on the top of the projection. When you carefully stare at the light on the surface of this crystal column, it seems that you can receive countless knowledge and information. Sensing the existence of the scepter in Avis's hand, the crystal column suddenly turned into a stream of light again, converging at the head of the dark golden scepter, and condensed into a dodecahedral crystal about the size of a human head. At the same time, Avis once again felt that he had established a connection with the city. But unlike Bomia, the temporary tower spirit's control over the city is obviously much more rigid. Just like the difference between AI life and weak artificial intelligence. Well, the temporary tower spirit seems to be able to be controlled independently through this scepter. In this case, Claire, you should also return to the hall where the people of the Academy are gathered. The 9th level of the Empire will soon arrive there. Leaving the ruins with their help is the safest way to leave. Aware of this, Avis made a suggestion. Since he can now control the city independently, there is no need for the half-elf girl to take a huge risk and wait with him to the end. So, what about you? Claire stared at Avis with her clear blue eyes, and did not refute anything, but asked a question in return. Even though the latter had changed his body shape and appearance at this moment, her eyes were still clean and blazing, as if she could see through the disguise of the appearance and see the boy behind the mask. Do you remember my identity as a mysterious person? I will control the defense system of the floating city here to ensure that all students will not be disturbed by the 9th level of other hostile forces before they are successfully rescued by the 9th level of the Empire. Besides that, I have other things to do. With the control authority of the floating city, I also have other ways to get out of here. Don't worry. A smile appeared on the face under the hood, and Avis explained. He planned to seal the black cocoon first, and find a way to keep a few more 9th level of the hostile forces. Unlike the outside world that can shuttle through space and dodge at will, the time and space inside the floating city is highly solidified. With the infinite magic power of the Eternal Core, the defense system inside the ruins can also pose a huge threat to the 9th level as long as it is properly controlled. For every 9th level left, his situation in the future will become better. Okay, but after leaving here, I hope to borrow the floating city tower spirit for a while. I need to investigate something. Claire nodded, seeming satisfied with the boy's answer. Anwise raised the scepter lightly, and the girl's figure disappeared in the hall. Wait. What about me? Is it dangerous here? Can you send me away too? Seeing Claire's figure disappear, Xia Yinghua hurried over with a flattering smile. She is very afraid of death. You? Don't worry. I heard that strangers can be resurrected. Glancing at her, Anwise issued a task by the way. By the way, don't move here. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I can give you a copper coin as a reward. As his voice fell, the task prompt immediately popped up on the game panel of the player girl. D-level task. No level limit. Seeing this, Anwise waved the scepter with satisfaction and entered the dream world level. How can this be? In the empty hall, Only the dumbfounded player girl was left. Chapter 369 Seal and Vision. On the other side, in the corridor of the dream space, the anxious Duke Carrot and the other 4 9th-level people were advancing rapidly, while spreading their perception as much as possible, searching for the location of the amulets on Anvis and Fiona. After the defense system of the floating city was fully opened, a large number of disordered phenomena occurred in the time and space here, and the positioning of the family amulet also became abnormal, moving in all directions. Boom! Suddenly, a huge gap appeared in the wall on one side, and a strange creature like a giant amoeba rushed out of the gap and suddenly wrapped around the 5 people in the corridor. What was a little strange was that it seemed to be completely unaware of the terrifying 9th-level pressure emanating from the few people already familiar with the existence of this thing. Duke Carrot waved his hand casually, and the frost with the power of rules directly covered its body, instantly turning it into an ice sculpture. Then, the ice sculpture automatically shattered and turned into floating shining ice dust. Along the way, they have encountered more than one of these strange creatures. Their strength is very average, only about level 7 or 8. But there is no valuable loot, which is a complete waste of time. Duke Itcheries, the current head of the Enoch family, tried to capture one. During the on-site dissection, it was found that although it was huge, its internal structure was extremely simple. It was like the first batch of giant underwater creatures in the earliest Dark Ages, with only the most primitive system to maintain life activities. And the behavior pattern was just like a real amoeba, with only very simple instinctive reactions. After wiping out the amoeba that blocked the way, Carrot was about to continue exploring deeper. But at this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. A message from an unknown source suddenly touched his mental defense. Not feeling anything bad in the message, Carrot carefully separated a trace of mental power and touched the surface of the information seed. Then, a shadow of Avis suddenly appeared in his mental sea. Father, the situation is critical. I left this message using the city's authority. If you enter the city and see the message, please go to this coordinate quickly. Fiona and other Premier students are currently located here. After this short message, there is a miniature stereoscopic projection of part of the city. The projection clearly marked the location of the hall where the Premier people gathered, as well as the current location of the Duke and others. Carrot, what's wrong with you? Although the Duke only paused slightly, in the eyes of several other 9th-level people, this was already a very obvious and clear abnormal situation. Just now, I received a message about the specific location of the people in Premier Academy. Fearing that Duke Carrot would explore the floating city too deeply, Avis only shared the route to the location of the people in the academy, and did not include maps of other key areas. So the Duke did not hide anything at this moment, and directly shared the map with the other 4 9th level. However, in order to protect Avis, he did not explain the source of the message. Is this credible? Could it be that the mysterious person who currently controls the ruins deliberately left it behind to lure us into a prepared trap? Looking at each other, several 9th levels were a little skeptical about this, and the 9th level of the Enoch family directly pointed out the doubts about this information. I'm still going to take a look there. At least this is a clue. After a little hesitation, Duke Carrot finally made a decision. How about this? I'll go in front to explore the way, and you can follow me farther behind. If this is really some kind of trap, we also have time to react. I'll go with you. And I just happen to be going there to take a look. It's much safer for 2 people to explore together. In this dangerous floating city, any loss of personnel will make our situation even more unfavorable. At this time, the 9th level of the Alfred family spoke in a deep voice and decided to explore with Carrot temporarily. Okay, let's go quickly. The environment here always makes me feel bad. It's better to find our target as soon as possible and then leave here. After a brief discussion, the other 3 9th levels finally agreed to this plan. So the whole team turned and headed for the location of the mark. At this moment, Anvis, who re-entered the dream level, returned to the dark cave before. Time was running out, so he quickly activated the true form of the old secret book and let it pounce on the black cocoon in the center of the room like a cat seeing delicious food. Just like the last time it absorbed the pitch-black seal, the dark green thick book turned to the last blank page by itself. The pale yellow page was stained with paleness, and an indescribable brilliance emanated from the surface of the page. Under the cover of this light, the seemingly extremely powerful black cocoon in the center of the hull, but still without any resistance, gradually began to fade. The color began to gradually become transparent, and the sense of existence became weaker and weaker. The sealing process was very fast. According to the current momentum, the entire sealing process would be completely completed in less than 5 minutes. But at this moment, Avis suddenly felt a sudden chill all over his body, and a trembling sensation swept across his body like an electric current. This was not real coldness, but a crisis warning brought by high-level mental power. Something was watching him. He quickly looked around, and then locked his eyes on the rock wall on one side of the cave. On the surface of the black ancient rock, several dark tentacles had emerged at some point, swaying slowly like seaweed, seemingly harmless. But he had a vague feeling that the unknown sight came from that direction. Avis raised the golden scepter in his hand slightly, and an unstable space-time ripple swept across the area directly, and several tentacles broke and disappeared. But after dealing with several tentacles, the feeling of being stared at not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. No. If it was said that at the beginning, that strange sight only came from that direction. Now, the direction of sight has changed to all directions. Avis even suspected that he had entered the body of some giant creature. Tightening the scepter in his hand, Avis' vigilant eyes quickly swept across every corner of the hull, and quickly analyzed the root of the problem in his mind. Seal the black cocoon. Feel the sight. Cut off the tentacles. Tentacles. So where is the root of the tentacles? The thought instantly turned in his mind, and Avis immediately separated his thoughts to communicate with the temporary tower spirit, trying to observe the entire floating city in the dream level. But when the picture appeared in his mind, Avis couldn't help but be surprised. From the controller's perspective, the entire floating city was almost completely entangled and wrapped by a large number of pitch-black dream tentacles, with the core energy room of the entire floating city as the center. Countless pitch-black tentacles of unimaginable size stretched out like blooming sea lilies, wrapping the entire city. The damage caused by the many ninth-level creatures entering the city at this time did not seem to have much impact on these tentacles. Avis could not imagine what kind of existence these tentacles would be. At this moment, Avis's gaze seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The pitch-black tentacles that were originally quiet and motionless suddenly began to wriggle. A large number of tentacles began to slowly shrink and refocus towards the direction of the core energy room. And in the center of all the tentacles, between the countless intertwined pitch-black tentacles, a huge blood-red single eye suddenly opened. Chapter 370 Power increased. The moment he looked into the eyes of the giant eye, Avis's spirit was shaken, and he instantly left the observation state, and his face suddenly turned pale. Thanks to the observation state before, with the help of the power of the entire floating city, he could barely see its true body. Can't look. The main body must not look directly at it. After a few quick breaths, he took out a bottle of potion to restore mental damage and took it. And Avis sighed helplessly. Sure enough, once the prophecy of the old secret book appeared, he would definitely be involved in a big trouble related to the existence of the super 9th level. The rank of that thing undoubtedly exceeded the limit of the 9th level. Moreover, its breath reminded Avis of the ruins of the underwater city that he had forcibly blown up with a magic nuclear bomb on that strange island, deep in the giant gate in the center of the city that even a nuclear explosion could not destroy. The breath of the chaotic and creeping dark things was exactly the same as the bloody single eye just now. He suddenly began to wonder if it was a floating city in the distant ancient golden age. War started, spirals collapsed, and glory died. The old stars fell to the bottom of the sea. Although the ancient ruins were covered with corals, ominous meaning still lurked in them. The darkness from the distant stars, sleeping in the eternal palace, indescribable dreams, unknown worlds, waiting for the stars to return to their positions. Recalling the 2 pages of short prophecy, Avis finally understood the true meaning of the prophecy. As he had suspected before, the black cocoon was not actually the darkness in the prophecy, but at most a small part of the so-called darkness. The real meaning of the eternal palace actually refers to the area where the eternal core is located. But in the prophecy, it should be sleeping now, waiting for the so-called moment when the stars return to their positions. Oh, by the way, he just sealed the black cocoon with the secret book of the old days. And in his observation just now, the black cocoon seemed to be a part of the exposed organ of the giant creature. In other words, he broke into the body of the sleeping monster without knowing it in advance, and sealed its cock by the way. Today is another day to make a big mistake. After figuring out the cause and effect, Avis suddenly began to feel fortunate that a large group of 9th level creatures had just been tricked into here by him. If these 9th level creatures discovered its true form, it should be enough to pose a certain threat to it. And while it was dealing with those 9th level creatures, he could quietly run away with his things. Seeing the tentacles sticking out from the wall again, Avis silently gave up the idea of sneaking away. Well, I'm afraid he can't run away. It has obviously noticed him. Although he was not sure why it did not attack immediately, he did not think that thing would generously let him go. The situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, those strange things never came out of the door, and could only rage helplessly on the other side of the door. This time, the huge monster not only entered the dream world of Unival, but also located on a floating city. God knows what this thing can do after it wakes up completely. What if he runs away, and this thing chases him to the Yar continent? With his current strength, if he loses control of the floating city, he can't even bear to look at it. At this moment, Avis suddenly began to wonder how Ryan dealt with this thing in his previous life. After all, the story of Ryan in his previous life was just to awaken the forbidden super-ancient weapon Themis Colossus sleeping in the seabed, and then fought with an unknown existence. Now thinking about it, the final ending of Ryan's great adventure seems to be that the Colossus and the other party it fought disappeared together. It's an open ending, and no one knows whether Ryan won or not. When many thoughts flashed through Avis' mind, the sealing process of the old secret scripture was finally completed. The pitch-black cocoon completely turned into a phantom, and was completely sucked into the old secret scripture. And on the pale page, there was a lifelike pitch-black cocoon pattern. At the same time, a familiar huge power feedback came from the dark green thick book again. Unlike the last enhancement, this time, the power feedback of the old secret scripture did not simply increase his attributes, but made his mental coordination begin to rapidly improve. 25%, 50%, 75%, 99%. With the dark golden scepter in his right hand, Avis could not help but half kneel down. The rapid improvement of the coordination between mind and body caused his mental activity to rise rapidly, almost reaching the point of going berserk. An uncontrolled small mental storm rose within 10 meters around him, leaving twisted traces on the rocky floor of the hall. All kinds of thoughts floated in his mind, and the magic problems that he had not been able to figure out before were now solved one by one, and even made him feel that they were nothing special. While his mental synchronization was improving, his basic attributes and the upper limit of his mental C were also rapidly improving. This is the path that all 5th and 6th level professionals must go through. As the spirit and the body gradually synchronize, the strength of the professionals will be truly improved. The body is assimilated and transformed by the mental power, gaining a strength far beyond the previous one. The mental power is further improved due to the continuous strengthening of the physical body. When the synchronization broke through to 99%, Avis barely controlled himself and did not continue to synchronize the last 1%, but let the old secret book store the remaining power. The breakthrough from the 6th level to the 7th level is an irreversible process in the middle. Avis is not sure how long it will take for him to break through, but this is definitely not a good place to break through. Although he had previously broken through to the high-level prophet, that only gave him the power to borrow the power of the web of fate, and the mental synchronization did not improve as a result. The reason for this strange situation is actually because his strength is completely instilled by the old secret book. When the power transmission was over, Avis reached out to catch the thick book floating in the air, slowly stood up, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. It's almost 6 minutes. We have to hurry up. But I don't know if that unknown creature of unknown origin has interfered with the eternal core in the real world. After thinking about it, he sensed the current position of the Duke and others again. Although he didn't dare to enter the control state again, it was still okay to let the temporary tower spirit report the position. Soon, a miniature floating city model appeared in Avis's spiritual sea. In the model, the green dot representing the Duke and others almost overlapped with the blue dot representing the Academy. Suddenly remembering something, Avis raised his scepter slightly, and the figures of Duke Carrot and the 9th level of the Alfred family suddenly disappeared in the dream layer and entered the floating city in the real world. This change scared the other 4 9th level members of the team, thinking that he was tricked. However, they immediately noticed the special fluctuations caused by leaving the dream space. Chapter 371: The Eternal Core. In the real world, the 2 9th level masters were also somewhat confused when they saw the countless students suddenly appearing in front of them. The dream teleportation just now was obviously done deliberately by someone. In other words, the mysterious man who was suspected of controlling the city was actually very likely on the side of the Gloria Empire. or at least had good intentions towards the Empire. At this moment, several leading mages of Pamir Academy were looking at the two 9th level masters, who suddenly appeared in the square with ecstasy. Although they were all high-level spellcasters, their situation was actually not much safer than that of the students in this relic that posed a huge threat to the 9th level masters. Moreover, they did not even dare to show their nervousness, and had to act as if they were confident, so as not to cause widespread panic among the students. Now that their 9th level masters had finally arrived, they were completely relieved. A leading mage stepped out of the crowd, and consciously began to report the current situation of the students to the two. Your Highness, most of the Pamir students are now gathered in this underground square. There are currently 4,106 students, accounting for about 94% of the total number of people entering the ruins. Of the 262 students who have not yet returned, 117 are confirmed dead, and the remaining 145 students are out of contact. The descendants of His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince, and several adults have been confirmed to have all gathered. For the time being, Duke Carrot and the other two nodded their heads while listening to the report of the team leader. They also felt a little heavy in their hearts. In previous years' Pamir competitions, the death toll rarely exceeded double digits. But this year, so many people were lost at once. It is conceivable how furious His Majesty the Emperor would be after hearing this news. It's okay. The situation is critical now. All the Pamir students who have not yet arrived will be considered confirmed dead. Looking at Fiona and Avis in the crowd, the two 9th levels breathed a sigh of relief. Duke Carrot looked around and spread his magical voice to the entire underground square. Everyone, please pay attention. Don't resist. We will take you away from here safely. As they spoke, the two 9th levels opened their respective domains and enveloped many students. Under the effect of magic, the bodies of the Pamir people in the cave gradually shrank, and then they were collected by the two into a special space ring used to accommodate living things. However, before entering the ring, Avis's clone, who was left here to conceal his presence, finally delivered a message to Duke Carrot. Father, there will be great danger here soon. Please leave here as soon as possible. Of course, although it was a secret communication, in front of the 9th level of the Alfred family, the scene of Avis delivering mental power messages was completely exposed. It's dangerous here. He hopes I can leave here as soon as possible. After collecting everyone, Carrot briefly explained the content of Avis' message. Well, let's send them back first. This is the safest way. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, it will be difficult for us to protect their safety. After a brief discussion, the two finally decided to give up the search and send everyone from Pamir Academy out first. However, although the target was determined, it was not an easy task to take everyone out of the floating city safely. Everyone in the academy was waiting for the rescue of the 9th level masters, thinking that as long as the rescue arrived, everything would be fine. But what they didn't know was that the two 9th level masters were far less confident than them. Standing in the position of the two, they had a more thorough understanding of the current situation, and they also knew very well what they would face if they left now. In order to prevent someone from touching the Eternal Core or the Core Tower Spirit first, and then using teleportation magic to escape. With the floating city as the center, the space within a radius of dozens of miles has long been imposed the highest level of blockade by the three parties. Moreover, all the forces left in the hands of professionals, who were observing the situation outside probably had limit-breaking trump cards. The number may not be large, but there will definitely be some, and their purpose is to deal with those 9th level masters who are ready to leave. No matter which side's 9th level masters leave the floating city first, they will face the thunder strike of the other two major forces. Duke Alfred is a veteran 9th level master, and Duke Carrot is too young among the 9th level masters, and his strength can only barely touch the edge of the veteran 9th level masters. They themselves are not sure whether they can successfully take the students away. After looking at each other, the two quickly left in the direction they came from. On the other side, in the control room at the real-world level, Avis watched the Duke and his companions leave, and at the same time controlled the distortion of the spatial corridor inside the floating city, causing a team of 9th level Vatican officials who were exploring in this direction to deviate from the route of the Duke and his companions. It was very interesting that at the real level, Avis could control the floating city at the dream level, but could not observe the huge unknown creature. Only when you enter the dream layer can you see it. The reason is unknown. At this moment, more than 7 minutes have passed, And some ninth levels are very close to the core energy room and the central control room in the dream layer. In the core energy room, Avis is not sure what these ninth levels will encounter. But the central control room is one of the core nodes connecting the floating city to the dream space. If they get there, they can easily leave the dream world and truly enter the floating city area at the real level. Time is tight. After confirming that the Duke and the other two will not meet the hostile ninth level forces again, Avis raised the scepter again and teleported himself outside the core energy room. In order to delay time and humanitarian spirit, Avis is also trying his best to manipulate the space-time corridor to move in the dream world, trying to let more ninth levels explore the direction of the core control room. After all, if there are fewer people, they may be killed instantly by the body of the blood-colored giant eye. Unable to bear to see them die too quickly, Avis kindly helped them gather more strength so that they would not be powerless to fight back. In the real world, the core energy room seemed to be normal. After carefully sensing and confirming that there was no danger, he used his authority to control the magic of Earth's metal gate that was several meters thick to rise. Grind, grind, grind. From the tiny crack of the slowly opened door, pure white light instantly shone out. Behind the open gate, an extremely pure and transparent white light core was reflected in Avis's blue eyes. The core was in the shape of a perfect regular octahedron, about 3 meters long from top to bottom, and was steadily suspended in the center of the entire huge core energy room. Countless constant gold magic circuits, tens of centimeters wide, were densely covered on the wall surface of the entire energy room, collecting the amazing magic power gushing out of the core and continuously transporting it to various parts of the city to maintain the operation of the floating city. How brilliant! Staring at the dazzling core in front of him, Avis couldn't help but be intoxicated by its beauty. This is the crystallization of the High Elf's supreme magical attainments. The core of the miracle that makes the entire city break away from the earth and touch the heaven eternal core. However, at the moment when Avis was about to take away the eternal core, his movements suddenly stopped. Chapter 372 Choice. A strong sense of crisis that made his hair stand on end suddenly came from the core that seemed to be close at hand. Don't move. Don't move. You will die. 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 Every bit of mental power seemed to be shouting madly, desperately trying to stop him from trying to shut down the magic output of the core energy room and take away the eternal core. At this time, the old secret book hanging on his waist floated up again and established a magic connection with Avis. So, in his sight, on the magic-hating alloy wall of the power room, those seemingly normal magic circuits suddenly flashed, and dark tentacles appeared faintly. It was not just the circuits on the surface of the wall. More and smaller black tentacles directly protruded from the wall, and the tips crawled towards the eternal core emitting light in the center of the power room. Even around the eternal core, a dark bird cage composed of tentacles was woven, unscrupulously absorbing the energy of the eternal core. So, that's it. The raised scepter slowly fell down, and Avis's heart was alarmed. He immediately realized that it was not that the unknown creature did not invade reality, but that it had hidden its existence. Tallingbo Mia had never discovered the problem of the core energy room for millions of years, and this was probably the reason. However, these tentacles seemed to be somewhat afraid of the existence of the old secret book. The tentacles closest to the door even moved away on their own, unwilling to be covered by the dim light emitted by the book. After thinking about it, Avis directly controlled the old secret book to fly into the energy room. He wanted to try to see if he could use the sealing ability of the old secret scripture to directly seal the eternal core. This could also help him determine the true power level of the old secret scripture. The initial effect was very good. All the tentacles along the way automatically made way for the dark green thick book to float near the eternal core. However, the old secret scripture did not respond to Avis's command to seal the eternal core. Obviously, this was beyond its ability. But when Avis carefully followed the gap between the tentacles into the energy room and prepared to take the core himself, he noticed something abnormal again. A slightly illusory, glittering crystal dust suddenly floated past his cheek. Is this the crystallized wind? The mental power controlled the breeze wrapped in crystal dust around his fingertips. Avis identified it again, and finally confirmed that it was the horrible natural disaster in his memory. Decades later in the previous life, a horrific explosion of unknown cause occurred in the Kingdom of Phrenos, west of the Idle Kingdom Federation. The center of the explosion was located in a branch of the Manorchenko Mountains. After the explosion, the entire branch and the nearby Phrenos city were completely razed to the ground. The rapidly spreading ultra-high energy magic particles rubbed violently with the air, and the blue magic radiation glow rushed straight into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky of the Yar continent. And even Carlos, 1,000 kilometers away, could see it clearly. When the explosion ended, many professionals went to explore the core area of the explosion, and suddenly found that the wind here was mixed with a kind of fine crystal dust. When blown by this glittering wind, the flesh of the creature will gradually produce irreversible crystallization. The most terrifying thing is that all professionals below the 4th level cannot resist the invasion of this wind. And misfortunes never come alone. In the sea area west of Frenos, under the influence of the shark dragon monsoon that blows every summer, the coverage area of this crystallized wind quickly spreads to nearly 3/4 of the Yar continent. In that catastrophe, all cities were forced to open the city protection shield all year round, and the number of ordinary people living outside the city dropped by 70%. And this was the result of the crystallized wind not blowing frequently. Some people speculated that it was a magic experiment accident of a 9th level spellcaster. And some people speculated that it was some new limit-breaking weapon secretly developed by the Federation. And now, looking at the core in front of him, which was slowly emitting a wisp of crystal dust and had a slightly chaotic frequency of fluctuations, Avis suddenly understood something. The absorption of the strange existence, with only blood-red giant eyes, seemed to cause this core to have a special instability phenomenon. When the Magic Council was studying the core, it was probably stimulated by some accident, which resulted in the core exploding. After temporarily exiting the energy room, Avis took a last look at the current position of many 9th level warriors. Due to his deliberate guidance, most of the 9th level teams in the Dream level have approached the core energy room. The closest one is a team from the Magic Council, and the team from the Church is a little slower, but also very close. A small number of lone 9th level warriors and 9th level teams approached the central control room. Duke Carrot and Duke Alfred have arrived near the exit on one side of the city, but stopped there and did not choose to leave directly, as if they were worried about something. At this moment, there is only about 1 minute left before the 10 minutes of absolute safety time that Avis estimated. Staring at the eternal core in front of him, Avis suddenly had a crazy idea. What if he did not take this unstable core away, but detonated it on the spot? This idea did not arise for no reason. In this life, the number of 9th level people from the 3 major forces entering the floating city far exceeded that of the previous life, which was half of the total number of 9th level people on the continent. If this opportunity is taken to keep the 9th level teams from the other 2 major forces that enter the exploration here forever, then even if they can be resurrected in the future, the impact on the continental situation in the past 100 years cannot be ignored. The most important thing is that the exploration of the floating city by Pamir Academy this time. The shadow of Stargazer Brunts is behind the whole thing. He carefully guided the current situation, and Avis had never known what Brunts' real goal was. But now, when he has truly broken through the high-level prophet, standing in front of the eternal core, Avis suddenly has a mysterious feeling. At this moment, any decision he made would have a profound impact on the web of fate. This is the state of fate manipulation of a high-level prophet. With this ability, Avis is truly qualified to play against the Stargazer. Following the feeling in the dark, Avis raised his scepter and issued an order to the Tower Spirit. So, in the dream world, in front of all the 9th level people, Avis's shadow wearing a cloak and hood suddenly appeared at the same time. If there is no choice, then he will create his own choice. His response to the chess game set by the Stargazer was to flip the table directly. Chapter 373: The Fall of Heaven. At this moment, in the dream world, the 9th level Magic Council with the fastest exploration progress has arrived at the outside of the core energy room first. But at the same time, he also discovered the abnormality of the energy room. Wait, something is wrong. Don't open the door yet. At the last moment before opening the door of the energy room, Mystery Seeker Orvani suddenly raised his hand and cautiously stopped the actions of the team. Have you found anything, Mr. Speaker Orvani? The actions of the 3 9th level mages of the surrounding parliament all stopped in response to Orvani's sudden warning. After sensing it, one of the female spellcasters moved her robes slightly and asked the doubts of several people. Although it seems that the number of 9th level mages who came from the parliament seems to be the largest in the eyes of the outside world, the number of people who really belong to the Magic Council is actually less than 2 digits. And most of the others are lone 9th level mages from the major kingdoms of the Idle Federation. It was just because Orvani one of the 3 speakers of the Magic Council, came in person. So the Parliament took the lead temporarily. According to the secret information, this should be the core energy room. But I feel something extremely dangerous inside. Frowning slightly, Orvani's silver-white eyes swept across the dark metal door. A little hesitant. Before setting off, Mr. Bruntz once made a prophecy for me alone. There will be a huge danger on this trip. And now it seems that it is very likely near the core. Mr. Speaker, what should we do now? After listening to Orvani's explanation, another spellcaster asked. Yeah. But just as Orvani opened his mouth, the heavy gate beside him suddenly trembled, and then slowly opened by itself. When the gate opened, a chilling sense of crisis immediately spread throughout the mages. Not good. Without time to consider why the gate opened by itself, the 4 mages immediately retreated, trying to conceal their own breath and stay away from the gate as much as possible. At this moment, from the corridor on the other side, the Holy See team led by Archbishop Holy Judge Jorgson of the Holy Light Church just arrived, and also discovered the slowly opening gate and the retreating Parliament team. We meet again. Why are you running? Without paying attention to the gate at the first time, Jorgson raised his hand directly, and several holy white illusory chains composed purely of rule inscriptions emerged in the void, quickly shot at the 4 people, trying to keep them facing Jorgson's attack. Except for Orvani, the other 3 mages could only mobilize the power of rules to resist. But the speed inevitably slowed down. Damn it! Jorge-san! Stop it! Don't you feel what's inside the door? Orvani turned around angrily and waved his hand. The invisible wind of magic blew past and instantly disintegrated several chains from the root. Oh! This feeling. Jorge-san put down his raised hand with an indifferent expression and turned his attention to the door. After a slight sense, his eyes also became solemn. Is it an outsider? An ancient alien that descended in the darkness, awakened in a corner where the glory of the gods has not yet shone? A pure white divine punishment crystal appeared in his hand again. At the same time, several 9th-level members of the church behind him spread out slightly and formed a simple protective array. At the same time, the metal gate of the energy room was almost half open at this moment. The room was completely dark and nothing could be seen. Instead, there was an extremely ominous black dream breath, like sticky oil, flowing out of the corridor along the open door. Both sides were highly alert to this black breath of unknown origin. Several 9th-level members tried to use the power of rules to eliminate it, but the effect was not satisfactory. Almost 3 parts of the power of rules could offset 1 part of the black breath. At this moment, when the 2 sides were temporarily confronted, another group of 9th-level teams from the Federation and a team of people from the Empire finally arrived here. But before they could react, an illusory projection wearing a black cloak and a hooded face suddenly appeared in front of many 9th-level members. Everyone was stunned by the appearance of this figure, and then immediately realized that this was probably the mysterious person who controlled the city and the intelligence. Not only were there many 9th-level people exploring in the city, but in the sky outside the entire floating city, there were suddenly several huge projections of the interior of the floating city, and the protagonists were the 9th-level teams exploring the ruins. The current exploration status of the 9th level of each major force was clearly displayed to the eyes of the outside world. Look! That seems to be the scene in the city. Seeing this scene, many 9th level people who were watching from afar were a little surprised, and immediately contacted their respective forces. Soon, almost all major forces knew about the change in the floating city. Who are you? Inside the city, while being alert to the darkness in the door, Jorgson stared at the projection in front of him indifferently. His tone was cold, as if he was interrogating a heretic. At the same time, several 9th level mages began to cast spells directly, trying to trace the location of the main body along the projection. However, with the magic system of the entire floating city as a defense, this tracing did not work. Me? In the projection, Avis lowered his hood slightly and smiled silently. I wonder if you have heard of the name of the Gloria Folk Resistance Organization Spark. Are you from the Spark organization? Hearing this, a 9th level from the Aslade family was a little surprised. Suddenly, from the mysterious mouth in front of him, he heard the name of the resistance organization that was making trouble in his own province. But he had never paid attention to it before. While being surprised, he couldn't help but re-examine the threat of this organization in his heart. The Spark organization. Even if you want to fool us, there should be a limit. silently staring at the image of Avis. Alvani shook his head for a moment, his tone very firm. Indeed, as Mr. Alvani just said, I am not a member of the Spark organization. In the projection, Avis nodded slightly and admitted this very frankly. However, the focus of my words just now was not Spark, but the glorious civilian resistance organization. Under the gaze of many ninth-level masters and forces inside and outside the floating city, Avis bowed elegantly, and his tone suddenly rose. Today, here, I am honored to introduce a new resistance organization Circle of Truth to you. As a ceremony for the organization's debut, I will present you with a great gift. Sensing the slight ripples produced by the web of fate, Avis's will penetrated into the scepter and communicated with a green dot outside the city that had been sleeping in the sea. So, under the suspicious gaze of many ninth-level warriors, the sea level near the city suddenly trembled unusually. A deep shadow quickly emerged from the sea. The next moment, an extremely huge blue-gold metal arm, carrying countless mottled seaweed and shellfish, suddenly stretched out from the sea, accompanied by a huge thunder-like sound of breaking through the air. The huge metal colossus like a mountain tore through the sea and returned to the sky. The clouds parted on both sides of it, and the silver and purple moonlight shone on its surface, shining with flowing brilliance. The oppressive and terrifying magic fluctuations made the ninth-level warriors, who maintained the time and space blockade in the distance, change color. At this moment, the forbidden weapon from the ancient Golden Age showed its power to this new era for the first time. Chapter 374. Under Avis's command, two beams of blue light shone in the eyes of the huge metal golem that looked like a mountain. The invisible multi-space angle guiding ripples instantly locked onto the ninth-level spellcaster on the Federation side, who was maintaining the space blockade. At the same time, a pitch-black prism structure emerged on the chest of the golem, and after a colorful and strange light flashed across it, it finally froze into a rich and strange fantasy purple. Not good. Stop it! Feeling the huge threat from afar as if being stared at by death, several ninth-level guards, who were guarding the sealed artifacts, were shocked, and several rule spells flew towards the golem at a rapid speed. But when several spells approached the surface of the golem, they were deflected by a special protective force field and could never hit the body of the colossus. At the same time, it seemed that the energy had been condensed to the limit. A shining purple ripple with a terrifying wave that annihilated everything quickly spread from the tip of the prism, directly annihilating the nearby block space layer and creating a twisted hole. The moment they sensed the ripples, several spellcaster souls were terrified, and they quickly fled from their original places by their own means of saving their lives. But it was too late now. Before their figures could condense again, the lavender annihilation ripples quickly caught up with them in the deep space. An old ninth-level master who held a sealing artifact was targeted. Although he tried his best to escape, he still couldn't escape the lock of the golem in the end. The beautiful and deadly ripples quickly swept over his body, annihilating the space-time sealing artifact he held, and the huge magic fluctuations that erupted from his final struggle into nothingness. The other two Ninth Orders who were not targeted barely escaped, but they were also severely injured, and their breath became very weak and unstable. With the end of this attack, the color of the dark prism faded and returned to its gray translucent state. Avis never activated the golem just now. In addition to avoiding a large group of Ninth Orders, it was also very important to secretly precharge for this annihilation wave. The three-party space blockade suddenly disappeared. According to the instructions given in advance by Avis, the huge golem turned to the Ninth Order of the Church. Seeing the golem looking at him from a distance, the Ninth Order of the Church, who maintained the space blockade, felt depressed and took out a divine punishment crystal stone left by His Majesty Jorgson before entering the city. According to the power of the annihilation wave of the golem just now, all the Ninth Orders can see that it is obviously an ancient weapon of the limit-breaking level. It may take multiple Ninth Order extremes to join forces to fight it. Themis Colossus. That's the Themis Colossus. It's said to be the ultimate ancient weapon used to defend the floating city and fought against titans and dragons. Seeing the terrifying attack, a ninth rank finally recognized its true identity and immediately tried to send a message to the many ninth rank extremes in the ruins for help, but found that they could no longer communicate. After hearing his words, the ninth rank of the church finally made up their minds and immediately released the divine punishment. At this time, countless purple beams with a trace of annihilation power enveloped the people of the Holy Light Church like raindrops, causing their rule power to be consumed violently like a flood. Because it is near the floating city, and has the long-distance energy supply of the Eternal Core. All the weapons and shields of the Themis Colossus are in the most extreme state, and the energy consumption problem is not considered at all. The pure white crystal shattered in his hand, and a dazzling white light, with the ultimate purifying power, directly locked onto the Themis Colossus in the distance. But this light of divine punishment, which was the hope of everyone, did not work as everyone hoped this time. Although it was unable to escape the lock of divine punishment, due to the infinite source of magic power, the protective force field around the Colossus was instantly filled with a layer of purple, and the annihilation force field and the incoming divine punishment power produced a fierce consumption. Although the power of divine punishment prevailed in the initial confrontation, as time went on, the annihilation power, which was supported by a steady stream of magic power, eventually overwhelmed the purifying power of divine punishment with its endless number. When the dazzling light of divine punishment dissipated, the body of the Colossus that reappeared was almost intact, with only the surface armor several meters thick on the chest being assimilated into the light and dissipated, compared with the huge size of the entire Colossus, which was like a mountain. This could only be regarded as scraping off a layer of skin. Not only that, the chest of the golem opened again, and the prism had returned to its dark color at some point, and the second annihilation wave was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, the remaining 2 9th-level professionals carrying space-blocking artifacts fled directly. For these 9th-level professionals who cherish their lives very much, if they encounter opponents who are obviously invincible, running away is the best strategy. With the disappearance of the source of the blockade, the space blockade area near the floating city was completely broken. At the moment the blockade was broken, thousands of space transmission waves immediately erupted with the floating city as the center, almost covering the entire sky of the floating city. Countless transport golems, magic equipment, artifacts, resources, etc. that Anvis had already arranged in the transmission hall were instantly engulfed by the huge magic power of the Eternal Core and randomly teleported to various remote corners of the Yar continent. Moreover, this kind of transmission is not completed at once, but is continuously transmitted to various places on the continent at a rate of thousands per second. At the exit of the floating city, Duke Carrot and Duke Alfred, 2 9th-level people who had been waiting for a long time, also noticed this amazing scene. Although they did not know the specific purpose of the mysterious man, it did not prevent them from seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They also mixed in the many transmission waves and quickly shuttled through space and disappeared. There were many 9th-level people who tried to lock the landing point of these transmission waves, but as the Themis Colossus cruising nearby penetrated the space again and released an annihilation wave, the remaining 9th-level people also stopped their efforts and did not dare to take risks again. A few minutes later, while the Colossus outside the floating city was fighting with the 9th-level people, an extremely dangerous battle in the dream level inside the city also entered a white-hot level, while everyone was on the alert against Avis, who appeared in a mysterious way. A 9th-rank priest from the church accidentally got infected by the dark breath while trying to study the nature of the black breath in the door. The next moment, his movements suddenly froze. Several dark breaths, the same as those in the door, suddenly began to flow out from all the pores on his body. Several companions beside him immediately mobilized the power of rules to try to dispel his abnormal state while being horrified. But in the end, everyone found that all methods were useless. Many 9th-rank priests watched him silently melt into black airflow and merge into the dark dream breath river on the ground. Everyone was horrified by this result, and Jorgson directly targeted the darkness in the door and activated the last divine punishment crystal. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The holy light of purification and the dark dream breath in the door had a violent conflict as if there was substance. A noise sharper than the tip of a knife scratching glass quickly echoed throughout the area. Not only that, the 9th level on the Federation side also activated their own limit-breaking weapons that looked like metal cabinets. Chapter 375. After receiving the command, the silver seal inscriptions on the surface of the cabinet jumped up and ran away happily like living things, revealing the original dark gold material of the metal cabinet. Then, the upper cover of the cabinet suddenly opened a very narrow gap, and a rusty yellow ray, like a crystal, was also projected into the darkness inside the door. Visible to the naked eye, the pitch-black aura surged instantly, and the part directly hit by the ray began to turn gray, and then faded and dissipated. If the divine punishment of the Holy See represents the ultimate purification effect, then the effect of the Doomsday weapon of the Idle Federation represents the ultimate decline and decay. suddenly hit by two limit-breaking attacks. The darkness in the door surged wildly, as if it had substance. But before everyone could check the results of the attack, a shocking change that no one had expected suddenly occurred. An almost endless amount of pitch-black aura suddenly seeped out from the rock walls of the surrounding corridors, instantly enveloping many 9th-level people who were caught off guard. If you look from the controller's perspective, you can clearly see that many 9th-level warriors are now completely inside the body of the unknown existence. Feeling that he seemed to be attacked by something, the blood-red giant eye turned slightly and looked at the area near the energy room. At the same time, countless huge black dream tentacles quickly wrapped around everyone. In this incident, several of the weakest 9th-level warriors were immediately infected by the black aura that broke through the defense layer. Then, just like the first 9th-level warrior who was infected by the aura, he was quickly assimilated by these strange auras. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 9th-level extremes of the three parties immediately protected the others and tried to evacuate the area. But when everyone reluctantly evacuated, there were already huge casualties. Several parties suffered varying degrees of casualties, especially the 9th-level extremes of the Magic Council. In this sudden attack, 2 people were directly lost, leaving only Orvani and one other person. You are hiding your head and showing your tail. Is this also your trick? Looking at Ambus's leisurely attitude in the projection, and then seeing the heavy losses of the parliamentary team, Orvani's face became gloomy, and his eyes became extremely unfriendly. This is indeed a great gift. But you know what? You made a mistake. Your trap is indeed very strong, but it is not strong enough to really keep us. After the words fell, Orvani cast a spell directly, and began to try to violently crack the dream world. He did not intend to continue looking for the Eternal Core, but was ready to leave here directly. Circle of Truth. I remember this name, Yorkson said concisely, and at the same time waved his hand to send out a holy light, directly defeating Avis's projection, although it recovered again almost the next moment. At this moment, several Marquises in the Empire's team looked at each other secretly, and almost saw hesitation in each other's eyes. The things related to the secret of transcending the 9th level in the intelligence never appeared, but faced the danger of transcending the 9th level. They still have a long lifespan and do not intend to take risks here personally. In reality, because he is in the state of fate manipulation, Avis knows the changes of the web of fate very well, especially since he is still in the floating city and has temporary authority over it. He has the power to distort fate for a short time. All his previous actions were not without reason, but were based on considerations of fate. The reason why he projected the projection to many 9th Order people and regarded himself as a resistance organization was for the purpose of fate feedback and reminder. The name of the Circle of Truth was not given by Ambus at random, but was based on the highest ruling body of the ancient magic empire, the Circle Council. He deliberately gave it such a name so that when people mention this name, they will instinctively associate it with the remnants of the ancient magic empire, so as to pay more attention to it. A mysterious resistance organization, when it first appeared, took control of the ruins of the floating city, which is hard not to pay attention to. When these 9th Order people leave, they will inevitably begin to re-examine these civilian resistance organizations, which will add many obstacles to the real resistance army. According to the situation of the Empire in the next few decades, the web of fate is obviously inclined to the resistance army. Ambus is also preparing to establish his own resistance army in the future. Now that we have established a reputation, it may be useful in the future. Similarly, the various materials collected in the floating city also have their own special functions. At this moment, Avis's body is also in the teleportation hall, waiting for the space blockade outside to be invalidated. 2 eternal gold carrier golems loaded with various precious materials stand beside him, and the other golems are a little far away from him, ready to be randomly teleported to various corners of the entire Yar continent later. This arrangement is to maximize the harvest of a wave of fate feedback before leaving the floating city. Due to his current state of fate manipulation, his action is equivalent to taking action on behalf of the web of fate, arranging the adventures of countless children of fate at one time. In return, the web of fate will give him huge power feedback. At the same time, these are also the backup materials he left for his future self. All the teleportation points are recorded in the Tower Spirit. If one day in the future, the situation does not allow him to use the family materials, these things will be his backup storage. As long as the blockade of the outside world disappears, and Duke Carrot and the others teleport away, they can directly pull the energy room, where the Eternal Core is located, into the dream world level. and then teleport away. Since the instability phenomenon has already occurred, the method of detonating the eternal core is very simple. As long as it continues to output a large amount of magic power, it can be impacted by huge magic power in the outside world. Due to its magic structure, when it is impacted by external magic power when outputting magic power, it is equivalent to bearing the attack and destruction of the outside world, and the pressure of the huge magic power surging from the inside at the same time. When it comes to external magic sources, there is nothing more suitable than magic nuclear weapons. Just like using an atomic bomb to detonate a hydrogen bomb. Silently thinking about the next plan, Avis suddenly paused. Wait, it seems that I have forgotten something? In the central control room, Xia Yinghuo stared blankly at the empty hall, and his heart was extremely messy. Didn't he agree to 10 minutes? Why hasn't he come back yet? At this time, it seemed that the girl's wailing in her heart was heard, and a figure wrapped in a cloak finally appeared. Without waiting for Xia Yinghuo to say anything, the figure directly grabbed her hand, and then suddenly teleported away. The girl only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and it seemed that a hall and countless golems appeared. Then, the scene quickly changed, turning into a primitive jungle and a starry night sky. The next second, the dark night sky suddenly lit up. Chapter 376 afterwards. Glorious calendar year 2461. First sprout month. 24th day. Accompanied by a thunderous roar. A dazzling white light stream like a galaxy shone in the night sky above the endless sea east of the Yar continent, with the side of the huge floating city in the sky as the source. This river of light with destructive magic gushed out like a long rainbow and flowed to the endless sky. Along with this stream of light, there were also countless tiny crystal dusts shining with crystal light, under the reflection of the bright white river of light. These dusts were like a layer of gauze dotted with light, covering the surface of the river of light, making its edges slightly hazy. With the continuous gushing of this river of light, a small half of the floating city area disintegrated directly, and the rest was lit up by the blazing white flames. After a while, the remaining part could no longer maintain a stable suspension state, but began to sink gradually. Considering the possibility of failure of the core energy room, the entire floating city has 3 backup energy rooms. When an emergency occurs in the main energy room, it can be temporarily activated to buy time for the repair of the main energy room. Every second of maintaining the floating city suspension requires amazing magic power. Without the eternal core, the remaining backup magic power source can only maintain the slow descent state. Now they have played their role faithfully, ensuring that the floating city will not fall like a stone. However, today, millions of years later, there will be no high elves to repair it. The glory of the ancient golden age will eventually end in time. Many 9th level warriors have left, and the previously displaced seawater has returned to its original state, reflected on the dark sea surface below. The city burning with blazing white flames is getting closer and closer like a real meteor. Finally, in a huge wave, the huge sky city sank back to the bottom of the sea. At the same time, as if confirming the end of the mission, the Themis Colossus cruising in the nearby sky used the last magic power in its core to open a chaotic space gap and disappear into it. Until this moment, several 9th level warriors, who were watching from afar, approached cautiously and began to check the remnants of the floating city. Ugh! At the same time as the light stream burst out, in the Magic Council, in the Stargazing Tower, the face of Bruns, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly turned pale, and his breath quickly weakened. The strange translucent spiral beard on his chin was instantly broken in half. At the same time, the faint mist of fate that had always shrouded his body suddenly trembled violently, and his body seemed to be gradually becoming transparent. Variables. After reading the emergency message from Alvani, Bruns seemed to sense something. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. His expression became very complicated, with some helplessness and some self-mockery. Since he became the only 9th level prophet on the continent, he has not suffered the backlash of fate for a long time. But he did not expect that this only accidental failure would be such a serious blow. There is no doubt that the source of such a drastic change in the web of fate is probably still the variable hidden in the web of fate that he vaguely sensed before. However, although he paid a heavy price this time, it was not without gain. At least he could confirm that the true identity of the variable was within the range of the people who entered the ruins this time. And there was a high probability that it was the mysterious man who claimed to be from the Ring of Truth. It was a pity that, Not to mention that the meteorite ruins were previously at the center of the wave of the Web of Fate. He was also unable to make large-scale predictions again due to his current serious injury. A faint magical light flashed across his fingertips, and a magic communication circle flashed through the air. Alvani. Vernica. In the next 50 years, I will temporarily close the observatory tower and not accept any news from the outside world. As he said that, Brunts pinched it casually, picked up 2 slightly illusory stars from the void, and threw them into the space. These 2 stars of destiny contain the prophetic power of my 3 heydays. If you encounter some major problems, just use your mental power to activate them. At the same time, at certain specific moments, it will tell you something. After leaving a few short messages, Brunts lowered his hands again, and his figure gradually faded away. He was indeed careless this time, but fortunately, he still had enough time. Before the final moment, he personally restored everything to the right track. After 50 years, when he recovered from the backlash of fate, he would be able to completely lock in that variable. Brunts, are you injured? A moment after Brunts disappeared, his last message was sent out according to the settings he had arranged before. The next second, a slightly lazy female voice came from the void, seeming a little confused. However, no one answered in the empty room. The next morning, the headlines of all the top newspapers in the Yar continent were all occupied by the news of the meteorite ruins. Magic Times, Empire Morning Post, Federal News, etc. all reported the incident from different angles. The true identity of the meteorite ruins that fell into the Gloria Empire has been confirmed to be the floating city of ancient High Elves. The control of the floating city has fallen into the hands of a mysterious person. He claims to be from the Resistance Organization Circle of Truth. After carefully reading the contents reported in several newspapers, Avis picked up the elven black tea beside him and took a sip, leaning back comfortably on the sofa. Earlier, when countless teleportation lights shone, the feedback from the Web of Destiny once again made his prophet's strength rise like a rocket, directly from the original entry into the 7th level to the peak of the 7th level. At the same time, with the cover of many transmission waves, after leaving the floating city, Anbis used the secret method as soon as possible to exchange the position of the main body with the Duke's clone. After the clone took Xia Yingwu to the nearest imperial city, he was directly disbanded on the spot and turned into dust. Then, according to the last task he left, Xia Yingwu collected all the dust in a box, put it in the backpack, and then bound it, so as to achieve the purpose of perfectly eliminating the traces. Without traces, he was not worried that someone could track him through prophecy magic, since he himself has become a high-level prophet and is still wearing that strange isolation cloak. Prophecy has no effect on him at present. At present, he has returned to his residence in Pamir College. Due to this set of operations, the outside world did not pay much attention to him. On the contrary, the academy gave him and several other students with similar merits a lot of credits for his contribution in leading many students back to the team alone. Glancing at the real-life magic projection on the newspaper, Avis's thoughts returned to the last scene he perceived. At the last moment of the core explosion, several Ninth Order extremes used the ultimate means of life-saving, forcibly broke through the dream blockade of the floating city and escaped. But except for several Ninth Order extremes, the rest of the Ninth Order who remained in the dream space of the floating city at the moment of the explosion were wiped out. Avis was not sure how many Ninth Orders were seriously injured and asleep in this wave of destructive explosion of the Eternal Core. But at the last moment of escaping, because he failed to escape from the state of destiny control in time, he was also affected by the huge shock of the Web of Destiny and suffered a little injury. Based on the violent shock of the Web of Destiny at that moment, Avis was sure of one thing. Through the means of fate interference, he changed the fate of so many 9th-level people with his own strength. And the source of the current situation, Stargazer Brunts, is definitely the first to bear the brunt. This time, the backlash of the Web of Fate may really make him suffer, and it is unknown how long it will take to recover. Those who tease fate will eventually be teased by fate. Chapter 377 Events Fermentation. Detonating the Eternal Core was a decision made by Avis after careful consideration. He had already analyzed that the benefits of secretly taking the Eternal Core away were far less than detonating the Eternal Core on the spot. First of all, the price of detonating the Eternal Core was enough to forcefully keep about 80% of the 9th-level people in the city at that time. After this wave of fate backlash, even if Brunts had many life-saving secrets, he would have to recuperate for at least 20 to 30 years. It would be absolutely impossible for him to secretly interfere with the fate of the continent in a short period of time. This temporarily eliminated a huge obstacle on his way to changing his own destiny. At the same time, the mysterious existence in the floating city at that time was probably not going to get any good either. The detonation of the Eternal Core was the most amazing energy explosion he had ever experienced in several lifetimes, and it even far exceeded his original expectations. It was not just a simple explosion. The Eternal Core gave Avis the feeling of a one-way valve leading to an endless sea of magic. Its explosion was like opening an exit in this sea of magic power. Nearly endless magic power rushed out instantly, destroying everything around like a tsunami. Although it was only a moment, the amazing magic power destroyed the exit itself. But at the moment of the explosion, several 9th level extremes penetrated the weak points of space, and the terrifying destructive power, like a supernova explosion, forcibly broke through the space partition between the dream world and the real world, and even brought a huge flow of magic power into the real world. At that time, the huge dark existence was obviously in a slow recovery and had not returned to normal. Even if it is a super 9th order existence, as long as it has not reached the true legendary level, it is impossible to survive such an endless torrent of magic that can penetrate 2 worlds when it has not yet fully recovered. However, as the energy flow leaked out, part of the crystal dust of the Eternal Core was still scattered into the real world. Even if he tried to bring it to the dream world and detonate it in this life, it still failed to change the result. The next crystallization disaster is probably still unavoidable. However, since most of the dust was scattered in the dream world, the consequences of the disaster should be much lighter than in the previous life. Shaking his head, Avis no longer considered this matter. For him at present, the most important thing is to completely break through the 7th level and officially step into the level of a high-level professional. Although he can exert the power of a high-level professional, his body and spiritual sea have not undergone the final qualitative change after all. At present, he is ready to find a time to officially break through the 7th level, with the power temporarily stored in the old secret book. This breakthrough will be a sure thing. However, because his previous breakthrough method was too special, his current basic attributes are close to the 7th level advanced level. He is not sure whether there will be some abnormal phenomena during this breakthrough. At this time, Avis's eyes suddenly looked at the crystal ball on the table. At this moment, the crystal ball was flashing. He activated the crystal ball, and the image of Duke Carrot flashed in it. Father, seeing the Duke, Avis stood up and saluted in a standard posture. Well, Avis, there is now more inside information about the previous meteorite ruins that can be revealed to you. Nodding slightly, the Duke spoke with a serious face. Inside information of the meteorite ruins? And Wazy was stunned. But he didn't show anything on the surface. Please tell me. Father, you should have seen the report in the newspaper. Right? The news about the mysterious man who controlled the floating city. I remember that you should have seen him through your clone at that time. As he said, the Duke waved his hand, and a figure covered in a cloak, and with a hood covering his face, suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. You have to be careful. This is a very, very dangerous person. His strength is probably around the old 9th level, and he may even be at the limit of the 9th level. When we were exploring the floating city, he detonated the core of the floating city, causing the Empire to lose 3 Marquises and a Duke. And the Royal 9th level also lost 3 people. The number of people lost by the other 2 major forces is probably even greater than ours. Although except for a Royal 9th level who has just entered the 9th level, the rest of the 9th levels have ways to recover in the outside world. But the injuries of the body, and most of the soul being completely annihilated, it will take at least hundreds of years to recover the strength. If Duke Alfred and I hadn't decided to take you away first, I'm afraid our names would have to be added to the list of 9th levels who are sleeping and recovering now. Speaking of this, Duke Carrot recalled the dangerous situation at that time, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Almost. If we teleported a little later, we would definitely be caught in the core explosion. If you accidentally meet him in the future, ask me for help immediately. Don't hesitate. And don't have any fluke mentality. Understand? Okay. Father. Listening to the Duke's story, Avis felt a strong sense of weirdness in his heart. But he still nodded. Okay. I'll try not to look in the mirror in that outfit. Yeah. In addition, the high-level prophet of the Empire has begun to predict the mysterious man about this matter. But there is no result yet. But according to our inference, He is very likely to have been born in Pamir College, and has a certain good impression of the college. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why he specially teleported the unconscious college students back to the gathering area, and did not interfere with our actions of taking the students away. Nodding, Carrot began to tell his analysis of the true identity of the mysterious man. So, we are strictly investigating the specific whereabouts of the previous students, and I believe that valuable information will be obtained soon. Also, His Majesty the Emperor attaches great importance to the tragedy in the floating city, and is ready to thoroughly investigate these civil resistance organizations. In the near future, the situation in the Empire will become a little chaotic, and you and Fiona should pay more attention. Salute slightly. Watch the crystal ball darken again. Ava sank back into the sofa, and began to think about his next move. But no matter what, the Empire is probably going to change. A few days after the floating city fell, the mysterious resistance organization Ring of Truth killed multiple 9th-level people from 3 major forces at once, and soon fermented in the circle of high-level professionals. Because of this name, many people think of the glory of the ancient magic empire. Some people can't help but speculate that a certain resistance force has obtained the ancient magic empire's legacy. Only by inheriting it can we secretly control the floating city before all the 9th-level ones. There are even rumors that a 9th-level extreme from the ancient magic empire has survived to the present. And because he is dissatisfied with the rule of the empire, he secretly established a resistance organization. For a time, various rumors were rampant, and the situation in the empire began to become unstable. At the same time, His Majesty Gloria III was furious and issued an edict to thoroughly investigate the civil resistance organization. He also appointed the 9th-level extreme, who escaped from the floating city at the last moment, Crystal Door Bear, as the general person in charge, who was personally responsible for the elimination of the resistance organization. Chapter 378 Investigation and Breakthrough. At the same time, as the ruler of Fry Province, where the Spark organization had previously wreaked havoc the most, the senior members of the Aslade family also began to take the existence of these resistance organizations seriously. The secret resistance organization Circle of Truth that obtained the secret library of the ancient magic empire? There are suspected 9th-level extreme professionals in the senior members of the organization? And they also harmed multiple 9th-level professionals at one time? Incredible. Incredible. Thanks to the early discovery. If they had not taken it seriously and let them develop secretly for a while, Fry Province might have to change its name. After an urgent discussion, the royal family's Crystal Door Bear and the Aslade family quickly reached an agreement. No matter how much it costs, they must find the traces of this organization. At least they must turn them from the dark to the light. But first, their investigation needs a breakthrough. And the resistance organization Spark is very suitable. As a resistance organization, Spark is likely to have a connection with the Circle of Truth, or at least know something about it. After the action plan was confirmed, the Spark organization was in trouble. With the personal efforts of many 9th-level professionals, a large number of rebels were captured in just a few days, and all the cities that had been lost were returned to the control of the Aslade family. However, in the process of destroying the Spark organization, a brief incident shocked many 9th-level professionals who participated in the arrest. When a 9th-level professional of the Aslade family raided a secret base of the Spark organization, he actually ran into a 9th-level professional who had hidden his identity. But unfortunately, in the brief encounter, the mysterious 9th level did not fight him, but directly activated a strange magic item, and instantly disappeared through the dream fold. The incident happened suddenly, and the 9th level did not have time to completely block the dream layer, and could only watch him escape. After this accident, many 9th levels began to act more cautiously, and began to carefully detect in advance when searching for the Spark organization's base, and be alert to possible attacks at any time. Before, although they said they would pay attention, they actually still didn't take it seriously in their hearts. But now it's different. If there is a real 9th level in the Spark organization, it's like a lion in sheep's clothing mixed in with a group of sheep. Not only the Ring of Truth, but even the Spark that they had never paid attention to before. Seems not so simple. These so-called civilian resistance organizations are very deep. After the short arrest operation, many 9th levels immediately began to arrange soul searches, trying to find information related to the mysterious 9th level and the Ring of Truth. A lot of valuable information was indeed obtained from the memories of the captured senior members of the Spark organization, although most of their memories have been sealed by special magic seals. They will be permanently deleted if they are rashly touched by external magic. However, after researching, the 9th level professionals of the Empire who specialize in seals and souls successfully managed to intercept some information before their memories disappeared. You don't know until you check. And you will be shocked when you check. The senior members of the Spark organization actually have a secret connection with the notorious Ill Federation conspiracy organization Door in the Eye. There is evidence that they have obtained a large number of support materials. These include a large number of mid- and high-level combat magic constructs, as well as some unidentified high-level professionals who seem to be plotting something. Gloria 3 was shocked when he learned the latest situation and asked 2 9th-level reinforcements to investigate again. At the same time, the other 3 families also began to search their own provincial territories to prevent the legendary Circle of Truth from taking advantage of the situation. In the previous floating city explosion accident, the current Duke of the Enoch family was unfortunately killed. At present, his consciousness left in the outside world has just barely awakened, and his own strength has not even recovered to the 4th level. In order to avoid tragedies, the 3 major families have begun to search for information about the Circle of Truth with all their strength. No one wants to be the next Duke Enoch. In the next half-month, the situation in the Empire was in a state of panic. In addition to the Resistance organization, some other gray and black organizations also suffered and were easily destroyed by the 9th level, who personally inspected. Under the sudden high-pressure attack, underground organizations such as the Thieves Guild and the Empire began to temporarily shrink their forces, not daring to jump out and offend the Empire at this time. During this time, Avis also arranged the environment required for advancement and prepared to officially break through. In the magic-blocking alloy secret room of the underground laboratory, Avis controlled the mithril inscription pen and drew the last 3-dimensional inscription in the center of a huge magic circle on the ground. As the inscription was successfully imprinted, the entire magic circle emitted a faint glow and successfully passed the self-test. With a breath, Avis temporarily relaxed. This isolation array is enough to completely isolate the magic fluctuations above the 8th level, and should be enough to cover up his breath when he breaks through, because he did not reveal his true strength. The entire array was completely drawn by him independently, so it took him a long time. He was not prepared to tell outsiders that his strength was about to break through the 7th level. The news that a premier freshman who had been enrolled for more than a year broke through the 7th level was too shocking and might lead to some results he did not want to see. The huge Power Dragon clone lay beside the array, observing its body from another angle. After activating the effect of the array, Avis walked into it, sat down slowly, and began to continue the previously unfinished breakthrough. At the same time, the rune array on the wall of the secret room also began to operate, completely blocking the breath in the room, and separating the inner and outer spaces to prevent the breath from overflowing. Following his instructions, a huge flow of power suddenly came from the old secret book floating beside him. The breakthrough process that was temporarily interrupted in the ruins before finally started again. When the last bit of synchronization was completed, Avis's body suddenly began to emit a faint white light. That was a symbol of the complete 100% spiritual synchronization. The spiritual fire spontaneously ignited by the complete combination of spirit and flesh. In this spiritual fire that uses everything in itself as fuel, either it will be completely sublimated into burning, transforming a little bit of the 7th level spiritual essence and successfully promoted to a higher level, or it will completely burn out its spiritual power and lose all its power. But Avis noticed a special situation. Since the power feedback of the old secret scripture is still coming, his spiritual power burning process seems to be supported by the power of the old secret scripture. Chapter 379 Unexpected Breakthrough. When ordinary professionals are promoted to the 7th level, the fuel of the spiritual fire is their own spiritual sea itself. So when they are promoted, they need to burn while trying their best to let the spiritual fire temper their remaining spiritual power. Although the amount of spiritual power is getting less and less in this tempering, the quality will become more and more pure, until it crosses a critical point of qualitative change and completely sublimates into a high-level spiritual power that is not afraid of the tempering of spiritual flames. However, due to the intense consumption of maintaining the spiritual fire itself, this tempering process is very difficult. Once the burning of the spiritual sea exceeds the critical point of 70% of the total amount, the chance of success in the end will become extremely slim. But now, because the old secret scripture continuously outputs special energy, it enhances his basic strength. His spiritual sea has just been burned a little, and it was replenished again in a blink of an eye. This resulted in his breakthrough process being almost entirely supported by the power of the old secret scripture. Compared with other ordinary promotion methods to the 7th level, Avis's method can be said to have huge advantages, and a great advantage. The role of the spiritual fire is not only to temper the spiritual power, but also to temper the body and the initial spells. If the professional does not actively interfere with the breakthrough process, the spiritual fire will instinctively temper the spiritual power, and the body will also be passively tempered to a small extent. But according to the secret knowledge that Nwezi saw in the family library, if the professional actively guides the spiritual fire to temper the body when breaking through the high level, then the strength of the body will also undergo a qualitative change in the end. This is the promotion method chosen by some special professions of the combat profession, who pursue the ultimate improvement of themselves. Professionals who are promoted in this way will completely lose their own mental power, but will gain a super-sensing method called Mind's Eye. Its effect is similar to high-level mental power, but it can only be used as a means to perceive the enemy, and cannot pry natural forces to attack. And refining the initial spell is a choice after achieving either of the first two. Just like the short-term over-limit state of the 0-level breakthrough to the 1st level, the mental fire can also achieve a similar effect, causing the initial spell to undergo another transformation. This is the real secret knowledge, and most professionals do not know about it. A few who know it, their total mental power does not allow them to have all of them, because no matter which one is chosen for sublimation, the area consumed by the spiritual seed during the refining process will almost exceed 50%. Therefore, they must choose one between the spirit and the body to refine. And at most, they can only use the remaining mental fire to refine the initial spell. Before this, Avis was just preparing to be promoted through the normal way of mental power qualitative change plus refining the initial spell. But due to the continuous power transmission of the old secret book, Avis suddenly found that he seemed to have hoped to try the path that only existed in theory. Spirit and body transformed together. After just a moment of thinking, Avis made a decision. Only ugly people make choices. I want all the handsome ones. Following his will, the intensity of the illusory spiritual fire burning on his body suddenly doubled. A strong incandescent glow emanated from Avis. Unlike ordinary 6th level, due to its own extraordinary attributes, the intensity of the spiritual fire ignited by Avis was originally more than 1 head stronger than other 6th level professionals. And now, when the intensity of the light flame doubled again, the magic fluctuations of the nearly 7th level extreme spiritual spells suddenly burst out from Avis's body. The magic circle he had arranged around him before suddenly came into use. Waves of chaotic spiritual fluctuations were quickly absorbed by the magic circle wall, so that the changes here would not be noticed by the outside world. But as Avis continued to break through, the power of this spiritual aftermath seemed to be constantly increasing. Buzz. Finally, as if some kind of restriction was suddenly lifted, Avis's consciousness, which had become a little chaotic during the tempering, suddenly shook, and his perspective suddenly rose rapidly, and he once again had the illusion of breaking through the 1st level from the 0 level. Under the new high-level mental power scan, the details of the world became extremely clear. When his mental power swept across the ground, he could even clearly see the uneven surface of each dust particle like the moon's surface. His body also underwent a special change. His skin became extremely tight and smooth, with a hazy jade-like magical fluorescence. The microstructure of blood, muscles, and bones underwent a strange change. Like countless microblood and flesh inscriptions gathered together, just by observing with the mind, one can sense the amazing sense of power. At the same time, the 2 legendary bloodlines in his body also changed. The 7th level is a key watershed. When a professional breaks through, his bloodline will naturally awaken without any ceremony. A strange white gold crystal bird shadow loomed around Avis. The elements of ice and light gathered around him spontaneously, like a king's cloak and crown. The moment he just broke through, the chaotic magic wave that suddenly climbed to the middle of the 8th level instantly broke through the barrier of the magic circle he had previously drawn and hit the wall of the secret room. Then it was blocked by the thick magic-averse alloy wall and the secret room's own protective magic circle. The blue eyes slowly opened, and after Avis scanned the changes in the room, his attention was immersed in the power he mastered. If the biggest change in mental power, for beginners to intermediate levels, is the ability to penetrate solids, then the sublimation of mental power for intermediate professionals to high levels brings about the extreme enhancement of subtle observation and manipulation abilities. Before the 7th level, all spells are first constructed by mental power. And then, the model attracts magic elements in nature to fill it, thus constructing a complete spell. After the spell is formed, the professional can only control its flight trajectory and attack target at most, and cannot change the spell model itself again. But after reaching the 7th level, the professional has the ability to control every element particle in the spell. Maybe at first it can only control about 10%, but it can temporarily change the spell that has been formed and released into another spell. The origin of the name spiritualized mental power refers to the mental power of high-level professionals, which is like having its own life, and can make the spell change flexibly according to the master's instructions. Only such mental power can make every spell of the professional contain the will of the caster. The 7th level is also the highest level that the former Little Anvis has reached. The next road needs to rely on his own efforts. Of course, perhaps the old secret book can also provide him with a little help. During his breakthrough, the Power Dragon clone who was lying on the side before also fell into a deep sleep temporarily. Chapter 380 Influence. At this moment, when his spirit reconnected to the clone, when he saw the real body through the clone's eyes, Avis was suddenly stunned. He could instinctively feel a faint sense of affinity from the real body, as if he was a long-lost relative, which made people instinctively feel good about him. The next moment, Avis suddenly came back to his senses and was shocked. After the physical body was transformed and the bloodline was awakened, an extremely terrifying charisma seemed to appear on the real body. Even he, who had broken through, was inadvertently affected by his will. This is not a common phenomenon for physical body transformation professionals. Those special combat professionals did not show this abnormal growth in charisma after the breakthrough. Although bloodline awakening can increase charisma, it is far from the current terrifying increase. Due to his own special situation. Although he has just broken through the 7th level, his current real strength has reached a level close to the 7th level limit. Avis suspected that this was a special enhancement that could only be obtained by professionals who had completely transformed their spirit and body when breaking through the 7th level. The dual sublimation of spirit and body brought him an effect of 1 + 1 being far greater than 2. The sublimation of spirit led to the transformation of body, and the transformation of body, in turn, led his spirit to undergo further changes. According to the balance theory of the magic world, a strong spirit must be accommodated by a body that is equally strong. If the body is too weak relative to the spirit, it will cause the spirit to oppress the body. And until the professional improves the strength of the body, the strength will not be able to improve. Bamia, during my breakthrough, did anything unusual happen? Putting away his clone again, Avis stepped out of the previously closed secret room door and walked towards the test site, while casually asking the new tower spirit Bamia. After he returned to the academy, he immediately updated his magic laboratory configuration, copied the records in the original experimental construct spirit silver to Bamia, and then set Bamia as the new tower spirit of the laboratory. Although it is a bit suspicious of using a supercomputer to play Minesweeper, it is better than keeping it in the ring to collect dust. Everything is normal. Your Majesty the Controller, Bamia's voice sounded, and at the same time, the door of the special test site opened in front of him. Walking into the empty metal hall, Avis casually took off his shirt and walked into the center of the large defensive magic circle on the ground. After just completely breaking through the 7th level, he suddenly had a strange impulse in his heart. So narrow, so tight. This body is like a pair of tight shackles. I want to break free. I want to get rid of the shackles of this tiny body and regain my true freedom. In the breakthrough chamber, he has always suppressed his instinctive desires. And after arriving here, he finally let go of the impulse in his heart. Accompanied by a very penetrating illusory bird cry, Avis's body suddenly collapsed and turned into a ball of light golden dazzling light. In an instant, the volume of this light ball rapidly expanded and turned into a light golden giant bird with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. The giant bird is made of a material similar to the light element, and the suppressed mental power fluctuations emanate from the surface of its body. The strange thing is that the appearance of this giant bird is very similar to the cold wind crystal bird. This is the ultimate secret skill after the awakening of the bloodline true body. Relying on the power of their own bloodline, warlocks can temporarily borrow part of the power of the bloodline source, and temporarily open the bloodline true body form that far exceeds their normal strength. In this form, the caster can even temporarily gain power beyond the limit. Gently waving his huge wings, Avis felt the ease brought by the true body form, and the additional increase in himself. Unlike Duke Carrot, Avis's crystal bird true body is light gold and has additional light elemental attributes. As the giant bird's wings gently flapped, a huge glow formed in front of Avis, and then shot towards the black crystal monument that tested the damage. The light black crystal monument lit up instantly, and the magic column representing the power of the spell in the monument rose rapidly. And the color also rushed directly to a rich dark purple, and finally even had a tendency to turn white. This result means that the power of this attack is already extremely close to the power of the 8th level spell. Then, aiming at the direction of the crystal monument, the white gold giant bird's wings flashed, and its huge body suddenly accelerated and crashed directly into the crystal monument. Boom! The entire black crystal monument trembled violently, and the power this time was even much higher than the last time, and the color of the light column turned directly white. Although it looks like an elemental creature, the bloodline true body is actually the real body of the caster. The result of the simultaneous sublimation of the spirit and the flesh makes the strength of the bloodline true body more than one level stronger than originally expected. At the same time, more than half a month had passed during Ambus's previous promotion. During this half month, the results of the exploration of the remaining debris of the floating city were also completely known to many ordinary professionals and players outside. The Sky City fell completely. Most of the 9th level inside were left forever. The Eternal Core exploded and disappeared, and the secret of the Super 9th level disappeared. According to the subsequent exploration of the 9th level into the fallen floating city, there was nothing valuable in the ruins. In the words of those who entered the wreckage to explore the 9th level, the interior of the fallen floating city wreckage was clean, as if it had been explored by 100 strangers. In the end, no one knew what the so-called secret beyond the 9th level meant. And the only clue to this seems to be the mysterious cloaked man who directed all this and escaped before detonating the Eternal Core. In the eyes of some people with a heart, although this result is not good, it is by no means the worst. In any case, as long as the Imperial Royal Family and the 4 major families have not obtained this secret, it is the best good news. At the same time, many people noticed that before the floating city fell, a large wave of tens of thousands of teleportation ripples had erupted. Many people can guess that these tens of thousands of teleportation ripples are most likely to be the various important materials in the floating city. The resources in an entire floating city are not enough to be taken away by personal space items, and can only be transported as much as possible through teleportation. However, due to the existence of the Themis Colossus at that time, no one dared to try to lock the teleportation point in advance, since it was obviously a random teleportation. These materials may now be located anywhere on the continent. After several lucky people accidentally discovered the treasures randomly teleported by the floating city while exploring the wild, a wave of treasure hunting suddenly set off a wave of treasure hunting among the people of the Yar continent. Both indigenous adventurers and players began to frantically search for treasure resources teleported by the floating city. Chapter 381 Family Inquiry. After the situation reached this point, the trajectory of the previous life and Andus' memory has been basically changed beyond recognition, because he had previously teleported most of the more common materials in the floating city to the edge corners of the continent. Many adventurers learned the news. The news related to the treasure of the Sky City quickly overshadowed everything else, and swept through every tavern on the Yar continent. Everyone was asking if there was any information related to the whereabouts of the treasure. Although it was unclear why the mysterious man chose to teleport randomly, it did not prevent them from finding ways to search. As a relic of the ancient Golden Age, many resources that were rare and common in that era have become extremely precious today. As long as they find any of the teleported treasures, the resources they get are enough for them to break through to the intermediate professional level and directly say goodbye to their original class. As the trend of treasure hunting among the people intensified, a large number of forged treasure maps and other things were also spawned. Many young professionals and players were deceived and killed in dangerous areas, and then resurrected to settle accounts with the sellers, resulting in a sudden increase in violent conflicts among the people. At the same time, the top leaders of the Empire also really began to pay attention to the threat of the rebels, and asked several 9th level people to personally take action to destroy their secret bases in advance, as well as the magic fortifications and ritual venues that were being secretly built. Instead of letting the rebels fend for themselves like in the previous life, the middle and small nobles at the bottom just dealt with it on their own, because the top leaders of the Empire paid attention to it too early. The Spark organization, which was caught off guard, suffered heavy losses, and was almost on the verge of extinction at any time. At present, except for some core members of the Starfire, who saw the opportunity was not right and escaped in advance with the help of the door in the eye. Almost all the rest of the personnel have been captured or killed. As the investigation progressed, more definite evidence of the connection between the Starfire and the door in the eye was uncovered. There is evidence that the door in the eye seemed to want to hold some evil rituals in the Gloria Empire under the cover of the Starfire organization. But now it has been discovered by the Empire in advance. According to the intelligence searched from the memories of these members of the Starfire organization, the Empire's top leaders also discovered a group of forces that secretly had dealings with the rebels, as well as several other rebel organizations hidden in the dark. So they were eliminated along the way. The civilian forces of the Empire have directly ushered in a major reshuffle. Some new forces on the territory of the original forces have hurriedly expressed their loyalty to the Empire, fearing that they will be liquidated together next. The sudden change in the situation caused the door in the eye to prepare a series of plans to cause chaos in the Empire to be aborted. Faced with the repeated serious provocations from the organization door in the eye, Gloria 3 has begun to arrange personnel to let it feel the iron fist of the Empire. The majesty of the Empire cannot be challenged. Even if there are many secret organizations with 9 ranks, they must pay a heavy price for their actions. However, the most important point is that the Empire has not found any information related to the mysterious man who appeared in the floating city and the legendary Circle of Truth organization. Some conspiracy theorists even suspect that there is no resistance force that has obtained the secret treasures of the ancient magic empire. The mysterious man is also disguised by people from other forces. He just made up the name of a resistance organization to confuse their eyes. This guess is possible, but no one dares to bet on it, whether it is true or not. We just need to wait and see. As long as this force really exists, it will eventually appear in the eyes of everyone again. Yes, I don't know. I just randomly chose a relic item that looked good. As a result, after entering the meteorite ruins, I suddenly felt that the stick had a reaction, as if it was pointing to a certain direction. Yes, because I was worried about danger. I asked my clone to take it to investigate the location. During the exploration, I met some students who accidentally got separated, so I led them back to the team. After entering the black hall, a feeling suddenly came from the scepter. I waved it according to that feeling, and then entered the hall that seemed to be the control room. There, I tried to use the scepter to leave the first message about our location at the time. But just when I was about to explore other functions, the clone suddenly died. Yes, I understand, Father. A few days later, after ending the communication with the family, Avis watched the light of the crystal ball go out and exhaled softly. For him, the current situation is not bad. The impending rebellion of the rebels was directly caused by his declaration, which attracted the Empire's great attention and was subsequently extinguished in the bud. The subsequent civil strife in the Empire and the establishment of the Glorious Alliance, if not eliminated, would at least be greatly delayed, and the family would be able to get a temporary respite. At the same time, Stargazer Brunt's serious injury gave him decades of safety, so that he would not be threatened by fate. However, more critical external threats still exist. The secret research of the Holy Light Church is still like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, which may be cut down at any time. He also needs to find a way to improve his own and his family's strength as much as possible before the enemy's limit-breaking strongman really arrives, so that he has enough trump cards to deal with it. At this time, the family's top leaders finally came to formally inquire about him. Just now, the family's top leaders carefully asked him about the details of his previous control of the floating city, and whether he had discovered the identity of the mysterious man. Previously, due to the sudden incident, the Empire's top leaders basically focused on the wreckage of the Sky City, and simply comforted many students. But now, as many high-level professionals have investigated more and more deeply, and repeatedly asked many students about the situation at that time, many people have noticed the doubts about Avis. According to the descriptions of several students who had escaped death from the mysterious man at that time, before the mysterious man appeared, Avis was able to control the space inside the floating city with a strange golden scepter and teleport them from the dream world to reality. After the mysterious man annihilated Avis's clone, he also took the golden scepter as soon as possible. This shows that Avis should have known the function of the dark golden scepter very early. The origin of the golden scepter has been found out, and it seems to be from an assignment of the Mysterious Academy. The Academy threw all the relic items with weak magic power from the ruins into the mysterious branch, allowing students to choose one to crack. But when investigating the specific discoverer of the Golden Scepter, the investigators were surprised to find that no 9th level explorer of the ruins said that he found it from the ruins. It seemed to appear completely out of thin air among the many relic items. Chapter 382 Arrangement and Research. This is a major doubt. There is no need for a 9th level professional to lie about such a thing. Many investigators immediately invited high-level Prophet to continue investigating along this line. But in the end, the investigators unexpectedly found that there were some obscure clues pointing to the Continental Magic Council. This means that the appearance of the scepter is likely the work of Stargazer. But after getting this result, many Imperial prophets became suspicious. They suspected that Brunts deliberately let them draw this conclusion in order to achieve a certain purpose. As the only remaining 9th level prophet in the human race, Brunts' shadow has shrouded these prophets for too long, almost reaching the level of stress-induced Brunts disorder. Of course, the real situation is that Brunts did not have time to completely deal with the aftermath of the incident because he was seriously injured by the unexpected backlash of fate. In any case, at this point, this clue was broken again. No one can use prophetic magic to reversely predict things related to the Stargazer. After the family's questioning of him was over, Avis's daily life was briefly calm for a while. Due to the imminent collapse of the Spark organization, he ordered the intelligence organization to pay special attention to Roche and Matt and several others, who have become quiet recently and seem to have temporarily lost their direction, as his true strength has broken through the 7th level. Now he rarely participates in the daily low-level mysticism courses. He spends more time in the magic laboratory, exploring the mysteries of the Web of Fate, and studying the lost secrets of the ancient High Elf civilization recorded in Bomia. At the same time, he sent people to find the components of the Lightless Moon and other high-value resources from various remote places under the pretext of searching for treasures in the floating city, and transported them to his overseas island. Limit-breaking weapons are a powerful trump card even for the 3 major forces on the mainland. Out of caution, Avis did not let anyone see the complete Lightless Moon system, but arranged the corresponding floating city maintenance golem to reassemble it inside the central tower of the island. Although there is no core magic source, as long as some research is done on it, it is not necessarily absolutely unusable, even at the most critical moment. At the cost of exposing his own information, he can let the 9th level in the family try to be a human magic source and force it to run. Moreover, the Eternal Core has indeed been detonated. But there is a substitute. He had previously tried to recruit Albans in advance for the model structure of the Eternal Core restored by Albans in the future. According to the original history, he should be noticed by Vernica, one of the 3 chairmen of the Magic Council, and then be accepted as a student. Later, relying on this identity, Albans had the opportunity to get close to the Eternal Core and finally cracked it. As a holy place for spellcasters in the Yar continent, professionals can go to the Magic Council to assess their own wizard level. After the assessment is completed, the spellcaster can obtain the corresponding level badge. With this badge, you can unlock the Magic Council's mission hall, trade market, and other functions. It was during a trip to assess the level that Albans was accidentally noticed by Vernica, which led to the latter's love for talent. However, there is a small problem at present. Due to his series of operations, the trajectory of history has been changed beyond recognition by him, and he does not recognize his relatives. If Vernica and Albans miss the meeting due to his interference, then the cracked version of the Eternal Core he is waiting for will be postponed indefinitely. If Albans still fails to be noticed by Vernica after the time is up, then we need to find a way to arrange a chance for Albans to meet. In the underground laboratory, Avis listed the things that need to be done next on a piece of letter paper. He read it through completely and felt that there was nothing to add for the time being, so he froze it into ice dust again. At this time, in the spell testing room in front of him, 3 figures of Avis were doing different things. Some were communicating with the Web of Fate, some were studying some secret arts, and some were meditating silently and cultivating their spiritual power. But there is one thing in common: all the facial expressions of the Anvis are frozen. This is the High Elf Time-Space secret art parallel shadow that he recently discovered from Bomia's records. The effect can summon multiple projections of his past self from the long river of time, and these projections will do the same things as they did at that time, and will continue. For example, at the time of summoning, he is studying the spell model structure of Meteor Shower. Then the summoned projection will continue to study at his current progress. Even if the real him only studied for 3 minutes, and then went to do other things, the summoned projection would continue to study, just like another self who chose to continue studying in a parallel time and space. When 12 magic hours passed, and the spell effect dissipated, all the learning memories related to the meteor shower would instantly return to the main body's mind, as if he had really studied the spell knowledge for 12 magic hours in a row before. It seems to be a magical skill for learning and studying new spells. But this spell also has its shortcomings. The fatigue caused by continuous research will also be reflected on the main body, even if the projection is accidentally injured during the research. When the spell effect ends, the main body will also suffer the same injury. The biggest difference between the secret technique and the clone is that the projection summoned by this spell does not need to separate one's own thoughts to control. To explain it in a game way, it is the difference between manually controlling multiple trumpets and system hosting multiple trumpets. However, as a magic civilization with a development level far beyond that of humans, the magic level of the High Elves is much higher than that of the current magic world. Even with the level of Avis' former magician, it is very difficult to study. At present, he can only summon 3 parallel shadows at most. Your Majesty the Controller detects the approach of Your Majesty Claire. At this time, Bomia's prompt sound suddenly sounded. Claire? Slightly stunned, Avis immediately recalled a previous agreement with her. Magic power surrounded his whole body, and he changed his protective robe for experiments. He left the laboratory and welcomed the girl into the living room. Welcome, Senior Sister Claire. Sitting on the sofa face to face, Avis gently raised his hand, and 2 cups of steaming fragrant elven black tea suddenly appeared on the coffee table in front of him. Hello, Avis. According to the agreement, I am here to borrow the tower spirit. Carefully looking at the furnishings in the room around her, the half-elf girl's demeanor was unusually restrained. Chapter 383 Memory and Change. The living room of Avis's residence is surprisingly simple, with some relics placed everywhere, mostly bottles and slabs with special ancient characters. The air is filled with a faint and wonderful floral fragrance, and the sun shines through a pot of green bellflowers in the window, projecting on many relics with a sense of history, making people feel a calm atmosphere. Of course, no problem. Please follow me. After listening to the girl's request, Avis nodded, got up first, and took Claire to the underground laboratory. Along the way, Claire noticed several projections of Avis in the laboratory that had the same aura as real people, and her eyes couldn't help but be a little surprised. Those are the effects of a space-time secret technique called parallel projection that I am studying, which is recorded in Bomia's database. Noticing the girl's doubts, Avis explained intimately. As he said, he walked to the magic circle in the core area of the laboratory and entered a series of complex instructions on the surface of a pyramid-shaped metal structure suspended above the magic circle. After receiving the order, a faint light flashed on the dark pyramid surface, and the top structure slowly opened. The dark golden scepter embedded with the core crystal of the tower spirit floated out again. Senior Claire, can you please tell me how long you need to borrow it? After temporarily changing to thorium and handing the tower spirit Bomia to Claire, Avis glanced at the girl's pointed ears and asked casually, I need to investigate Bomia's historical records. I can't be sure of the exact time, but it shouldn't be long. After thinking for a while, Claire finally gave an uncertain answer. So, Avis, can you lend me a room temporarily? I will leave after the investigation is completed. With me. No problem. What kind of room do you need? Bedroom? Somewhat surprised by Claire's request, Avis nodded and asked again tentatively. Bedroom is also okay, but it is better to be a safer room, such as a secret room with alloy walls. The half-elf girl thought about it and answered very seriously. So, Avis gave her the room he had used for the breakthrough before, and he immediately stopped all dangerous magic experiments to prevent his home from being destroyed by accidents. This investigation took about half a day. At night, the door opened again, and Claire walked out of it holding the scepter, looking a little tired. What's up, Senior Claire? Noticing her appearance, Avis closed the protection of the laboratory and walked over again. Okay, I've roughly found the clues I need. Also, I added your mark to Bomia's bottom-level authority. Now you can control all of Bomia's abilities by yourself without relying on my blood. Handing the scepter back to Avis, Claire exhaled lightly, took out a small crystal ball, and handed it to Avis. I understand that you should also be a little curious about what I did. This crystal ball contains a small part of my memory. You will understand it as long as you look at it. Senior Claire. Avis wanted to say something, but the girl just raised her hand gently to stop Avis from continuing. It's okay. Avis. I understand that sharing memories with others is a very risky move. But just as you believe in me, I also believe in you. Looking at Avis with clear blue eyes, Claire smiled slightly, suddenly stepped forward, gently grabbed Avis's hand, and placed the crystal ball in his palm. That's it. Avis. I'm leaving. I have found what I need. And it is meaningless to stay in Pamir Academy. Next, I will probably take a long-term mission in the mission hall of the academy. Looking at Avis's slightly surprised face, Claire calmly narrated her next plan. But she knew very well that her inner feelings were actually far from being as calm as on the surface. Sure enough, I still want to travel with you. Then, Avis. Goodbye. Finally staring at Avis, the blonde half-elf girl waved her hand, and then turned away without any reluctance, looking at Claire's back on the floating disc, disappearing among the many magic towers covered by the golden sunset in the distance. Avis used his mental power to trigger the crystal ball. Then, a piece of memory information flowed out. A slender girl, who looked like a high elf, stood in the center of the control hall. Another female high elf holding a dark golden scepter and wearing a star crown was guiding her to drip blood on the stone tablet. When the girl did so, the high elf held her little hand and let her feel the control screen of the floating city. That's it. At the critical moment, you can also control the city. Why do you want to do this? Looking at the high elf, the girl spoke expressionlessly. Just curious. Unknown Experiment 24. A phantom meteorite with strange starlight on the outside. Unknown source. Unknown specific ability. Suspected to come with Purple Moon Amos. Added, Experiment 24 seems to have the ability to learn and simulate, and once appeared in the form of a female high elf juvenile. But whether it is a living being is still in doubt. Added, Experiment 24 has an amazing ability to interfere with fate, and seems to be able to affect the world's fate network to a certain extent. Even its fragments have this effect. However, its fragments seem to be dissatisfied with their own fragmentation, and will indiscriminately bring various disasters to the surroundings. Added, when the Great Rip occurred, Experiment 24 broke into 8 pieces in the light, and the landing coordinates are Idle Federation, Silver Moon Kingdom, Silver Moon City, as the capital of one of the 3 kingdoms of the Federation. The prosperity of Silver Moon Royal City is no less than that of the other 2 empires. With the development of the times, a large number of assembly locomotives and airships entered the streets and the sky, galloping together with the original magic carriages, alchemical shuttles, and other objects. At the same time, large assembly factories were built outside the city, producing a large number of various types of assembly day and night, and continuously transporting them to various parts of the Federation. After these years of development, all residents of the Federation have accepted and become accustomed to the existence of assembly in their lives. At this time, in the basement of an ordinary-looking manor in the suburbs of the city, the projections of many members of the Door in the Eye gathered together. However, everyone was a little silent at this moment. The series of changes brought about by the meteorite ruins incident caught them off guard. At the main seat of the long table, the leader looked at the vacant seat number 3 on the right and couldn't help but have a headache. When the Sky City exploded, the unlucky Dark Abyss happened to be there, so he was taken away in a wave and has now fallen asleep. Chapter 384 Interpretation of the Prophecy. Everyone, we are facing a major challenge. Raising his hand and rubbing his brows slightly, the leader glanced at the silent people present and spoke in a low voice. Our arrangements in the Gloria Empire have been mostly ineffective. This is bad news, but it is by no means the end. The team of Prophet headed by Lord Grey Mist has made some new discoveries. Before Lord Grey Mist speaks, does anyone want to report anything? Listening to the leader's speech, many black-robed people looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. The shocking changes in the meteorite ruins can be said to have directly affected the pattern of the entire Yar continent for decades to come. More than 1/3 of the 9th level people in the entire continent were lost in this explosion. Even if they can recover in the future, it will take a long time to restore the full strength of the 9th level. At that time, the 3 9th level people in the Gate of the Eye also went to the meteorite ruins to explore with their official identities, trying to find opportunities, but they were blown up by the explosion. Fortunately, except for the unlucky Abyss. The other two 9th level warriors successfully escaped before the explosion after paying a certain price. But even so, the two 9th level warriors still need to recuperate for a period of time in the following period of time, and cannot immediately fight with opponents of the same level. This made the situation of the door in the eye, which had already become somewhat difficult due to the targeting of the True Knowledge Society, even worse. In addition, due to the sudden launch of the ultra-high-pressure search in the Empire, almost all previous plans were disrupted, which was a very serious blow to them. Well, I have some news here to share with you. Seeing that everyone was silent, after a moment of silence, Grey Mist slowly spoke. The Stargazing Tower has entered a sealed state. I have received confirmed news that the Crown Prince in the tower has suffered a very serious backlash from fate, and has now entered a state of retreat to recover. Unlike the frustration of many high-level professionals on the right side of the long table, the high-level prophets on the left side of the long table opposite them were in a good mood. After confirming through their own news channels that Stargazer was really seriously injured and not pretending, they almost set today as a festival for prophets. Although it was not clear why the Stargazer had suffered such a serious backlash from fate. After he retreated, everyone could more or less infer some of the truth at that time through the changes in the web of fate. If there were not two victims of the explosion sitting opposite them, they would even want to hold a grand celebration for the explosion. Without the suppression of Stargazer on the web of fate, they would have the possibility of truly breaking through the 9th level next. In addition, the situation in the Gloria Empire is currently very unstable, due to the existence of a person who claims to be a member of the Circle of Truth, but whose true identity is unknown. The Empire has begun to thoroughly investigate all civilian resistance organizations. I think it is best for us to temporarily suspend most of our contacts with them. Everyone should also be vigilant recently to prevent attacks from the Empire. Also, regarding the prophecy of the star that suddenly appeared earlier, after my joint deduction with other excellencies, we have made some new discoveries. As he spoke, Grey Mist turned his head slightly, and looked at the grey-robed man next to him, who was sitting at the second seat on the left side of the long table. Sir Traveler, I'm sorry for the trouble. Nodding, the Traveler stood up, saluted the leader, raised his hand gently, and displayed a projection in front of everyone. The shining star rises from the crown of the crystal bird. Everyone must be familiar with this. Due to the sleep of His Majesty, we rededuce it, and found some new traces of destiny that were previously covered up. The cold wind crystal bird refers to the crystal bird in the northern border of the Empire, the Olivindi family. However, for the stars in the prophecy, we finally found two possibilities. The first one, the Olivindi family and the Alfred family of the Empire seem to be conducting a special forbidden magic experiment. The confidentiality level of this experiment is the highest level ever, and nothing related to it can be predicted, and no information can be investigated. It seems that only the 9th level of the two major families can access it, and what this prophecy foretells is probably the future result of this experiment. As the Traveler's words fell, everyone present was a little surprised. After looking at each other as fast as lightning, they almost instantly had the same idea. Find a way to investigate it, and then try to seize the results of the experiment. While everyone was thinking, the Traveler did not stop his introduction, but continued to say another possibility. The second one is her. While speaking, the Traveler raised his hand again, and the previous projection suddenly changed from the original prophecy scene to a three-dimensional projection of a girl. If Ambus was here, he would be able to see at a glance that it was Fiona's image. Fiona Lou Olivindi, the fifth descendant of the current head of the Olivindi family. But her date of birth is only 1 year different from her brother Ambus Lou Olivindi. She also has dual legendary blood. The true blood concentration is unknown, but it is stronger than her four brothers. She enrolled in the Royal Premier Academy last year. When we traced the secret magic experiment related to Olivindi, there were a few abnormal traces of fate pointing to her, which was a bit suspicious. After introducing the identity of the girl in the video in a flat tone, the Traveler ended his speech. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Nodding, the leader turned his eyes back to everyone. That's the general situation. I believe everyone should have their own ideas about what to do next. As for the second possibility just mentioned by the Traveler, Xing, can you please go to the Empire in person and bring her back? Grey Mist will help you deal with all the subsequent troubles. As he said, the leader looked at the black-robed man on the right, and rarely used an equal tone. No problem. Your Excellency the leader. Xing spoke softly and accepted the task. He didn't seem to care about the obstacles that might be encountered on this trip. Then, if everyone has no questions, then we will disband for the time being. Please pay attention to your own safety. Out of caution, there should be no such gatherings in the next 10 years. After assigning the tasks, the leader looked around at everyone. Seeing that no one spoke, he prepared to end the gathering as soon as possible. Please wait, respected leader. I would like to ask, do we need to continue the action against the Gloria Empire? At this time, Zero, who was dressed in a black robe, suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. What do you want to do? Zero? The leader turned his eyes to Zero, who suddenly spoke, somewhat puzzled about his purpose. Previously, due to the accidental explosion of the floating city, the plan of several marquises to secretly join forces was aborted. But everyone saw the role Zero played in this matter. Although they didn't say they looked up to him, at least they didn't look at him completely as a pretty boy. It's just a pity. If we get out of it now, wouldn't our previous secret moves on the side of the Empire be completely abandoned? I can understand your concerns now. Most of our arrangements have been discovered by the Empire, and it is indeed not worth it to risk being found by the Empire, just for the remaining small part of the arrangements that may be discovered at any time. As he said this, Zero stepped forward, opened his hands, and his tone became excited. Then, how about leading this remaining small part to me? Chapter 385 Chameleon. I believe you all know clearly that I am a foreigner. Indeed, my strength may be very low compared to yours, but it is not completely without merit. That is, I don't care about any risks. As he said this, Zero habitually raised his hand and pushed his non-existent glasses. So, when you are unwilling to take this risk, it is the most appropriate choice for me to temporarily take over the remaining resources of the Empire, instead of giving it to the people of the Empire for nothing. It is better to let me take over completely. I will continue to arrange personnel and carry out the organization's tasks against the Empire. All the dangers that may be encountered in the process will be borne by me and my people on your behalf. If you are worried that my identity will lead to the Empire's pursuit, then I can even withdraw from the Gate of the Eyes immediately and take over these remaining resources as the leader of an independent force. As Zero's words fell, everyone fell into thought, and then had to admit that the suggestion proposed by Zero was indeed the most favorable solution for them at present. With a slight frown, the leader looked at the gray fog for consultation, and the latter nodded slightly to him. So, what do you think of Zero's proposal? The leader looked around, but no one raised an objection. For the 9th level professionals in the first few seats, it was not worth it to cause trouble for a small part of the Empire's resources. For those members who were not at the 9th level, although they coveted these resources, the risk was too great. They did not have the unsolvable immortality of the strangers, nor did they have the life-saving ability of the 9th level professionals to split and regenerate. If you are caught by the 9th level of the Empire, you will be in trouble on the spot. Okay, no matter what purpose you have for making this proposal, I can make the decision and temporarily hand over the control of all the remaining forces and resources of the Gate of the Eye in the Gloria Empire to you. Seeing that no one objected, the leader turned his eyes back to Zero and nodded to agree to his request. However, these resources are not taken for free. As the price for obtaining these resources, you need to find a way to make at least one province of the Empire completely chaotic in the next 50 years. If you accept this condition, then after the meeting, someone will bring you the identity token and other things. I agree, respected leader. Zero nodded and agreed to this request. Then, after leaving here, you'd better quickly integrate the remaining resources of the organization in the Empire. Every second of the night, the probability of them being discovered will increase by 1 point. And I also know that although the stranger can be resurrected infinitely, it is at the cost of completely abandoning his former body. Looking at Zero with a half-smile, the leader knocked a sentence indifferently and looked at everyone again. No one has any more opinions. Right? Then now, the meeting is over. There were no other episodes. As the leader's last words fell, the projections of everyone faded and disappeared. In the empty room, only Zero's lonely figure remained. Finally, it succeeded. Looking at the newly added character identity Gloria, the agent of the door in the eyes on the task panel, Zero suddenly laughed. As a player, I can get the identity of the leader of the indigenous forces. I should be the highest position now. Right? Gloria Empire. Pamir Academy. Since returning from the floating city, Andas's life has become very regular. After the explosion of the floating city, due to the high-intensity search by the Empire's top leaders, all forces in the Empire have temporarily become quiet. According to the Duke's instructions, Andas and Fiona stayed in the academy honestly and did not go out. However, today, Fiona suddenly found him and reported to him the special situation of the little dragon FIA. Brother, this won't harm FIA. Right? In the underground laboratory, Fiona held the kitten and looked at FIA, who was bound in the center of the magic circle and was being continuously injected with different attributes of magic by several thick pipes. Her eyes were a little worried. After returning from the floating city, Fiona seemed to be stimulated and broke through again after 2 or 3 months. Just a few magic hours ago, her strength had officially reached the 4th level and officially became a mid-level professional. In conjunction, the elemental dragon FIA also underwent some new changes. Its body can change color. This is not a simple change of skin color like flesh and blood creatures. For elemental creatures, the change of color means the change of attributes. Currently, it can switch freely between blue representing water attribute, red representing fire attribute, yellow representing earth attribute, white representing light attribute, and cyan representing wind attribute. Very interested in this characteristic shown by the young dragon FIA, Avis immediately decided to check it after receiving the news from Fiona. This elemental talent has good research value. The lossless conversion of magic attributes can be applied to many important structures, such as magic energy engines and protective barriers. If we can simulate the model structure of its talent, we can create many new magic construction components. Also, brother, FIA told me that if it weren't for the power feedback brought to her by my breakthrough, she would need at least 50 or 60 years to grow to the point where she could switch attributes. As if she had thought of something, Fiona suddenly came over, looking at Avis with her big lake blue eyes, looking complacent. Okay, Faye, thanks for your help. Suddenly hearing the girl's request for credit, Avis glanced at the girl with a strange look in his azure eyes, and then nodded clearly. So, is there anything you need my help with? Hee hee. That, brother, when Zongyanji Academy is on vacation, I want to go with Vint and other holders of the Star Stone fragments to find the treasures of the Star Civilization. The purpose was seen through, and the girl smiled a little embarrassedly. At the beginning of the mid-year festival in June every year, according to convention, Pamir Academy will also be on vacation for 10 days. The girl had chosen this period of time and was ready to start an exciting and interesting adventure just like in all the biographies of heroes. Of course, as long as you get the consent of my father and mother, I have no objection. Entered a series of instructions into the crystal ball and slightly adjusted the input magic element ratio. And Wazy glanced at the girl and said in a high-sounding tone, "But I'm worried that my father will not agree. So, brother, can you help me talk to my father?" The girl stomped her feet lightly, blinked her big eyes, and finally said her real request. Chapter 386 Crisis Prediction. If father is not prepared to agree, what's the use of me talking to him for you? Glancing at the girl with gleaming hair, Avis shook his head and continued to monitor the physical condition of the elemental dragon in the magic circle. Also, you should know that the situation in the Empire is very unstable recently. Right? Under such circumstances, father probably won't agree to your leaving Pamir Academy. But brother, I have agreed with Wint and the others to go on an adventure with them during the Academy holidays. With a pitiful look in her big lake blue eyes, Fiona couldn't help but stretch out her little hand and gently pulled the corner of Avis's clothes. Brother, just talk to father for me. Okay. But I don't guarantee that it will work. Unable to resist Fiona's entanglement, Avis finally nodded and agreed to the girl's request. In fact, he really didn't play a big role in this matter. If Duke Kara didn't agree with Fiona going out on her own, then it would be useless even if he talked to her. It's okay, as long as you are willing to help. After getting Avis's promise, Fiona happily hugged Kate and turned around, making the little cat's eyes bulge. By the way, brother, do you have an invitation to the Kaiki party? Avis's calm hand trembled slightly. Hearing this question, Avis was typing a wrong rune in the command he was inputting into the crystal ball. No. Who told you that? Harvey told me that you also have an invitation. If you want to participate, just ask me for an introduction. By the way, what exactly is the Kaiki party? When I asked Harvey, he hesitated and refused to explain in detail. At the end, Fiona asked another strange question. It is, a special aristocratic ball, where participants need to use special magic potions in advance to disguise their true appearance and gender. After the ball started, all participants seemed to be wearing an invisible mask. So they were named after the legendary thief Kaiki. Carefully considering his words, Avis was already thinking about whether to use magic to calm Harvey down for a while. Maybe he could make all the women he saw look like men? It seemed a bit too cruel. So he would just make his female companion look like a man. In short, as a lady, it's best not to attend such a party, which has a very bad impact on your reputation. Oh, so that's it. She nodded as if she understood. And although the girl was still a little confused, she didn't continue to delve into it. After about 1.5 magic hours, with the last change recorded, Avis finally ended the experiment. Okay, if it changes again after you go back, remember to tell me. As he said that, Avis inputted a command to terminate the transmission of magic power of various attributes in the laboratory. Several magic power transmission pipelines were retracted, and the magic circle's restraint on the elemental dragon was officially released. After regaining her freedom, Fi hurriedly flew out of the magic laboratory, restored her miniature form to the size of a kitten, and threw herself into Fiona's arms. When the magic circle forced magic power into her just now, although she was full, the feeling of being out of control made the dragon very uncomfortable. Okay. Holding the two little ones, the little girl with long light blonde hair tilted her head and looked at Avis, wondering what she was thinking. Anything else? Fiona? Noticing her abnormality, Avis asked casually. No. I just feel that you are amazing. You are only 1 year older than me, but you are conducting various profound magic researches and understand a lot of principles. You don't feel like a freshman from Pamir who has been enrolled for 1 or 2 years. Instead, you feel like other brothers and sisters who have gone through the adult ceremony and have their own territories. After racking her brains, Fiona finally found the correct adjective. If it was you who got the fragments of the astral stone disc, I'm afraid Father would agree to let you explore. Maybe? Avis raised a transparent crystal conical bottle, dripped 2 drops of transparent liquid into it, and shook it gently, as if he was concentrating on observing the changes in the sample in the bottle. The bottle contained some elemental structures extracted from Longfia when she was young. Although it had left the main body, it still retained a certain amount of energy activity. However, in his heart, Avis was also a little absent-minded. He had not attended classes for a while recently. Now thinking about it, he even felt that college life was a little far away from him. But for him, these courses were not necessary, especially after Claire left. There were only 2 or 3 big and small cats left among the remaining students of the Department of Mysticism. Apart from doing some things to summon some monsters and crack some low-level mysterious items, there was almost no other use. Some people even studied slime girls instead of their main job. After looking at Fiona again, who was confused, Avis suddenly realized that it was normal for him to attend magic classes every day like the girl in Harvey, and to participate in some dances and parties in his spare time. After sending Fiona back, that night, Avis was immersed in a deep meditation state when he suddenly noticed something unusual. In the haze, a faint gray mist suddenly enveloped his senses, making the surrounding environment seem a little illusory. This feeling, a new prophecy? A little surprised, Avis tried to open his eyes. But his eyes were like a 1,000-pound weight at this time, and he could not open them. But he could feel that something was constantly approaching him. The sense of oppression and terror became stronger and stronger. But the perception was shrouded in gray mist, and he could not open his eyes and see what was in front of him. For the first time, Avis had this experience, and he forced himself to calm down and think about how to solve this situation. Obviously, he was in a state of crisis prophecy, but he could not see the prophecy picture. Obviously, there was an external force interfering. After thinking for a while, Avis directly tried to connect to the old secret scripture. When he successfully connected, the originally faint gray mist suddenly trembled, and then silently dispersed, revealing the picture behind it. It was a figure covered in a black robe, and next to the figure was Fiona, who was sleeping. The next moment, the picture was broken. Avis suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene around him was a familiar room. He left the prophecy state and returned to the normal world. At the same time, far away in the Little Kingdom Federation, the prophet Grey Mist opened his eyes in disbelief. The highest level of protection he left for the star was predicted in advance? Chapter 387 Take the Initiative. In the room, after getting out of the sudden prophecy state, Avis exhaled and began to analyze the content of the prophecy again. Although Fiona seemed to be following the Black Shadow, he had a strange feeling. The Black Shadow seemed to be coming for him. In other words, his target was not only Fiona. According to the terrifying oppression of the black figure in the crisis prophecy, the strength of the unknown enemy was probably at least above the 9th level. Moreover, before connecting to the old secret scripture, there was also that strange fog of fate, which made him a 7th level extreme prophet, unable to see the prophecy picture clearly at the first time. This required at least an 8th level prophet to do it. This is no longer something that an ordinary 9th level person can do. A 9th level strawman plus an 8th level prophet can create such a force. Looking at the entire Yar continent, only those truly top forces can do it. Although the real source of the threat is not yet certain, Avis has some guesses in his mind. Gloria Royal Family, Door in the Eye, Continental Magic Council, Holy Light Church, Federal Parliament. There are only a few people who can ask the 8th level or above prophet to take action, and have the confidence to deal with the subsequent search and revenge of the Olivindi family. However, the most important thing at present is to determine where the enemy is, and how much safe time they have. After calming down, Avis analyzed the current situation, and found that the best way should be not to run around and immediately seek help from Duke Carrot. The protection of Pamir Academy is still very strong, due to the existence of the Academy's brilliant maze, and the fact that the Academy has more than one 9th level garrison all year round. Even if it is the 9th level limit, it will be very difficult to attack by force. Therefore, as long as they do not leave the Academy for the time being, the probability of encountering danger in the near future will be very small. After determining the solution, Avis immediately contacted Duke Carrot and explained what happened. Duke Carrot now attaches great importance to the prophetic scene described by Avis. In several previous incidents, the results proved that Avis's prediction was correct, and it also helped him avoid a life-and-death crisis. After hearing what Avis said that he and Fiona might be facing threats above the 9th level, the Duke thought for a moment and asked Avis and Fiona not to leave the Academy for the time being. At the same time, he will immediately communicate with other 9th level people in the family to have an urgent discussion on how to ensure the safety of him and Fiona, because this matter involves Fiona's safety. After ending the contact with Avis, Duke Carrot not only contacted the senior management of Olivindi, but also contacted the Alfred family in his own name. After ensuring that the source of the information is correct, everyone began a very heated discussion on how to ensure Fiona's safety. Some suggested taking her back to the family's secret realm to cultivate her strength, and then releasing her after her strength breaks through the 9th level. Some also suggested using Fiona as bait, letting her leave the Academy, luring the enemy's 9th level to appear, and then the 9th level ambush nearby rushed forward to surround and annihilate her. The two factions argued endlessly, but in the end, the proactive attack faction prevailed. You can hide on the first day, but you can't hide on the 15th day. If the enemy is determined to attack Fiona, then no matter how secret and safe the secret realm is, it is possible for the enemy to sneak into it, only by taking the initiative to attack, confirming the identity of the enemy, and fiercely chopping off the enemy's claws. Can other lurking forces be deterred to the greatest extent? Of course, this result is also related to the fact that there are more 9th level extreme people who support the active attack. After determining the method of action, Duke Carrot contacted Avis again and informed him of the news. I have discussed with other 9th level people, Avis, and the family finally decided to take the initiative to attack, lure the enemy out, and then capture or eliminate it according to the situation. In the crystal ball, Carrot stared at Avis and told the final result. In the near future, you will find a way to take Fiona away from the Academy once, and try to lure out the unknown enemy you have predicted. And I and the 9th level of the family will hide nearby to protect you. Leave the Academy once recently? After listening to the Duke's words, Avis nodded. Father, you should know about Faye's acquisition of the fragments of the astral stone disc. She just came to me and wanted to gather the stone discs with Vint and others during the college vacation next month to try to find the lost heritage of the astral civilization. And she hoped that I could explain this to you on her behalf. It just so happens that... Father, do you think this time is okay? The mid-year festival? Sure. At that time, I and other lords will hide in the dark. And as soon as the enemy appears, we will catch him. After thinking about it, Duke Carrot nodded and agreed to this time. and determine the specific action steps. After ending the contact with the Duke, Avis put away the crystal ball and fell into memories. In the previous life, Fiona was also captured once, but the time was much later than this life. That time, various resistance organizations and forces such as the Alliance of Glory had already been in a fierce battle. A small part of the Gloria Empire had fallen into their hands. Although the family searched frantically at that time, they still could not find her until Duke Carrot died in battle, and the Olivendi family was on the verge of collapse. In the end, she came back on her own. What happened in the process is still unknown. In this life, the resistance organization was curbed in advance due to Avis. The forces such as the Door in the Eyes, and the Continental Magic Council that provided resources to support their unrest behind the scenes have also been sanctioned by the Empire. As a result, Fiona's capture seemed to have been greatly advanced. Although he was a little confused about the change of fate, Avis still told Fiona about it as soon as possible. In order to hide his identity as a prophet, he made a little change in his statement. He changed his prediction that there would be an enemy attack to that the Duke discovered the enemy in the dark and decided to use them as bait to lure the enemy out. For this reason, her request to go treasure hunting with Wint and others during the Academy holidays had been approved by the Duke. Although Fiona was a little confused as to why the enemy wanted to attack her, she still did not question anything, as she had no idea about the incoming enemies. The little girl was not worried at all. Instead, she was very excited that her father agreed to let her go on an adventure during the holidays. In her heart, with the protection of her father, no enemy should be able to threaten her. Chapter 388 Emergency Preparation. However, Avis was not as optimistic as Fiona, as he was well aware of the enemy's strength. Although Avis could not say what was wrong with the plan proposed by Duke Carrot, using himself and Fiona as bait to lure the enemy to appear, he always felt that he could not be completely assured. Lure the enemy to appear, and then uproot it to prevent more enemies from attacking again, which can indeed be regarded as the current optimal solution. However, Avis did not intend to rely on others for his own safety. Since it was confirmed that there would be unknown powerful enemies attacking, Avis sorted out his existing assets and began to prepare to deal with enemies far stronger than himself. Although he had obtained a lot of things before, there were not many backups that could deal with the 9th order limit. First of all, the old secret scripture can be counted as one. After sealing the black cocoon and his own strength officially breaking through the high-level professional, his current strongest reliance, the old secret scripture, unlocked more abilities. In addition to the Seed of Distortion, the original spell-like effects have been strengthened again, and a number of new spell-like spells have been added. One of them is the important life-saving ability Mirror Replacement that Avis currently sees as playing a key role in this situation. The emergence of this ability is based on the upgraded Blood Clone. Dark Side of the Moon and Seal. The caster needs to build his own clone in advance, and then seal it in a special blank page behind the old secret book. When encountering an unbeatable crisis, the caster can activate this ability at a critical moment, and the main body will instantly exchange seamlessly with the clone in the page. However, this ability can only be used when the secret book of the old days is carried with him, and when his clone is sealed. The secret book of the old days cannot be put into the storage ring. Although it sounds like he is not out of danger, the biggest function of this spell is to pretend to be dead to confuse others, rather than to escape. According to Avis's test, no matter whether it is space blockade, anti-magic force field, dream interference, etc., it cannot prevent this exchange from happening. The effect of this exchange seems to be completely dependent on the power of the secret book of the old days, achieved through some higher-level channels. After leaving the floating city, Avis once privately found Duke Carrot, hoping to test the specific effect and concealment of the mirror replacement. But after he exchanged twice, the Duke had no reaction to this exchange at all. It was not until he took the initiative to reveal his identity, and the Duke really took it seriously, that he could barely feel the difference between his clone and the original body. In addition, there are two very interesting spell-like abilities: Sacrifice and Corruption. The effect of Sacrifice is to sacrifice life using a special ritual array to provide vitality and soul power for the holder of the old secret book. The stronger the life sacrificed, the more power the caster can obtain. If the sacrifice is willing to sacrifice itself, the conversion rate can reach 90%. Otherwise it is only 30%. However, according to the spell description, if the power obtained through sacrifice accounts for too high a proportion, it will cause some unknown changes to the holder. The effect of corruption is to change the life form of the recipient with the alien power of the old secret book, turning it into a follower of the holder of the old secret book. These abilities are getting weirder and weirder. For the existence of these two spell-like spells, Avis always felt that this book was pushing him in a strange direction. In addition to the evolved old secret scripture, the Themis Colossus he had obtained from the floating city was also a super strong trump card. Although the energy source was lost, the remaining magic power in the core of the Colossus was still enough to launch a complete annihilation rule attack. Its power was equivalent to a miniature lightless moon. Even if the 9th order limit was hit, it would be severely damaged on the spot. And the others were basically gone. Over on his overseas island, the research on artificial perfect blood and constructed synthetic forces is still in progress. Far water cannot save the near fire. Although there are now a batch of floating city golems, weapon systems, etc. But without the infinite magic power of the eternal core, it is temporarily unable to exert its true power. The research on Albin's side has just begun, and he has not even seen the ring of time and space, let alone cracking the eternal core. All the problems are that this incident happened too early, decades earlier than in the previous life. After thinking for a long time, Avis finally decided to temporarily put aside other aspects of magic research and start making a special magic prop that can open the normal space door connecting dreams and reality. In any case, the main gun of the Themis Colossus is his strongest attack method at present. Originally, he planned to set it up as a safety when exploring the dream world in the future. But now, he may need to use this trump card in advance. After confirming the action plan, Avis spent half a month in the magic laboratory, forgetting to eat and sleep to make this special prop, and drinking mental recovery potions directly to replenish his mental strength when he was insufficient. In the past half month, even Fiona couldn't see him. He used to go to the mysticism course occasionally, but now he didn't go at all. Not all dream space gates are okay. In his conception, this space gate exists as a channel for the rule attack to pass through. Therefore, its structure must be stable enough to withstand the pressure of the annihilation main gun passing through. And his previous bad premonition was confirmed. Half a month later, when Avis was busy refining the last connecting component of the space gate wonder, his mind suddenly became trance. And what emerged in the hazy was a black human figure like last time. Fiona still closed her eyes, floating beside him as if she was sleeping. The only difference is that the distance of the human figure is now closer, and it is still approaching him step by step. An invisible sense of oppression and fear constantly grabbed his heart. When the dark figure was about to touch him, Avis, who was standing in front of the alchemy table, suddenly woke up, and a thin layer of sweat had seeped out of his back, throwing away the components on the alchemy table that were scrapped due to his sudden stop. Avis raised his hand to wipe his forehead and let out a long breath. This situation means that the time for the crisis to come is extremely close. And there is another explanation. That is, the so-called protection of the Duke is probably not enough to guarantee the safety of him and Fiona. Glancing at an exquisite dark golden 7-layer ring placed on one side of the alchemy table, Avis cheered up again, took out a new material, and started to refine the last component again. Chapter 389: The Two Sides of Everything. The overlapping ring is the body of the strange object. After his intensive efforts in this period of time, it is almost complete. After spending several magic hours again, under the guidance of high-level mental power, Avis finally finished engraving the last micro-rune inside the connecting component. After carefully checking the last component, which was only the size of a date pit, and confirming that there was no problem, Avis installed it between the 6th and 7th rings in the ring core. Although it is not big, it requires three-dimensional engraving of tens of thousands of different runes and subtle magic circuits. If he had not broken through to the high-level mental power and only relied on the auxiliary engraving of the top alchemy table, it would take him several days to make this component alone. Not to mention the 7-layer ring with a more complex inscription structure. After stretching hard, Avis lifted the ring with mental power and tried to activate its effect. Then, the 7-layer dark golden ring suddenly began to rotate at different speeds, and the subtle runes on the surface lit up automatically, emitting a faint purple light. Above the ring, a hole about half the size of a fist suddenly appeared, in which the scenery of the dream world could be seen, and a faint dream breath escaped from the hole. Connection was successful. After closing the effect of the ring again, Avis put it away, and then left the laboratory, reporting to the Duke again about his second prophecy. Duke Carrot attached great importance to this. But when he mentioned it to the other 9th level again, the other 9th level did not care too much, but just thought he was making a fuss. The prophet came up with the same prophecy again, which just shows that their plan to lure the enemy out has worked. The enemy did not notice it, but prepared to attack as they planned. As for the second interpretation of the prophecy, the possibility that they could not guarantee Fiona's safety, many 9th level people felt that the probability was almost zero. In this operation, in addition to Duke Carrot himself, who needed to maintain his original itinerary in order to paralyze the enemy, the two major families dispatched a total of 4 9th level people, including 2 9th level extreme people. Even if the attacker was a 9th level extreme professional, he would definitely not be able to get away with it under the double teaming of 2 people of the same level. However, out of caution, all of Indy's 9th level still brought one of the family's heritage as the last insurance. After explaining to Avis that his current situation was very safe, Carrot comforted his gifted youngest son and then ended the communication, looking at the dimming crystal ball in silence. Even if Avis still had doubts in his heart, he had to admit that the Duke was right. As the Duke said, if the two of them could still encounter an accident under the protection of multiple 9th level people, there would probably be no safe place. However, even though the Duke assured them with absolute certainty that they would not be in danger, Avis still began to prepare for the worst possible situation, such as the family's protection being breached by the enemy. After a final inspection of the laboratory, Avis checked whether there were any missing items to be dealt with. The core of the floating city, Talingbomia, had been dismantled by him and replaced with thorium. At the same time, the bloodline he had previously cultivated in the laboratory to activate the Ring of Fideles had basically been cultivated. Only some specific processing steps are needed to synthesize effective blood and activate the information related to the treasure of the ancient magic empire. After putting away the nearly finished blood sample, Avis checked the laboratory, put away several other test products that could be moved midway, and then erased the records of some previous experiments. After handling everything, Avis left the laboratory, boarded the floating disc, and wandered around the academy. At present, the long night has just ended. It is 6 o'clock in the morning, and the rising sun has just appeared. Under the light of the light golden light of the morning, students in uniforms with castle logos flew past him quickly. Like birds, they shuttled through this ancient academy with a long history and sank into the shadows cast by the magic towers. Looking at the tower restaurant in the distance, which was shining with white and gold light in the sun, Avis flew over slowly, intending to enjoy a long-lost breakfast. Originally, he expected that it would take at least 10 years for him to leave Pamir Academy, and then he would have his coming-of-age ceremony and obtain his own territory. During this period, the many secret studies he arranged on his island should also produce the first batch of results, and Albans would become a student of the Speaker of the Magic Council, and his strength would grow enough to conduct more valuable research. The emergence of this unexpected incident disrupted his original plan. The reason is that the progress was pushed too fast. At this time in the previous life, the prophecy had not yet appeared, and the rebels had just started to make trouble. It would take at least 20 to 30 years before his eldest brother Raymond was defeated and captured. Due to his intervention, the prophecy time was inexplicably advanced, and the rebels were exposed in advance because of their collusion with foreign enemies. They were suppressed by the high-level officials of the empire and dared not show up. The current stable situation in the country can continue for the time being. However, everything has two sides. Although the crisis is coming, this incident also brought him a special opportunity. An opportunity to disappear from everyone's sight. It's a bit risky, but Avis decided to give it a try. Hi. Long time no see. Sir Avis. Hearing this familiar voice, Avis knew the identity of the visitor before turning around. Long time no see. Sir Harvey. On the double floating disc behind him, Harvey hugged a shy-winged girl and waved to Avis from a distance. Pamir Academy is not limited to human enrollment. Occasionally, there are some rare alien students who live in the Empire. For example, the winged girl in front of him is a race that looks like humans, but is born with a pair of wings. At this time, Harvey whispered something to the girl, who nodded shyly, and then quickly flapped her wings as if to escape. That's a new acquaintance of mine. A charming bird. Although she is shy, she is very obedient, and it is as light and exciting to hold as a real bird. Controlling the floating saucer to fly over, Harvey looked unsatisfied. How is it, dear Sir Anvis? Your life must be very fulfilling recently? I was conducting a magic experiment before, and I didn't leave the laboratory for a long time. So, is there any interesting news from the Academy recently? Chapter 390 The Eve of Farewell. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Avis briefly explained the reason for his disappearance and asked about the recent situation of the Academy. Overall, there is nothing special. But there is one thing. His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince asked me about your recent whereabouts before, and the specific purpose is unknown. After thinking for a while, Harvey whispered, The Ninth Prince? I understand. After thinking for a while, Avis nodded. Now, dear Harvey, before I entered the laboratory, Fiona asked me about the cage party. Do you have anything else to say about this? When Harvey mentioned this, his face suddenly became bitter. Oh, Avis, it was just an accident. I didn't mean to do it. It was just that she saw me handing out invitations. So she asked me for an invitation to the bubble party, and asked me what other fun places there were in the capital. I definitely didn't dare to introduce those special parties that weren't suitable for ladies to attend to her. So I introduced some gatherings that many noble ladies in the capital often attended, such as Astrology of Destiny and Touching the Mystery. But she thought those were boring. So she wanted to look at the invitations I had before to see if there were any other interesting parties. You know, Avis, I've been a little afraid of her since she turned me into a frog when I was a child. So I had to show her the invitations. After she looked at all the invitations, for some reason, she was very interested in the Kaiki party and kept asking me what kind of party it was. But I didn't tell her in the end. Nor did I give her an invitation. Harvey finished his words after carefully looking at Avis's face. He knew very well how much the man in front of him cared about Fiona. For his sister, he even did not hesitate to have many conflicts with the Ninth Prince Lon Nua in public. If Fiona awakened some strange hobbies due to his mistakes, he would definitely not have a good ending. Okay, dear Harvey, I will let you go this time. Please don't let the same thing happen again. For this explanation, Avis nodded without comment and did not pursue it further. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a circle of faint magic ripples swept across Harvey's body. Hey, dear Avis, what did you do to me? Harvey checked himself with some surprise, but found nothing in the end. Nothing. Just help you eliminate some magic effects. Don't worry. In the next 15 days, your cute little bird will not turn into a thick and hairy-winged man in all your perceptions, and your other female companions will not turn into muscular men. With a kind smile, Avis comforted Harvey and emphasized the word not. Hey, Sir Avis, Harvey shouted. Also, although I don't want to interfere with your lifestyle, it's almost time for you to improve your personal strength. You entered school a year earlier than me, but your strength is not even at the 3rd level. Some special accidents may happen to me recently. Don't worry about it, and don't try to contact me. If there is anything, I will contact you. However, Avis did not care about Harvey's reaction, but gave his orders. Finally, I give you a suggestion. Be careful of Lewis and the Eleanor family. Leaving Harvey confused, Avis went to the Tower restaurant to enjoy a hearty breakfast, and then left for the Ninth Prince's residence. He had checked the magic mailbox before leaving, and there was no letter from Prince Lano. This means that the purpose of Prince Lano looking for him is most likely something that cannot be announced in a letter. Prince Lano is currently preparing to go out. Seeing Avis's arrival, he exchanged glances, nodded to Avis coldly, and then left on his own on the floating disc. According to the previous agreement between the two, Avis had hindered the prince many times in public, so Lano would not give Avis a good face on the surface. Avis didn't care about this. According to the private communication method that the two had agreed on before, he went to a black oak tree under Fiona's residence, and indeed touched a disposable phonograph crystal ball. Back to his residence, Avis activated it, and Prince Lano's brief message came out immediately. The royal prophet has made some new discoveries recently, and it seems to be related to your sister. But on the 18th of the glorious month, the royal family sent a message that I no longer needed to try to approach her. May, this is a bit abnormal. You'd better prepare in advance. After the message was finished, the crystal ball dimmed on its own, and the last trace of magic attached to it dissipated. The royal family. Avis was a little absent-minded. Could it be that the source of this crisis came from the actions of the imperial family? Indeed, this can well explain why he had this second crisis foresight. If other foreign forces want to sneak into the empire to arrest people, They must first find a way to avoid the sight of the royal family and the 4 major families. But if the imperial family wants to target him and Fiona, then there is no such worry at all. Although there is a certain possibility. This speculation is too relevant, and Avis dare not make a rash assertion. In any case, what he has to do now is to assume that he disappears and try to arrange all the things that may go wrong. He sent a message to the overseas islands. Even if he disappears, the original research project will continue normally. Regarding the research on perfect blood, Avis gave Oddman a space ring containing multiple high-level bloodlines, including his 2 legendary bloodlines, and enough resources for him to study for decades through remote transmission and through the communication function of the Twisted Seed. He told him about the special situation he was facing. Then, he prepared some magic shadow crystal balls and began to record some scenes with himself as the subject in advance, prepared to be used as a temporary response in case he really disappears unexpectedly. Night. After arranging everything temporarily, Avis lay on the sofa by the window in the living room, quietly looking at the ceiling above his head, his mind completely empty. A layer of veil-like silver-white moonlight enveloped him, making his face glow with a hazy soft light, like a profile of a beautiful boy in a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. No matter what the result is next, he has tried his best to do everything he can. Avis put the previously recorded crystal ball and some other items into a ring separately, preparing to hand it over to the Duke through the family chamber of commerce before the mid-year festival. Ding ding. At this time, a doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 391 Identity. Visiting at this time? Avis unexpectedly extended his mental power to see who was so creative. Standing at the door of the room was Fiona, who was wearing a light white dress and holding 2 little ones in her arms. "Brother, are you there?" Unlike her usual liveliness, the little girl looked nervous. Her eyes looked around from time to time, and her tone was slightly trembling. What happened? Feeling a little strange, Avis opened the door and let the girl in, and lit up the magic crystal lamp in the living room. "I just finished the experiment this morning." "What happened?" "Fiona?" For some reason, I suddenly felt a little flustered and didn't dare to stay alone. After seeing the boy sitting quietly on the sofa in the living room, his blue eyes seemed to have a reassuring magic. Fiona's emotions seemed to have found a breakthrough point, and she squeezed next to Avis directly, as she did when she was a child. Her light golden hair was shining, and she seemed very nervous. Nervous? When did it start? Looking at the big lake blue eyes of the girl beside him, Avis asked calmly. "I don't know, but I suddenly became nervous before, as if I was being watched by something unknown." The girl shook her head and spoke softly with some uneasiness, while hugging the 2 little ones in her arms tighter. "Don't worry too much. Although the unknown enemy is secretly watching us, according to Father's plan, we are still safe for the time being, until the mid-year festival. We will wait." As he said this, Avis was suddenly stunned. He just thought of a very important detail that he had subconsciously overlooked before. What if the enemy did not plan to attack during the seemingly weakly protected mid-year festival, but planned to attack them in the academy in advance? Although in a sense, breaking into the academy's brilliant maze may be more difficult than kidnapping people from multiple 9th-level masters. But the maze of Pamir Academy is not really completely unsolvable. If it takes enough time to prepare, the enemy may find a way to temporarily circumvent the effect of the maze. No one used to do this because the cost of cracking the maze was too high, and it was a completely unprofitable behavior. But now even Fiona has an instinctive warning, which is enough to prove that the enemy has approached to a certain extent. But it's good. It's not too late to notice this now. But my plan needs to be slightly advanced. I understand. After thinking about it, Avis looked at the girl beside him with a slightly strange look. "So, are you willing to trust me?" "Fiona? Of course I do." "Brother, why do you ask?" Hearing Avis's confusing question, Fiona nodded subconsciously, and then tilted her head to look at him in confusion. Her hair temporarily stopped flickering. "Nothing. Follow me now." Standing up gently, Avis took Fiona's hand and quickly led the girl up the stairs. After arriving at the door of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, he opened the door and motioned the girl to go in by herself, while pointing to the closet on one side. "This is my bedroom. I have my usual clothes in the closet. Now change all your clothes including the family amulet and underwear, and then find a set of mine to change into. Just put the clothes you changed into on the bed." "But don't ask anything. Hurry up. The girl's brain was confused for a while, and she instinctively wanted to ask the reason. But Avis was unusually serious at this moment, and his expression and tone were urgent and urgent. Oh. Okay. Okay. Frightened by Avis's expression and tone that were completely different from the past, Fiona nodded dizzily and walked into the house obediently. It was not until the door closed behind her that the girl realized what she had just agreed to. With a slightly red face, Fiona let go of the two little ones, and with a sense of guilt for no reason, she reached out like a thief to open Avis's closet. The space structure inside the closet was also expanded, and different sets of clothes were suspended in it, including linings, coats, accessories, and shoes and socks. The arrangement was extremely neat. With a faint scent of ice crystal orchid, he picked up a set at random, and with the help of magic, in less than a minute, the girl, wearing Avis's clothes and with a rosy face, walked out of the room again. Don't move now, and don't resist. I will explain the details later. Seeing the girl walk out, Avis glanced at her dress, gently raised his hand and held her hand, and a stream of magic flowed into her body. So, Fiona suddenly felt that her body seemed to be undergoing some changes in the area where Avis's magic reached. The skin and muscles wriggled as if they had gained life, moving from their original positions to new positions. The pigment particles in the iris began to increase, making the color of the eyes begin to deepen. Due to Avis's instructions, the girl endured some strange feelings, stopped her impulse to resist, and allowed this change to happen. A moment later, an Avis who looked like a mirror suddenly appeared in the same place. This was not only a change in appearance, but also a change in spiritual aura and magical aura. Except for the different clothes, everything else was exactly the same as Avis himself. After the spell was completed, Avis took a strand of the girl's light golden hair and went directly into the room, allowing the girl in the corridor to slowly study her changes. Looking at the clothes in the bedroom that still retained the girl's body temperature, Avis's mind moved slightly, and a clone walked out of the shadow behind him. A moment later, "Brother, you?" In the corridor, Fiona, who had a confused expression, looked at the two pets floating beside her and the self in front of her with a calm face, and didn't know what to say. "Put Fi8 back in your summoning space, and don't let her out in the next few days. As for Kate, put her in my laboratory first. If there is no problem in the next few days, I will return her to you. After 5 days, the magic effect on you will automatically disappear. During this period, remember not to reveal your identity except when you are alone with your father." The tone returned to its usual calmness, and Avis looked up at Fiona in front of him, with an indescribable emotion in his lake blue eyes. "Also, my family amulet and this ring are for you. The ring contains some things I prepared in advance. The crystal ball in the green box is the instructions I recorded. If the corresponding situation occurs, you can use them to disguise yourself as me." "Brother, why do you have to go to this extent? Can't we go and seek help from the Dean right now?" While Avis was changing clothes, Fiona also figured out the dangerous situation they were in. At this moment, listening to Avis calmly making a series of arrangements, the girl suddenly felt a strong sense of panic in her heart. Unlike the previous tension, this feeling of uneasiness was the first time she had felt it since she was a child. Even when she was caught by the Duke for slacking off in class for a long time, and accidentally broke the Duke's treasured high elf crown, she didn't feel as uneasy as she is now. "I won't do things without a reason, Fiona." Avis shook his head and explained a little. Chapter 392 Missing. But not completely missing. According to the information from the Prophet, their target is you. Even if we go to the Dean immediately, we may be able to escape this time, but it is not a long-term solution. Besides, I learned through my channels that in addition to the unknown enemies we are facing now, the Imperial family will also take some actions against you in the near future. Remember the prophecy that was almost spread throughout the entire Imperial high level. Fiona? The shining star starts from the crown of the crystal bird, and the star in the prophecy is likely to refer to you. Looking up at Fiona, who was full of disbelief, Avis spoke in a calm tone, and his calm expression formed a sharp contrast with Fiona's face. "That's why the royal family tried to marry the 9th prince to you, but was stopped by my father. But according to the current situation, the royal family is likely to use this as an excuse to put further pressure on the family. At that time, we will be very passive. My father is indeed very strong, but he has his limits. Besides, no matter how vigilant the family is to defend against enemy invasion. As time goes on, there will inevitably be a time when they relax. At that time, we will be in greater danger. But if you are captured, then all the subsequent problems will be solved. The attention of the royal family and other forces will be diverted to try to find the missing Fiona instead of focusing on Anvis, who has returned to Moon Castle. And your situation will be temporarily safe. You should live here for the next few days. And don't leave your residence during this period. If father asks about your appearance change, just say that I used the power of a book to do it. Also, as for the fragments of your astral stone disc, since the location can be sensed by others, I have temporarily sealed it in the time and space constant box. If you need it, you can ask father to help you unseal it. After explaining, Avis finally gave the girl some precautions and prepared to leave. But, brother, what are you going to do? It's too dangerous for you to do this. At this time, Fiona finally couldn't help but speak. Compared to you being taken away, this is the best solution at present. For our family, your value is far greater than mine. Avis shook his head. If you are really taken away, father will probably go to any price to find you, and may even fall into an ambush of the enemy for this, which is the worst situation. In addition, your current strength is still too weak. When I am not with you, please don't forget to read and study. Well, Faye, I'm leaving now. Finally, he smiled at the girl, and Avis didn't delay any longer. He used his mental power to carry Kate, who was floating beside him, and flashed into the underground laboratory, placing her in the isolation array. The nearby magic crystal ball simultaneously projected several projections, which showed Kate's current body values, as if it was undergoing some kind of examination. Meow. The blue-gray kitten looked at all this blankly, not knowing what was going on. Waving to it, Avis left the laboratory and quickly went to Fiona's residence next door. Since the ID cards had been exchanged beforehand, Avis easily unlocked the door and entered the girl's bedroom. The girl's bedroom was very tidy. Next to the pink princess bed, there was a small magic wardrobe. The exquisite magic crystal lamp was placed on the small round table on the side of the bed, and there was a magic mirror next to it. It was a kind of alchemical toy that was very popular in the capital recently. The holder could ask it questions and get some preset answers when refining. In Avis's eyes, there was no knowledge content at all. After observing the girl's room for a while, Avis held the old secret book tied around his waist and quietly entered a shallow meditation state, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. In fact, the identity of Fiona that he borrowed had another most important use for him. When the enemy took him away, and then he managed to escape to the outside world, the missing person was Fiona, not him. Avis, when needed, he could still do something with his own identity. In other words, although he was missing, he was not completely missing. As for whether his act of exchanging identities with Fiona would affect the girl's possible adventure, Avis also thought about it. It is indeed possible. But for Fiona, what she lacks now is not adventure, but time for peaceful development. With the girl's terrifying talent, she only needs to grow naturally to reach a terrifying height. Moreover, since the original track of fate has been changed beyond recognition by him, Avis really doesn't dare to let Fiona be taken away again. He is not sure what will happen if the girl is captured by the enemy again this time. At this moment, outside the forest where the Pamir Maze is located, a slightly petite figure in black robe stands there silently. It is the star from the Ill Federation, quietly watching the seemingly empty forest ahead. Xing's eyes hidden under the hood revealed a strong sense of nostalgia. Royal Pamir Academy? It's been a long time since I last saw it. Gently pulling down the hood, the black-robed man no longer hesitated and walked straight into the forest. When entering a certain depth, the environment around him suddenly changed. From the endless dark primeval forest, it turned into an ancient magic academy located in the forest. Strangely, the maze of the academy seemed to have no effect on her at all. Looking at the location marked on the magic map in her hand, Xing flew away slowly at a moderate speed, carefully observing the surrounding buildings along the way, as if she was looking at the changes in the academy. During this time, several students flew past Xing on a floating saucer, but no one cast a glance at the black-robed man beside him, as if Xing did not exist at all. After a while, Xing finally arrived at her destination. In front of her and below was the residence of Anvis and Fiona. After comparing the map, Xing entered the bedroom on the second floor of Fiona's residence. That was the only room with a breath of life in her perception. According to the time calculation, the target this time should be meditating. She saw Fiona meditating in the room, holding a collection of poems. As she expected, the magic map in Xing's hand flashed a faint light, and a detection wave quickly swept across the girl's body. The next moment, the result of the target confirmation was fed back. Without hesitation, Xing waved his hand, and the unprepared girl fell into a deep coma in an instant. In the book, Avis's consciousness looked at the changes in the outside world, feeling a little solemn, but not surprised. Observing the outside world in the pages of the book feels like observing another world in the mirror through the mirror. You can see it, but you can't interfere in any way. After succeeding, Xing took Fiona and left the room again, and his eyes turned to another building next to it, which was Avis's residence. His posture seemed to be considering whether to take Avis away with him. But at this moment, a magical light column containing amazing energy instantly broke out of the ground in Avis's yard and pierced the sky. Under this sudden attack, the maze lock of the academy instantly activated the emergency alarm and began to scan everyone nearby indiscriminately. Under this sudden change, Xing decisively gave up this idea and teleported away with Fiona instantly. Chapter 393 Situation Changes. Inside the old secret scripture, Avis watched everything outside, without any fluctuations in his heart. The appearance of the beam of light was an emergency warning that he had set up in the silver in advance. When he left Fiona's room without taking the initiative, the beam of light would be activated synchronously, triggering the defense mechanism of the Academy's maze lock. In this way, the enemy needs to face a choice. Is it to escape with the important target Fiona immediately, or to risk being discovered and besieged by the 9th level of the Academy, and forcibly attack Avis on the other side? The appearance of this beam of light means that his arrival has been discovered. At the same time, there are likely to be other defense measures inside the house. This is a simple psychological trick. 100% chance of getting 80 yuan. An 80% chance of getting 100 yuan. Most people will choose the former. Avis is betting that after success, the attacking enemy will not insist on attacking another relatively low-value target, but will seek stability and leave with the highest value target. That is, her. In fact, he won the bet. When they reappeared, the surrounding environment had changed to the primeval forest outside the Academy's maze, and the uninhabited rust-red rock mountains. Behind them, the Academy's huge maze suddenly fluctuated. A figure instantly appeared in the moonlight, and the 9th level spellcaster's powerful mental power suddenly unfolded, sweeping across the entire area. But when his mental power swept across the direction where Xing and Fiona appeared for the second time, there was only a trace of space ripples left by the ultra-long distance transmission. After hesitating for a moment, the 9th rank master did not choose to pursue. Instead, after recording the direction of the spatial ripples, he immediately completely closed the Academy's maze lock to prevent other hidden enemies. As the magic light column rose in Avis's room, Fiona's mental power sensed the family amulet on her chest that originally belonged to Avis, and activated it without hesitation according to her brother's last instructions. In Yuelin Castle, Duke Carrot's expression changed drastically after sensing the distress signal, and he hurried to teleport, but was blocked by the maze lock on the other side. He needed to pass the temporary teleportation request from the 9th rank master of the Academy before he could teleport in. Although he was anxious, Carrot still did not force the attack, but chose to wait patiently. The situation on the other side was unclear, and rashly attacking the maze lock could easily be mistaken for the enemies, which would only cause trouble. On the other side, when Fiona saw the figure of the Vice President Psychedelic Light appear nearby, she had guessed what had just happened. Holding Ambus's amulet tightly in one hand, the girl stood alone in front of the window, looking up at the dazzling magic light column, her lake blue eyes full of worry. Brother, you must be safe. In less than half a day, the news that Pamir College was attacked by unknown enemies spread quickly within the college and among the top officials of the Empire. Even if the college temporarily blocked the news, the magic light column that shot straight into the sky that night and the college maze that was blocked for half a day without any signs were seen by many students. According to gossip, the direction where the light column appeared seemed to be the residence of the descendants of the Olivendi family, one of the 4 major families in the Empire. Although no one knew what happened at the time, Duke Carlos personally came to Pamir College afterwards and took the descendants of his family back. And not only that, The other three major families in the empire also seem to have expressed their intention to take their descendants back. Pamir cannot guarantee the safety of students, and a large number of students have been secretly taken away by the enemy. The light column is the aftermath of the enemy's attack, and nearby students are confirmed to be dead. The four major families have lost confidence in Pamir, and may take away the descendants of their families collectively. For a time, various rumors spread secretly among the students, causing a certain panic. Some students with lower backgrounds, who did not understand the real security level of Pamir College, were discussing the invasion of foreign enemies after class, and began to consider how to ensure their own safety. The students who really knew a little about the inside story were wondering why the enemy would rather pay the price of breaking into the college to take Fiona away. Harvey, Alyssa, Albans and others were a little worried about how sad Anvis would be in the face of this incident. However, since they had been taken away by Duke Carrot overnight, they were unable to contact Anvis. Regarding this matter, the current president of the Royal Pamir Academy, the 9th level extreme spellcaster fire wielder Saros, had to personally come out to clarify the rumors. He explained to everyone that the academy was very safe, and that more 9th level crowns would come to reinforce in the near future, so that many students should not panic too much and just do their normal studies. After comforting the students, he still had to worry about how to face the accountability of the Imperial Royal Family, and the pressure from the two major families of Olivindi and Alfred. Fiona was taken away by the enemy in the maze of the academy, and her whereabouts are unknown. In this matter, Pamir Academy does have an unshirkable responsibility. Why did the maze of the academy fail to warn and stop the enemy in time? What was the 9th level mage who guarded the academy doing at that time? If Pamir Academy cannot even guarantee the safety of its students, which noble would dare to send their offspring to school? At the same time, when the information that Fiona was taken away by the enemy was reported, the situation at the top of the empire suddenly became a little subtle. The Olivindi family and the Alfred family sent people to search everywhere like crazy, and issued a bounty order. Anyone who provides information related to Fiona's whereabouts can use the information to receive an extremely generous reward from the two families. If he directly provides Fiona's specific whereabouts, or can bring the girl back, the two families will directly satisfy his wish of not exceeding the 9th level limit. The royal family and the other two families are also sending people to search for Fiona's whereabouts, under the pretext of helping the Olivindi family, but only they themselves know what their real purpose is. At this moment, Avis, who was taken away by Xing, has entered a deep underground space. The sleeping spell on his body was lifted, and after Avis let out a light breath, he opened his eyes and glanced at himself at the first time. There was no sign of change in his clothes, but the family amulet had disappeared. The surrounding environment was a wide dark rock hall. The walls were decorated with ancient mysterious runes, and several huge carved stone pillars supported the vault of the cave. The four walls without windows were inserted with pale, ever-burning torches, illuminating the hall. In front of him, there was a giant obsidian throne that was several people tall. The back of the throne looked like countless slender and sharp stalactites gathered together, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. On the throne, a tall figure with a dark golden mask on his face was looking down at him. The target has been brought back. Your Excellency the leader. Floating on the side of the throne, Xing spoke softly. Is she the crystal bird star in the prophecy? The leader stood up, slowly walked to Anvis, and looked at her carefully. She just broke through the 4th level, which is indeed amazing at this age. But it's just like that. Who are you? Where is this place? Acting like a kidnapped innocent girl, Anvis glared at the two people in front of him. You better send me back quickly, otherwise my father won't let you go. Chapter 394. Try to negotiate. His Majesty the Winter Cold? Oh, that's really harsh. Fortunately, the climate in the Federation is like spring all year round, so he can't come here. Not caring about the girl's glaring, the leader's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. After looking at Avis for the last time, he turned back and returned to the throne as if he had lost interest. Take her to Grey Mist. Xing. He will know how to deal with her. Okay. Just don't forget what I want. Nodding in vain, Xing took Avis away again. But this time he didn't make her dizzy. After reappearing, the environment around the two turned into a special white room. The four walls are painted with dazzling silver inscriptions and magic circuits. A silver gate is located on one side of the room, which is currently closed. This seems to be a room specially arranged for teleportation requests from the outside world. usually used in some secret experimental bases that have special hidden measures and cannot be teleported directly. Avis can feel the weak spatial isolation effect coming from the surrounding walls. What is your purpose in bringing me here? Can you tell me? Maybe we can find a better solution. Watching the environment around him change again. Floating beside Xing, Avis's tone became calm, and he began to try to get a word in. You've calmed down? Your mental quality is pretty good. At this moment, hearing Avis's question, Xing's hood moved slightly, and he glanced at Avis with a slightly surprised tone. Grey Mist said that you might be related to the crystal bird star in the prophecy. So the organization decided to bring you back for research. As for what they are going to do to you, I don't know. Don't be surprised, because I don't care much about this matter. The reason why I personally brought you here is because the leader agreed to my request. So, if you have any questions, go ask Grey Mist himself next. As he said, Xing took Avis to the gate. Sensing Xing's approach, the gate released a detection wave and automatically rose, revealing the metal corridor behind. There were 2 mithril golems guarding the door. Seeing Xing's appearance, a blue light flashed in their eyes, and they bowed their heads to the noble majesty in front of him. Not caring about this, Xing took Avis and walked in one direction without hesitation. Along the way, they also met several spellcasters wearing experimental robes. But like the students in the academy, they were completely unaware of Xing and Avis. Your Majesty, you should also know that I come from Olivindi, one of the 4 major families in Gloria, and I am the biological descendant of the current family head. If you are willing to find a way to send me back safely, you will get the sincere friendship of the Olivindi family, no matter how much the organization offers for your help. The Olivindi family can pay it, or even give more. Turning his eyes, Avis began to try to turn the black-robed person in front of him, who seemed to be a woman, against the government. I am the enemy who just captured you. Looking at Avis with interest, Xing chatted with her casually as he moved forward. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Your Majesty, you just told me that you are not interested in the prophecy, so there is no inevitable conflict of position between us. Carefully organizing his words, Avis tried to see what Xing thought about it, but Xing's face was completely covered by the shadow of the hood, and it was hazy and unclear. To be honest, I really admired your calmness at the critical moment. If I were in your position back then, I would probably have been so panicked that I would have cried. After a slight pause, Xing's tone became serious for the first time. However, I have promised the leader to bring you here, so I will not regret it at the last minute. You'd better think of a way to deal with the gray fog first. He is very enthusiastic about the prophecy. After all, it is his job. Charm or eloquence attributes do not meet the requirements. Negotiation fails. Experience +3. Although there is no game panel now, Avis still fills in the system prompts in his mind. At this time, after the 2 turned a corner, the corridor in front of them led directly to 2 tightly closed black rock doors shrouded in a faint gray-white mist. Xing quietly led Avis over, and when the 2 just arrived at the door, the 2 towering doors opened automatically. Welcome, Mr. Xing. Behind the door is an extremely wide and empty hall, with runes painted on the walls, and the dome is shrouded by the endless night sky, projecting the real constellations of the outside world. The grey-robed prophet Huiwu sat quietly at the edge of the long table in the center. When he saw the 2 people entering, he stood up and greeted Xing. Then, the lady next to you must be Fiona Olivindi. After greeting, Grey Mist's eager eyes immediately shifted to Avis, as if he wanted to study her thoroughly from inside to outside. Yes, it should be her. The fate line is shrouded in a thick fate fog. Even I can't easily see her fate. What does that mean? Xing asked. Unless she is also a high-level prophet. Otherwise, this means that she is a child of destiny, just like the protagonist of those biographies. Grey Mist waved his hand and tried to explain in popular words. Also, this lovely lady seems to be a little too calm, which is a little abnormal. Without giving Avis a chance to speak, Grey Mist suddenly waved to her. Then, including the ring and the old secret book, several items on Avis' body were all detached and floated in the air. Let me see. What brought you your confidence? This book? As he said, he seemed to pick up the old secret book unintentionally and flipped through it casually. I don't know what you're talking about. As if he was disgusted by this behavior, Avis raised his head and refused to answer. Really? Grey Mist shook his head. stopped flipping through the pages, and poured out all the items in Avis's ring. After a brief sense, he casually took out an emerald with secret patterns engraved on it. Somewhat strange is that this gem seems to have a secret world inside, with another layer inside, and no breath can be sensed on the surface. Or this? Oh! Interesting design. I guess. It can let you contact your family, and it may even have a positioning function. Right? As he spoke, Grey Mist casually broke the outer shell of the gem, took out the real core gem inside, and then crushed it. What a pity. It's gone now. The Olivetti family will not let you go. Seeing this scene, Avis' eyes suddenly widened, and his tone was also a little angry. Maybe? Nodding perfunctorily, Grey Mist put all the remaining things back into the ring, and then summoned a mithril golem, handing it the ring and several items such as the old secret book. Take these things away, and put them in the secret vault, so that our respected guests will not still have unrealistic hopes. After the golem left, looking at the girl who closed her eyes slightly, as if she had accepted her fate, Xing hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Grey Mist, will your experiment endanger her life? Somewhat surprised by Xing's question, Grey Mist stared at her and shook his head. Don't worry too much, Xing. Everyone will die. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Chapter 395 Free Moving. So, what are you going to do with her? Unmoved by Grey Mist's words, Xing repeated the question. Are you concerned about her? Or are you finally beginning to be curious about the prophecy? Looking at Xing strangely, Grey Mist slowly walked to Ava's side, his tone a little fanatical. If she is indeed the star in the prophecy, then she will be an unprecedented and precious prophecy material, with the invisible but real star destiny as the main material. It is enough to create a destiny artifact that is no less than the limit-breaking level and can compete head-on with the Stargazer at the level of the Destiny Network. And, thanks to the legendary resistance organization Circle of Truth, my beloved teacher suffered a serious injury that is difficult to recover and can only retreat to recuperate. In the past 50 years, the deep nodes of the continent's Destiny Network have finally ushered in a real vacuum period. The door to breaking through the 9th level prophet has been opened in front of us. I have a hunch that when I successfully refine this Destiny artifact, it will also be the moment when I officially break through to the 9th level prophet. Not avoiding Avis at the side, Grey Mist seemed to be in a very good mood, and at this time, he did not hesitate to explain the question of the star. Of course, the first thing I need to do now is to verify whether she is the so-called Crystal Bird star. If she is, then I will slowly remove the star destiny from her. If not, then as a child of destiny, and from the Olivetti family, she will also be of other use to the organization. Anything else you want to ask? If not, I will start the experiment. After the explanation, Grey Mist's tone suddenly changed, and he directly issued an order to expel the guest. Then, he took a drop of blood from Avis. I don't know what he did. A faint gray-white mist line suddenly gushed out from the drop of blood, and gradually began to form a strange magic circle pattern. On the side, watching Grey Mist's movements and Avis with his eyes closed, Xing suddenly became a little stunned. It's really like... Shaking his head, Xing no longer stayed and turned to leave the base. Unfortunately, you are not him. On the other side, carried by the mithril golem, Avis observed the changes in the outside world through the mirror of the book page, and then was put into the secret room with the ring and other sundries. At first, Avis was a little nervous when he heard Grey Mist say that he was going to take his personal belongings away. But when he heard that he was going to send it to the secret vault, he immediately stopped resisting, leaving his clone there to hold the fort. Avis watched the mithril golem carrying the ring and the old secret book, passing through the metal pipe dedicated to the golem, and finally arriving in front of a heavy metal secret door. The door was also shrouded in a layer of light gray mist. There was no keyhole, only a strange magic circle, which seemed to be used to confirm the authority of the entrant. However, the mithril golem did not need such a complicated confirmation. It walked forward directly, and it merged into the door with the items like liquid, and then overflowed from the other end of the door. There were countless special display cabinets scattered in the secret library, each of which was equipped with a separate protection and warning magic circle, so that if a thief sneaked into the warehouse, they could not start. Among them, most of the display cabinets had items placed, and only a few were empty. When it came to one of the empty spaces, A beam of detection light flashed in the eyes of the mithril golem. And then the light turned blue. So, it put the items it carried into the cabinet and closed it. And the protection system was automatically activated. After confirming that the magic circle was in normal operation, it turned around and left without hesitation. And the secret library returned to its previous silence. A few minutes later, this silence was broken again. Avis, wrapped in a pitch-black cloak, appeared here silently. The moment he appeared, Avis could feel at least 2 different detection waves sweeping across his body. But they were blocked by his cloak. Feeling more and more satisfied with this strange cloak found in the treasure house of the Power Dragon, Avis slowly floated up, using his mental power to control himself to float in the treasure house to avoid making any sound. The detection wave just now included a part targeting sound. After roughly scanning the environment in the secret library, Avis sensed the situation on the side of the clone and found that the strange ritual magic circle composed of his clone's blood was becoming more and more perfect. At the current speed, it would be completed in less than 15 minutes at most. Because he was not sure what the ritual array was for, he had already made a decision to attack the gray fog immediately before the array was formed. Before that, it was naturally time to search. The exhibits in the secret library were also divided into grades. Among them, a few dark gold display cabinets had a much stronger aura of protective arrays. The other more gray and white display cabinets had a much weaker aura of protection. Floating to a small part of the dark gold display cabinets, where the aura was the strongest, Avis looked at the protective force field in front of him, and then passed through it as if it was nothing. This is the special effect brought to him by force field control. When he breaks through the high level, the perfect force field control ability allows him to move freely in all force fields like a real force creature. Since the protective force field is not damaged, the early warning array cannot detect any abnormalities. After entering the protective force field, Avis can see one of the exquisite golden balances through the transparent cover of the display cabinet in front of him. And there are several gray weights of different sizes on one side. However, the display cabinet also has the kind of secret lock with a faint gray mist. And Avis cannot ensure that the items inside can be taken out without disturbing the gray mist. Time is tight. He temporarily skips the dark gold display cabinet, temporarily changes his target, and starts with the gray and white display cabinets. Prepare to take away the things in the dark gold display cabinet as much as possible before running away. Unlike the dark gold display cabinet, there is no such mist on the gray and white display cabinets. Perhaps because their value is not enough to be insured at that level. Although there are also monitoring arrays for the status of items in the cabinet. With Avis's current magical attainments, these protections cannot really hinder him, as his mental power swept over. In the gray display case in front of him, an irregular metal block with colorful spots on the surface flashed, and silently replaced with a real phantom constructed by illusion magic. It was a piece of rainbow star gold, born at the other end of the rainbow and the intersection of the sky, and was classified as an 8th level peak metal magic material. There are hundreds of gray display cases like this in this secret library, and there are even more white display cases of a lower grade. Taking out a space expansion box that has been prepared from the seal page of the old secret scripture, Avis began to help Gray Mist move for free, considering that his personal belongings might be confiscated after being taken away by the enemy. He sealed all the key items in the old secret scripture so that Gray Mist would not find them. Chapter 396 Demolition and Escape. Compared to the space ring, the space expansion box has many disadvantages, such as not being portable enough. The structure is easily damaged, and the concealment is poor, since it is a space item itself. The space expansion box cannot be placed in the space ring, portable space, and other special subspaces. But it also has a very important advantage, because the base material is large enough. The volume of the space expansion box can be made much larger than that of the space ring. For example, now, the expansion box that Anwazi prepared, which looks like a trolley suitcase, has a space of hundreds of cubic meters. In fact, it was originally prepared in advance for him to move the secret library of the ancient magic empire. But now, he can try it here in advance. As a secret base with a very high degree of confidentiality, even teleportation requires a special teleportation room. Although the value of the resources in this secret library is not as good as the Uelen Castle warehouse, it is not much different. Unlike the gray display cabinets that store rare and high-value resources, those white display cabinets all use space expansion magic and store various types of ordinary medium and high-level resources with slightly lower value, but huge quantities in different categories. Why does it feel so wonderful to enter someone else's territory and rummage through boxes and cabinets? Thinking happily in his heart, Avis skillfully opened the display cabinet in front of him, took out the things inside, and stuffed them into the storage box, and at the same time left the same substitute in the original place with a real phantom. In just 17 minutes, Avis almost swept through all the gray and white display cabinets in the secret library. The high-level magic materials, magic crystals, strange objects, magic weapons, accessories and other resources he harvested were countless, and most of the space in the suitcase had been filled, leaving only the last dozen cubic meters of space. Moreover, since this is a secret research base, the magic concepts displayed by some of the new secret props are also of reference and research value in Avis's eyes. After all the ordinary display cabinets were moved, Avis checked the inside of the secret library again with the attitude of a player searching for hidden treasure chests, and focused on investigating every suspicious corner. Unfortunately, the builders here did not seem to have the idea of hiding another secret library in the secret library. After a circle, Avis returned to the area of the dark gold display cabinets. On the clone side, the gray mist ritual array was almost completed, and the huge prototype of the array surrounded Avis's clone in the center. The invisible power of fate began to stir faintly, making him feel a little uneasy instinctively. Without hesitation, Avis took out the dream wonders he had made before from the old secret book and activated them directly in the secret library. When the space began to fluctuate, the fact that the secret library was invaded by foreign enemies could no longer be concealed, and the sharp magic alarm sounded throughout the underground base. At the same time, in the laboratory, Grey Mist, who was guiding the construction of the magic circle, suddenly felt a jump in his heart and instinctively predicted that something was wrong. It seemed that some kind of dangerous accident targeting him was about to happen. Although they were both high-level prophet, their actions had a destiny-blurring effect. But when Avis's actions really threatened Grey Mist's life, his own blurring aura still failed. Hearing the alarm of the secret library being invaded, Grey Mist immediately understood that there must be something used for positioning that he had not discovered. At this moment, after realizing that the alarm and the crisis prophecy appeared almost at the same time, he didn't even care about the magic circle he was building. Without hesitation, he grabbed Fiona in the magic circle, flashed, and teleported away quickly. This was one of his privileges as the supreme controller of the secret base. In the entire base, only he could teleport freely. At the same time, he had already prepared how to escape if the enemy really found his place. In the central area of the base, a one-time ultra-long-range random teleportation magic circle had already been arranged. The space state of this base was in a special scattered state, and it could not be completely blocked in a short time. If something went wrong, he only needed to teleport away with the target immediately. The chasing enemy would not dare to launch a powerful indiscriminate attack on him. In this way, he had a great hope of escaping safely. But when the figure appeared in the magic circle, the gray fog's movements instantly stiffened. The invisible sense of life and death crisis stimulated his nerves like a cold steel needle, making him let go of Fiona as if he was electrocuted. And he was about to teleport away again in an instant. But it was too late. Squeak, accompanied by a light sound of matter being annihilated. A pure black annihilation magic beam penetrated from the lower part of the floor of the teleportation room at a speed close to the speed of light. With Fiona as the center, the entire room was covered. In the direction where the magic beam passed, everything was annihilated invisibly. Even the aftermath of the dead silence made Grey Fog shudder. At the critical moment, he only had time to activate a talisman on his chest, and his figure was instantly swallowed up, turned into a ball of grey fog, and then completely annihilated. On the surface outside the secret base, a huge black magic beam broke through the earth and rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, a faint grey mist suddenly appeared on the surface, and then condensed into the figure of the prophet Grey Mist. However, the reappearing grey mist showed a strange and faintly transparent state, and his breath became much weaker. This is the side effect of the life-saving prop. He just used his own destiny mirror to block a fatal disaster for himself. But the death of his own destiny mirror will also be partially reflected on his own destiny line. The most important thing is that Grey Mist finally found that his judgment was wrong again. That attack, which was powerful enough to reach the limit-breaking level, was not aimed at him at all, but at Fiona. At the same time, The high recognition of that attack also reminded him of its source, the core weapon of the Themis Colossus that appeared once, when everyone was exploring the floating city on the meteorite. In other words, the people of the Circle of Truth were behind this attack? With doubts in his heart, Grey Mist suddenly began to miss Xing, who had just been ordered to leave by him. If Xing was still here, then after avoiding the attack, he could return to the base, instead of being afraid to go back like now. In the secret library, although Avis could not see Grey Mist's current state, he could imagine what Grey Mist looked like before, because he was worried that Grey Mist would dodge. Avis chose a target that was not Grey Mist himself, but his own clone. This was his preparation for the next disappearance and escape. As a result, Mr. Grey Mist seemed to be hit hard by accident. Chapter 397 Demolition Success. The act of looting the secret vault of Grey Mist's base is exactly what Avis needs now. He had planned it long ago. Through his foresight, he found a way to obtain a batch of resources from the outside world to develop the hidden forces and avoid the eyes of the family. The resources of the family can be used for the forces in the open, but the forces he secretly formed cannot rely on the resources mobilized by the family. There must be other main resource supply channels. Otherwise, it is easy to link him with the forces under his command through the flow of resources. After summoning the annihilation magic beam of the Themis Colossus, Avis also began to quickly sweep the last dozen dark gold display cabinets. Unlike other display cabinets, the dark gold display cabinets are all 9th level resources and strange objects. Time is tight. He no longer makes some unnecessary cover-ups, but directly starts to use magic to violently pick the locks, striving to clear all the display cabinets in the shortest time. For this reason, he even temporarily split a clone to carry out a two-pronged sweep. He also used special magic to temporarily seal the door and walls of the secret vault. In a short period of time, many spellcasters outside, guarding golems, and other secret vault defense systems could not enter at all. And all of this can also be sensed by the gray fog outside the underground base. However, due to the terrifying annihilation ray just now, he was worried that the legendary Circle of Truth had other trump cards. And considering his own safety, he never planned to go back. Just now, the constant incarnation of fate on his body was directly wiped out. If he is killed by the enemy again in this state, he can only rely on other backup plans to recover. But if that happens, he will have to sleep for at least decades to recover. At that moment, he felt very clearly that Fiona's body was completely annihilated in the torrent of magic power, and there was no possibility of survival. As a prophet, Huewu was not prepared to engage in a meaningless head-on battle with the enemy. No matter how precious the resources in the secret library are, they are not as important as his own life. At the same time, he had urgently contacted Xing and several other high-level members of the Gate of the Eyes, asking them to come to support. Moreover, after temporarily escaping from danger, he suddenly began to doubt whether the girl, who was just annihilated in the attack, was the so-called Xing. How could a person with the destiny of the star, that is, the ultimate enhanced version of the Child of Destiny, die so easily in an ordinary attack? Even if it was an attack with a power that could be called a limit-breaking attack, she should not die so easily. As a strong doubt passed through Huewu's heart, Xing's figure, wearing a black hooded robe, appeared beside him again. At the same time, the current third seat on the right of the Gate of the Eyes Night also appeared. What's the situation? Where are the enemies? Looking at the secret base with a huge skylight opened, Xing turned her head and looked at Grey Mist calmly. In her opinion, as long as Grey Mist himself is not dead, then things are not bad. The enemy is currently invading the secret library of the base. The identity is suspected to be a person of the Truth Ring. He just used a special attack of the Themis Colossus. But Xing, are you really sure that the person you brought back is Fiona herself? Looking at Xing, Huewu briefly explained the situation and then questioned directly. I am very sure that the person I brought back from the academy is her. The test results of the magic props you gave me also show that there is no problem with the target. Xing looked at Huewu with some surprise and nodded. That's a bit strange. The target of the annihilation attack just now was her. And the key point is that it really succeeded. After getting Xing's confirmation, Huewu looked at all this with some doubts. And it was a bit difficult to understand for a while. Isn't she the carrier of Xing's destiny? No, that's not right. I have just confirmed that she is at least a child of destiny. And with a level of destiny power in her body, she shouldn't die so easily. Gradually, Grey Mist also discovered the major doubts in this matter. Sir Grey Mist, are we going to counterattack now? looking at the underground base that seemed to have been quiet from just now until now. Night asked habitually. Counterattack. Let's try how powerful the legendary Ring of Truth is. Grey Mist nodded. With the support of 2 9th level warriors, Star and Night, he felt that his lineup was safe enough. In his perception, the number of invaders was only 1. Although he had just launched a terrifying attack, Grey Mist knew very well that without the power of the Eternal Core, it would be impossible for a large energy consumer like Themis Colossus to launch a second similar attack in a short period of time. And with Star, who is at the 9th level limit, here, even if the enemy is also at the 9th level limit, they can ensure that they have the advantage. The 3 of them were about to enter the passage opened by the Annihilation Magic Beam. However, they immediately realized that it was no longer necessary. Light, a strong white light that made the earth almost transparent, suddenly gushed out from the tunnel, accompanied by a strong curse force field and a terrifying temperature of tens of millions of degrees. The ground below suddenly expanded. The passage opened up by the annihilation light in the center was like the crater of a volcano, erupting with a real blazing stream of fire. Facing all this, Grey Mist twitched his mouth and his face became very ugly. This time he lost a lot. Facing this terrifying power, Xing directly took action and enveloped the entire underground base with his own domain. Under the influence of the power of rules, the surging energy became obedient, like a kitten, and no longer spread. A wide-ranging underground nuclear explosion was quickly suppressed and eliminated by her. But at the same time, they completely lost the trace of Avis. Avis deliberately destroyed the underground base with a nuclear bomb in order to erase his whereabouts. In order to prevent the gray fog from predicting him directly through some traces, Avis simply used magic nuclear weapons to wipe out all traces he left. The nuclear bomb used by Avis this time was several times more powerful than the one used on the island last time, because the manufacturing process had been improved twice. After placing and temporarily hiding the nuclear bomb, he directly passed through the dream channel opened by the attack of the Themis Colossus before, and slipped away from the dream world with a box of things. As for whether he would be caught up by the enemy, Avis was not too worried. The dream channel was specially processed by him, and the direction of the channel would be disrupted again when he entered the door. Even if the enemy really catches up, he has a series of ways to deal with it later. As for the wide range of vague prophecies, Avis doesn't care. His current identity is Fiona, and the result of predicting Fiona's whereabouts will only be Moon Castle, or the prophecy will fail. Before she disappeared, Fiona did live in Moon Castle for a long time, and it seems reasonable to predict this result. Moreover, the prediction to this point is already the limit, and it is almost impossible to further spy on Fiona's current situation. As an ancient castle inherited by the Olivendi family for thousands of years, Moon Castle also has the arrangement of counter-prophecy magic. At this moment when the only 9th level prophet on the continent is in seclusion, he is really not worried about the prophet spying. Chapter 398 The Whirlpool of Fate. Grey Mist's base is located in the north of the Idle Federation, below a barren rocky canyon in the Kingdom of Nice. The big commotion here tonight immediately attracted the attention of many high-level forces. First, there was the annihilation beam that broke the limit, and then there was a violent explosion that almost broke the limit of the 8th level. Although Xing finally took action to contain the power of the explosion, the violent magic fluctuations at the moment of the explosion were still sensed by many high-level professionals. After investigation, the fact that there was originally a mysterious underground base here surfaced. At the same time, for the familiar annihilation attack, many 9th level people recalled the experience of exploring the floating city and the taboo named Circle of Truth. As Grey Mist and others passed on part of the news of the mysterious man's attack that night through other open channels, many people suddenly recalled the fear of being dominated in the floating city, secretly controlling the floating city, causing the fall of multiple 9th level bodies on the continent, and then disappeared from everyone's sight again, leaving only a terrifying reputation. Because they didn't know the truth, most of the 9th level people killed by the huge dream's strange existence were recorded on the Circle of Truth and regarded as one of the latter's crimes. After discovering the activities of suspected members of the Circle of Truth in the territory, many members of the Idle Federation could not sit still for a while. Originally, it was thought that such a terrifying resistance organization appeared in the territory, and the Goria Empire would be in a mess for a while. Unexpectedly, the Goria Empire has not had any trouble so far, but it has had trouble first. It's like finding a fire in the neighbor's house, moving a stool to eat melons and watch the fun. and then suddenly discovering that the fire has burned to your own house. Because of the concern that the mysterious truth ring will make other big news in the Federation. The federal parliament reached a consensus with amazing efficiency. Just like the Gloria Empire before, they began to intensify their efforts to search for the whereabouts of the truth ring in their respective territories. For a time, the situation in the major kingdoms of the Federation suddenly became much more serious. Some of the original Grey forces in various places began to shrink themselves and temporarily avoid the limelight. The prices of various smuggled goods in the black market soared. At this moment, Avis, who inadvertently caused all this to happen, has arrived in a small kingdom on the west side of the Federation, the capital of the Kingdom of Morn, the city of Malamus. After concealing his whereabouts from the level of the Web of Fate, Avis used flesh and blood manipulation to change his appearance and figure, and changed his hair color and eye color to the common brown in the Kingdom of Morn. His appearance was barely changed to be less handsome, and the terrifying charisma attached to his blood was also put away by him, making him look less conspicuous. At the same time, he changed his clothes completely, wearing an ordinary dark blue alchemy robe, carrying a staff on his back, and various alchemy potions and material storage bags hanging around his waist. Looking like an ordinary low-level traveling wizard, Malamus City is a city with a long history, and its history can be traced back to the founding of the Federation. The city was built along the water, along the more grand canal that runs across the city from east to west. Docks, ferries and bridges connect the two halves of the city. Rows of houses stand on both sides of the canal. They are slightly different from Gloria in architectural style. They have sloping roofs and protruding shutters, which look antique. However, with the development of magic construction, the life of this city has also been subtly influenced by many construction elements. The huge magic train is emitting thick steam, and it passes through the misty riverbank with sharp whistles and rumbling tracks. Construction factories are built on the outskirts of the city, recruiting a large number of ordinary workers. Fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, selling newspapers, the latest Magic Times, Federal News, Order Daily, Moan News. Everything you want to know is here, although it is still early in the morning. At this time, the Marigold Street in the bustling area of the city is already noisy. People who wake up in the morning need to work for a day, and the newsboys and other business people shout at the top of their voices. A federal newspaper, a Magic Times. Walking to the side of the newsboy with short reddish-brown hair, Avis, dressed as a traveling wizard, pulled the expansion box and spoke casually. 1 silver coin and 5 copper coins. Sir! Seeing that there was a business coming, the half-grown newsboy immediately put on a smile, handed over a newspaper attentively, and then carefully took the coins handed by Avis and put them into an old burlap wallet on his chest. The federal newspaper is just an ordinary newspaper, and the price is not high. But the Magic Times is much more expensive because it solidifies some simple tricks. Leaving the newsboy, Avis shook the newspaper and carefully browsed the latest news. Leica 6 officially joined the federal parliament and may become the youngest member of the parliament in history. Construction network. A cross-era invention or a genius scam? A new natural disaster is spreading in the north of the Federation, with the cumulative number of victims exceeding 1,000. After reading the newspaper, Avis roughly understood what stage the Federation was in. By chance, he was temporarily out of everyone's sight. Taking advantage of this opportunity of complete freedom, he has drawn up several plans. Investigate the matter about the super 9th level sacred humanoid. Obtain the secrets of the ancient magic empire. Establish his own secret power, etc. There are still many things he wants to do. And before all this, he first needs a starting point. So, as a high-level prophet, he officially performed his first prophecy after breaking through the high level. Then, following the vague foreshadowing of the web of fate, he came here, the starting point of a certain wave of fate. In the prophecy, going in this direction would be of the greatest benefit to him. Walking on this noisy medieval brick and stone street, Avis casually looked up at the sky. In the eyes of others, the blue sky was very clear and there was nothing unusual. But in Avis's vision, invisible lines of fate have gathered into a vortex above this country, and the source of the vortex seems to be in this city. Following the invisible guidance of fate, Avis continued to walk in a specific direction. After leaving Marigold Street, the environment around him gradually became more old and low. If he continued to move forward in this direction, he would reach the slums of this city. As he walked, The street surface gradually became bumpy, and sewage flowed. The pungent smell of rotting corpses, vomit and excrement spread in the air, making Avis frown, with a slight movement of his mind. After attaching a fresh air to himself, Avis entered the slums, and turned a blind eye to the malicious sight coming from the surrounding environment. Chapter 399 Orphan Boy. That's it. After going deep into the slums, Avis looked at the direction of fate again, and confirmed that the target he was looking for was in this area. At this time, he suddenly looked to one side with a sense of something. An alley, where there seemed to be a little unexpected situation. In Avis's eyes, a boy about 15 or 16 years old, holding something, ran out of a nearby dark alley in a panic. He has brown hair and black eyes. Although his face looks ordinary, it is very attractive when you look closely. He is wearing a worn-out coarse linen coat that is obviously too big. At first glance, he looks no different from the ordinary poor boys nearby. Damn dirty rat. Dare to run? Stop for me. Otherwise, I will break your legs when I catch you. Behind him, two vagrants with fierce faces quickly chased out with sticks. And while chasing, they cursed fiercely, and kept threatening the boy who was running away in front. The boy in front of him turned a deaf ear to this, just tightened the things in his arms again, and sped up his escape. When you look closely, you can see that what the boy is holding in his arms, like some kind of treasure, is just a bag of ordinary black bread. When the boy appeared, Avis's eyes were immediately locked on him. Although the boy's appearance is no different from other peers in the slums, from his perspective of fate, the amount of fate favoring the boy can be said to be astonishingly strong. Just like a brilliant sea of stars. Except for Fiona. He is the person with the most amount of fate favoring him that Avis has ever seen. Avis even had some doubts. He was able to predict this direction because of the strong fate that favored the boy, which attracted him as an alternative adventure. It seems that his story has not officially begun, which has led to his current embarrassing living environment. At this moment, as if by coincidence, the direction in which the boy and the two refugees were chasing and fleeing was just rushing straight towards Avis standing in the middle of the road. Without intervening immediately, Avis leaned slightly to the side of the road to make way. But in secret, Avis had left an observation mark on the boy with his mental power, so that he could find him again at any time. Without paying attention to Avis, the boy flexibly rushed across the avenue and entered another dark alley. Then he skillfully climbed over a low wall at the end and disappeared in a large area of messy and dilapidated sheds behind. Although the two refugee men were already adults, they were unexpectedly not as flexible as the boy. After losing the boy's trace, the two could only leave cursing after searching for a while. Under the spiritual gaze of Avis, the escaping boy came out of another shed area through a hidden passage between several sheds. After realizing that he had gotten rid of the pursuers behind him, the boy breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards his real home. After entering a low shed at the foot of the city wall, the boy carefully closed the door and propped it with a wooden stick before entering the inner room. "I'm back." Hearing his voice, a girl with silver white hair, light green eyes, and a frail body came out of the room to welcome his return. Although her face was dirty, she was still a beauty from her face shape. However, an ugly black and blue birthmark almost covered the left half of her face, completely ruining all her beauty. However, on the back of the girl's left hand, you can see pieces of crystal-like shiny structures. That is a sign of crystal disease. "Brother Landon, you are back." Seeing the figure of the boy, a trace of relief flashed in the girl's vigilant eyes. The two originally lived with their parents in a small village outside the city and had a happy family. But the good times did not last long. A group of roving thieves looted the village. Their parents fought hard and managed to let them escape from the back mountain trail. But they were killed by the thieves. However, when the thieves were looting, a stream of crystal wind suddenly invaded the village. Most of the bandits, who were not even professionals, were directly crystallized and died. And the remaining small half also fled in all directions. The two who escaped were also not spared. But fortunately, because they escaped from the disaster area in advance, the crystal dust content in the crystal wind they encountered was already very thin. It seems that because of this, the boy was lucky enough not to suffer from the crystal disease. But the younger girl was not spared. Their homes had been destroyed, and they had to leave their homes and come to the city of Malamus to seek shelter, because they had no money and no experience. The two were almost deceived and sold by the villains at first. Fortunately, They got the help of a tavern owner at the critical moment, and they were able to find a place to stay in the slums. It has been several months now. Don't worry, Leah. My brother will definitely find a way to save enough money to ask the priest to cure your strange disease. Putting the bag aside, the boy took the girl's thin little hand and looked at it, then touched the crystallized part with heartache. It's okay, brother. Leah doesn't feel any pain anymore. Although it hurt at the beginning, there is no feeling there now. Shaking her head gently, the girl looked at her hand and smiled with a strong smile. Brother, let's cook quickly. Leah is hungry. Okay, let's start cooking now. As he said that, the boy poured the contents of the bag onto the dark, tattered wooden table. 37 St. Messia copper coins and 2 loaves of black bread were his daily wages as a waiter in Old Bill's tavern. Fortunately, he was familiar with the terrain of this slum, so he was not robbed by those villains. Carefully pouring out today's harvest, counting it twice, he dug out a jar from the bottom of the indoor corner, carefully poured the coins into it, and then buried it again. Then, he held a black amulet of unknown material on his chest, closed his eyes, and prayed to the god of the north wind, hoping to bless himself and his sister's safety. He accidentally picked up the amulet on the way of escape. Although he didn't know what it was, it made him feel familiar, so he always wore it on his body. While the boy was doing all this, the girl started to make a fire and boil water, preparing to start cooking bread. After the water boiled, the boy threw the black bread he brought back into the pot and slowly cooked it soft. Then he put the cooked bread in 2 bowls, took out a small bottle hidden in the corner of the room, and sprinkled a little salt in the 2 bowls. After thinking about it, he sprinkled a little more in the girl's bowl. It's time to eat. Sitting at the table, the boy and the girl were ready to enjoy this shabby dinner. However, this meal was destined to be uneasy. Bang! With a loud bang, the old wooden door was kicked open. The 2 thugs who had been chasing the boy appeared at the door. Aren't you a good runner, little mouse? Run again! Chapter 400 Disruption. Hearing this voice, the boy jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, looking at the gate in shock and disbelief, not expecting them to find this place. Humph! Wouldn't it be enough to hand over the money earlier? I have to make a trip in person. You didn't expect it. You guys can find this place, thanks to your good friend. Ha ha ha. Against the weak light outside the door, 2 tall thugs holding wooden sticks cast long dark shadows, covering the boy and girl in the room, accompanied by the words of one of the thugs. A boy with a bruised face and tattered clothes was thrown in and fell to the ground. You are? Butto? When he saw the face of the boy who fell to the ground, Landon couldn't help but exclaimed. Landon. Sorry. The boy lying on the ground moved, stammered, and didn't dare to look at Landon's face. Oh, there is an ugly girl at home. But I am in a good mood today, so I will play with you reluctantly, so that you can see what a real man is. At this time, another villain had already noticed the sickly girl holding the fire stick tightly in the room and looking at them with vigilance, and his eyes could not help but reveal a strong silver evil color. Although the ugly birthmark on her left face was a bit disgusting, he had not touched a woman for a long time, and even if it was a goat in front of him now, he would probably think it was pretty. I won't let you touch her. Leah, run out of the back door now. Seeing that the 2 thugs' eyes turned to his sister, the boy was anxious, and picked up another intact hard black bread that he was going to save for tomorrow's breakfast, and was going to fight with the 2 thugs. But how could a young boy who had not yet matured be a match for 2 adult thugs? Humph. Within 2 hits, the boy was hit hard on the arm by a stick. With a groan of pain, the black bread in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing that the boy had no weapon, another thug swung a powerful punch from the side and hit the boy's face. The latter only felt his head dazed, and the tip of his nose suddenly surged with sweet, sour, bitter and spicy, and the red blood gushed out and sprinkled on the tattered clothes. After this, the boy staggered as if he was drunk, and fell to the ground unsteadily. And then, there was a burst of punches and kicks like a storm. The boy, who had no power to fight back, could only instinctively protect his head and desperately endure the severe pain in his body. However, in a place where no one in the room noticed, when the black amulet was stained with the boy's blood, a hidden light suddenly flashed. Originally, no one should have noticed all this, but under the watchful eyes of Avis's high-level mental power, the seemingly hidden changes of the pendant could not escape his sight at all. Watching all this, in Avis's perception, the favor of fate on the boy has become extremely active at this time, and is in a state of being ready to explode at any time. If he had not appeared, the next plot should be that the two thugs beat the boy up, and then prepared to take turns to attack the girl in front of the boy. But at the critical moment, the boy was angry and desperate, and due to the strong mental fluctuations, he activated his golden finger, and then burst out to save himself and his sister, achieving a classic heroic biography opening plot. However, at this point, Avis no longer planned to follow the original script. As a prophet, he now wanted to leave his first trace in the boy's story. So, while Landon hadn't exploded yet, the movements of the two thugs suddenly froze, as if they were flies sealed in amber. The pain from his body suddenly disappeared, and the boy opened his eyes in confusion. Seeing the strange appearance of the two thugs completely still, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. But at this time, a voice from outside the door dispelled his doubts. "Are you all right?" The dim room suddenly lit up, and a young man dressed as a traveling wizard appeared at the door of the shed. A bright white ball of light floated beside him, making his face look soft and glorious. After taking a look at the situation in the room, the young man gestured, and then two light green life recovery balls appeared beside him, and merged into the two boys lying on the ground, visible to the naked eye. As the magic light fell, all kinds of scars on the two people disappeared immediately, as if they had never been injured. Feeling this magical scene in amazement, Landon was stunned for a moment, staring at Avis blankly, a little at a loss. "Then I will take these two people away." Seeing that the boy was silent, Avis didn't care. After showing a smile, he took the two thugs with his mental power, and was about to leave here. Please wait a moment, respected wizard." Seeing that Avis was about to leave, the boy named Landon suddenly reacted, quickly glanced at his sister, gritted his teeth, knelt down in front of Avis, and spoke with a trembling voice. "My lord, please save my sister. She suddenly got a strange disease before, and she is still so young. If you are willing to help, I can give you all my savings. No, I am also willing to be your servant. For you to drive at will. Just ask you to cure her." Landon has seen that those who suffer from crystallization disease will become more and more serious over time, and finally die as the crystallized tissue spreads to the heart or head. Even if you risk heavy bleeding and ruthlessly dig out those crystals, the result is the same, and new crystals will emerge from the body again. Listening to the boy's somewhat incoherent request, Avis was silent for a while, and sighed softly. "That is crystallization disease, child, caused by a new special natural disaster. There is no particularly good solution for the time being, and I can't do anything about it." As he said, in Landon's somewhat disappointed eyes, he suddenly changed his tone. "However, I am also curious about the operation mode of this new magical disease. Forget about becoming my servant. If you don't mind, you can bring your sister to the address of Marigold Street number 14 in a few days. I plan to open an alchemy shop there, where I can study your sister's symptoms and maybe find a cure." "Really? Thank you, sir." After leaving the shed with Landon's grateful eyes, Avis looked up at the sky, sensing the sudden increase of more than 10 units of fate feedback, and was a little silent. It was his decision to detonate the Eternal Core at that time. Then, it seems that the consequences of this decision should also be borne by him. Chapter 401: The Victory of the Minotaur. However, given the situation at the time, he actually had no choice at all. If the terrifying Super Ninth Order ancient dream creature was allowed to awaken, then when it fully recovered and returned to the Yar continent, the consequences would definitely be much more serious than now. Moreover, he was not even sure whether the already unstable Eternal Core would explode again at a certain time arranged by fate if he insisted on not detonating it. If he had to choose again, he would still choose to pull it into the dream world and detonate it. At least, compared with the crystallization disaster that almost swept the entire continent in the previous life, the degree of disaster in this life can be said to be much lighter, and the name Landon also had an impression in Anbis's previous life memory. He was one of the strongest people in the Federation, who grew up at an astonishing speed in the future and possessed a powerful and strange power. In the information of later generations, Landon's mother was born in a count family in the Silver Moon Kingdom. But for love, she eloped with Landon's father and fled to a small village in a remote part of the Federation to live in seclusion. The girl beside him was not related to him by blood. She was an abandoned baby, who was placed in front of the boy's door by an unknown person on a dark night with heavy rain. Then her crying was heard by the boy's parents, and she was picked up. According to the time calculation, Landon's fate will be the outbreak period. He will have countless adventures and obtain treasures to purify the extraordinary blood from his mother, and his strength will increase rapidly. However, since the crystallization disaster in the previous life broke out several years later than now, the time when Landon's sister was infected should also be later than now. The web of fate attracted Avis, which was probably related to this. In Avis's eyes, Landon can be regarded as a rare potential seed. He carries a huge fate, which is not only his own, but also the fate of many other people. This also means that his story will be very long and have a far-reaching impact on the entire continent. For a prophet, Landon can be regarded as the top fate interference object. Because of this, in the previous life, Landon's fate was inextricably linked to the Stargazer, and he could be regarded as a very important chess piece and auxiliary object of the Stargazer. Even in this life, Avis also noticed some traces of the backhand left by the Stargazer on Landon during this brief meeting, which was why he had not been discovered by other high-level prophet before. However, as the Stargazer fell asleep with serious injuries, most of his protective measures had basically failed. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Avis directly wiped out the backhand left by the Stargazer on Landon and replaced them all with his own. He took away the important chess piece that originally belonged to the Stargazer and turned him into his own shape. This feeling was like he had killed the Stargazer himself. It was really exciting. After leaving the Lanton siblings, Avis returned to number 14 Marigold Street, which he had mentioned to Lanton before. The original owner there was ready to leave the city due to poor management and go to live in the Kingdom of Lauren, one of the 3 major kingdoms of the Federation. So Avis bought his house casually and used it as a temporary foothold. He planned to stay in this city for a short time to observe and interfere with the fate of the Lanton siblings, and further explore the true identities of the senior members of the organization Door in the Eye. Due to the existence of Zero, Avis had a certain understanding of the information of this organization with the help of his observation mark. Although the gatherings of the Door of the Eyes were held in the form of encrypted projections, and Offline was very cautious not to contact Zero's real body, the task information on Zero's panel still exposed everything. After learning that Zero was preparing to enter the Empire to cause trouble, Avis had arranged for the player force he had previously formed, the Secret Ceremony Society, to fight the camp confrontation mission with the remnants of the Door of the Eyes taken over by Zero. In this confrontation mission, the confrontation between individual players and small guilds is still secondary. The more intense will be the collision between the White Light Esports representing the Secret Ceremony Society and the Silver Blue Esports Club representing the Door of the Eyes. Since White Light Esports seized the opportunity and first joined the 4 major families of the Empire, even if Silver Blue joined again, the treatment would definitely be worse than that of the first White Light. In addition, Zero relied on his own ability to directly open up the Door of the Eyes, a high-level camp that is no less powerful than the Olivendi family, and even sat in the position of the general manager of the Gloria Empire. After some discussion, the think tank of the Silver Blue Club decided to withdraw the main force, leaving only some members with higher contribution values to stay in the secret ceremony to enjoy the benefits and pass on information as undercover agents, while the others switched to the side of the Door in the Eye. It can be foreseen that the next clash between the two sides will probably be very fierce. Next, Avis plans to contact some people to muddy the waters of the Federation. After a long period of contact and understanding, he has basically confirmed that the Door in the Eye is one of the behind-the-scenes forces that supported the rebels and the Glory Alliance in the past life and attacked the Olivendi family. Then in this life, whether it is for the sake of preparing for a rainy day or for the power of fate feedback obtained by changing the general trend, Avis is ready to stir up the situation in the Federation in secret and give the enemy a taste of his own medicine. There is a saying among the people of the Glory Empire: those who fan the flame should be careful. Sooner or later, the wind will blow the fire back. Due to the severe crackdown by the Gloria royal family, many newly sprouted rebels had to flee the Empire. But there are only 2 places left to go, and the supervision of the Holy Light Church on the St. Messia Empire is, in a sense, stronger than that of the Gloria royal family. Therefore, many resistance organizations have chosen the many small kingdoms of the Idle Federation, which have less supervision and the least high-level strongmen. And because the official power is the weakest, the number of players who choose to develop in the Idle Federation is the largest. With these guys from the Chaos Camp, Ambus has enough confidence to replicate in the Federation what the Door in the Eye did secretly in the Empire. At the same time, the arrangement left on Lanton was also his first real attempt to conduct a complete destiny manipulation after he broke through the high-level prophet. Avis has already done some research on the mechanism of these children of destiny. But at the end of the research, he had to admit that at least for now, and in the future he knew, wild children of destiny were still the best source of destiny feedback. It sounds great to artificially create children of destiny in large quantities, and then harvest destiny feedback. But in fact it is so difficult that it is almost impossible to achieve. Matt was one of his previous destiny interference experiment subjects, and the experimental process was not completely ineffective. In fact, after his deliberate interference, Matt's fate line has shifted to the direction of the true child of destiny. But the deviation is much smaller than Ambus expected. Simply put, it is equivalent to changing from an ordinary nameless extra to a supporting role of destiny. But there is still a world of difference between that and the true child of destiny. Perhaps if it continues like this, after a long time, Matt really has the hope of becoming a true child of destiny. But the speed is too slow, and the investment is also amazingly high, which is basically not worth the loss. It is better to look for wild children of destiny. Chapter 402: The Arrangement of Fate. After a while, after registering with the kingdom and completing all the formalities, a seemingly ordinary alchemy shop opened at number 14 Marigold Street. The shop owner was a young man with a slightly weak temperament, with a pale complexion as if he had not seen the sun for many years, and a gentle face, and seemed to be easy to bully. However, when several bully mercenaries who came to the door to cause trouble were turned into beasts on the spot and then thrown out, no one dared to come to the door to cause trouble again. From that day on, people living nearby knew that the unremarkable shop owner was actually a 4th-level spellcaster. Although the city of Malamus is the capital of the Kingdom of Morn, as a remote small kingdom with a small territory, the current ruler of the Kingdom of Morn is only 7th level, a 4th-level intermediate spellcaster, placed in the central city of Malamus, is already a big shot that cannot be provoked. According to the residents nearby, the traveling wizard seemed to be from the distant Gloria Empire, and had crossed several kingdoms in the Federation along the way, and was now preparing to rest here for a while. Of course, in the eyes of these residents, people from the Gloria Empire and other prosperous kingdoms in the Federation were actually the same, and they were always superior to the locals. In this era, the unattended wild areas between kingdoms were rampant with monsters and bandits, and there were deadly dangers everywhere, except for those mercenary groups and caravans. Most ordinary people and low-level professionals in the Federation might not leave the borders of their kingdoms until they died. But the emergence of constructed airships in recent years has changed all this. The prosperous scenes of those big cities were described in detail by many well-dressed people who came from there. It was as if the outside world was full of opportunities and gold coins, and you just had to bend down to pick them up. Listening to the descriptions of those people, many people could not bear it and became increasingly dissatisfied with their current lives. The recent news about the discovery of lost treasures in the Sky City in various places has magnified people's desire to get rich overnight to an extreme. So, they carried their dreams, sold their property at a low price, used all their savings to buy a one-way airship ticket, and went to the more prosperous big cities to pan for gold. This led to the population loss in those less prosperous areas. The original owner of the house bought by Ambus was also one of these gold rushes. But Ambus was not optimistic about his future. In Ambus's eyes, the middle-aged man who had already set foot on the airship of the Silver Moon Kingdom had a gloomy fate line. And it seemed that he was about to be cheated of all his savings, and then work in a factory for nothing. It felt like he was being sold and counting money, and even recruiting customers for himself. But anyway, after buying this house on the street, Amwazy temporarily gained a public identity and a place to stay, because the various alchemy tools he sold were relatively cheap and of good quality. He became famous after receiving favorable comments from many buyers. However, what surprised the shop owners and other industries around him was that this shop seemed to be very popular with those foreigners. Every day, the number of foreigners wearing all kinds of strange costumes who came to this shop was much more than other shops nearby. At the same time, Landon also followed the address left by Avis and brought his sister to ask Avis for help in treatment. In the name of facilitating his research, Avis allowed Landon and Leah to stay with him temporarily. and provided 3 meals for the 2 siblings for free. In order to repay Avis for his help, Landon took the initiative to help receive guests in Avis's store during the day, and did not ask for salary, and went to the tavern to work at night. Avis did not care about Landon's actions. For him, no matter what Landon did, it didn't matter at all. The power of fate will make Landon encounter corresponding events at critical moments. Throw a table with the prices of various commodities, and the maximum discounts in certain situations to Landon, and let him memorize it. Avis was even more happy to let go directly. Let Landon receive guests on his own. And he went into the laboratory to study Leah's symptoms. Big brother, is there any hope that Leah's disease can be cured? In the laboratory, the thin silver-haired girl sat on the light silver laboratory table, watching Avis adjusting some magic equipment nearby, and asked with some hope and caution, "Don't worry. If the research goes well, your disease should still be curable." As he said this, Avis handed a bottle of light green magic potion to the girl. "Come, drink it, and then have a good sleep." The girl nodded obediently, drank the potion that Avis had made sweet, and then fell into a deep sleep under the effect of magic. After looking at the girl lying on the laboratory table, Avis put on alchemical gloves and began to collect her blood sample. It was not difficult for Avis to cure the little girl Leah's crystal disease. She was still in mild symptoms, and only needed a few special external medicines. What he was going to study was the special condition of the girl's body. As the sister of the Son of Destiny, Landon, who was not related by blood, the girl also had a big secret. In Avis's impression, Leah was born from an ancient hidden family in the Federation. The ugly birthmark on her face was not born with her, but the result of her own blood problem. Her blood showed a strange inertia and a sense of deadness, which made the blood detection ritual unable to determine her true blood concentration, and she could not use her blood ability. She looked like a natural waste. But in fact, in Avis's observation, this situation was caused by a strange toxin entrenched in Leah's body. This toxin did not cause any harm to her body, but always suppressed her blood power, making her unable to use it freely. If Avis had not known it in advance and deliberately observed and tested her blood, even now, he would not be able to detect the existence of this special toxin by instinct. Very curious about the existence of this toxin, Avis tried to extract some of this toxin from her body, at the same time taking the opportunity to treat the girl's crystallization disease. He also collected a lot of blood and tissue samples. After about half a month of treatment, the crystals on the girl's arm showed a clear trend of shrinking. If it continues like this, I believe her crystallization disease will be completely cured soon. That special toxin is very troublesome to solve. But in the fate line, it doesn't need to be solved by Avis. As long as Leah continues to follow Landon, she will eventually remove the toxin and awaken her bloodline in a certain adventure. Then not only will the birthmark on her face disappear, but her talent and strength will also make a leap. However, at this time, a special situation suddenly occurred, causing a small wave in the city. Someone discovered a mysterious relic from ancient times in the forest outside the city of Malamus. But what is very special is that this relic is only allowed to be explored by people below the level of formal professionals. Sir Vio, have you heard? It seems that a special relic has appeared outside the city. When the news spread, Landon, who had gone out to inquire about the news, ran back to the store in a hurry and found Anvis, with an uncontrollable excitement in his tone. Chapter 403 Relics. Of course I know. I even know that the relic was specially arranged for you. Looking at the power of fate surging above Landon's head, Avis nodded speechlessly, without saying the second half of the sentence. Relics with such special standards can only be built by ancient civilizations to select potential descendants. For explorers who perform well in them, corresponding rewards will also be given. Okay. No need to say more. Just go if you want to. Lord Vio. Then I'll go. What he wanted to say was said by Avis in advance. Landon touched his hair a little embarrassedly, and then prepared to leave to explore the ruins. Wait. There's one more thing. But at this time, after thinking about it, Avis suddenly called Landon. What's wrong? Lord Vio? Reluctantly stopping, Landon turned his head and looked at Avis strangely. Take these things with you. As he spoke, Avis opened the drawer of the wooden counter, took out 2 bottles of potions and a pale white inverted triangle necklace, and threw them into Landon's hands. The red potion is a life-restoring potion. For you, all injuries below death can be restored. The light green potion is a camouflage potion, which can completely change your appearance to prevent being discovered by outsiders. The necklace has 3 second-level magic shields and 3 second-level fireballs. Although it is not high, it should be able to ensure your safety at critical moments. This, Lord Vio. This is too expensive. Holding the 3 items, Landon was a little overwhelmed. After working in Avis's shop for a while, he knew the prices of these magic items very well. 2 bottles of potions were secondary. The price of the necklace with 2 second-level magics was probably too expensive. What are you thinking about? Boy, I didn't give it to you for free. Remember to return it after you use it. As for the potion, it's your credit from me. Remember to work for me until you pay it back after you come back. With a warm smile on his face, Avis said he thought too much. Landon was stunned for a moment, stuck out his tongue, and ran out. But after running out of the door, he suddenly turned back again and spoke loudly in the bright sunlight outside the door. Sir Vio. Thank you. You are a good man. Get out of here. Finish exploring the ruins as soon as possible, and then come back to work for me. In the room, Avis's eyelids jumped, and he waved his hand, not paying attention to his words. Just now, his fate feedback increased by more than a dozen units again. Although compared with doing big things and harvesting thousands of units at a time, this fate feedback seems insignificant. But Landon's value is more than that. Sir Vio, are you worried about my brother? Beside him, Leah slowly came over, looking at the boy running away in the sun with some envy. Worried about him? Anvis showed a strange look, without a direct answer, but just reached out to mess up Leah's silver hair. Don't think too much. And don't envy your brother. Leah, after my treatment, your body will gradually get better, and you may even be stronger than your brother. Looking at the girl covering her hair with some trouble, Anvis smiled, as if his evil taste was satisfied. Now, your brother is not here. Please help me look after the store for a while. I have other things to do. With that, Avis left the store without waiting for the girl to refuse. He was going to watch the exploration of the ruins to see if there were any unexpected surprises, and to find a suitable player to use. During the past half-month, he was not idle in other aspects. The artificial blood he had cultivated to activate the Ring of Fideles was almost complete, with only the last step left. After activating the ring, he could go to explore the secret treasure of the ancient magic empire left by Emperor Fideles at any time. However, this last step still requires the cooperation of a dedicated alchemist player, because in Avis's memory, this last step requires the formation of artificial blood to be reorganized according to a specific frequency. And this set of frequencies exists in the form of a combination of numbers and letters, corresponding to the alchemy interface on the game panel. Without the game panel and a high enough alchemy skill level, Avis could not understand the meaning of the string of numbers even if he knew it. But with the current progress of the players, it is not easy to find a player with a high enough alchemy level. The best way is to find a way to contact those large esports clubs. The most advanced group of life professionals are basically from the big clubs. The improvement of life professionals is completely accumulated by resources. In this regard, ordinary individual players can never compare with professional large guilds. In the Ill Federation, the most active esports club is Stardust. Unlike White Light and Silver Blue, who have invested most of their forces in the Gloria Empire, the main force of the Stardust Club has always been in the Ill Federation. Their player guild Starlight is no less large than the subordinate guilds of the other 2 clubs, and has branches in dozens of kingdoms in the Federation. Although the Kingdom of Morn is small, there are still Starlight players stationed in the capital city of Malamus. This time, they are definitely indispensable for exploring the secret realm. Then, I may need to be a hidden mission NPC next. Thinking about the situation, Avis walked out of the city. Although his pace seemed to be slow, each step covered hundreds of meters. At this moment, in the jungle where the ruins appeared, hundreds of people were waiting quietly here. But at the same time, there was a sense of confrontation. On one side were a few dozen Aboriginal professionals, and on the other side were hundreds of players dressed in strange clothes. Players can also enter the ruins, but they are also limited to levels below 10. Previously, a high-level player wanted to force his way into the ruins, but was almost killed on the spot by the ruins defense system. At this time, many people who could not enter the ruins were already waiting outside. Fortunately, this wait was not boring. A huge projection appeared in the air, and each projection represented one of the challengers. Even outside, You can see the whereabouts of the challengers inside. Under Avis's gaze, Landon's figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. The boy's breakthrough speed was not slow, but not fast, at least among all the challengers. Not quite understanding what this meant, Avis watched quietly, and at the same time looked at the other people present. Among a group of players, he found the people from the Starlight Guild. Chapter 404 Rewards. But after thinking about it, Avis did not try to contact them immediately. Instead, he quietly walked aside and waited quietly for the results of everyone's exploration. With the current atmosphere of subtle opposition between the players and the indigenous people, the timing is not right. Moreover, compared to him actively issuing tasks, it is the best choice to let the players take the initiative to find ways to come to him to discover hidden tasks. At the same time, some of the first people who entered the ruins to explore have walked out of the ruins. Because there is no projection at the last level of the ruins, people outside cannot see what happened inside. After these people came out, many people surrounded them and asked what happened inside. From their mouths, everyone learned that it seems that no one has received a special score so far. All those who explore the ruins, without exception, are rated as ordinary and inferior. There is no reward for inferior evaluation, and the reward for ordinary evaluation is better than nothing. Just one of the three choices of some low-level magic metal, magic crystal, and potion. Among them, those who choose potions are the most unlucky. Those potions produced tens of thousands of years ago have long passed their expiration date. If you drink this potion and nothing happens, you'll be lucky, even though the test is difficult. This suddenly appeared ruins has attracted many ordinary people like Landon. For them, even magic materials worth only a single digit of gold coins are a huge fortune. After passing the first few levels, Landon is currently fighting a strange thing. That thing is similar to a black shadow with a body, which can be hit by physical attacks and has a similar rank to Landon. Theoretically, Landon could at least maintain a 50-50 situation with that thing. But the reality is that Landon was beaten unilaterally throughout the battle and had no power to fight back. Although Landon was tough enough and did not look defeated for the time being. If he continued like this, even Avis could feel that his situation was very bad. Even if Landon slowly grinded and finally broke through the enemy's obstacles, he could not get a good score. The rewards in the ruins were also limited, especially when the builder had long lost his maintenance. It can be said that one less is one less. As a test to screen potential seeds, only a few people are destined to get high scores. More people can only get an ordinary score and corresponding rewards. This means that the later the challenger passes the level, the lower the comprehensive score, and the smaller the probability of getting a reward. Under Avis's gaze, Landon dodged the shadow's attack with difficulty. His body was shaky, and it seemed that he would fall down completely at any time. But he stood up at the last moment. A fighting spirit that never gives up has been revealed in the boy, which seems to have a unique appeal and is moving. I won't give up. Break it. Break it. Break it. Bearing the rain like blows. Landon's face was full of determination, and his dark eyes, as bright as stars, carried a fighting spirit that never gave up. With his incomparable mind and will, Landon was like an indestructible cockroach, stubbornly resisting the attack of the shadow, and even had a faint momentum of breaking through before the battle. At the same time, under his tenacious will, the strange black pendant on his chest flashed a faint light again. This time, without Avis's sudden intervention, the pendant was finally completely activated along the original route. So, the small projection that was originally showing Landon's clearance process suddenly disappeared. Finally, the cheating started. Noticing the disappearance of the projection, and thinking of the scene of the pendant glowing just before the projection disappeared, Avis couldn't help shaking his head. He could guess the next scene without even watching it. The boy suddenly exploded, breaking through and killing his opponent. Then he entered the last level, relying on his extraordinary will, invincible understanding, and the strongest external plug-in to quickly pass the level and get the top evaluation. Then, the process of him receiving the award was likely not to be calm. And it was very likely that he received the award under the attention of everyone. As a result, others were jealous and tried to grab the reward. Then he was strongly eliminated by Landon, providing a wave of experience packages. And by the way, asked his father and grandfather to seek revenge on Landon before he died. Soon, the result that Avis was waiting for came out. All the projections in the air disappeared at the same time. and a large group of people walked out of the ruins with confused faces. But they also brought out a shocking news. Someone got the highest reward in the ruins. A large number of various ancient resources. And an ancient monster egg of unknown race. According to their description, the person who got the reward seemed to be a half-grown boy with brown hair and black eyes. And his more specific appearance could not be seen due to the protection of some power. At this time, the nearby professionals had already started searching for the lucky boy. But to their surprise, no matter how they searched, they could not find the figure of the boy they described, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Compared with these professionals, Avis was even more surprised. Although he didn't see Landon, the necklace he gave Landon before had a secret tracking array attached, which allowed him to sense the necklace's position at any time. In his mind, the current position of the necklace was pointing to a black-haired, blue-eyed girl in the crowd. She had the aura of a first-level professional, and at this time, she followed the scattered crowd and wanted to slip out as if nothing had happened. There didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be the random camouflage effect of the light green potion. Obviously, the help he provided before still changed some things. However, although the girl suspected to be Landon was extremely careful, she eventually got into trouble. Several male mercenaries noticed that she seemed to be alone, so they ignored her dark complexion and approached her to chat with her. After recording this precious picture with the magic crystal ball, Avis followed the direction of the Starlight players returning to the city, and came to the edge of a plank road in front of them. There, he changed into a high-end alchemy robe, holding a potion bottle with fluorescent green liquid in his hand, and walked to the side of the road, sighing, as if he was very troubled by something. This strange scene quickly attracted the attention of several target players, especially after throwing a detection and finding that this was a 40-plus level intermediate professional native. These players suddenly became more enthusiastic. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" After looking at each other, one of the players with the highest charm value took the initiative to come over and try to trigger the task. "You?" And Wazy glanced at him, and glanced at his panel. "If you have enough alchemy knowledge, I don't mind sharing my troubles with you." Chapter 405 Blood Modulation. Enough alchemy knowledge? Hearing Avis's words, several players looked at each other and realized that the matter was not simple. "Can you tell me what problem you encountered? Maybe I can help you," the player asked hurriedly, looking very enthusiastic. Hearing this, Avis raised his eyes and glanced at them with a somewhat arrogant attitude. "Very good. Then I ask a question. Dry and grind the mandrake. Mix it with ancient fossil powder and mix it into the blood of the chicken snake. What reaction will happen?" This? The player was stunned and was a little at a loss. There was no way. He was a person in charge of combat and knew very little about these life professions, not to mention alchemy, which is also extremely difficult to improve in life professions. "Humph. If you don't even understand this, then don't waste my time." Not surprised that several people couldn't answer, Avis snorted coldly, turned his head with disdain, and ignored them. However, several players were not surprised but happy about Avis's seemingly bad attitude. As members of the Starlight team, the players present were all veterans. After getting this result, they immediately understood that their alchemy level was not high enough. Although their alchemy level was not high enough, there were people in the guild who were high enough. And a task that requires a high enough alchemy level to take must be a hidden task with rich rewards. For those who discovered this task, there must be corresponding contribution rewards. "I'm sorry, sir. Although I am not good at alchemy, I have a friend who is very good at it. I believe he will be able to solve your problem. If you don't mind, I can take you to him now." After reacting, several players immediately invited Avis. They also have their own selfish motives. If Avis continues to stand here, there is a high possibility that some twists and turns will occur again as time goes by. In order to avoid more trouble, they plan to invite Avis to their guild, in order to avoid the hidden tasks being snatched away. And this is exactly what Avis wants. After a brief discussion, several players wrote an email to notify the chief alchemist in the guild in advance, and then quickly took Avis to their guild headquarters. The guild headquarters of Starlight is located on the most prosperous King Street in Malima City residential area. It was a 3-story gray-white ancient rock building with carved Roman columns and a magnificent light blue dome. Silver blue Starlight flags were hung on the 4 walls, making it look majestic. In the glorious reception hall, a dark elf player had already received the news and was waiting here. That was the chief alchemist of the Starlight Guild, Rainy Knight with a knife. Hello. Sir. Are you looking for a helper with sufficient alchemist ability? Seeing Avis coming, Rainy Knight with a knife showed a smile on his face. I have heard them mention the question you just raised. The answer is that the blood of the snake chicken monster will petrify and turn into a gray-white rock with special properties, which can be used as a stabilizer in many medium and high-level blood modulation experiments. After hearing his answer, Ambus' eyes lit up, as if he saw hope. Very good. Maybe you can really help me. In a recent experiment, I encountered a troubling problem, and I need someone who has enough alchemy knowledge to help me solve it. I got a special encrypted alchemy formula, but when I followed the cracked content and refined it to the last step, I found that there was no content on the last page of the formula, only a string of strange numbers, and I couldn't interpret its meaning. But according to the instructions at the bottom of the page, the foreigner's alchemist seems to be able to interpret its meaning. If you help me complete the last step of blood modulation, then I can give you 3,000 gold coins, or resources equivalent to it as a reward. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. I am honored to help you, sir. Hearing this offer, Yuzidito's eyes lit up. Although he is not short of gold coins for the time being with the resources of the guild, 3,000 gold coins are still a huge sum of money for a professional who is less than the 4th level. When he heard the number mentioned by Anvis, he already had a guess in his mind. After all, Mystic Era is a game, and it will not make the player's alchemy process as hardcore as the natives. During the alchemy process, the player needs to enter some specific numbers in the alchemy selection box to determine the time, strength and other details of each step in the alchemy process, and the player's character will automatically complete the alchemy process. For the player, when a new alchemy formula is obtained, if the player's character's alchemy level is sufficient, the system will automatically convert the formula into the corresponding number combination. As Yuzito finished speaking, a new task was refreshed on the task panel in front of him. System prompt: you have triggered the B-level task assisting alchemy. Task introduction: a mysterious aboriginal alchemist has found you and hopes that you can help him complete a special bloodline potion. Task goal: cooperate with the alchemist to complete the refining of the bloodline potion. Task prerequisite: the player's alchemist professional level is greater than or equal to level 35. Task reward: 57,000 experience points, 3,000 gold coins/supplies. Very good. And Wazy nodded with satisfaction. After getting Yuzito's reply, he immediately took out 4 bottles of purple-red liquid and a folded parchment and handed them to the latter. Now, follow the steps in the recipe I gave you and try to mix this bottle of blood. As long as you can successfully complete 1 bottle, your mission will be completed. Looking at the string of numbers on the parchment, although there was no prompt on the panel, Yuzito already had a bottom line in his heart. 26 digits just matched the length of the input box. Please wait. I will make it for you immediately. Taking away a few bottles of semi-finished blood, Yuzito immediately returned to his exclusive alchemy laboratory and began to speed up the preparation. After several magic hours, Anvis, who achieved his goal, returned to his residence. A bottle of rich purple finished blood lay in his ring, exuding a strange breath. The current player level is still too low. Yuzito refined a total of 3 bottles before finally succeeding in 1 bottle. At this time, Landon had returned and was helping to entertain guests in the store. However, because the effect of his disguise potion lasted for 14 hours, when he just came back, Leah almost didn't recognize him. And now she was looking around her sister. Ava scanned with his mental power and noticed that the black ornament on her neck had disappeared. Chapter 406: Activating the Ring. Hey, Mr. Bio. You're back. What should I do now? In the alchemy shop, seeing Avis appear at the door, Landon looked as if he had seen a savior. Well, hello? First meeting. Who is this lovely lady? Looking at the girl in the store, Avis asked knowingly. I'm Landon. Mr. Bio. My body became like this after I drank that bottle of potion. And this is your necklace. I drank both bottles of potion when I explored the ruins. Seeing Avis's reaction, Landon was stunned, and then his face collapsed instantly, and he handed the necklace back to Avis weakly. Landon. Oh, I understand. Throwing the necklace back into the drawer, Avis paused deliberately, and then slammed his palm, with an exaggerated expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, and walked around Landon. His eyes seemed to be looking at a work of art. How is it? The effect of the camouflage potion is good. Right? I think it's a little too good. Lord Vio. When I came back, although I didn't encounter any enemies, a group of mercenaries surrounded me and even wanted to touch me. Speaking of this, Landon himself was a little embarrassed to talk about the scene at that time. Anyway, what should I do now to remove the camouflage effect on me? Wait for 14 hours. And the potion effect will automatically disappear. I have told you before that there is no other way. Avis shrugged, and then suddenly spoke with some evil taste. In addition, Landon, do you know that the real effect of that bottle of potion is actually to change you into what you want in your subconscious mind? When Avis said this, Landon and Leah were both stunned. The next moment, Leah looked at Landon with a different look. No. Impossible. I never expected to become a girl. Landon waved his hands in panic, and the whole person became a little confused in an instant. Ha! I know it's hard for you to accept this reality. In fact, I just lied to you. The potion has a random change effect. With a happy smile, Avis suddenly changed his words. How about it? Do you feel more relaxed now? Really? You are not just comforting me. Are you? Okay. Let's change the topic now. Little Landon, did the store have any business when I was away? In response to the boy's question, Avis suddenly changed the topic and did not give a direct answer. There was no way. Landon made a bitter face and began to report the specific business situation to Avis. Well, Mr. Brown from number 23 EK West Street has reserved 2 bottles of Screaming Owl Potion. Ms. Mary has ordered a bottle of Fire Dragon Potion. And His Excellency the Strongest Star King needs 2 sets of Micro Life Potion. When he talked about the last person, Landon's expression was a little strange. I see. I will send the required potions later. After listening to Landon's report, Avis nodded and waved to close the door. At the same time, a sign with the words closed flew up and hung on the handle in the middle of the 2 doors. Since the camouflage potion has been used, I guess you should have gained something in the ruins? Don't get me wrong. I don't care what you found in the ruins. I have some understanding of this kind of ancient ruins that restricts the level of entrance. Only informal professionals can enter, which means that there are only some low-level ruins items inside. Waving his hand to stop Landon, who was about to say something, Avis' figure slowly disappeared into the inner room, leaving only a back figure. It just so happens that I also have some things to deal with, so I'll close the store early today. You can go back to your room now and slowly study your gains. When leaving, Avis was also thinking about the changes in Landon. He could feel that there was a special power in Landon's body, which was always slowly improving his magic qualifications and his physical fitness. He also had some guesses about this, which was nothing more than the strange black amulet that had disappeared, or the effect of some kind of adventure he had in the ruins. In contrast, Avis was more inclined to the effect of the former. After all, as a child of destiny, there must be some golden fingers. At the same time, in Avis's observation, although the power of destiny in Landon was temporarily dormant for a while, it has now regained its momentum and seems to be about to erupt again soon. And this time is different from the previous times. This time, the power of destiny is released after a short period of suppression. At that time, there is a high possibility that there will be a more troublesome crisis than the previous times. Back to his temporary laboratory, Avis took out the Ring of Fight Ears and the bottle of finished artificial blood. With the key blood, it is also very simple to activate the Ring of Fight Ears. You just need to let the ring touch the blood. According to the method in memory, Avis threw the ring into the bottle filled with purple liquid. As a glimmer of light flashed, the ring, which was originally like an ordinary object, suddenly produced a subtle magical fluctuation. A special induction came from an extremely distant direction. However, judging from the direction, the location of the treasure seemed to be still within the territory of the Ill Federation. When Avis activated the ring, Landon was counting the gains of this trip to the ruins in his room, and was also considering what materials should be used to pay for Avis's potion. For the life recovery potion, 1 piece of ghost gold and 2 pieces of star-marked iron should be enough. But the value of the bottle of camouflage potion is unknown. Maybe the 2 pieces of mithril should be added as well? Calculating the value of the resources, Landon muttered unconsciously. That thing is not worth 2 pieces of mithril at all. At most, the smaller piece of the 2 pieces of mithril will be enough. At this time, an old voice suddenly echoed in Landon's spiritual sea without any warning. Is that so? Hearing this voice, Landon was not surprised. However, Lord Vio has kindly taken us in for so many days and promised to treat my sister's crystal disease for free, even if I pay a little more. It is reasonable. When he first heard this voice in the ruins trial, he was indeed startled. But now he is used to it. According to the voice, he was once a high-level professional. But because of the conspiracy of his enemies, his body disappeared. And only a part of the residual consciousness attached to the amulet was transmitted into the chaotic space turbulence. So he was able to escape. However, due to the long time of drifting in the space turbulence, this part of the residual consciousness was forced to fall into a deep sleep. Until today, stimulated by Landon's indomitable and surging will, he finally woke up. Although he is a rational mage and Landon's own talent as a spellcaster is also average, he still decided to accept Landon as his apprentice. Okay, whatever you want. But I have something to remind you. When my consciousness wakes up again, my original enemies may have sensed it, and should be on their way now. Chapter 407 Departure. Lord Dark Raven's enemy? Landon was stunned, somewhat at a loss. The voice in the ornament called himself Dark Raven, because he could no longer remember his original name. Only a code name remained. It was obvious that even when the main body disappeared, he could still survive tenaciously by separating his consciousness independently. When Lord Dark Raven was alive, he was definitely an extraordinary and powerful professional. Such a powerful Lord Dark Raven had such a miserable end. So how powerful were the enemies he faced during his lifetime? Landon didn't dare to think about it anymore. He had just broken through the first level by chance. To him, those middle-level professionals were all unattainable big shots. Not to mention those high-level professionals, who were as far away from him as clouds to soil in his cognition. But now, someone told him that he was suddenly involved in this level of threat. What should I do? Lord Dark Raven? Is it too late for me to hand you over now? After a moment of silence, Landon spoke carefully. Hee hee. You damned little bastard. I don't know if they will kill you after they get the things. Now the Raven Heart pendant I am attached to has merged with you. How are you going to hand me over? Raven was so angry at Landon's reaction that he laughed. But, Lord Raven, I am only the first level. If it is really as you said, Lord Raven, no matter what I do now, I will have the same fate when facing your enemies. With a sad face, Landon explained weakly. Humph. Do you think that high-level professionals will come here and crush you to death? Don't be naive. After scolding, Dark Crow's tone softened a little. If they really do it themselves, they won't wait until later, but will be teleported here to crush you to death now. Although I lost my body, my power has not completely disappeared. When the wave spread, I have already found a way to blur the source of the wave. At most, they can now detect that I have reawakened, and a general direction and range, but cannot accurately lock my position. When fighting with my body, they were not unscathed. Although I lost in the end, they did not pay any price. As he said, Dark Crow couldn't help but sneer. Humph. After being cursed by my death before death, it will be very difficult for them to maintain their realm. Without a few years, they can't even think about recovering their strength. Before they really determine my location, they will only send their men to search on a large scale, rather than taking action personally. So, now you just need to find a way to escape from this kingdom before their people find this place. You don't have to worry too much, as they can't detect me unless they are very close. Oh, so that's it. Landon breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, regaining some confidence. Then now, you'd better start preparing to escape immediately. Every second you miss, the chance of you being found will be much greater. Leaving the last sentence, the voice of Dark Crow fell silent again. Escape. Landon sat at the table alone, looking at the pile of things in front of him, and suddenly felt a little dazed. The excitement just now had disappeared. Until now, he still had a strong sense of unreality. Half a day ago, he was just an ordinary clerk in an alchemy shop, and his strength was no different from that of ordinary people. And now, he has broken through to the official professional, won the highest reward of the ruins, and inexplicably had a bunch of high-level professional enemies, and is about to embark on the road of escape. Although it is good news that Lord Dark Crow's enemies will not take action personally. With his current strength, even if there are only a few second and third level professionals, it is almost the same for him. Even 2 first-level mercenaries are enough to easily subdue him. By the way, Lord Dark Crow, do you have any way to improve my strength in a short time? For example, let me break through a few more levels like you let me break through the first level before. After thinking about it, Landon called his portable grandfather again. Are you still asleep? Idiot? Look at me now. I can easily upgrade you to the 4th level? When this was mentioned, the roar of the Dark Crow sounded again in Landon's ears. Landon could even imagine the Dark Crow's eyes wide open and furious. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Dark Crow. Landon apologized quickly. Humph. For your current state, I can teach you a spell. At least make your combat power stronger than the duck. However, after losing his temper again, the Dark Crow himself knew that if they only relied on Landon's current combat power, the chances of their successful escape would probably be very low. As the voice of the Dark Crow fell, a special spell model, as well as the spell and spell materials that matched it, suddenly appeared in Landon's mind. Horror Gaze? Landon read out the name of the spell with some doubt. This is a little trick I created when I was young. It is quite powerful, but the biggest advantage is that it consumes very little. Even you can use it. After that, remember to buy a better sword. With your poor mental strength now, a warrior with a brain full of muscles may be more suitable for you. And don't forget to hatch your egg. If I'm not wrong, that egg is also a good thing. After speaking in one breath, the Dark Crow disappeared completely this time. No matter how Landon called again, there was no response. After thinking about his current situation for a while, Landon immediately decided to look for Avis. If he wanted to escape, he first needed to prepare various materials for the road. And with his knowledge as an ordinary person, he could never compare with Avis, a traveling wizard. Besides, Leah's crystal disease was also a problem. I don't know how long it would take to be completely cured. Do it as soon as you think of it. After a while, Landon waited for Avis, who had just finished the experiment. Outside Avis's laboratory, he recounted the difficulties he was facing, but hid the details related to the Dark Raven. He only said that he had something to do and was ready to leave the Kingdom of Morn and go to the Silver Moon Kingdom on the other side of the Federation. If you need to go to other kingdoms, I suggest you take the constructed airship instead of going by yourself. After listening to Landon's story patiently, Avis seemed not to notice Landon's flickering eyes and gave a conventional suggestion. Don't think about escaping by airship. There are definitely people guarding it. If you go up, you're doomed. There's nowhere to run. Before Landon could reply, Dark Crow spoke directly. Sorry, Mr. Bio, but I don't plan to take the airship this time. I think it may be very unsafe. After holding it in for a long time, Landon barely found an excuse to fool around. Okay, but I must remind you, Landon, with your current strength, the probability of safely reaching the Silver Moon Kingdom by land is almost zero. Avis shook his head, his tone a little regretful. It will take about half a month to completely cure Leah's crystal disease. But I have also researched the treatment potion. If you insist on leaving, then giving her a bottle every day will be the same. Is that so, Mr. Bio? Can I leave Leah with you temporarily? I can use the resources I found in the ruins as a thank you. After hesitating for a while, Landon gritted his teeth and made a ruthless decision. But what Landon didn't notice was that his words had completely fallen into the ears of the girl who came in from behind. Brother, don't you want Leah? When Leah heard that Landon wanted to leave her behind, she immediately became anxious. Sorry, Leah, but this will be very dangerous. I can't let you get into danger. Landon waved his hands hurriedly, trying to explain to Leah the danger of following him. But no matter what he said, the latter was unwilling to part with him. In the end, Landon softened his heart. After receiving some resources that Landon wanted him to help cash in, Avis searched in his ring and then threw a space package to him. The value of the various materials in the package was about twice the discounted price of the materials Landon provided him. At the same time, the necklace was also given to Leah by Avis as a special gift. Landon couldn't say what he wanted to refuse. The next day, the Landon brothers and sisters said goodbye to Avis and then embarked on their own journey. From the perspective of fate, watching Landon's fate line that was slightly stained with a hint of his breath, Avis returned to the store with satisfaction, and also began to prepare to leave here and go to the direction of Fidela's ring. Parting is not the end, but a new beginning. However, before leaving, he seemed to have some small troubles to deal with. Chapter 408 Hallucination. However, Before leaving, he still had some small troubles to deal with. The high-level mental power swept across the city near the alchemy shop, and Avis felt at least 4 fluctuations that were obviously malicious. And in his perception, they were approaching this direction with a very clear goal. 1 4th level, 1 3rd level, and 2 2nd level. Obviously, the reality is not as safe as Lord Dark Raven said. Shaking his head, Avis returned to the room, as if he had not noticed the situation outside at all. The conversation between Landon and Lord Dark Raven, which he thought was hidden before, had been heard by him without missing a single detail. And he even recorded the special 1st level spell model called Eye of Terror. It was a spell with an effect similar to mental shock. But unlike the latter, the principle of this spell was not to rely on mental power to shock the opponent's mental sea. Instead, it directly invaded the opponent's soul through a special alien force. In other words, the guy who called himself Dark Raven should have been very proficient in the soul faction in the necromancy school when he was alive. At the same time, under his mental gaze, because he did not notice anything unusual, those waves emitting malicious intent gradually began to approach. A moment later, 4 people who looked like mercenaries appeared at the door of the alchemy shop. The leader took a look at the brand new elderberry sign at the door of the alchemy shop and the closed sign hanging on the 2 doors of the shop, pressed the pendant on his chest, and carefully sensed it again. In his hand, the pendant was emitting obvious heat at this time. Yes, it's here. The aura is very strong. The target is likely to hide here in disguise, or at least has stayed here for a while. After confirming that it was correct, the leader nodded and made a gesture. Be careful. Although the adults have said that the target should have no ability to resist at this time, but everything may be unexpected, so don't let your guard down. Also, the owner here seems to be a 4th level travel wizard. If he finds you, it will be a bit troublesome. It's better to find a way to avoid him and get the target. The other 3 nodded, and their eyes were also cautious. Then, let's start now. As he said, the leader raised his hand and carefully activated a magic ring. With a faint light flashing, the figures of the 4 people disappeared instantly. At the same time, a faint protective aura rose on the bodies of several people. For this operation, a lot of equipment support was also provided above, including the magic ring he is currently using, which comes with 2 5th level group invisibility spells and 1 protective curse per day, which is also one of the equipment provided above. Ideally, if they could get the necklace that the target possessed without alerting the store owner, that would be the best option. However, the leader of the team himself did not have much hope for this. If they could get it so easily, they would not have been given so many equipment. After removing the warning magic of a window, relying on the effect of invisibility, several people sneaked into the store without any danger and began to search for the target. It seemed that because the store was closed, the light in the hall was a little dim and there was no one. Several strange alchemical plants were sealed in hollow crystal columns. Colorful potions were placed in rows in display cabinets, and various low-level wonders reflected the hazy light, which looked mysterious. What was a little strange was that there seemed to be a faint white mist floating in the room, and I didn't know what the effect of the spell was. Holding the pendant in their hands, several people searched the rooms in the room, but found nothing. A moment later, the 4 people gathered again in the room where Landon had lived before. Although the temperature of the pendant rose slightly, it did not change further, and it did not meet the description of the sharp temperature rise within a certain distance of the target. The other 3 were a little disappointed with this result, but the captain was secretly relieved. Perhaps the hired cannon fodder was not clear about the situation, but he knew in advance that the target of this mission was a high-level one when he was alive. In this situation, although they failed to make great contributions, it also meant that he did not have to face potential huge threats. The target is no longer here, but he stayed here for a while before, and he just left here not long ago. Otherwise the aura here would not be so strong. In the leader's hand, the pendant swayed slightly. The sharp bottom was raised, and it pointed far away in the direction where Lanton and the others left. Although we didn't succeed directly, the harvest now is not bad. At least it is a very important clue. Let's leave here first, and then notify the adults to arrange more people to come here for reinforcement. After summarizing, the captain nodded and prepared to leave here. Wait, Captain. Since the mission here is over, while the invisibility effect is still there, should we take some more things here? At this time, The third-level team member expressed a different opinion. I have just checked. The warning magic on those display cabinets is not of high level. And many of the potions are worth hundreds of gold coins. Also, we just searched here, and didn't find the so-called travel wizard shop owner. Could it be that he took the target out temporarily? As he spoke, the other two team members were also a little moved. It is indeed possible. The magic effect will end in 15 minutes. I will give you 10 minutes. After hesitating for a while, the captain nodded. But at this time, he suddenly found something unusual. Wait, is this fog getting thicker? Bang! Before he finished speaking, the door opened instantly, and under the gaze of the fourth level, a figure shrouded in black fog appeared at the door of the room. Somewhat strange is that a group of flowing black fog gathered on his shoulders, forming a blurry silhouette of a black bird with scarlet eyes. Dark crow? Cold sweat oozed from the captain's forehead. But he reacted the next moment. No, that's not right. The master has already said that you should have lost your power by now. As if to give himself courage, he immediately tore open a scroll. A deep red fire snake instantly took shape and suddenly rolled towards the figure at the door. At the same time, the other three also released their own attacks, and took advantage of the cover of the attacks to prepare to jump out of the window to escape. But what made him despair was that the fiery fire snake completely disappeared before it even reached the opponent. And he couldn't even make the opponent move. Thinking of the fate of falling into the hands of that lord in the legend. Death is just the beginning, and the soul will be tortured endlessly. With a ruthless heart, the captain raised his hand and decisively activated a ring on his hand, with the captain himself as the center. A pale green undead flame containing real high-level power exploded instantly, engulfing him and the entire building. This amazing scene instantly attracted the attention of many natives and players on the street. Standing in the crowd of onlookers, Avis looked at the burning house from a distance, and his face was also shocked, as if he was regretting the destruction of his store. When the few people entered the room just now, he had already activated the field effect of the Phantom Light Ice domain. After he broke through the 7th level, his initial spell already had some of the power of the real illusion field. All the perceptions of the 4 people in the field were completely under his control, including the enemies they saw. In fact, all of them were what they imagined in their own minds. He went through a lot of trouble to let several people kill each other, just to leave no trace of himself, while helping Lanton and his men to delay their escape time. He made the people behind these cannon fodders think that they were solved by the trap of the Dark Raven. Sensing the change of Lanton's fate in the distance, Avis went to several nearby stores and pretended that he had gone out temporarily before, but just came back and found that the store was destroyed. He also asked them if they saw any suspicious people. After letting the people nearby know that he was not involved in the explosion, Avis took the airship to leave here and headed for the Silver Moon Kingdom. The direction pointed by the Ring of Fideles happened to be that way. Chapter 409: A Sign of Change. About half a day after Avis left, 2 figures in robes appeared silently in the ruins of the house that had been burned to only the skeleton. Although the word fire is in the name, the undead flame can actually only rely on negative energy and souls as fuel. When the power stored in the ring was exhausted, the cold flame went out. There is the breath of the dark crow here, although it is very faint. But there is no mistake. He must have stayed here before. And those people were solved by some kind of illusion trap. And no one else's magic breath was detected. The person standing on the left squatted down, picked up a handful of strange pale dust on the ground, and after detecting it with magic, he came to a conclusion. The final direction of the breath seems to point to the border of the Silver Moon Kingdom. It seems that he should not have lost all his power. Or at least, he can still use it in some way. Nodding, the mage on the right was not surprised. Although he has lost his former power, as long as his memory and knowledge are still there, he will not be completely unable to resist. Arrange more people to conduct a more intensive search for him. After a long period of escape, his power will inevitably be consumed quickly, and there will be no time to set traps. Try to let those low-level professionals die and consume his last strength to prevent the other party from counterattacking before death. The search plan was determined, and the 2 spellcasters disappeared again. At the same time, the news about the items possessed by the Dark Crow also attracted more people to the Kingdom of Morn, wanting to try their luck and see if they could find the target. After all, according to the reward, as long as the pendant is found, the resources for subsequent breakthroughs will basically not be a headache. A few days later, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, The Lucky Dragon airship is detected to be about to enter the port. Please prepare for docking at Tower 28. With the soft broadcast of magic, the clouds in the sky were divided to both sides, and the huge spindle-shaped airship, like a cloud whale, slowly landed and docked at the corresponding tower, casting a cloud-like shadow on the busy streets below. The silver-blue emblem of the Cavor Brothers Chamber of Commerce was prominently printed on both sides of the airbag of the airship, shining in the afternoon sun. As the hatch with special magic was raised, Ambus straightened his collar, carried a round-handled cane and a suitcase, stood up and walked down the airship with many passengers and entered the waiting hall. At this time, he was still playing the role of the traveling wizard Vio, with a legitimate identity on the surface. It would be much easier to act in many cases. Landon and Leah were still on the road and killing monsters. Although they set out early, they had to travel by land and avoid the enemy's search, so it would take at least half a month for them to reach the Silver Moon Kingdom. As described in all biographies, the enemy would always send some subordinates that the protagonists could barely deal with for various reasons, so that the protagonists could grow up quickly. He looked up at the large slogan at the entrance of the hall. "Welcome to the Ill Federation." Ambus walked out of the Cavor Brothers Flying Chamber of Commerce, took the flyer about the construction network pilot that a newsboy at the door distributed to foreign travelers for free, and strolled around Silver Moon City casually, in the new mood of last year, in order to secretly go to the overseas island. He had briefly visited the capital of the Kingdom of Lauren, and then went to Dyla's port. Compared with the prosperity there, the capital of the Kingdom of Silver Moon City, is not inferior, and the degree of construction is even stronger than there. There are more constructed vehicles on the streets than ordinary magic carriages. However, this prosperity is exchanged for everything of more grassroots people. There is a recognized fact in the previous life that the fuse that promoted the second construction revolution was not the development of construction technology, but a new breakthrough of the school of necromancer, the second generation of high-IQ undead architecture. Originally, as a super city, many corpses of unknown origin appeared in Silver Moon City every day. Since the rise of the magic construction industry, many people have discovered the new use of these corpses, transforming them into skeleton laborers and throwing them into the construction factory to work. The cost and benefit of using normal workers and skeleton laborers are completely disproportionate, because normal workers need to rest, eat, and have a comfortable working environment. If they die accidentally, according to federal law, their families must be compensated. Undead creatures do not need to eat or rest, nor do they need to receive wages. They can be locked in a small box and keep working forever. Moreover, due to proper maintenance by magic, a dead body can work for 10 years without sleep. If its joints are regularly maintained and lubricated, it can even be extended to 15 to 20 years. Although the work efficiency is not as good as that of real people, the working hours are much longer. Moreover, due to the characteristics of undead creatures that do not get tired, they can also handle some low-level and repetitive work. In Ambus's impression, especially when the third generation of highly intelligent undead was created, these tireless workers were immediately welcomed by all the chambers of commerce and nobles. As a result, ordinary people who once had stable jobs became unemployed in large numbers, and unemployment meant losing their livelihood. These original workers were often the heads of families and young laborers. When they lost their jobs and income, it was a devastating blow to a family. The only fate waiting for them was to sell their children. The wealthy merchants and small nobles were happy to see this happen, and they could buy good servants and playthings at very cheap prices. Such phenomena are becoming more and more common, which will inevitably lead to instability at the bottom of society. Some people in high positions can see the problem, but they don't have a good solution. The small and medium nobles are not blind to the hidden dangers behind it, but compared with the gold coins directly in front of them, they don't care. In their eyes, even if the sky falls, there are also the top nobles to support it. The fact is indeed so. The efficiency and production capacity of ordinary workers are not as good as those of skeleton laborers, but the total expenditure is far higher. This results in the cost of people who use skeleton laborers being much lower than those who do not. Therefore, they can sell the finished products at a lower price and gain greater market competitiveness. From Ambus's perspective of fate, the fate that permeates the sky above this super city has faintly gathered into a vortex. Just like the witch's alchemical crucible, which is chaotic and unpredictable. This phenomenon means that this giant city will become the focus of the stage and the center of the storm in the next period of time. However, this phenomenon is not only seen by him. As long as the other 8-level predictors are not blind, they can basically notice the abnormality here. Chapter 410 Tight Raw Materials. Walking on the street, Anvis casually bought a federal newspaper to see if there were any major events recently, and rejected several players' requests for help. The headlines in the newspaper were still related to a series of latest measures taken by the 6th prince of the Kingdom of Lyca after he came to power. For example, the whole country is committed to supporting the development of construction, and all foreign forces are welcome to establish construction factories in the kingdom. A large number of private constructor colleges have been opened, and new students are exempt from all tuition fees for the first 5 years of enrollment. It is obvious that when some forces behind the construction support the 6th prince to ascend the throne, it is now the turn of the 6th prince of Lyca to fulfill the original agreement. In addition, there are some news from the 3 major kingdoms, and occasional news such as natural disasters, monsters, and other dangers, and you need to pay attention to your own safety. Overall, the situation in the Federation seems to be normal. Under the leadership of wise nobles, society is booming. People live and work in peace, and life seems to be getting better and better. Although the expansion of a large number of assembly factories has occupied a lot of farmland and caused a lot of difficult to handle magic radiation pollution, many original farmers have to put down their farm tools and work in assembly factories to make a living. But according to a laudatory report in the newspaper, it is precisely because of these assembly factories that people have obtained more jobs and income. Although there are some minor negative effects for the development of the Federation, these are just negligible pains. As long as we can survive this difficult time, a better tomorrow will eventually come. TSK, these hypocritical nobles. Why don't they experience the beautiful tomorrow they talk about themselves? Aside, a young half-elf in a light green cloth robe, also holding a newspaper, seemed to be a little uncomfortable with this article full of praises. He couldn't help but sneer. Be careful with your words. Do you want to stay in there for a few more days? Hearing his words, a companion beside him instinctively looked around, and only felt relieved when he saw that there were no guards nearby paying attention to them. What are you afraid of? I'm bullied in real life, so why should I be bullied here? When I level up one day, I will kill all these people first. However, the companion's dissuasion seemed to arouse the rebellious psychology of the half-elf player. Okay, just say a few words. With a stiff and awkward smile on his face, his companion forcibly pulled him away. However, the brief conversation between the two had already completely fallen into Anvis's ears. In fact, the attitude of the half-elf just now is also a true portrayal of many current players. At present, the general level of players has reached above level 30. If someone organizes them, it is enough to make a big fuss. What they lack now is a camp that can reasonably cause trouble. And Avis came to Silver Moon City this time. In addition to taking out the secret treasure of the ancient magic empire, he also prepared to bring this camp to them. Although the development of the Federation's magic construction seems to be rapidly prosperous, it is not without hidden dangers. When the nobles and businessmen found that the cost and efficiency of using skeleton laborers were far higher than that of normal workers, the seeds of contradiction were planted. After finding the secret black market in Silver Moon City, Avis put on an isolation cloak and entered the underground guild hall of the black market. After paying a 5% deposit to the people there, he posted a special task. Acquire 100,000 finished skeleton workers of the 3rd generation structure. In the task description, Avis said that he was a foreign chamber of commerce representative who was ready to invest heavily in the construction of a construction factory in the Federation. The site for the factory construction had been selected, but there was a lack of sufficient workers. At the same time, he offered an astonishingly high purchase price, 120 gold coins per skeleton worker. You know, hiring an ordinary worker for 10 years only costs about 80 gold coins, and the current average price in the market is only this number. However, for convenience, the lower limit of each transaction is 50. When this task was posted, it was found to be profitable, and someone immediately responded to it, reclaiming a large number of finished skeleton workers from the market and selling them to Avis. But after selling nearly 10,000 in this way, the dealers found that the goods on the market had almost been cleared out. The principle is simple. The dead are limited. Although under ideal conditions, the service life of a skeleton laborer can be as long as 15 to 20 years. But the reality is that due to long-term high-intensity work and various other factors, The soul fire of the skeleton laborer is severely depleted. Often it can only be used for less than 10 years, and will completely decay and turn into a pile of useless garbage. After the original skeleton laborers are exhausted, those merchants and nobles can only buy new skeleton laborers. As an important material, many magic experiments of the necromancy school require corpses. But now, with the breakthrough of magic skills, the development of the construction factory directly occupied most of the resources of this originally very niche market. Since they were bought for use as productivity, those big businessmen didn't care about the price at all. As long as the price was lower than using ordinary workers, they would sweep as many as they could. For gold coins, it's not that no one thought of the old graves, but the corpses buried for too long were useless, and the number of newly buried dead was a drop in the bucket. For this strange phenomenon, the Mystic Card Chamber of Commerce has specially launched a new special field card construction factory. The Necromancy Card Group can choose to put the skeleton monsters under its command, and the spell card Dead Scourge into the factory to work. And a certain amount of mana will be produced every round. If it continues to be consumed like this, the soaring price of raw materials is secondary. And the most important thing is that the number of dead will soon be insufficient. For materials, in recent years, the number of death sentences in the major kingdoms of the Federation has increased a lot, and activities to encircle and suppress bandits have been held again and again. But the number of death row prisoners and bandits is limited after all. After almost exterminating them, it is not good to slaughter civilians for no reason in order to obtain materials. Then, there is only one way to obtain enough labor. War. A war of sufficient scale is enough to obtain many high-quality materials, turning the people of other countries into their own labor force, producing more various types of structures, obtaining stronger war strength, and rich spoils of war. A business with no capital and huge profits. At present, everyone is relatively restrained. But when Enwazi issued this acquisition task, some special effects immediately occurred. Of the 100,000 skeleton laborers, more than 20,000 have been received one after another, and there is still a gap of about 80,000, which is a large order of about 9.6 million gold coins. So, what should be done to take up this large order as much as possible? Chapter 411 Involution. After Avis's mission was suspended for a while, the rumor that a foreign large chamber of commerce was preparing to invest heavily in the Federation to build a large-scale construction industry quickly spread among the underground forces of the Federation. Especially in the first few batches of transactions, Avis deliberately paid less gold coins and used several high-level magic gems to offset the remaining payment, which further ignited the enthusiasm of many sellers. Using a bunch of low-level skeleton laborers, you can exchange for precious high-level magic gems that are difficult to buy with money. It is simply a super cost-effective deal. In addition, when Avis was negotiating, he calculated it according to the normal market price. Even if these magic gems were directly auctioned at the auction, they would be enough for them to make another fortune. However, when these people thought it was profitable and paid Avis a large number of skeleton laborers at a high price, the raw materials on the market were almost sold out. Because the structure of the skeleton laborer requires a higher quality soul fire, the requirements for manufacturing raw materials are very strict. Not just any skeleton can make a finished product. Prior to this, the necromancers of the Federation had almost cleared out all the qualified raw materials. When Avis bought the remaining few batches of goods at a high price of almost 150%, the resources on the market were in short supply. Without the key raw materials, the necromancers could not continue to manufacture finished products. Nor could they get the bonus orders, which was very unpleasant. There is a saying that when the profit reaches 50%, it is enough to make people take risks. And when the profit reaches 100%, it is enough to make people trample on all the laws of the world. Since the raw materials cannot be obtained through normal channels, why not use abnormal channels? Soon, a few people with quick minds each had their own ideas. Since the raw materials are not enough, why not find a way to make them sufficient? According to the current national conditions of the Federation, many people thought of the most efficient one. A few days later, the border areas of several remote small kingdoms in the Federation that had been at odds with each other suddenly had some frictions with each other. Afterwards, several kingdoms used this as an excuse to directly send out an army of tens of thousands of people and launch several battles. In history, frictions between these small kingdoms often occurred due to trivial matters. For example, your ancestor ambushed my ancestor, and my ancestor robbed your ancestor's wife and gave birth to the other's child. And finally it became a mess that even they themselves could not figure out. In the past, although they disliked each other, considering the terrible consumption of war, these small kingdoms did not dare to start a war lightly. However, now that they have the skeleton labor orders as a backup, as long as they can win, even if they just clean up the corpses on the battlefield, it will be enough to recover most of the losses, not to mention other spoils of war. In this special situation, the last shackles that bound these kingdoms were untied, so they fought each other to the death. At the same time, secretly, the number of skeleton laborers received by Anbis suddenly increased by tens of thousands. In order to play the whole play, Anbis casually made up the name of a Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, and purchased a very large piece of land in the kingdom of Lyca in its name, and built a construction factory there with great fanfare. At the same time, he spent a lot of money to introduce a new production line from the Magic Council, and transported all the finished skeleton laborers purchased at a high price to produce various types of the latest war equipment. Since there may be more wars and frictions in the Federation, there will inevitably be more orders for military supplies. He is now ready to start preparing in advance, and then enthusiastically provide them to those in need. As for whether the situation will follow his script, Avis is not worried. According to his recent observations of the Web of Destiny, the other high-level prophets not only did not intervene to stop it, but even had some intention of fueling the flames. This is easy to understand. After the Stargazers are gone for the time being, their first thing now is to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to find a way to break through the 9th level. If the 8th level prophet wants to break through the 9th level, he needs to find a way to use his own destiny line as an anchor point to cause enough interference to the Web of Destiny. Simply put, it is to make trouble, and it must be something that has a big enough impact. In the Gloria Empire, due to Ambis's previous secret disruption, the top leaders of the Empire have been completely alarmed and are conducting a high-pressure search throughout the Empire. Even the original local Grey forces dare not show up. It is obviously not a wise move to cause trouble in the Empire at this time. There are two choices left: the Holy Messiah Empire and the Idle Kingdom Federation. It is obviously much easier to cause trouble in the latter. The former is recognized as the strongest empire on the continent, with a high degree of domestic unity, and because of the churches spread all over the country. No matter what abnormal situation occurs, church personnel will quickly go to deal with it. The latter, due to its special multi-kingdom united political system, has a much looser structure. Even if a war breaks out between two small kingdoms, the federal parliament will not intervene as long as the intensity does not exceed a certain limit. In fact, even if Avis does nothing, the Federation will not be able to remain calm. When Avis was carrying out a series of operations, some people began to secretly investigate the origin of this sudden big money buyer. Avis's actions directly raised the value of skeleton laborers, and other small nobles and merchants were forced to increase the purchase price, and the cost skyrocketed, which was very uncomfortable. When these people investigated, they did not intend to warn and take direct action. However, at the end of the investigation, they only learned that all the skeleton laborers were purchased by the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce and were going to be used in the assembly factory of the Lyca Kingdom. Further investigation did not find any information at all. The other party's prophet was extremely powerful. Even the 6th level prophet they paid a high price to invite could not predict any information about the other party's origin. This result made many people feel depressed, although they had never heard of this name before. From the means that the other party could stop the 6th level prophet, it can be seen that this so-called Black Ring Chamber of Commerce is most likely a cover for a certain old and powerful force. While being vigilant, some people arranged a small force to test the truth with a tentative mentality. But when the small force and the people behind it all mysteriously disappeared, no one dared to attack the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce anymore. That's it. Based on the current situation, investing part of our main force in the Federation for Development is the choice that maximizes benefits. Based on the current situation, more low-intensity wars will inevitably break out in the Federation, which is our best opportunity for development. Combat players can efficiently obtain military merits and experience points, and life players also have more opportunities to practice, and the danger is controlled within a certain range. After the war, we can even use the military merit system to allow our people to enter the ruling class of the kingdom, which is the real resource giant. Whether it is the trade of various special commodities, the cultivation of magic plants, and the private mining rights of magic minerals, only by entering the ruling class can we obtain the qualifications to participate. In the antique study, a figure wearing a light blue robe is narrating his views to a crystal ball. Chapter 412. Woof woof woof. Yes. I hope I can still lead these people. Okay. President. I understand. After the crystal ball went out, the figure in the robe raised his hand and rubbed his brows, stood up and walked to the window, and pulled open the dark green velvet curtains that had been tightly closed before. The pale sunlight poured into the room, illuminating the originally dim study room, and also illuminating the face of the figure in front of the window. An ordinary human face, brown hair and brown eyes. If you merge into the crowd, even if you look for it deliberately, it is difficult to find the kind of person. This is Zero, who came to the Empire from the Federation and temporarily served as the general manager of the Gate of the Eyes branch. Since coming to the Empire, his life has been very dull. Although he has mobilized resources and cooperated, the development of the Silver Blue Club in the Empire has not been as smooth as imagined. The first is the problem of the overall environment. According to his judgment, if the plot is not randomly generated, this high-pressure situation will continue for at least several years, or even more than 10 years of game time. A stable empire without turmoil may be a good thing for ordinary players, but it will make it difficult for large esports clubs like them to develop. Another problem is the sniping from their old rival, White Light Esports Club. The other party joined a force called Secret Society and acted against them everywhere. Behind that force, it is rumored that there is a descendant of the 4 major families of the Empire, and he met the native last time. According to the information he obtained, the door in the eye seemed to have caused the other party to encounter great danger in order to test whether it was related to the prophecy of the star. The current targeting behavior is completely revenge. Since the other party had the Empire's high-ranking officials standing behind them, they were almost abandoned by the Gate of the Eyes, and they felt very uncomfortable being targeted. Not much better than rats crossing the street, especially when some of their actions were like being under the enemy's nose. Without any concealment, it became even more difficult. Many people in the club suspected that there was a ghost inside, but even if they knew, they could do nothing about it. After all, this was the characteristic of players. Fortunately, these troubles had nothing to do with him, because that was not his responsibility. And then, he would leave this boring empire and return to the Federation that was about to be ravaged by war. There, he would play his greatest value. All the tasks of the position of the general manager of the Gate of the Eyes would naturally be handled by the people of the club. Squinting his eyes, looking at the prosperous city and the dazzling sunlight outside the window, Zero suddenly laughed. Everyone pursues something. Some people pursue wealth. Some people pursue fame. And some people pursue power. And his pursuit is excitement. If such a beautiful world is ignited, will the flames be brighter than the sun? Turning around, Ling left the window and merged into the dark shadows deep in the corridor. When the Silver Blue Club was about to start investing some of its energy in the Federation, the think tank of the White Light Club also noticed the special situation of the Federation. But unlike Silver Blue, they developed better in the Glory Empire, and did not value the Federation's future development opportunities as much as Silver Blue did. They just arranged for several team members to go there to temporarily investigate the situation. Boar's Beard. Another guaranteed point of luck. Walking on the street, the dwarf player gold, silver, copper, and aluminum suddenly cursed. I've already told you that according to my prediction, your luck is very bad today, so it's not suitable to draw a lottery. The human player Nyarlathotep glanced at the dwarf and shrugged. Some time ago, the game version was upgraded online. After the update, there was a major change in the system panel. The system mall started selling fashion. Fashion can directly change the appearance of the player's character without changing the clothes. You can choose whether to let the native see it, but there is no attribute bonus. Those high-quality game fashions cannot be purchased directly, but need to be drawn by drawing cards. There is even no guarantee, but it means that the higher the luck value, the easier it is to draw. There are also some of the most precious fashions, which are limited to the whole server and can only be auctioned with real money in the system auction house. Just now, it was the 100th draw of the dwarf player today, but he only got 105 points of luck. Is the probability very low? Beside him, the elf bard's sharp sword glanced at him. Before he finished speaking, a cold metal armor with a scarlet cape suddenly appeared on the sharp sword. The style of the armor was extremely exquisite, with carved patterns at the joints, flashing blue frost luster and particle effects. Oh, I got it after 10 consecutive draws. The Frost happy set, looking at the brand new fashion armor on his body. The poet was very satisfied. Damn it! I don't believe it. Seeing the harvest of the sharp sword, the dwarf was immediately jealous. Luck plus 10. Luck plus 10. Luck plus 10. So, after 3 consecutive draws, the dwarf happily got 30 points of luck. Damn it! If you draw me again, I'll be a dog. The beard shook violently. And Jean, Ian, Tong, and Aluminum were furious. Okay, let's talk business. Xiaojian, Tong, and Aluminum, what have you gained? Shaking his head, Nyarlathotep brought the topic back. According to the news from the Loren Kingdom branch of the Bards Guild, the situation in the Federation has indeed begun to become tense. As for the reason, the most likely possibility is related to the recent surge in the price of skeleton labor. I heard that a mysterious big force has recently entered the market and needs a large number of skeleton laborers to engage in construction production, resulting in a serious shortage of skeleton labor raw materials on the market and a surge in prices. Of course, the lost treasure of the Sky City that had been making a lot of noise before should also be related to this matter. When it comes to business, the sharp sword sorted out his words and spoke out the investigation report. I went to the dwarven settlement here. According to them, the orders for weapons and armor have indeed increased dramatically recently. We have also received orders for large quantities of weapons and many magic weapons above the sophisticated level. As for the identity of the customer who placed the order, they don't know, but the order is urgent and it is likely to be used in the near future. Hey, when I asked these questions, there was a grumpy old guy who was a little wary. But after I got him drunk with dwarven liquor, he told me everything. He patted his chest with some complacency, raised his head with a proud look on his face. His alcohol tolerance is not bad. But it's a pity that he met me. Okay, if it's not related to the mission, there's no need to say more. Nyarlathotep nodded. Next, I will report the results of the investigation to the club's plot analysis team. They will come to a conclusion on what to do next to benefit the club. However, the club's foundation is still in the Gloria Empire. Even if some power is invested here, it will probably not be too much. It is likely that it will not be able to compete with the Stardust that is mainly developed in the Federation. So, do we have to give up developing here? The dwarf scratched his head, a little confused. So, next, maybe we have the possibility of cooperating with the people of Silver Blue. The sharp sword added. Is that so, Captain? Little Sword is right. Nyarlathotep nodded, and looked at the friend information prompt on the panel with a strange look. Also, Tong Aluminum, did you just draw a legendary costume? I drew 176 pages. The dwarf's face was a little dark. Chapter 413 War Wealth. Regarding the recent lively situation in the Idle Federation, the individual players are quite happy, due to the more free atmosphere of the Federation. The number of players who choose to be born in the Idle Kingdom Federation at the beginning is the largest among the 3 major forces. Although many peace-loving players and life-oriented players have left, more foreign players have also poured in to compete for various hidden tasks with rich rewards due to the war. In the eyes of most players, the chaotic situation in the Federation is a sign of the upcoming opening of a large main storyline. Although the situation is dangerous, it makes them more enthusiastic to contact and try tirelessly to see if they can trigger some hidden tasks. As for the indigenous people, it is not that no one can see that the trade of skeleton labor is the main factor leading to the current tension in the Federation. No matter in which era, there will always be some smart people who can see the key contradictions hidden behind the appearance. But seeing it clearly is one thing, and whether it can be stopped is another. Whether it is hiring ordinary people or buying slaves, the cost effectiveness is not as good as skeleton labor. The latter have no physiological needs, can work 24 hours a day, and will hardly make mistakes at executing the set tasks. They are also extremely tolerant of the working environment and ignore noise and relatively minor magical radiation pollution. Even when they are scrapped, they can be recycled into bone powder and sold as the cheapest necromancy material. The former two may be cheaper than the latter, but in the long run, hiring the latter is still the most profitable. If the top leaders do not forcibly stop all trade in skeleton labor, or find a way to find a large-scale cheap labor force as a substitute, then no one can stop the arrival of war. But no matter which method is almost impossible to complete, especially when high-level professionals do not care about this phenomenon. relying on some low-level personnel alone. It is impossible to compete with the nobles and big businessmen who hold power. Indeed, relying on war to obtain labor seems to make people feel very evil. But the Federation has its own national conditions. Many small kingdoms are not of one mind, and they have long been eager to destroy their neighbors to obtain more resources. It's just that due to the Patacalan Covenant, they dare not fight too much, and the small-scale friction between a group of low-level professionals and civilians is not within the scope of excessive fire. Moreover, the large amount of cheap labor brought by skeleton labor can play a huge role in promoting the rapid development of the construction industry. For the various kingdoms of the Federation, the development of construction is a very critical strategic goal. In the face of development, everything must give way. At this time, Ambus is already in the most famous landmark building of the Kingdom of Laika, the Emerald Palace. It is a magnificent palace created by the famous architect Rotangard himself, with a complete huge emerald bedrock, the elaborately carved colonnade terrace, the magnificent hall. On the pale white translucent amphibole substrate of the palace, clusters of emerald green hexagonal crystal columns can be seen everywhere, shining with charming brilliance. A large number of emerald crystals form a special magic field. Professionals can achieve twice the result with half the effort by practicing meditation in the palace. And even the probability of breakthrough is slightly increased. Holding a dish of black tea, Ambus sat in the waiting room, casually admiring the surrounding environment, with a calm look, as if he was already accustomed to the luxurious furnishings in the room. The purpose of his trip was to meet the legendary Prince Laika, now the 6th Laika King, Raklika. As a Chamber of Commerce agent who invested tens of millions of gold coins in the Kingdom of Laika, Ambus got an opportunity to meet His Majesty the King. In theory, as the head of a Chamber of Commerce branch, it is not enough for the king to meet him in person. But there are obviously some old and powerful forces behind the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, which makes people have to be cautious. This is also a step in his plan. Whether as a Chamber of Commerce representative or a prophet, he should meet this prince whose life experience is like the protagonist of a heroic biography. While Ambus was thinking, the waiter on the side was surprised to see his calm appearance. After working in the palace for a long time, there is no shortage of foreign guests who look surprised. And there are very few who can be as calm as Ambus. Those who can do this are all big figures who have seen more magnificent and spectacular buildings. With a thought in his mind, the waiter's demeanor became more respectful. After a while, a guard came in and signaled that Avis could meet His Majesty. Slightly different from what he had thought before, His Majesty Laika VI did not choose to meet him in the palace, but in the royal study. When the guard led Avis into the room, the newly appointed king seemed to be reviewing an official document. The rumored young prophet was not by his side at the moment, and no one knew where she was. The magic feather pen that was writing stopped and flew back into the velvet box on the side. A blond young man in an emerald green robe and a platinum crown raised his head from behind the desk, and his green eyes stared at Avis, who entered. Your Majesty, King Laika VI. I am Raphael, the head of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce Federation. It is an honor to meet you. Looking back at the blond young man in front of him with dark circles under his eyes but bright eyes, Avis put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and reported his new name. This is the name he changed a few days ago, and it sounds like an angel. Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. I have heard of this name. A mysterious chamber of commerce from the Glory Empire, which previously bought the mountain land of Lavelle to build an assembly factory. After a brief silence, King Laika VI rubbed his temple and spoke slowly. I have a question that I hope to get an answer from Lord Raphael. Your Excellency has come all the way from the Empire. What do you think of the Federation and the Kingdom of Laika? According to some of our intelligence, the Federation is about to fall into war. With His Majesty here, the Kingdom of Laika can indeed be worry-free in the short term. But as the friction escalates, it is likely to be forced into it as well. Ambus shook his head, with a compassionate expression on his face, as if he couldn't bear the people who were about to fall into the flames of war. In order to help those helpless people, we hope to provide better weapons and equipment to those in need, to reduce the unnecessary sacrifices of soldiers, so as to better protect their homes. Listening to Ambus's words as a matter of course, Laika VI was stunned for a moment. Making money from war is so high-sounding. Although he felt strange, Laika VI was also relieved. He had always been a little wary of the mysterious Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. If the other party's goal was indeed just for money, then he didn't need to care too much. It would be nice if she were still around. At least, I could have some reference to the results of the prophecy. But I don't know where she has gone recently. Chapter 414 Whereabouts of the Secret Treasure. Thinking about it, Leica 6 couldn't help but rub his brows again. The prophet girl, who had accompanied him from the prince to the king, suddenly disappeared a few days ago. Although several more prophets have come to him recently, he has not used them. After a brief audience, Anbis left very simply. Originally, he wanted to see if he could get another fortune feedback from the sixth prince. However, according to what he just saw, Leica VI's fate line has almost become a battlefield. At least 3 high-level prophets have made moves on him, and they are currently in a silent confrontation. The previous prophet girl was the work of the Stargazer. When the Stargazer went into seclusion to recover from his injuries, she was left alone to face the pressure of many high-level prophets who were eyeing her. And naturally she could not continue to hold on. After leaving, Anbis took the ring and came to the mountain he'd bought on the west side of the Leica kingdom. At this time, some of the trees on the surface have been cut down, revealing the bare rocky ground below, waiting for the next construction. The geology of this area is rich in diorite, which is a very good building material. However, Avis came here not only to survey the geographical environment. The other end of the 5 years ring is located in this area. After flying back and forth nearby, Avis carefully felt the subtle changes in direction from the ring, and finally locked a position in the canyon. There is an ancient village site that has been abandoned for many years. The wooden structure of the building has completely decayed, but the remaining rock foundation is still vaguely visible. When Avis stepped into the ruins of the site, the ring suddenly emitted a faint red light. At the same time, a faint bright spot lit up in Avis's sight. The direction indicated seemed to be the largest building wreckage area in the center of the town ruins. After circling the rubble ruins that were already overgrown with weeds, Avis stretched out his hand and used detection magic to detect the nearby geological structure. When he saw something unusual, Avis had an idea, and the earth slowly opened in front of him, revealing a stone sculpture of Emperor Fidelis buried in the soil below. The emperor pressed his hand on the sword. His eyes closed, and his posture seemed to be brewing a thunderbolt. Seeing this familiar stone sculpture, Avis smiled. Although he had never seen it in person, he had seen its photos on the forum. It is a door, and the keeper of the secret library. Raising his right hand with the ring of Fidelis, Avis walked directly to the front of the statue without dodging, staring at the statue's closed eyes, letting the faint light of the ring of Fidelis cover the statue. Under the cover of this light, the statue's eyes slowly opened, staring at Avis for a while like a living thing, and suddenly swung a sword, as if to cut Avis in two. In response, Avis did not dodge, but just looked at the approaching sword calmly. The next moment, a little blue light suddenly lit up on the tip of the sword, and then quickly stretched into a blue line. Avis' body disappeared instantly after being cut by this blue line. At the same time, the statue outside seemed to have finally completed its mission, gradually turning into wind and sand and dissipating. And Avis only felt a flash in front of his eyes. And when he appeared again, the surrounding environment had become the interior of a special subspace. The sword just now was the test for entry. According to the previous life's description, if the person wearing the token is not a descendant of the Emperor's bloodline, then the sword will become a real space cut. Anbis was able to pass it. Also according to the introduction in the previous life's record post, using the remaining quasi-bloodline to build a flesh and blood clone and deceive the statue detection. The high-level team that explored this place in the previous life did not have Anbis's ability. While building the clone, they used a high-level disposable wonder to deceive the statue detection and were able to enter. Moreover, there are more tests in the treasure house. Instead, it covers several items such as wisdom, courage, and strength in the heart of Emperor Phidias. If the descendants who arrived here do not even have the ability to pass the test, then they are not qualified to inherit this treasure. However, the Emperor himself may not have expected that his bloodline would be completely cut off in the future. After entering here, 2 black rock gates appeared in front of Anbis. At the same time, the ring of Fidelis on his hand lit up brightly and began to establish a connection with the entire treasury. As a stable subspace fragment that has been specially treated with magic, the treasury itself is also a very valuable thing. When the connection is established, Avis no longer needs to pass through the stone statue, but can use the ring as a key to freely enter and exit here and other locations in the main world. However, the connection of the ring stopped after a moment. as if he needed to explore more maps to improve the completion. Following the guidance of the ring, Avis entered the black door on the right, and began to crack the tests in the treasury one by one according to his memory. While Avis was exploring the secret treasure, some of the arrangements he left behind on the Gloria Empire side also began to operate according to his wishes. When Fiona disappeared, many people immediately went to the Olivendi family to send gifts and condolences. And at the same time, they also cared about Avis's situation. The Ninth Prince and some others also sent letters, hoping to meet Avis remotely through the crystal ball. So, according to Avis's message, Duke Carrot handed over a crystal ball prepared by Avis to Prince Lano on the grounds that Avis was in a secret realm, and it was temporarily inconvenient to contact the outside world directly. In the crystal ball, Avis answered several questions raised by Prince Lano in the letter, and ignored other questions in a vague tone. At the same time, Avis replied to several other descendants of the 4 major families, who had had several contacts with him. Since these things were indeed written and recorded by Avis himself, and were previously stored in a time-space constant box by Avis, even if the other party used prophecy magic to detect them, they could not find anything wrong. The only conclusion is that these things are indeed from Avis himself, and they were written not long ago. As for why he knew what these people would ask, prophecy magic is so useful. After confirming that the person who returned to the castle was indeed the real Avis, a dark tide suddenly emerged among the top leaders of the Gloria Empire. Whether it is the royal family or other major families, they all began to send 9th-level professionals to search for the missing Fiona. And the search is very intense, even more enthusiastic than the Olivendi family, who lost someone. At the same time, a set of anonymous high-value rewards appeared at the top of the list of major underground unions in the Empire, as long as you can provide effective clues related to Fiona's whereabouts. Then no matter who you are, you can receive an astonishingly huge reward. Chapter 415 obtained. This time, Avis left completely, and completely cut off contact with the family. However, before leaving, he left behind a pile of crystal balls with photos, which already contained a message specially prepared for his family. In the message, Avis calmly explained the situation he and Fiona were facing at the time, and the reason for making this choice. At the same time, among the items left by Avis, there were 4 concentric crystals of different colors. This crystal is a special secret product. When one of them is broken, the other will also be broken. The 4 pieces represent different forces. If the force that takes him away is one of them, he will crush the corresponding crystal. If none of them is, then he will not crush any of them. The iconic light gray fate mist in the gray fog base is highly recognizable. Ever since Avis took people to destroy the Gate of the Eye's stronghold, he has noticed this special power of fate. After receiving the news from Avis, Duke Carrot calmed down. At the level of the Duke, more information can be seen. After all, there were only a few forces worthy of suspicion, and the intelligence sent back by Avis only allowed the Duke to directly lock on the enemy. Previously, Avis led the Duke and others to raid an important stronghold of the Gate of the Eye. The True Knowledge Society extracted a lot of useful information from the minds of the captured people. As a result, many hidden players arranged by the Gate of the Eye were cleared out within the Empire, including an 8th-level Earl. However, this also caused the other party to completely shrink its forces and return to the Federation to hide. But this cannot guarantee their safety. After discovering the other party's various conspiracies in the Empire launched an investigation into the Door in the Eye. So far, the identities of many members in the Door in the Eye have been thoroughly investigated and locked, and the True Knowledge Society has organized a secret decapitation operation to teach the other party a profound lesson. At this time, after learning about Avis's plan, the Duke secretly contacted several 9th-level members of the Alfred family, saying that Fiona had been secretly found by him and was currently in a very safe place, so they didn't have to be too nervous. Of course, the surface work still needs to be done. In the eyes of the outside world, the 2 major families are still as anxious as ants on a hot pot, sending people to search frantically outside. At the same time, under the instructions left by Avis, his Evergrande Crown Chamber of Commerce also began to take action, entering the Federation in a high-profile manner. Just like the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, it purchased land in the Kingdom of Laika and invested in the construction of a construction factory. In addition, because it is backed by the Olivendi family, the Chamber of Commerce has brought a lot of skeleton laborers, and the remaining labor gaps are solved by hiring local civilians. According to the time calculation, His Chamber of Commerce should be able to start production at the same time as the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Anubis, who was in the secret library subspace, had entered the last level. The deep corridor was illuminated by the white light, and with the steps of the light, the figure of the young man in a cloak appeared in the darkness. The silver-white magic cube and magic book were suspended on his left and right sides, with pale blue magic light on the surface, looking very mysterious. Under the light, the rock corridor in front of us has come to an end. A stone statue of Emperor Fidelis gradually emerges from the darkness, as if waiting for the arrival of the latecomers. The posture of this stone statue is very special. The emperor wears a crown and sits on the throne, but he slightly raises his head, as if staring at something. At this moment, when Avis came closer with the ring, the stone statue slowly retracted his sight and looked at Avis in a black cloak. A deep and majestic male voice sounded. "My child, since you have arrived here, it means that our situation has reached a very dangerous juncture. You can pass the test ahead and arrive here, proving that you at least have enough qualifications to control these resources and can really play their role. The real treasure house is in the wall behind me. Their value is enough for you to regain a foothold on the continent. But before you take them, I have one last question for you." As he said, the stone statue suddenly stood up from his seat, opened his arms, and made a gesture as if to embrace the world in front of him. What is the most important quality for a king? Here, for a king, the most important thing is naturally the power to suppress everything. Faced with the statue's question, Avis spoke calmly. "This is not your answer." But what made Avis' heart suddenly condense was that the statue slowly shook its head and denied his answer. He remembered very clearly that the answer to this question in his previous life was this. But now it came to him, and there was a completely different result. Raising his eyebrows, although he didn't know where the problem was, Avis was ready to fail the trial and have to manually remove the obstacle. However, things did not develop in the worst direction. Later, the glory of the Vesserum Empire has never died. Staring at Avis, the stone statue of the great emperor finally spoke, and then clasped his hands in front of his chest and slowly sank into the ground. At the same time, the ring of Phidias between his fingers flashed, and completely, behind the stone statue, the wall gradually retracted to both sides, as the light of the candlelight spell was projected into the darkness behind the wall. The bright light was like the night sky, illuminating Avis' eyes. This is the largest treasure house of resources that Avis has seen so far. Even the secret library of Moon Castle cannot be compared with it. Only the warehouse of the Sky City that he had teleported away before can be compared with it in terms of the quality of high-end resources. But the quantity is much less. Various high-level alchemical materials, origin magic crystals, magic equipment, powerful magic beast bloodlines, etc., are classified and packed in storage boxes, neatly stacked like bricks, waiting to be used. A large number of ancient Magic Empire gold coins built a golden wall on one side of the treasury, which looked very visually impactful. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a foundation equivalent to the power of the 4 major families. Any ordinary professional who obtains this secret library, as long as he has enough time, is enough to improve his strength to the 9th level. Moreover, in the secret room at the innermost end of the warehouse, there are multiple 9th level magic equipment and strange objects, and even 3 scrolls and props that can break the limit. After briefly checking the specific quantity of various materials, Avis activated the ring again and returned to the previous valley. This secret library supplemented his limit-breaking trump card and also replaced a batch of his main equipment. Since most of the high-level resources obtained from the Sky City were secretly transported to the island to defend the special base built there, it was difficult for him to use them with his current identity. Some of the strange objects obtained from the Grey Mist secret library could not be used directly, and the fate mark left by the Grey Fog needed to be removed first. The secret library he obtained now just solved the problem of lack of high-level strange objects he faced. At the same time, based on this huge resource, his next move in the Federation was fully supported. It's time for the legendary Resistance Organization Circle of Truth to appear before the world again. Chapter 416 Event. Soon, 2 months passed again. During these 2 months, many major events happened in the Federation. First, the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, which had previously purchased 100,000 skeleton laborers, had its assembly factory completely built and began to sell various new military assembly to the Federation. At the same time, The assembly factory invested by the Ever-Gold Crown Chamber of Commerce from the Gloria Empire was completed almost at the same time as the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce's factory. Then, the two large chambers of commerce started a fierce price war at a speed that the outside world could not react to. The market retail price of assembly is 249 gold coins. And you only want to sell it for 200 gold coins? Okay. Then I will sell one for 180 gold coins. What? You've reduced the price to 170 gold coins? Then I'll reduce it to 150. The original retail price of the third-level military single-soldier construct was 249 gold coins per unit. In such a price war, the two chambers of commerce directly reduced the price to 120 gold coins per unit. The bulk purchase price can even be reduced to less than 100 gold coins. You know, as a low-level mass-produced magic guide construct, the original main sales strategy of these constructs is to go in volume, so their profits have been suppressed to a very low level. To produce such a construct, the price of the magic materials and magic crystals consumed alone is more than 120 gold coins, not to mention the cost and loss of skeleton labor and production lines. After a period of price war, the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce and the Ever-Gold Crown Chamber of Commerce seem to have set people to negotiate and reached a certain tacit understanding, and finally stabilized the price at 115 gold coins per unit and 96 gold coins for wholesale. The prices of various other magic constructs were also pulled down to an exaggeratedly low level. If this price is compared with the price of goods on Blue Star, it is equivalent to lowering the price of ultra-thin mutton ramen, which was originally 6 yuan per bowl, to less than 3 yuan per bowl, which is not even enough to cover the cost. In addition, due to the huge investment in the early stage, the production scope of the two chambers of commerce covers a very wide range, almost covering most of the military constructs and some civilian constructs. Once the price war starts, the impact on many construct industries in the Federation is extremely huge. Some chambers of commerce that are backed by nobles or whose main business projects are not here are fine. But other chambers of commerce that have smelled business opportunities and also produced a large number of war constructs were caught off guard by the two companies. Gritting their teeth and selling at a lower price is a complete loss-making behavior, which is equivalent to throwing gold coins away. If the price is not reduced, all the goods produced will be held in hand, and the working capital will be directly locked up. When the two companies were engaged in a price war, many small kingdoms in the Federation were happy to see it happen. After confirming that their products were indeed genuine and had no quality problems, they directly sent a large number of orders. The two companies also accepted all the orders, and the first batch of more than 100,000 magic guides of various types were delivered on time. In this regard, many other chambers of commerce were watching coldly, thinking that the two companies were simply crazy. If they continued to sell at this scale, they would eventually go bankrupt even if they had more money. When there was enough equipment support, the scale of friction among many small kingdoms began to gradually increase, and there was a trend of involving other kingdoms. For some reason, there were always various coincidences on the battlefield, which made the seeds of hatred grow more and more. At the same time, in this tense situation, the legendary terrorist resistance organization Circle of Truth suddenly appeared in front of the world again. Several black-robed men with robes with the emblem of the Circle of Truth raided the Frenos Valley, the largest magic crystal mining area in the Federation, and robbed a large amount of super magic crystal ore there. At that time, there was a 9th-level strongman stationed there. But when he saw the people from the Circle of Truth coming, he ran away immediately. According to his solemn statement afterwards, there was definitely more than one 9th level who attacked at that time. As for the reason why the Circle of Truth suddenly attacked here, some people speculated that it should be because of the Sky City. Without the Eternal Core, the various high-level golems and weapon systems they obtained from the Sky City would inevitably be unable to be used due to lack of magic power. Also in this incident, the Circle of Truth issued a declaration for the first time, stating that they would revive the glory of the ancient magic empire, and called on the royal families of various kingdoms not to try to stop the chariot with their arms. Then, before the 9th Order forces could find trouble with them, the people of the Circle of Truth disappeared again with the resources before those 9th Order enemies arrived at the location. Many forces in the Federation were shocked by the events in Frenos Valley. Although they had heard of the name of the Circle of Truth before, they had no impression of it. It was not until the scene happened that they really realized that this organization was so close to them. During this month, Avis, as the mysterious black-robed man of the Circle of Truth, temporarily planted the seeds of distortion in several high-level professionals. These people were not good people to begin with. Now, in the eyes of the outside world, they have become more and more unscrupulous after joining the circle of truth. Of course, at the last moment, they are the abandoned pawns to be pushed out. As for the previous 9th level, when Avis, wearing the cloak of the circle of truth, brought a few newly found companions, and prepared to throw a broken level scroll to him, the other party sensed the breath and ran away directly using secret methods. In addition to the above items, a concept called construction network has also quietly become popular among the people of the Federation recently, although the word construction is included in the name. In fact, the basis of the construction network is the consciousness of each user. To access this network, you need a special qualification certificate, that is, the corresponding construction headband. Wear it before going to bed, and when the wearer falls asleep, you can enter a special dream space. There, you can get all the beautiful things in your dream. It's like a beautiful dream like heaven. Although you know it's false, it makes people extremely immersed. No one knows where this thing originated from, but the impact of its appearance is no less than that of previous wars. Especially in reality, when facing the pressure and hardships of life, more and more people are becoming addicted to it, and even unwilling to wake up for a long time. In response, even high-level professionals were alarmed and wanted to investigate the people behind the construction network. But in the end, all investigators gave up. I'm sorry, I don't have the idea of trying it for the time being. Facing a person who enthusiastically invited him to try out the high-level headband, Landon, who had just escaped from the Kingdom of Morn and arrived in the Kingdom of Silver Moon, politely rejected the salesman's sales pitch. If Enwazy was here, he would have seen that although Landon's face was a little pale, and his injuries were obviously not healed, his true strength had reached the peak of the 2nd level, and was about to break through the 3rd level. At the same time, following him, there was not only his sister Leah, but also an elf girl who was rescued on the way. This thing gives me a bad feeling. Why don't those high-level bigwigs take care of it? At this time, looking at the salesman who left, Landon frowned a little. You idiot! Since it has not been stopped, then there must be other intentions. Besides, how could this thing reach its current scale without the endorsement of a high-level professional? There may even be a 9th-level person standing behind it. Chapter 417 Encounter. The roar of Dark Crow, who was disappointed with his friend, came from Landon's heart. In his opinion, although the little guy he accidentally possessed seemed to have good talent and ridiculous luck, but due to the limitation of class, his eyes were still too shallow and his vision was not thorough enough. As the host of his Dark Crow, this shortcoming must be corrected. However, in the past 2 months of following Landon, Dark Crow was somewhat surprised by Landon's luck. Originally, in his prediction, Landon might be caught up halfway, and then he could only rely on his remaining power to teleport and escape. But various coincidences along the way made them discovered by the enemy's search team when they were about to escape to the border of the Kingdom of Morn. When Dark Crow couldn't help but use his last bit of soul power to help Landon get rid of the pursuers, a damaged ancient ruin suddenly appeared, dragging everyone inside the ruins. There are many dangers in the ruins, but Landon and Leah were unharmed, and even gained great benefits, both breaking through the ranks, while the pursuers died directly under the protection of the ruins. It's simply out of the blue. Landon's current talent and luck have given him a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Dark Crow is now teaching him with all his strength, hoping that when Landon becomes a strong man, he can help him regain his body and take revenge. I'm sorry, I didn't think of this. Hearing the familiar roar of Dark Crow, Landon reflexively shrank his neck, admitted his mistake very skillfully, and was a little afraid of the Lord Dark Crow who shared his body. During the 2 months of fleeing, he was often taught a lesson by Lord Dark Crow because of his lack of knowledge, and he was scolded every time. But he could feel Dark Crow's kindness to him, and all the lessons were valuable experiences, which were of great help to his survival. Thanks to Dark Crow's knowledge, he was able to escape from the enemy's encirclement many times. Okay, you'd better not delve into the construction network. The hidden problems here are probably very complicated, and you can't touch them now. After roaring, Dark Crow ended the topic and started talking about their current situation. After leaving that small kingdom, we are temporarily safe. Without the guidance of the aura, it will take them at least a few more years to find us. But don't slack off. The next time they come, there will not be only so few people. You'd better be mentally prepared. By then, if you haven't broken through the 4th level, you can kill yourself directly. And the elf lady next to you, she has no less trouble than you. Before your foolish kindness kills you and your sister, you'd better find a way to deal with her. When it comes to the elf girl who is currently following them, Landon can't help but sigh. That was the one he bought at a black market auction a few days ago. Her name is Freya. It is said that she is a princess of a small kingdom who was captured in trouble. He felt sorry for her. So he used the resources he got from the ruins to suppress the bids of several other competitors and bought her. Landon, what's wrong? Noticing the boy's gaze, the elf girl looked over with concern in her light green eyes. Nothing. Be careful. When he was about to say something, Landon suddenly sensed something. His face changed, and he grabbed the 2 girls and jumped back. Almost at the same time, a bottle of strong acid hit their original position, and the splashing acid corroded the bluestone street and emitted thick white smoke. At the same time, several black-clothed men with 2nd and 3rd level auras suddenly appeared and surrounded the 3 people. You can run quite fast, little rat. Weren't you bidding against me before? The leading 3rd level black-clothed man stood up and stared fiercely at Landon, who was nervous. You dare to snatch something that the master specifically asked for? Now, I won't bid anymore. I'll just take it myself. If you don't want to die, hand over all the money you have. The women will stay, and the brothers will sell them to the Flower Street after they're done playing. After the men are done playing, they will be taken back to change their genders, and also sold to the Flower Street. Oh no! It's the bidder he competed with in the black market before. Impossible. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. With some uncertainty in his heart, Landon stiffened his neck and glared at the thieves. But his peripheral vision was already looking for an escape route. They were on the business road on the outskirts of Silver Moon City at this time, with the prosperous Silver Moon City in the distance. If they could escape into the city, these people would never dare to fight openly on the street. However, what Landon could think of, the men in black could also think of. At this time, their position completely blocked the direction for the men to escape. Gritting his teeth, Landon burst out his secret method, barely blocking the attack of the 3rd level man in black. But it also seemed dangerous. His strength had just broken through the 2nd level at this time. Even if he still had a trump card, it was not enough to really compete with multiple 3rd level people. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably have a hard time escaping today. All turned into sheep. At the critical moment, a spreading light green magic light suddenly hit the attacking black-clothed man. Bah. In Landon's surprised eyes, several unprepared black-clothed men turned directly into Mandura snow sheep wearing clothes, making harmless bleeding sounds and running around in panic on the ground. Are you all right? A familiar voice rose from his ears, and Landon looked at it in surprise. What a coincidence. We meet again. Are you all right? Holding a black cane, Avis smiled and raised his hand, greeting Landon and the other 2. Long before, he had sensed Landon's arrival, and now the time to appear was just right. Sir Vio? Why are you here? For the sudden appearance of Avis, Landon was surprised and a little confused. Logically speaking, Lord Vio should still be running a shop in the Kingdom of Morn. Landon, you'd better be careful. He might have other intentions towards you. Perhaps Landon could still think it was a coincidence. But as a high-level professional with hundreds of years of experience, Dark Crow became a little suspicious. Why am I here? Not long after you left that day, someone burned my shop with undead flames. When mentioning this, Avis couldn't help but show an angry look. I happened to be not in the store at the time. Otherwise, someone would have to pay the price for this. After the store was burned down, I didn't want to continue running it. It just so happened that the Triennial Alchemy Exchange meeting in Silver Moon City was about to start. So I came here in advance to prepare to participate. After hearing what Avis said, Landon's face couldn't help but look a little strange. Obviously, Lord Vio's alchemy shop was burned at that time, and it was probably related to Lord Dark Crow. What are you thinking about? Idiot! Maybe it was an accident? The roar of Dark Crow came from Landon's heart again, but it seemed a little lacking in confidence. Is Leah's crystal disease cured? And I wonder who this lovely elf lady is. At this time, Avis's eyes fell on the elf girl next to Landon. What a great leak! She even brought back new wild leeks from outside. In his vision of destiny, the elf next to Landon also flashed the dazzling light of destiny. Chapter 418 Assassination. When it comes to this, Landon immediately showed a grateful look. Thanks to you. Leah is almost fine. There is only a little bit of crystal left in the middle of the back of her left hand. But it has stopped spreading. Thank you very much for your help before. I met this lady at a black market auction. Her name is Freya. And she is a second-level elf spellcaster. At that time, she encountered some troubles. After I helped her solve them, she decided to stay with us temporarily and act with us. When Landon was talking, Freya heard him describe the process as encountering instead of taking pictures, and couldn't help but cast a grateful look at him. This is the one I mentioned before. Lord Vio, who gave us great help in our most difficult time. He is a kind-hearted uncle. As he said, Landon also introduced Avis's identity to Freya, who also respectfully saluted Avis. Freya? Hello. Avis paused for a moment, then nodded to her naturally, as a response from an elder. Just now, he keenly noticed her special salute posture. With Avis's knowledge, he could clearly identify some subtle differences between the etiquette she just performed and the court etiquette on the Yar continent. Whether it was the back of her hand facing forward when she lifted the hem of her skirt, or the left foot taking a step back when she bent her knees, they were all quite standard. The way of saluting on the other side of the endless sea, the Far East Elf continent. It seems that the identity of this elf lady is also extraordinary. However, it is not the time to go into details. At this time, due to the previous battle, some people who were watching the fun had gathered around. This is not a good place to chat. If you have nothing to do, come to my newly opened shop and sit down. Looking at the surrounding environment, Avis frowned and invited the three people. Wait, Lord Vio, what should we do with them? Pointing to the snow sheep that were still running around. Landon looked a little embarrassed. Yeah, what should we do? Why not sell them to Hua Street? Some people like this kind of sheep. As Avis's voice fell, the three people were stunned. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. The effect of the group sheep transformation is not permanent, so they will recover in about half an hour. And I have a friend here who has invested in a lot of assembly factories. I plan to seal their magic and send them to the assembly factories to work. Seeing the expressions of several people, Avis laughed with evil taste. Find a way to keep them. I have a secret method that can use the souls of other professionals as a price to forcibly improve your strength. At this time, the voice of Dark Crow suddenly sounded from Landon's spiritual sea. At the cost of souls? It sounds evil. Besides, they are the captives of Lord Vio. I don't seem to be qualified to ask for anything. Hearing Dark Crow's request, Landon frowned and instinctively resisted. Power has no distinction between good and evil. Justice and evil are originally defined by humans with weak subjective consciousness. Dark Crow's voice was serious. The same sword, held in the hands of different masters, will do different things. Holding in the hands of a knight, it will be used to defend the country, while holding in the hands of a bandit, it will be used to rob. Whether it is right or wrong depends entirely on your own heart. Although this is the case, some negative magic can easily affect the spirit of a professional. If it lasts for a long time, it may even cause his character to gradually become distorted. However, Landon was not confused by Dark Crow's substitution of concepts. Humph. It's up to you. If you can't break through the 4th level before they find you, I just hope you won't regret it then. With a cold snort, Dark Crow's voice disappeared again. However, the two people's self-proclaimed secret conversation has completely fallen into Avis's gaze. Obviously, after recuperation, Dark Crow has probably recovered a little, and now needs more soul energy to help recover. Although Dark Crow did not mention this at all, it was not a coincidence that he took out this secret method instead of other ways to improve Landon's strength. In the end, as long as Landon agreed to use this method to improve his strength, Dark Crow could intercept a part of his strength in order to recover faster. With 3 people and a few sheep, Avis returned to his newly opened alchemy shop as a foothold, and contacted the people of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce to take the sheep away and send them to the factory to work. At the same time, after chatting with the 3 people and learning that they did not have a fixed foothold at present, Avis hired her as an assistant again on the pretext of helping Leah check her body. Landon was very grateful for the enthusiasm of Lord Vio. However, in order to prevent his own troubles from involving the kind Lord Vio again, Landon did not agree to stay in Ambus' store temporarily, but bought a small house in another district far away from the store. After settling down, Landon bid farewell to Leah temporarily, and then took the elf princess Freya to the upper district of Silver Moon City, reportedly to find Freya's uncle here. He is an earl of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and has certain strength in the Federation. In Landon's plan, as long as Freya is sent back, he will take Leah and live in seclusion here, a peaceful life and practice until he is discovered by the enemy again. Even at that time, he can entrust his sister Leah to Lord Vio to take care of her, and run away to lead the enemy away. Landon's idea is very simple, but fate often does not develop according to personal will. In Ambus' eyes, the power of destiny in Landon has already shown an outbreak state, and even the fate of Freya beside him has begun to stir. This is an interesting phenomenon of prophecy. When the fate of a child of destiny begins, it often triggers the fate of other children of destiny close to him to erupt at the same time. As the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Silver Moon City has been secretly interfered by many high-level prophet, and has already produced a chaotic intersection of destiny. At this time, the arrival of Landon is almost equivalent to igniting a spark on the vortex of fate that is like a gunpowder barrel in the Silver Moon Royal City. The following plot is just as Avis expected. When Landon sent Freya back, Freya with tears appeared in Landon's room again that night. It turned out that Freya's uncle was assassinated, and it was said that the assassin disguised himself as Freya and assassinated the defenseless Earl. So, Landon, who took Freya to find his uncle, was also suspected of being an accomplice of the assassin. Now the pursuers are on the way, and will soon arrive at the door. Freya, who was worried that Landon was in danger, escaped through a special elf secret method, and came to Landon in advance to inform him. Chapter 419 changes. So, Landon's idea of steady development lasted only half a day before it was shattered. Before he could even leave a message for Leah, Freya took Landon and quickly escaped through space transfer. In a few minutes, a team of city guards completely surrounded the house. The door was kicked open, but the house was empty. Search! Make sure to take down the assassin as soon as possible. Seeing this, the leader of the city guards, who was wearing magic pattern armor, waved his hand, and many city guards rushed in and searched for valuable items everywhere. At the same time, the leader took out a crystal ball with patterns carved on it from his arms and activated it. A circle of special alien power fluctuations swept through, revealing the previous teleportation traces. Report to the captain. A possible murder weapon was found in the assassin's room. At this time, a city guard suddenly shouted. Everyone and the leader entered the room, and saw that the city guard pointed at an open box. In the box, there were several bottles of camouflage potions, night clothes, enchanted daggers, poison needles, and other items. Very good. It can be confirmed that the assassins are those two people. Issue a wanted order. Let's withdraw? With a flash of satisfaction in his eyes, the leader nodded, and directly concluded the matter, and led everyone to evacuate quickly. Although there were no boxes there before, the assassination of Earl Silverleaf soon fermented in Silver Moon City. It is said that the assassin disguised himself as his missing niece and escaped through teleportation magic after succeeding. At present, the wanted orders for the two assassins have spread all over the city. At the same time, the legendary terrorist resistance organization Circle of Truth appeared again, just like the previous attack on Frenos Valley, and attacked a large magic crystal mine again. However, this time, as they were prepared, a veteran 9th level and a 9th level extreme of the federal parliament ambushed in advance and killed the attacking enemy on the spot. But when cleaning up the battlefield afterwards, the two 9th levels found that the enemy seemed to have only come in clones this time. And except for the leader in black, all the others were just fighting golems wearing cloaks. When they tried to use the flesh and blood left by the enemy's clone as a medium to mark the other party with a curse, the curse result was like a stone sinking into the sea without any reaction. Avis had already tested that the clone condensed by the flesh and blood clone spell was actually still derived from the power of the old secret scripture. If the enemy used this as a guide to cast tracking spells such as curses and prophecies, the targeted track would be the old secret scripture itself. In the process, while the enemy was temporarily diverted, Avis's other clone still successfully sneaked into the mining area. Since the strength of his men is still relatively low, he can only rely on himself for the time being. Sir Vio, have you seen the wanted poster outside? Having not seen her brother for several days, Leah was already a little panicked. When she saw her brother's wanted poster, she was completely stunned. She knew that her brother had taken Freya to find her uncle out of kindness. How could he be the assassin who assassinated Earl Silverleaf? There must be some misunderstanding. She was a little at a loss. The only way she could think of was to seek help from Sir Vio, who was powerful enough in her impression. I have seen that your brother Landon seems to be involved in a very troublesome matter. Shaking a bubbling test tube in his hand, Avis glanced at the girl and nodded gently. If you want me to help your brother clarify, then there is no need, because it is obvious that someone is framing him. If we don't find the real murderer, then everything we do will be useless, and it will increase the danger in vain. And I am just a small 4th-level alchemist, and I dare not get involved in the affairs of those big men. As he said, it seemed that he had reached the right time. Avis poured the white bubble liquid prepared in the test tube onto an ancient golden balance placed in front of him. As the liquid fell, a wisp of illusory gray mist slowly emanated from the dark golden balance, and then disappeared without a trace. Entering the perspective of fate to observe the treatment effect, Avis nodded with satisfaction. But what should my brother do? He will die if this goes on. The girl was a little discouraged by Lord Vio's refusal to help, and she spoke anxiously. You should have more confidence in your brother, Leah. Maybe he will encounter some setbacks, but there will never be a real danger to his life. Shaking his head, Avis put away the prop he had taken from Grey Mist before, and completely shifted his attention to the girl. So, Leah, do you want to really help your brother? Yes. Hearing this, the girl nodded quickly and looked at Avis with some hope. You also have enough qualifications. If you discover them properly, your strength will never be inferior to your brother Landon. As a special uncontrolled magic disease, crystallization disease is not all bad. For example, now that the girl's symptoms have been cured, a small crystal is permanently left on the back of her hand. Not only was her physique permanently changed to be more suitable for magic, but the crystal on the back of her hand could also store a certain amount of magic, which was really a good material for a turret caster. After obtaining the girl's consent, Avis officially began to teach her magic, and asked her to call him teacher. Under the arrangement of fate, Landon and Freya could not come back in a short time. During this period, it is better to teach the girl to learn magic, which can also get a lot of fate feedback. At the same time, Avis was not idle in other aspects. Because the goal of the Circle of Truth was too big, Avis arranged a clone again, and established a Grey Force under other names to deal with some small things that he was not convenient to deal with. In addition, he also donated money to the royal family of the Silver Moon Kingdom as the mysterious general manager of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, and purchased a title of Viscount of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This identity has many conveniences, such as obtaining an independent territory, the right to train private soldiers, and allowing him to intervene in many lucrative industries in the open and legitimate. Of course, the location of this territory is not good. As a pioneering noble, the territory he was granted is completely located in uninhabited forests and mountains, and he needs to cultivate and build it from scratch, relying on the power and wealth of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. He deliberately made friends with many small and medium-sized nobles, and gradually developed a loose alliance of forces. In the process, it's not that no one wanted to make trouble for him, but they were all resolved by Avis one by one. Everyone has what they want, as long as they know it in advance. They can find a way to turn the other party into their friend. Chapter 420 Golden Crystal. Soon, with the development of all parties, the time came to the second half of the year, the cold star month, November. Winter is coming, and the cold wind sweeps the dry leaves and blows through the bluestone streets of Silver Moon City, making the pedestrians on the road unable to help but wrap their coats tighter. The small vendors and newsboys are still shouting loudly, selling their respective goods, and the wooden wheels of the magic carriage rumble through the middle of the road, bringing up dust all the way. At this time, the number of people in Silver Moon City has increased a lot, and many of them are foreign travelers who came here to escape the war, compared with half a year ago. Due to the deliberate indulgence of many senior officials, the current situation in the Federation has become more chaotic. The effect of Anvis selling military constructs at a low price before has now been partially revealed. When several small kingdoms bought sufficient armaments at the bottom price, their neighbors had to pinch their noses and buy a large number of constructs together, forming an arms race for a short time. This is a severe test for the kingdom's finances. In addition, buying so many constructions is not just for display. The cost of maintenance and upkeep is also a considerable amount. The tension between many small kingdoms has become more intense, and small-scale wars have broken out from time to time on the border. Some larger kingdoms not only do not interfere, but even fan the flames behind the scenes. The major construction guilds are making a fortune from the war. What has added fuel to the fire is the appearance of players. A large group of players, who are afraid of chaos in the world, are everywhere, which directly raises the intensity of friction to a higher level. Disguising as an enemy assassin and assassinating the descendants of the kingdom's high-level officials with disposable high-powered props are all routine operations of players. The war story of the Federation lasted for half a year, which made the players very happy and satisfied their addiction to the magic war. Many large guilds and clubs gathered people to gain more benefits by manipulating the direction of local wars. Teacher Vio. There is the latest news about my brother in the newspaper. The silver-haired girl Leah, wearing a veil, came back to the store excitedly with a copy of the Federation newspaper from outside. With a somewhat excited tone. Really? Leah? Is there any new news in the newspaper? Please read it to me. Behind the counter, Avis was lying on a comfortable rocking chair with his face up, and a cup of silver star juice with a straw was suspended beside him, and his posture was very comfortable. Hearing the girl's voice, he did not get up, but just asked casually, "Well, the newspaper said that my brother escaped the search of the guards again, and his strength broke through the 4th level, which seems to be related to the help of the Spark Resistance Organization." Leah nodded, walked to Avis, and began to read obediently. Also, the popularity of the construction network is getting higher and higher. Its users have exceeded 1 million, and sales points are officially spread throughout the Silver Moon Kingdom. Every city in the kingdom can buy a headband for the construction network. Several members of parliament were suddenly assassinated by an unknown assassin. The assassin is very powerful and has disappeared. Listening to the news from the girl, Avis gradually began to think about the current situation. Before, after escaping, Landon seemed to have come back once. But when he saw that his sister Leah was safe, he did not risk contacting her. He just quietly left a letter with magic to report his safety and the reason for his disappearance. After receiving the letter, Leah turned from anxious to worried, and studied harder every day. She was originally just an ordinary civilian girl, and did not understand all kinds of knowledge about professionals. At most, she only knew some common sense. But now, her brother suddenly became an assassin who assassinated Earl Silverleaf, and was still wanted by the whole kingdom. This change of identity caused her to change accordingly, and strive to make herself stronger so as not to drag her brother down. As a student, Leah was very smart and could quickly master the knowledge taught by Ampus. After all, she was the sister of Landon, the son of Destiny, and with her special physique after recovering from crystallization disease, if she was placed in the Empire, her talent would be enough to be admitted to Pamir Academy. When Leah was learning magic, Anbus also monitored Landon's specific whereabouts through his own channels. Although he fled all the way, he did not appear in too much danger under his indomitable fighting spirit. When there were many enemies, he escaped with the help of Freya's power. In a one-on-one situation, he would get beaten first, and then burst out to win after being beaten half to death. If he still couldn't win, he would break through in the battle. Avis even doubted whether he could also upgrade through experience. The most dangerous time was when Landon was chased by the people sent by the enemies of Dark Raven and the guards of Silver Moon Kingdom at the same time. In the end, it was Landon who found a way to make both sides mistakenly think that the other party was his accomplice. So he was able to escape. Recently, Landon joined a famous resistance organization, Spark, and with the help of that organization, he temporarily avoided the official search of Silver Moon Kingdom. Yes, that was the Spark organization that had suffered a series of blows and had to flee from the Empire. The chaotic situation in the Federation is the best soil for the development and growth of resistance organizations. Although the Spark was seriously injured, its foundation is still there. It has gradually developed in the Federation recently, absorbed a large number of new members, and has recovered a lot. At the same time, a large-scale assassination of high-level professionals suddenly broke out in the Federation recently. After the Empire's investigation, the specific identities and current locations of most members of the Door in the Eye have been found out. Therefore, the True Knowledge Society gathered many 9th-level people and quickly launched a large-scale assassination operation. The Door in the Eye, which was caught off guard, suffered heavy losses, and many members died. The rest of the lucky survivors were in danger and no longer cared about the outside world, but hibernated After the girl finished reading, Avis nodded, took out a small wooden box from the ring, and signaled the girl to take it with his eyes. A little gift for you. Hold it in your hand while meditating. It should be of some help to you. What is? Leah took the box curiously, opened it, and found a fist-sized crystal with a faint golden halo inside. Looking at its halo, the girl suddenly felt that her mental power seemed to increase a little bit. This crystal must be a very precious thing. Teacher gave it to me like this. Holding the crystal, Leah hesitated. Just looking at it can improve her mental power. This crystal must be a very precious treasure. Don't worry too much. Landon's strength is broken through the 4th level. As my student, your strength cannot be pulled too far. It's better to give it to you. It should be of great help to you now. And Wazy narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, sucking a mouthful of silver juice, with an expression of indifference. And even if I keep it, it's useless. I just use it to feed the cat occasionally. Feed? Feed the cat? Leah was stunned. She didn't expect to get such an answer. She knew cats were cute, fluffy, and curious little animals. But it was impossible to feed such a precious crystal to a cat. Even if we take a step back, would a cat really eat this kind of thing?